Adapt Ones, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 1. First Contact. The sky bled crimson the day they came. Jonathan Hayes watched from the observatory deck of Quantum Research Facility as the tear in the atmosphere widened, a jagged wound in reality that pulsed with sickly violet light. His hands trembled as he adjusted the monitoring equipment, the readouts spiking off the charts. Behind him, scientists frantically exchanged theories, each suggestion more desperate than the last. "It's not a natural phenomenon," Jonathan said, running a hand through his dark hair. At 28, he was the youngest senior nuclear physicist at the facility, brilliant but haunted by the weight of his knowledge. "The radiation signatures are unlike anything we've ever recorded." Dr. Eliza Chen, the facility director, stepped beside him. Her normally composed face had gone ashen. "The Pentagon is calling it an invasion. Similar ruptures have appeared over Beijing, Moscow, London, and Johannesburg." "My God," Jonathan whispered. The tear widened further, and darkness spilled forth, not the absence of light, but something that seemed to consume it. The first vessels emerged. Obsidian structures that defied conventional geometry, surfaces rippling like oil on water. They descended toward the city below with predatory grace. "We need to evacuate," Eliza said, but her voice sounded distant through the sudden ringing in Jonathan's ears. A wave of nausea crashed over him. His skin prickled with pins and needles, and a strange heat bloomed in his chest. The monitoring equipment near him began to malfunction, screens flickering with static before shutting down entirely. "John?" Eliza's voice sharpened with concern. "You're glowing." He looked down at his hands. A faint green luminescence pulsed beneath his skin, following the lines of his veins. The sensation intensified, not painful but overwhelming. Like his cells were vibrating at a frequency just beyond human perception. "Something's happening to me," he managed to say before collapsing to his knees. Outside, the alien vessels began their assault. Beams of corrupting energy lanced down into the city, transforming whatever they touched. Buildings liquefied and reformed into twisted, alien architectures. People caught in the rays convulsed, their bodies warping as something foreign overtook them. Jonathan couldn't look away, even as the burning sensation inside him crescendoed. The radiation meters that still functioned around him began to shriek in warning. "Everyone back," Eliza shouted, pulling other researchers away. "He's emitting gamma radiation." The pain peaked and Jonathan screamed. Energy erupted from his body in a controlled nuclear reaction that should have killed him instantly, should have killed everyone in the building, but instead coalesced around him in a swirling emerald aura. Windows shattered, and equipment melted, but the researchers remained unharmed, protected by some invisible barrier extending from Jonathan's transformed body. When he finally stood, his eyes glowed with the same viridescent light as the power coursing through him. He felt simultaneously exhausted and more alive than he'd ever been. "What's happening to me?" he asked, his voice resonating with newfound power. Eliza stared in awe. "I think you're our first defender, John. Whatever these aliens are, I think your body just developed an immunity." A countermeasure. From across the city, screams echoed as the invasion continued. But other sounds joined them, explosions of elemental fury as others like Jonathan underwent their own transformations. In the distance, a pillar of flame rose hundreds of feet into the air. Near the harbor, water surged upward in defiance of gravity. "We're adapting," Jonathan said, understanding washing over him like the radiation that now somehow lived harmoniously within his cells. "Humanity is adapting." He stepped toward the shattered windows, staring down at the chaos below. An alien vessel approached the research facility, its surface rippling with malevolent purpose. Jonathan raised his hand instinctively. The nuclear energy within him responded, concentrating in his palm. "First ability," he whispered, not knowing how he knew. Radiation bolt. A concentrated beam of nuclear energy shot forth, striking the alien vessel. Where it hit, the strange material corroded and decayed, atomic bonds severing at his command. The vessel listed, then crashed into an empty field beyond the facility. "We need to understand what's happening to you," Eliza said, already thinking like a scientist despite the apocalypse unfolding around them. "If we can study it, replicate it, enhance it, there's no time," Jonathan interrupted, the glow of his eyes intensifying. "But I know what I am now. What we are becoming." He looked out at the city, where other glowing figures had begun to fight back against the corruption spreading through their world. "We are the Adapt Ones," he said. "And this planet belongs to humanity." Chapter 2. Awakening. Maya Chen felt the change begin as she dragged injured civilians from the wreckage of what had once been Boston's Central Hospital. The aliens, the Walmers, as people had begun calling them, had targeted medical facilities first. Strategic, brutal. As a trauma surgeon, Maya couldn't abandon her patients, even as the hospital collapsed around her. She'd worked through the night, setting broken bones and suturing wounds by flashlight after the power grid failed. Now, as dawn broke over the ravaged cityscape, exhaustion had settled into her bones. Which is why she thought she was hallucinating when the water from a broken pipe began to flow upward, against gravity, spiraling around her wrists like liquid bracelets. "What the?" she gasped, dropping the supply kit she'd been carrying. The water responded to her surprise, shooting outward and then freezing instantly into icy daggers that embedded themselves in the wall. A patient nearby, a police officer with a broken leg that Maya had set hours earlier, stared in shock. "You're one of them. The Adapt Ones." Maya had heard rumors of humans developing strange abilities in response to the invasion. The government was desperate to find these individuals, to study them and potentially deploy them against the aliens that conventional weapons barely scratched. "I don't," she began, but stopped when she saw her reflection in a shattered window. Her eyes had transformed, becoming the color of deep ocean trenches, with currents of blue and teal swirling where her irises should be. "Water affinity," the officer said, his voice filled with hope rather than fear. "My brother developed fire abilities yesterday. Saved our whole neighborhood when those corrupted humans attacked." Maya looked at her hands. The water from the broken pipe continued to respond to her, flowing in elegant patterns that matched her breathing. "I have to report to the nearest military checkpoint," she said, remembering the emergency broadcasts that had played on loop before communications went down. "All Adapt Ones are being recruited." "Then who takes care of the wounded?" the officer asked, gesturing to the makeshift triage area where dozens of injured people lay. Maya hesitated, her doctor's oath warring with the urgent need to understand her new abilities. Before she could answer, the ground trembled. Outside, a corrupted human, once a businesswoman based on her tattered suit, now a twisted amalgamation of flesh and alien matter, stalked toward the hospital ruins. Its limbs had elongated, joints bending in impossible directions. Where its face should have been, only a swirling mass of darkness remained, punctuated by glowing violet eyes. The thing screeched, the sound slicing through Maya's head like physical pain. It leapt forward with inhuman speed, clearing 30 feet in a single bound. "Get everyone back!" Maya shouted, stepping forward despite her exhaustion. The creature lunged at her, claws extending from what had once been human hands. Maya reacted on instinct, throwing her hands forward. The water from the broken pipe, from puddles, even moisture from the air itself surged to her command, forming a pressurized jet that slammed into the corrupted human with the force of a fire hose. The creature stumbled but didn't fall. Maya concentrated harder, and the temperature of the water plummeted. Ice crystals formed along the creature's limbs, slowing its movements. "First ability," she whispered, the knowledge somehow appearing in her mind. "Frostlock." The water encasing the creature solidified completely, freezing it in place. The corrupted human struggled against its icy prison, cracks appearing in the surface. Maya knew it wouldn't hold for long. She turned to the officer. "Get everyone deeper into the building. I'll hold it off." As the officer began organizing the evacuation, Maya squared her shoulders and faced the creature. The ice shattered, and the corrupted human screeched again, lunging forward with renewed fury. This time, Maya was ready. She summoned more water, forming it into a swirling shield before her. When the creature struck, she redirected its momentum, using its own force against it. The water responded to her thoughts, hardening at impact points and flowing like silk everywhere else. Second ability, she realized. Fluid dynamics. With this recognition came greater control. She enveloped the creature in a sphere of water, manipulating its density to crush the alien matter infecting the human host. The corrupted flesh began to slough off, revealing glimpses of the person trapped beneath. Maya pushed harder, focusing her will through the water. The alien corruption resisted, but she could sense its weakness now. The molecular structure was vulnerable to extreme cold and pressure. With one final effort, she compressed the water sphere while dropping its temperature to near absolute zero. The creature within convulsed, then went still as the alien matter crystallized and shattered, leaving only the human host behind. Maya released her hold, allowing the unconscious woman to gently settle to the ground. She approached cautiously, checking for any signs of remaining corruption. Finding none, she checked for a pulse. Weak, but present. "You saved her," the officer said, returning to Maya's side. "I've never seen anyone manage to separate the corruption from the host before." Maya stared at her hands in wonder. "I felt the molecular structure. Somehow I just knew how to break it down." She looked up at the sky, where tiers in reality continued to widen across the horizon. More alien vessels emerged by the hour. "I need to find others like me," she said, her newfound resolve hardening like ice in her veins. This is just the beginning. Chapter 3. Gathering forces. Colonel Drake Marshall watched the feeds from around the world with a mixture of horror and strategic calculation. 6 days into what was now officially designated the incursion, and human military forces were barely holding the line. The Pentagon war room buzzed with frantic activity, generals and intelligence officers trying to coordinate a defense against an enemy that defied conventional understanding. The aliens, the Walmers, didn't communicate, didn't negotiate, and didn't take prisoners. They simply consumed and corrupted, transforming Earth's infrastructure and people into twisted versions that served some incomprehensible purpose. "Sir, we've lost contact with the European command," a lieutenant reported, her voice steady despite the catastrophic news. Drake nodded grimly. "And the Adapt 1 program? That's our one bright spot, sir. Recruitment and identification has exceeded projections. We've confirmed over 3,000 individuals with elemental manifestations globally." Drake turned as the door to the war room slammed open. General Catherine Ward, his direct superior and the architect of the Adapt 1 initiative, strode in with a tablet clutched in her hand. Her face, normally impassive, showed the first signs of hope Drake had seen in days. "We've had a breakthrough," she announced. "The tech division has successfully interfaced with Avion Energy." A ripple of excitement passed through the room. Drake straightened. "The augmentation program worked?" "Beyond our expectations," Catherine said, sliding the tablet across to him. "The test subjects are showing a 300% increase in power output with minimal side effects." The screen displayed footage of a training exercise, a young man in a fitted combat suit facing down a corrupted tank. The suit featured sleek nodes at key junction points, shoulders, spine, wrists, ankles, that glowed with the same golden energy that emanated from the man's eyes. As Drake watched, the man raised his hands, and the earth beneath the tank liquefied, then hardened in waves, trapping the vehicle. When the tank fired its corrupted cannon in response, the man gestured sharply, and a wall of stone erupted from the ground, absorbing the impact. Impressive, Drake admitted. How soon until we can deploy? We're outfitting the 1st Battalion now. These are the ones who've already mastered their first and second abilities naturally. The augmentation tech helps them access the 3rd tier sooner than biological adaptation alone would allow. Drake nodded. And Jonathan Hayes? Catherine's expression tightened. Hayes is complicated. His nuclear affinity makes augmentation more volatile. The tech team is designing a specialized suit for him, but it's delicate work. One mistake could level a city. We need him, Drake insisted. After what happened in Chicago, it's clear the nuclear affinity is our most effective weapon against their motherships. The memory of Chicago hung heavy in the room. 3 days prior, Jonathan had unleashed a controlled nuclear reaction that had destroyed a Walmer's command vessel but had left him unconscious for 24 hours afterward. The display of raw power had confirmed what many already suspected, that the nuclear affinity represented the highest destructive potential among the Adapt ones. Hayes isn't a weapon, Colonel, Catherine warned. None of them are. They're people who've been thrust into an impossible situation. Drake met her gaze unflinchingly. With respect, General, they're the only effective weapons we have. And if we don't deploy them soon, there won't be much of humanity left to save. Before Catherine could respond, alarms blared throughout the facility. The main screen switched to a live satellite feed of Washington, D.C., where a new, massive tear was forming directly above the White House. That's larger than any previous rupture, an analyst called out. Drake's blood ran cold as the tear widened, revealing not just another vessel, but something else, a figure. Humanoid but wrong, its proportions stretched and its surface shifting like mercury. It descended slowly toward the presidential residence, corrupting energy radiating from it in visible waves. They've never shown themselves before, Catherine whispered. Why now? Drake clenched his jaw. Because they're winning, and they know it. He turned to her, decision made. Deploy the Adapt ones. All of them, including Hayes. Whatever augmentation tech is ready, use it. Catherine hesitated only briefly before nodding to her communications officer. Send the activation order. Code name. Elemental response. As the officer relayed the command, Drake turned back to the screen, watching the alien figure touch down on American soil. God help us, he murmured. The real war starts now. Chapter 4. Augmentation. Jonathan sat perfectly still as technicians attached the final components of his containment suit. Unlike the sleek, form-fitting designs worn by other Adapt ones, his resembled modern-day armor, bulkier, with pulsing green lines tracing complex patterns across its surface. The central chest piece housed a miniature reactor that would help him channel his nuclear energies without the dangerous radiation spillover that had characterized his earlier attempts. How does it feel? Dr. Eliza Chen asked, circling him with critical eyes. In the week since the invasion began, she transformed from research director to the head of Adapt 1 augmentation technology. Dark circles under her eyes testified to endless hours of work. Constraining, Jonathan admitted, flexing his fingers inside the specialized gloves. But more controlled. I can feel the energy cycling properly now. Eliza nodded, making notes on her tablet. The suit's primary function is regulation, not amplification. Your natural output is already beyond our measuring capabilities. What you need is precision. The door to the laboratory slid open, and Maya Chen entered. Jonathan noticed the family resemblance immediately. Maya shared her cousin Eliza's sharp intelligence, though her features were softer, her bearing more compassionate. The water affinity had changed her eyes permanently, swirling blue depths that seemed to contain currents and tides. She wore her own augmentation suit, blue and silver with fluid channels that circulated actual water throughout its structure. Small nodes at her wrists allowed for instant freezing or boiling of the water she controlled. The first transport leaves in 30 minutes, Maya informed them. Colonel Marshall wants all combat-ready Adapt Ones on board. Jonathan stood, testing the suit's mobility. I still don't understand why they're rushing us. Most Adapt Ones have barely mastered their first abilities, let alone learn to work with the augmentation tech. You haven't seen the latest intelligence, Maya said grimly. She activated a wall screen, displaying footage of the figure that had descended over DC. They're calling it a Walmer's Archon. It's been systematically corrupting government officials, senators, cabinet members, military leaders. Anyone it touches becomes an extension of its will, but with their memories and access intact. Jonathan felt cold despite the nuclear energy warming his core. So we're not just fighting alien technology now. We're fighting our own infrastructure, controlled by alien intelligence. Exactly, Eliza confirmed. And conventional forces can't tell who's corrupted until it's too late. Maya's expression hardened. Adapt Ones can. Something about the Avion energy lets us perceive the corruption, like a distortion in their aura. Jonathan absorbed this new information, understanding now why their deployment had become so urgent. How many of us are field ready? 200 globally, Eliza answered. Divided by affinity. 23 fire, 19 water including Maya, 17 wind, 22 earth, 31 tech, 18 energy, 15 poison, 24 cosmic, 12 flesh. And 19 nuclear including you. So few, Jonathan murmured. But growing daily, Maya countered. New Adapt Ones are manifesting every hour. The alien presence seems to be accelerating the process. A commotion in the hallway interrupted them. Shouts and the sound of running boots preceded the laboratory door slamming open again. A young man burst in, his combat suit glowing with frenetic energy that arced between the nodes. His eyes crackled with electricity, one of the energy affinity Adapt Ones. Walmer's forces have breached the perimeter. He gasped. They knew we were gathering here. Alarms began to wail throughout the facility. How many? Jonathan demanded, already activating his suit's full systems. The reactor in his chestpiece hummed to life, green light intensifying around him. At least 50 corrupted humans, 2 harvester vessels, and, the man swallowed hard, an Archon. Eliza paled. We're not prepared for an Archon assault. The facility's defenses won't matter, Jonathan finished for her. He turned to Maya. Get everyone to the emergency bunkers. I'll hold them off. Maya shook her head vehemently. You can't face an Archon alone. Even with your nuclear affinity, I'm not planning to defeat it, Jonathan cut her off. Just buy time. He looked to Eliza. How long until the reactor overloads if I remove the limiters? Eliza's eyes widened in understanding. 3 minutes at maximum output. But John, that amount of radiation, I'll survive, he said with more confidence than he felt. The suit will protect me from the worst of it. Maya grabbed his arm. This is suicide, Jonathan. He met her gaze steadily. No, it's adaptation. It's what we do now. Before she could argue further, the facility shook with a tremendous impact. Dust rained from the ceiling as emergency lights switched on. They're in the main atrium, the Energy Adapt One reported. 2 minutes, tops, before they reach this level. Jonathan made his decision. Eliza, give me manual override access to the suit's limiters. Maya, get everyone else out through the service tunnels. And you, he turned to the Energy Adapt One. What's your name? Aaron Price, the young man answered. First Lieutenant, Army Corps of Engineers before all this. Well, Lieutenant Price, I need your help. Energy and nuclear affinities have compatible wavelengths. If you can stabilize my output, I might be able to control the reaction better. Aaron straightened, determination replacing fear. Just tell me what to do. As Eliza reluctantly entered override codes into Jonathan's suit systems, he outlined his plan. It was reckless, probably suicidal, but it was the only option that gave the others a chance to escape. The Walmers are adapting to us just as we're adapting to them, Jonathan explained. But they haven't encountered a deliberate nuclear detonation from an Adapt One yet. They won't notice shield against it. Eliza finished her work and stepped back, her expression a mixture of scientific fascination and human dread. The limiters are disengaged. You now have full control over your output, John. But please, try to come back to us. He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. After a moment, he turned to Maya. Keep your people safe. The water affinity will be crucial in the days ahead, for healing as much as fighting. Maya's ocean eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she squared her shoulders. Don't make me come looking for you in the rubble, Hayes. A ghost of a smile touched his lips. Wouldn't dream of it, Dr. Chen. The facility shook again, more violently this time. The lights flickered, and distant screams echoed through the corridors. Go, Jonathan ordered. Now. As the others rushed toward the service tunnels, Jonathan and Aaron moved in the opposite direction, toward the advancing Walmer's forces. The nuclear reactor in Jonathan's chestpiece pulsed more rapidly as he mentally prepared himself for what was to come. First ability, Radiation Bolt, he whispered, feeling the power gather in his palms. First ability, Conduction Arc, Aaron echoed beside him, electricity crackling between his fingers. Together, they stepped into the corridor, ready to face what came. Ready to adapt once more. Adapt Ones, Character Profiles and Abilities. Nuclear Affinity. Jonathan Hayes. Background: 28-year-old senior nuclear physicist at Quantum Research Facility. Brilliant but haunted by the responsibility of his knowledge. Becomes the first documented Adapt One. Abilities: 1. Radiation Bolt. Projects concentrated beams of nuclear energy that decay matter at the atomic level. 2. Containment Field. Creates a spherical barrier of controlled radiation that shields allies while corroding Walmer's matter. 3. Atomic Restructuring. Manipulates the atomic structure of non-living matter, allowing him to strengthen or weaken materials by altering their nuclear bonds. 4. Ultimate, Thermonuclear Detonation. Channels all his power into a controlled 10-megaton nuclear explosion that obliterates everything within a vast radius while Jonathan remains at the epicenter. Protected by his own energy. Sophia Nakamura. Background: former nuclear submarine engineer, stoic and disciplined. Lost her entire family when Tokyo was corrupted during the first wave. Abilities: 1. Radiation Sense. Detects energy signatures and sees through solid objects by perceiving their radiation emissions. 2. Decay Touch. Accelerates the half-life of radioactive elements through touch, causing rapid deterioration of targeted materials. 3. Isotope Control. Manipulates specific isotopes within a compound, allowing for precise molecular alterations. 4. Ultimate, Fusion Cascade. Creates a chain reaction of nuclear fusion that generates an overwhelming surge of clean energy, devastating to Walmer's structures while causing minimal radiation fallout. Water Affinity. Maya Chen. Background: dedicated trauma surgeon, cousin to Dr. Eliza Chen. Manifested her abilities while saving patients during the initial hospital attacks. Abilities: 1. Frostlock. Flash freezes moisture to immobilize enemies or create barriers. 2. Fluid Dynamics. Controls water with perfect precision, manipulating its flow, pressure, and density to attack or defend. 3. Healing Current. Infuses water with her avion energy to accelerate cellular regeneration when applied to wounds. 4. Ultimate, Tsunami convergence summons massive volumes of water that surge from all directions toward a focal point, crushing everything caught in the converging currents. Kai Moana background, former Olympic swimmer from New Zealand with Maori heritage. Spiritual and connected to the ocean. Believes Avian is Earth's natural defense mechanism awakening. Abilities. 1. Hydrokinesis. Basic manipulation of water in all its forms, liquid, ice, steam. 2. Pressure wave. Compresses water to create concussive blasts capable of shattering concrete. 3. Mist walk. Transforms his body partially into water vapor, allowing limited phasing through solid objects and extraordinary speed over water surfaces. 4. Ultimate, abyssal pressure. Mimics the crushing force of the ocean's deepest trenches in a localized area, imploding anything within the affected zone. Fire affinity Aisha Cowrie background, former firefighter with uncompromising morals. Manifested her abilities while trying to save civilians from a burning building corrupted by Walmer's influence. Abilities. 1. Flame projection. Creates and directs streams of intense fire from her hands. 2. Heat sink. Absorbs thermal energy from her surroundings, extinguishing flames or freezing areas by drawing away heat. 3. Combustion control. Ignites specific targets with precision, or prevents combustible materials from igniting despite extreme heat. 4. Ultimate, solar flare. Releases a massive omnidirectional burst of heat and flame equivalent to a small star's surface, incinerating everything within a half-mile radius except for those she chooses to protect. Mateo Fuego background, former stuntman and pyrotechnics expert from Mexico City. Flamboyant and theatrical, using his abilities with dramatic flair. Abilities. 1. Fire whip. Creates lashing tendrils of flame that can grab objects or slash through Walmer's matter. 2. Thermal vision. Sees heat signatures through walls and can detect the temperature differences that indicate Walmer's corruption in humans. 3. Phoenix form. Surrounds himself in a protective shell of flame that enhances his physical abilities and allows limited flight. 4. Ultimate, inferno vortex. Creates a massive fire tornado that pulls enemies into its center while projecting white-hot flames outward in spiraling patterns. Wind affinity Zephyr Williams background, former air traffic controller with synesthesia. She could always see air currents. Now those currents obey her commands. Abilities. 1. Air slice. Compresses air into razor-thin blades capable of cutting through most materials. 2. Whisper network. Can carry sounds on air currents, allowing her to listen to distant conversations or communicate silently with allies. 3. Cyclone shield. Creates swirling barriers of compressed air that deflect projectiles and can repel Walmer's corruption attempts. 4. Ultimate, stratospheric void. Removes all air from a large area, creating a vacuum that implodes structures and suffocates Walmer's forces while her allies remain protected in pockets of preserved atmosphere. Haruki Tanaka background, former paraglider instructor and weather enthusiast. Quiet and observant, preferring to analyze situations before acting. Abilities. 1. Wind step. Uses air currents to enhance his speed and agility, allowing him to move faster than human perception. 2. Pressure control. Manipulates atmospheric pressure to create concussive blasts or cushions of air. 3. Weather sense. Perceives and influences weather patterns in his vicinity, creating microclimates that can advantage allies or hinder enemies. 4. Ultimate, hurricane force. Summons a devastating storm system centered on himself, with wind speeds exceeding 300 miles per hour that tear apart everything in their path while he remains in the calm eye. Earth affinity Terra Mason background, geologist who specialized in seismic activity. Pragmatic and grounded, she approaches problems methodically. Abilities. 1. Stone shaping. Molds rock and earth as if it were clay, creating structures or weapons from available terrain. 2. Seismic sense. Detects vibrations through the ground, allowing her to see everything touching the earth within a mile radius. 3. Crystalline armor. Forms protective layers of compressed minerals over herself or allies, creating nearly impenetrable shields. 4. Ultimate. Tectonic shift. Creates a localized earthquake that can selectively demolish structures while leaving others untouched, opening chasms beneath enemies or raising mountains beneath allies. Crag Montero background. Former mining engineer with extensive knowledge of geology and structural integrity. Gruff but fiercely protective of other adept ones. Abilities. 1. Earthwave. Sends ripples through the ground that can trip enemies or transport allies across terrain. 2. Mineral extraction. Pulls specific elements or compounds from surrounding earth, useful for creating tools, weapons, or neutralizing toxic substances. 3. Quicksand pit. Transforms solid ground into liquefied earth that hardens on command, trapping enemies. 4. Ultimate. Mountain's embrace. Summons massive quantities of earth from deep below the surface, creating a fortress-like structure that can house hundreds of people or crush advancing enemies beneath its weight. Poison affinity toxica Voss background. Former biochemist specializing in natural toxins. Methodical and precise, with a dark sense of humor. Abilities. 1. Toxin dart. Projects concentrated venom that causes different effects depending on her intent, paralysis, pain, unconsciousness. 2. Miasma cloud. Creates a fog of variable toxicity that can disorient, incapacitate, or eliminate groups of enemies. 3. Antitoxin synthesis. Analyzes and neutralizes any poison or toxin, including Walmer's corruption in early stages. 4. Ultimate. Pandemic miasma. Releases a highly selective toxic cloud that spreads for miles, affecting only those with Walmer's corruption while leaving humans unharmed. Malachite Chen background. Botanist and Maya's younger brother. Quiet and introverted, preferring plants to people before the invasion changed everything. Abilities. 1. Poison sense. Detects toxic substances within his vicinity and identifies their components and effects. 2. Toxic touch. Secretes various toxins through his skin that can corrode materials or affect biological systems on contact. 3. Hallucinogenic mist. Creates clouds that cause sensory confusion in enemies, making them see illusions or lose coordination. 4. Ultimate. Symbiotic corruption. Releases a specially engineered toxin that invades Walmer's matter and reprograms it, temporarily turning corrupted beings or structures against the Walmers themselves. Tech Affinity Nova Chen background. Eliza's daughter and child prodigy programmer. At just 19, she was already a legendary ethical hacker before the invasion. Abilities. 1. Digital interface. Connects mentally with any technology, controlling it without physical contact. 2. Code corruption. Rewrites the energy signatures of Walmer's technology, causing malfunctions or temporary control. 3. Tech construction. Assembles or disassembles mechanical components using her avion energy, creating weapons or tools from available technology. 4. Ultimate. Electromagnetic singularity. Creates a localized anomaly that draws in and compresses all technology in the area, before releasing it as a devastatingly powerful EMP that specifically targets Walmer's tech frequencies. Atlas Gray background. Former military robotics engineer who was developing combat drones when the invasion began. Pragmatic and solution-oriented. Abilities. 1. Tech pulse. Emits energy waves that can activate, deactivate, or restart electronic devices. 2. Mechanical animation. brings machines to life temporarily, allowing them to operate autonomously under his direction. 3. System override. Takes complete control of complex systems, from power grids to advanced weapons platforms. 4. Ultimate. Technokinetic army. Animates all technology within a mile radius, creating an army of machines that fight with perfect coordination under his command. Energy affinity. Aaron Price. Background. Former Army Corps of Engineers lieutenant. Practical and brave, always putting the mission first. Abilities. 1. Conduction arc. Channels electricity between points, creating devastating lightning strikes. 2. Energy absorption. Draws power from any energy source, electrical systems, heat, kinetic impacts, to fuel his abilities. 3. Circuit surge. Follows electrical pathways through solid objects, allowing him to travel through wiring and emerge elsewhere. 4. Ultimate. Energy nexus. Becomes a living conduit for all energy forms, absorbing and redirecting power at exponentially increased levels, creating a storm of electrical, thermal, and kinetic forces around him. Spark Jong. Background. Former electrical engineer with synesthesia that let her see electrical currents. Analytical and detail-oriented. Abilities. 1. Power drain. Draws electricity from surrounding sources, creating blackouts but powering her abilities. 2. Static shield. Forms protective barriers of electromagnetic energy that deflect physical attacks and disrupt Walmer's corruption. 3. Bioelectric boost. Enhances her physical attributes by stimulating muscles with precision electrical impulses. 4. Ultimate. Electromagnetic storm. Creates a massive field of chaotic energy that short-circuits Walmer's technology, disrupts their corruption signals, and supercharges other Adapt One's abilities within its radius. Cosmic affinity. Stella Nova. Background. Former astrophysicist obsessed with gravitational anomalies. The rarest and most mystically inclined affinity awakened her philosophical side. Abilities. 1. Gravity pulse. Creates localized fluctuations in gravitational force, crushing enemies or making allies temporarily weightless. 2. Starlight beam. Channels cosmic radiation into concentrated rays that burn through Walmer's matter. 3. Spatial warp. Bends space in limited areas, allowing her to redirect attacks or create shortcuts through folded space. 4. Ultimate. Event horizon. Creates a miniature black hole that selectively pulls in enemies and Walmer's matter, compressing them to nothingness before safely dissipating. Orion Weiss. Background. Former theoretical physicist who studied quantum mechanics. The invasion validated his most outlandish theories. Abilities. 1. Quantum displacement. Teleports short distances by shifting his matter through quantum uncertainty. 2. Cosmic awareness. Perceives energy patterns across vast distances, allowing him to sense Walmer's activities globally. 3. Dark matter manifestation. Summons and shapes dark matter into solid constructs that interact with physical and Walmer's matter. 4. Ultimate. Supernova release. Channels the energy of a dying star, releasing an enormous explosion of cosmic force that vaporizes everything within its radius while leaving a protective field around allies. Flesh affinity. Mend Rodriguez. Background. Former trauma surgeon who worked alongside Maya Chen. Developed the rarest and most unsettling affinity after being partially corrupted and fighting back. Abilities. 1. Rapid regeneration. Heals from virtually any non-fatal wound within minutes, and can extend this ability to others through touch. 2. Biomass manipulation. Reshapes his own flesh into weapons, shields, or tools with bone-like hardness or claw-like sharpness. 3. Corruption purge. Directly counters Walmer's infection in humans by attacking the alien matter with his own rapidly adapting cells. 4. Ultimate. Genesis field. creates an area where all organic matter regenerates at incredible speeds, healing allies instantly while causing Walmer's corruption to be rejected by host bodies, saving countless infected humans. Chimera Wu background: former genetic researcher who experimented with CRISPR technology. Now her own DNA is her laboratory. Abilities: 1. Adaptive anatomy. Temporarily modifies her body to overcome environmental challenges, breathing underwater, withstanding extreme temperatures. 2. Biological sensing. Detects and analyzes all life forms within her vicinity, identifying weaknesses or abnormalities. 3. Infectious immunity. Creates and shares antibodies that can counter any biological threat, including early-stage Walmer's corruption. 4. Ultimate, adaptationary leap. Temporarily evolves herself and nearby allies into optimized forms specifically designed to counter current threats, granting enhanced abilities tailored to the immediate situation. WALMARS hierarchy. Corrupted humans. The first wave of Walmer's forces. Humans who have been infected with alien matter that warps their bodies and places them under Walmer's control. Retain some human memories and skills but completely subservient to Walmer's will. Harvesters vessel-like constructs that gather resources and corrupted beings, transporting them to larger ships for processing. Can emit corruption beams that transform organic and inorganic matter. Architects specialized Walmer's entities that redesign and transform Earth structures into alien configurations that serve Walmer's purposes. Their alterations often defy Earth physics and incorporate living matter into buildings. Archons elite Walmer's commanders with individualized forms and abilities. Each controls a significant region and specializes in different corruption methods. Can directly interface with human minds, accessing memories and skills while overriding free will. The Nexus, a collective intelligence that coordinates the Walmer's invasion across multiple dimensions. Rarely manifests physically but can project avatars of incredible power when necessary. The ultimate source of corruption and the primary target for humanity's final stand. Adapt Ones, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 5. Elements unleashed. The transport shuddered as it entered the airspace over what had once been downtown Atlanta. Maya Chen stood with 19 other Adapt Ones, each wearing specialized augmentation suits designed for their particular affinities. Through the viewport, she could see the transformed cityscape, once familiar skyscrapers now twisted into impossible geometries. Their surfaces rippling with the same oily darkness that characterized all Walmer's architecture. 3 minutes to drop zone, the pilot announced, her voice tight with controlled fear. Be advised, we're detecting multiple harvester vessels and at least 200 corrupted humans. Satellite imagery shows they're congregating around Piedmont Park. Intel suggests they're building something. Colonel Drake Marshall stood at the center of the transport bay, his face grim. Unlike the Adapt Ones, he wore standard tactical gear, the most advanced human technology available, but pitifully inadequate against Walmer's threats. His presence on this mission underscored its importance. You've all been briefed on Operation Firebreak, he said, addressing the assembled Adapt Ones. But let me make our objective crystal clear. We need to stop whatever they're building in that park. Previous patterns indicate they're creating another tear amplifier, a device that will widen the dimensional ruptures and allow more Walmer's forces through. Maya scanned the faces around her. Fire, water, earth, tech, energy, poison. Representatives from almost every affinity were present. The only nuclear Adapt One was Sophia Nakamura, her augmentation suit glowing with a softer green light than Jonathan's had. The memory of Jonathan and Aaron staying behind to face the Archon 3 days ago still haunted her. Neither had been found in the aftermath, though the Walmer's forces had been decimated by what survivors described as a controlled nuclear event. Sophia caught Maya's gaze. "He's alive," she said quietly, as if reading Maya's thoughts. "I can sense trace radiation signatures that match his unique pattern. It's faint, but it's there." Maya nodded gratefully but couldn't bring herself to fully hope. She refocused on Marshall as he continued the briefing. "This is our first coordinated multi-affinity strike," he was saying. "You've trained in simulation, but this is the real thing. Remember your team designations and communication protocols. And remember, no one engages an Archon alone. If you encounter one, you fall back and call for support." His eyes lingered momentarily on Maya, and she knew he was thinking of Jonathan too. "Colonel," a voice cut through the tension. Aisha Cowrie, one of the Fire Affinity Adapt ones, stepped forward. Her augmentation suit pulsed with deep red light, heat shimmering visibly around her hands. "What about civilians? Our intelligence suggested this sector was fully evacuated, but my thermal sensing is picking up human signatures beneath the park." Marshall's jaw tightened. "The evacuation was confirmed complete 2 days ago. If you're detecting human thermal signatures now, they're either corrupted or," he hesitated, "being processed." A heavy silence fell over the transport. They all knew what processing meant: humans being systematically transformed into raw materials for Walmer's construction. The discovery of this practice had eliminated any moral qualms about the war. It was truly extinction or victory. "We save who we can," Marshall continued. "But the mission comes first. That tear amplifier cannot be allowed to activate." The transport lurched as anti-aircraft fire, corrupted human technology turned against them, struck nearby. The pilot's voice came through again, more urgent: 30 seconds to drop. "They know we're here." "Positions," Marshall barked. The Adapt ones moved with practiced efficiency, arranging themselves by team at the 2 deployment doors. Maya found herself between Kai Moana, her fellow Water Affinity, and Crag Montero, one of the Earth Affinity Adapt ones. Their complementary abilities would allow them to create mudslides and quicksand traps against ground forces. "Just like training," Kai said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. His New Zealand accent had grown more pronounced with stress. "Except with actual death on the line." Maya managed a tight smile in return. "Stay close. Remember our extraction plan if things go sideways." The transport doors slid open, revealing the transformed city below. The air itself seemed wrong here, thicker, with swirling patterns of violet energy visible against the darkened sky. Maya felt her water affinity responding instinctively, sensing the moisture in the atmosphere and how it had been altered by Walmer's influence. "Go, go, go," Marshall shouted. The Adapt ones leapt from the transport, each using their abilities to control their descent. Maya pulled moisture from the air, creating a slide of water that carried her smoothly toward the ground. Beside her, Aisha Cowrie descended on a column of flame, while the Earth Adapt ones rode chunks of concrete and asphalt torn from nearby structures. They touched down at the perimeter of what had once been Piedmont Park, now an alien construction site. At the center, a massive structure rose, a twisted spire of black material that pulsed with the same violet energy that characterized the tiers in reality. Around it, corrupted humans worked with mechanical precision, their movements synchronized like parts of a single organism. "Form up," Marshall ordered through their communication channel. "Strike teams execute according to plan. Team Alpha take the North Quadrant, Team Beta the West." His instructions were cut short as the ground beneath them trembled. The spire at the center of the park surged with energy, and a corrupted human different from the others stepped forward. Taller, its form more stable but somehow more wrong. Its proportions suggested it had once been a woman, but now its limbs had elongated. Its head split into a tripartite structure with glowing eyes in each segment. Walmer's commander, Sophia Nakamura, warned, the radiation sensors in her suit spiking. Not quite an Archon, but close. It's directing the construction. Before Marshall could issue new orders, the commander raised what had once been arms. A pulse of violet energy shot forth, striking the ground between the Adapt Ones and sending them scattering. Where the energy hit, the earth itself began to transform, sprouting twisted spikes of corrupted matter that grew toward them with frightening speed. Engage! Marshall shouted, abandoning the carefully planned approach as the battlefield descended into chaos. Maya reacted instinctively, pulling water from a nearby corrupted fountain and freezing it into a barrier that momentarily halted the advancing spikes. Beside her, Kai did the same, adding his power to hers to reinforce the ice wall. We need to reach that spire. Maya called to the others. Everything else is a distraction. Aisha Cowrie nodded in agreement, flames already dancing around her form. Fire team with me. We'll create a corridor through the northern approach. The Fire Adapt Ones surged forward, unleashing controlled infernos that incinerated the corrupted growth and cleared a path toward the central structure. Earth Adapt Ones followed, using their abilities to stabilize the ground behind them, preventing more corruption from sprouting in their wake. Maya turned to Kai. Her words died as a deafening crack split the air. A harvester vessel had appeared directly overhead, its underside opening to release dozens of corrupted humans who fell toward them like twisted rain. Water shield! Maya shouted, and together she and Kai created a dome of pressurized water above the team. Solid enough to deflect the falling corrupted but permeable enough for their allies' attacks to pass through. The battle intensified as more Walmer's forces converged on their position. The air filled with elements unleashed, fire roaring in controlled torrents, earth reshaping itself into weapons and shields. Electricity arcing between corrupted targets as the Energy Adapt Ones joined the fray. Through her communicator, Maya heard the other teams reporting similar resistance across the park. They're stalling us, Sophia Nakamura said, her voice calm despite the chaos. She had taken a position on a higher vantage point, using her radiation abilities to scan the entire battlefield. The spire is nearly operational. We have minutes at most. Marshall's voice cut through the tactical channel. New plan. Nakamura, Price team, direct assault on the spire. Everyone else, give them covering fire and hold the perimeter. Maya felt her heart skip. Price team? Aaron is alive? As if in answer to her question, a blinding flash of light erupted from the southern edge of the park. Lightning forked across the sky, striking corrupted humans with unerring precision. Where the bolts hit, radiation followed, green light consuming the alien matter from within. Two figures emerged from the smoke, one crackling with electrical energy, the other glowing with nuclear fire. Jonathan, Maya whispered, relief flooding through her. The nuclear Adapt One looked different. His augmentation suit had been modified, the chest reactor now directly integrated into his torso as if it had partially fused with his body. Aaron Price moved beside him, electricity flowing between them in a symbiotic exchange that seemed to stabilize Jonathan's radiation output. Sorry we're late, Jonathan's voice came through the communication channel, stronger than Maya remembered. Had a bit of trouble with an Archon in New Mexico. Hayes, Marshall acknowledged, unable to keep the relief from his own voice. Good to have you back. You have new orders, I heard. Jonathan cut him off. Spire takedown. We're on it. Without further discussion, Jonathan and Aaron began moving toward the central structure, their combined powers creating a devastating path through the Walmer's forces. Jonathan's radiation bolts had evolved, now capable of seeking targets and chaining between them. Aaron's electricity complemented the assault, disrupting Walmer's communications and overloading corrupted technology. Maya found herself fighting alongside Kai and Tara Mason, one of the Earth-adapt ones, to clear corrupted humans that threatened to flank Jonathan's advance. As she froze an attacker solid, then shattered it with a pressurized water blast, she caught glimpses of Jonathan's progress. His movements were different, more fluid, more certain. Whatever had happened after he stayed behind at the facility had changed him. The nuclear energy no longer seemed to be fighting his control. Instead, it flowed through him as naturally as blood. "We need to move faster," Tara grunted, raising a wall of stone to block a corruption beam from a nearby harvester. "That spire is activating." She was right. The twisted structure at the center of the park had begun to pulse more rapidly, violet energy climbing its length toward a focal point near the top. The air above it shimmered as reality itself grew thin, the precursor to another tear. "Hayes, Price, status?" Marshall demanded over the comm. "Approaching the base now," Aaron reported. "Heavy resistance. The commander is." His transmission cut off as the Walmer's commander Maya had seen earlier dropped directly into their path. Up close, its wrongness was even more apparent, the corrupted human form now merely a shell containing something far more alien. It raised both arms, and corruption energy gathered between them, forming a sphere of pure dimensional distortion. "Move!" Jonathan shouted, shoving Aaron aside as the sphere launched toward them. The energy struck Jonathan directly, enveloping him in violet light. For a terrible moment, Maya thought he would be corrupted instantly. Instead, the nuclear reactor in his chest flared blindingly bright. Green energy met violet in a catastrophic reaction that sent a shockwave across the battlefield, knocking everyone, human and Walmers alike, to the ground. When Maya looked up, Jonathan stood unchanged, the violet energy completely neutralized. The Walmer's commander tilted its tripartite head in what almost seemed like surprise. "Interesting," Jonathan said, his voice carrying clearly through the sudden silence. "You thought dimensional energy would corrupt nuclear avion. You're still learning about us, aren't you?" The commander made no sound, but the corrupted humans around it suddenly surged forward in a wave. "Aaron, go for the spire," Jonathan ordered. "I'll handle the commander." "You heard Marshall," Aaron protested. "No one engages these things alone." Jonathan's eyes glowed brighter. "I'm not alone. I have radiation itself as my ally." He turned to Aaron. "Trust me. I've adapted further than any of us thought possible." After a moment's hesitation, Aaron nodded and broke away, electricity carrying him in rapid bursts toward the spire. Maya wanted to help Jonathan, but her own position was suddenly overwhelmed as more corrupted humans converged on her team. She lost sight of him as she fought, water and ice flowing in deadly patterns around her. Kai and Tara fought beside her, their combined elements creating devastating environmental effects, mud that hardened instantly around Walmer's limbs. Flash-frozen spikes that erupted from liquefied ground. Through her communicator, she heard Aaron reach the spire, heard his shock as he discovered its true nature. "It's not just an amplifier," he reported. "It's a gateway. They're trying to bring something big through, something that won't fit through the normal tiers. Can you shut it down?" Marshall demanded. "I'm trying, but the power source is," Aaron's voice faltered. "Sir, it's powered by humans. Living humans, integrated into the structure itself." Maya felt sick. She'd heard reports of human processing but hadn't faced it directly until now. "Can they be saved?" Marshall asked, his voice tight. A long pause. "No, sir. They're too far gone. The Walmer's matter has replaced most of their organic tissue. They're aware, though. I can sense their brain activity. They're suffering." "Then end it," Marshall ordered, the weight of the command evident in his tone. "Shut it down, Price. Whatever it takes." "Yes, sir." Maya redirected her attention to her own fight, but kept part of her awareness on the tactical comm channel. She heard Aaron begin to overload the spire, channeling electrical energy into its systems while simultaneously trying to grant mercy to the humans imprisoned within it. Then she heard Jonathan's voice, strained but determined. The commander is stronger than it looks. Second ability, containment field. Through a gap in the fighting, Maya caught a glimpse of Jonathan surrounded by a sphere of green energy, facing off against the Walmer's commander. The alien entity hurled corruption beams that splashed harmlessly against his nuclear barrier. In return, Jonathan projected concentrated radiation that ate away at the commander's form bit by bit. Almost got the spire, Aaron reported. But it's fighting back, adaptive systems rerouting power faster than I can. An explosion rocked the area as one of the harvester vessels crashed nearby. Shot down by Spark Zhang's electromagnetic pulse. The distraction cost Maya, as a corrupted human broke through her defense and slashed at her with elongated claws. The augmentation suit absorbed most of the impact, but pain lanced through her side. Kai appeared beside her, encasing the attacker in a sphere of pressurized water that crushed it into inert matter. Maya, are you alright? She nodded grimly, ignoring the pain. I'm fine. Keep pushing forward. Across the battlefield, the Walmer's commander had begun to gain ground against Jonathan. Its form shifted and adapted, growing a shell-like carapace that resisted his radiation attacks. It moved with increasing speed, forcing Jonathan to constantly adjust his containment field. Hayes needs backup, Marshall ordered. Nakamura, disengage from the eastern flank and, no time, Jonathan interrupted. The spire is about to activate. Aaron needs help more than I do. As if confirming his words, the spire's pulsing suddenly accelerated, the violet energy coalescing at its peak. I can't stop it completely, Aaron reported, his voice strained as he channeled more electricity. Something's coming through. Maya made a split-second decision. Kai, with me. She turned to Tara. Can you hold this position alone? The Earth Adapt 1 nodded, already summoning more stone barriers. Go. Maya and Kai broke away from the perimeter fight, rushing toward the spire. As they ran, Maya gathered all available moisture from the air and ground, feeling her second ability, fluid dynamics, respond to her need. Beside her, Kai did the same, their powers synchronized through months of training together. They reached the base of the spire just as Aaron unleashed his full electrical assault on its systems. Sparks cascaded down its length, and the human components embedded within its structure began to spasm and fail. It's not enough, Aaron gasped, electricity still flowing from his hands. The tear is forming faster than I can disrupt it. Maya placed her hand on the spire's surface, recoiling at the wrongness of it. But she forced herself to maintain contact, sensing the fluids within the structure, both mechanical and biological. Together, she said to Kai. On my mark, we flash freeze every fluid conduit simultaneously. Kai positioned himself on the opposite side. Ready. Maya closed her eyes, extending her awareness through the spire, mapping its circulation systems. The horror of what she found, human circulatory systems merged with alien machinery, nearly broke her concentration. But she forced herself to continue, finding the critical junctions where fluid carried power and information. Now, she commanded. Water affinity flowed from both Adapt 1s, dropping the temperature within the spire's systems to near absolute zero in microseconds. Fluids crystallized, expanding and shattering conduits throughout the structure. The biological components died instantly, mercifully quick compared to their previous suffering. The spire shuddered, violet energy stuttering along its length. But the tear above it continued to form, a black void opening in reality itself. It's still drawing power from somewhere else, Aaron realized. The spire was just the focus, not the source. At that moment, Jonathan's voice came through the calm despite the audible sounds of combat. It's drawing power from the commander. They're linked. Maya looked across the battlefield to where Jonathan still battled the Walmer's commander. The alien entity had grown larger, drawing corruption energy from nearby lesser Walmers to fuel both itself and the forming tear. Hayes, Marshall's voice was grave. How sure are you about this connection? 100%, Jonathan replied. I can see the energy flow. Destroy the commander, and the tier collapses. A moment of silence on the comm. Then, can you do it? Jonathan's answer was immediate. Yes, but I'll need to use my third ability. Everyone needs to clear 1,000-foot radius from my position. Maya felt her blood run cold. The third ability, atomic restructuring, was the most unstable of Jonathan's powers, capable of causing chain reactions they couldn't fully predict. Jonathan, she began. Please, Maya, he cut her off, his voice softening. Trust me, I know what I'm doing now. Marshall issued the order. All teams fall back beyond the indicated perimeter. Hayes has authorization for third-tier deployment. Maya hesitated, then grabbed Aaron's arm. Come on, we have to move. As they retreated, she looked back one last time. Jonathan stood alone against the Walmer's commander, his containment field flickering as he prepared to unleash a power they had only seen in controlled testing environments. Third ability, she heard him say through the comm. Atomic restructuring. The green glow around Jonathan intensified, focusing inward rather than projecting outward. The nuclear reactor in his chest pulsed with increasing frequency, and his eyes shone like miniature suns. The Walmer's commander sensed the danger and launched itself at him, multiple limbs extended to strike. It never reached him. Jonathan raised both hands, and space itself seemed to distort between them. The commander froze in midair, suspended by forces invisible but tangible enough to halt its momentum completely. You tried to understand us, Jonathan said to the creature, his voice carrying despite the distance. You studied human biology, physics, even our weapons. But you missed something fundamental about Avion. The commander's body began to change, not through corruption but through transformation at the atomic level. Jonathan was rearranging its very matter, breaking and reforming bonds with precision that defied conventional physics. We aren't just adapting to you, Jonathan continued. We're evolving beyond you. The Walmer's commander's form compressed, condensed, its alien matter folding inward until it occupied a space no larger than a basketball, yet retained all its mass. The gravitational forces created by this compression began to pull nearby debris toward it in a spiral. Above, the tear that had been forming faltered, its edges wavering as its power source was compromised. Jonathan raised the compressed commander higher, positioning it directly beneath the tear. Now, he said, let me show you what nuclear affinity is truly capable of. With a final gesture, he triggered a reaction within the compressed matter. The Walmer's commander imploded, then exploded outward in a controlled nuclear detonation that shot directly into the tear. The blast was focused like a laser, all its force channeled upward rather than outward. The tear absorbed the nuclear energy, its edges glowing green before collapsing inward with a thunderous crack that echoed across the battlefield. The dimensional rift sealed, energy dissipating in a final flash that momentarily turned night to day. In its wake, silence fell. The remaining Walmer's forces, suddenly disconnected from their commander, moved erratically before collapsing into inert matter. Maya rushed back toward Jonathan's position as soon as the detonation cleared. She found him still standing, though his augmentation suit showed signs of stress, circuitry exposed, cooling systems working overtime. His eyes had returned to normal, the green glow subsided to a faint aura around his body. You did it, she said, reaching him just as he swayed on his feet. Jonathan managed a tired smile. Not alone. Your ice attack on the spire was the key. It forced the commander to channel more power, making it vulnerable. Aaron joined them, his own suit depleted but functional. That was impressive. Controlled nuclear fission on a target-specific basis? The eggheads at the facility are going to lose their minds. Speaking of which, Jonathan said, leaning slightly on Maya for support, Eliza needs to adjust my containment parameters. That third ability took more out of me than expected. Marshall approached, surveying the suddenly quiet battlefield. Good work, all of you. Especially you, Hayes. I didn't know atomic restructuring could be weaponized that precisely. Neither did I, until about 2 minutes ago, Jonathan admitted. Adaptation isn't just about developing abilities, it's about learning to apply them in new ways. Maya noticed he was carefully controlling his breathing, a technique Eliza had taught him to regulate his radiation output. Despite his successful control during the battle, the nuclear power within him remained dangerous if left unchecked. The transport is inbound for extraction, Marshall said. We've eliminated the immediate threat, but this was just one node in their network. Intel is already tracking similar constructions in 12 other locations globally. Jonathan straightened, gently removing his weight from Maya's support. Then we keep adapting. We learn from each encounter. We develop new applications for our abilities. He looked up at the sky where the tear had been, his expression resolute. And next time, we take the fight to them. Around them, other Adapt ones gathered, each showing signs of battle but standing tall. Fire, water, earth, energy, tech, poison, different affinities united by a common purpose. Maya felt a surge of hope seeing them together, these humans who had been forever changed but refused to be broken. Next time, she agreed, her water affinity responding to her determination, swirling around her hands in complex patterns. But first, we recover, we analyze, and we prepare. Jonathan nodded, his eyes meeting hers with newfound clarity. Always adapting, he said. It's what makes us human. Above them, the skies began to clear as Walmer's influence receded from the area. The sun broke through for the first time in days, its light reflecting off the ice Maya and Kai had created, a reminder that even in this transformed world, beauty could still exist alongside destruction. The war was far from over. But for the first time since the invasion began, humanity had won a decisive victory. The Adapt ones had proven their worth not just as weapons, but as the vanguard of a new chapter in human adaptation. As the transport descended toward them, Maya looked at her fellow Adapt ones, no longer strangers thrust together by circumstance, but comrades forged in battle. Whatever came next, they would face it together. They would adapt. They would overcome. They would survive. Adapt ones. Nuclear Dawn Chapter 6. Cosmic Anomalies. Stella Nova stood atop the abandoned observatory in Chile's Atacama Desert. Her eyes, swirling galaxies of purple and silver, fixed on the night sky. The stars looked different now, altered by the multiple tiers in reality that had appeared worldwide. New constellations had formed where Walmer's influence distorted light itself, creating patterns that her cosmic affinity could read like ancient text. The augmentation suit she wore, deepest black with silvery nodes positioned along her spine and limbs, thrummed with energy as she tracked a particular anomaly moving across the southern hemisphere. Unlike the typical tiers, this one moved, following a trajectory that conventional instruments couldn't detect. Anything? Orion Weiss asked, joining her on the platform. His own cosmic augmentation suit matched hers in design but contained different internal components, optimized for his particular manifestation of cosmic affinity. Where Stella manipulated gravity and space, Orion specialized in quantum displacement and dark matter manipulation. It's changing course again, Stella replied, raising a hand toward the anomaly only she and Orion could perceive. The tear is being directed. This isn't like the others, it's a probe of some kind. The Walmers are searching for something. Orion followed her gaze, his own cosmic-touched eyes narrowing. Elevation 42 degrees, azimuth 257. It's circling the region where we detected that underground energy signature yesterday. Stella nodded, her mind calculating quantum probabilities with a precision that would have been impossible before her avion awakened. The Walmers have realized we've been interfering with their larger tiers. They're trying a new approach, smaller, mobile incursions focused on specific targets. She touched the communication node on her collar. Home base, this is Celestial Team. The anomaly is confirmed as artificial. Requesting permission to intercept. Colonel Marshall's voice crackled through after a moment's delay. Intercept authorized, Celestial Team. But observe only, we need intelligence more than we need another skirmish. Fireteam Alpha is on standby if extraction becomes necessary. Understood, Colonel, Stella answered before turning to Orion. Ready for a little cosmic travel? A faint smile touched Orion's normally serious face. After you, Doctor. Stella closed her eyes, focusing her consciousness on the fabric of space itself. The augmentation suit enhanced her natural ability, allowing her to feel the gravitational wells and quantum potential of the surrounding area with extraordinary precision. With practiced discipline, she created a localized distortion, a bending of space-time that would allow them near instantaneous travel to the anomaly's vicinity. First ability, she whispered, gravity pulse. The air around the two cosmic adapt ones warped visibly, light bending as gravitational forces momentarily intensified before inverting. In the next instant, they were weightless, rising from the observatory platform as Stella directed their ascent with subtle gestures. Orion activated his own ability, his movements synchronized with Stella's through months of training. First ability, quantum displacement. The air shimmered around them, and their physical forms briefly phased out of conventional reality, existing in a state of quantum uncertainty that allowed them to traverse great distances by temporarily occupying all possible positions simultaneously. To an observer, they would have appeared to teleport in a series of rapid jumps, each bringing them closer to the moving tear. Within minutes, they had reached the upper atmosphere, suspended in a bubble of altered gravity that Stella maintained effortlessly. The tear was now visible even to normal human perception, a sliver of absolute darkness against the starlit sky, roughly 10 meters long and constantly shifting shape like a living thing. It's scanning, Orion observed, extending his awareness through quantum fluctuations. I can sense energy patterns similar to what we encountered during the Chicago incursion. They're mapping something. Stella concentrated harder, her second ability activating as she extended her perceptions beyond normal spacetime. Second ability, cosmic awareness. Her consciousness expanded outward in all directions, perceiving energy flows across vast distances. Through this enhanced awareness, she could trace the tear's connection to its point of origin, a massive Walmers vessel hiding in the shadow of the moon, using Earth's natural satellite as a shield against detection. There's a mothership, she reported, both to Orion and through her comm to home base. Class 4 vessel based on previous classifications. It's using small, controlled tiers as reconnaissance. Can you determine what they're searching for? Marshall asked through the comm. Stella redirected her awareness, following the scanning patterns of the tear. The target appears to be geological. They're mapping fault lines, mineral deposits. Wait. She paused, confusion clouding her cosmic vision. They're particularly interested in certain mineral compositions. Rare earth elements, heavy metals, and something else I can't identify. The tear suddenly shifted, moving with alarming speed toward a new position. Stella and Orion followed, using their abilities to match its velocity. It's detected us, Orion warned, dark matter beginning to coalesce around his hands as he prepared for possible hostilities. Energy signature shifting to offensive parameters. Before Stella could respond, the tear expanded violently, its edges rippling as something began to emerge, not the typical corrupted humans or harvesters, but something new. A sphere of twisted metal and organic matter, roughly the size of a car, extruded itself from the dimensional rift. Its surface rippled with the same oily darkness characteristic of all Walmer's technology, but interspersed with glowing crystalline structures that pulsed with violet energy. Celestial team, report, Marshall demanded. What are we looking at? Some kind of sentinel, Stella replied, her cosmic awareness analyzing the construct. It's designed for deep scanning and extraction. The crystals appear to be collection devices. The sentinel oriented itself toward them, crystalline structures brightening as it registered their presence. A beam of violet energy lanced out without warning, aimed directly at Orion. Second ability, spatial warp, Stella shouted, bending space around them to redirect the attack. The energy beam curved harmlessly away, dissipating into the upper atmosphere. Orion responded instantly, his hands gesturing rapidly as dark matter formed into solid shapes around him. Second ability, dark matter manifestation. The sentinel fired again, but this time its beam struck a shield of dark matter that Orion had created, invisible to normal sight but impenetrable to energy attacks. The Walmer's construct paused, apparently assessing this unexpected defense. We should withdraw, Orion suggested, maintaining his shield. We've confirmed the reconnaissance activity. Fireteam can handle the engagement if necessary. Stella shook her head, her cosmic awareness still extended. No, we need to know exactly what they're looking for. If we destroy this sentinel, they'll just send another. She touched her comm. Colonel, requesting permission to capture rather than neutralize. I believe I can use my spatial manipulation to contain it for study. A brief silence followed before Marshall responded. Approved, but with extreme caution. If it shows any sign of corruption capability, destroy it immediately. Understood, Stella acknowledged. She turned to Orion. I'll create a gravitational containment field. Once it's stable, you envelope it in dark matter for transport. Orion nodded, his focus absolute as he began to gather more dark matter around them. The invisible substance responding to his will with increasing precision as his augmentation suit channeled his avion energy. Stella raised both hands, fingers splayed toward the sentinel. Second ability, gravity pulse, variant containment. The air between them and the Walmer's construct distorted as she created a spherical field of intensified gravity. The sentinel attempted to retreat, but found itself caught in forces that even its alien technology couldn't immediately counter. It fired several more energy beams that bent and curved within the gravitational field, unable to reach their targets. Now, Orion, Stella called, sweat beading on her forehead as she maintained the complex gravitational equations necessary for containment without crushing the construct. Orion stepped forward, dark matter flowing from his hands like liquid shadow. Let's add a quantum lock to be safe. Second ability enhancement, dark matter manifestation with quantum binding. The dark matter enveloped the gravitational sphere containing the sentinel, solidifying into a container that existed partially outside normal spacetime. The sentinel's struggles became visible as pulses of light within the dark matter shell, but the containment held. Excellent work, Marshall's voice came through their comms. Extraction team is en route to your position. ETA 3 minutes. As the words left the colonel's mouth, alarms blared through the communication channel. Stella's cosmic awareness suddenly flared with warning as she sensed massive energy fluctuations from the lunar shadow. The mothership, she gasped. It's activating multiple tiers simultaneously. This was a trap. Around them, the night sky fractured as a dozen new tiers opened in rapid succession. From each emerged more sentinels, identical to the one they had captured but moving with coordinated purpose. Celestial team, pull back immediately, Marshal ordered. We're dispatching Fire Team Alpha and Water Team Delta to your location. But retreat was already impossible. The Sentinels had formed a spherical formation around Stella and Orion, cutting off all escape routes. Their crystalline components pulsed in synchronized patterns, creating a network of energy that began to contract around the two cosmic adapt ones. We need reinforcements now, Orion reported, expanding his dark matter shield to its maximum extent. The Sentinels are establishing some kind of containment field of their own. Stella analyzed the energy patterns with her cosmic awareness, understanding dawning with horrifying clarity. They're not trying to kill us. They're trying to capture us. The Walmers want to study cosmic affinity specifically. She realized why with sudden insight. Cosmic affinity was the only elemental type that could naturally interact with the dimensional tiers themselves. If the Walmers could understand and counter this ability, they could prevent humans from interfering with their interdimensional invasion strategy. We need to break through now, before their containment stabilizes, she told Orion. I'll create a spatial corridor. Be ready to quantum jump through it. Orion nodded grimly, preparing himself for the precise timing this would require. Stella gathered her cosmic energy, feeling her augmentation suit strain as she channeled more power than it was designed to handle. Third ability, she whispered, the words themselves seeming to echo through multiple dimensions as her power reached new levels. Spatial warp, maximum extension. Space itself tore open before them, not a Walmer's tear, but a human-created passageway through the fabric of reality. Unlike the violet-tinged wrongness of Walmer's dimensional manipulation, Stella's warp glowed with silver-blue energy, clean and precise. The sentinel they had captured reacted violently within its container, its crystalline components flaring with alarming intensity. Too late, Stella realized their mistake. By using third-tier abilities near the captured Walmer's technology, they had inadvertently given it direct access to cosmic affinity energy patterns. Orion, the Sentinel, is adapting to. Her warning came too late. The dark matter container shattered as the Sentinel unleashed energy that precisely countered Orion's quantum frequencies. The liberated construct immediately emitted a pulse that disrupted Stella's spatial warp, collapsing her escape route. The other Sentinels closed in, their formation tightening. Orion moved to Stella's side, his expression grim but determined. Looks like we do this the hard way, he said, dark matter swirling around both of them now. Third ability, dark matter manifestation, offensive configuration. The invisible substance that Orion controlled transformed, forming into hundreds of razor-sharp projectiles that extended in all directions. With a gesture, he sent them flying toward the encircling sentinels. Where they struck, the dark matter penetrated Walmer's shields that had previously repelled all conventional attacks, disrupting the alien technology from within. 3 sentinels fell immediately, their systems failing as dark matter interfered with their dimensional properties. But the others adapted quickly, adjusting their shields to vibrate at frequencies that dispersed Orion's attacks. They learn fast, Stella observed, gathering her own power once more. My turn. Third ability, spatial warp, localized implosion. She created tiny, intense warps within each sentinel, bending space inside their mechanisms. 5 more constructs collapsed in on themselves, crushed by fundamental forces that their technology couldn't overcome. But the strain of such precise spatial manipulation was taking its toll. Stella felt blood trickle from her nose as the immense mental calculations required to manipulate space at such a detailed level overwhelmed even her enhanced cognitive processes. Stella, Orion caught her as she staggered, her vision blurring. That's enough. We need to conserve strength until reinforcements arrive. Too many, she gasped, counting the remaining sentinels. Despite their efforts, at least 20 more had emerged from the tiers, replacing those they had destroyed. We can't hold out against these numbers. The sentinels seemed to sense their advantage, their formation contracting further. The energy network between them strengthened, beginning to interfere with the Adapt One's abilities on a fundamental level. Home base, Orion reported, Celestial team is surrounded and outnumbered. Cosmic abilities being actively countered. Request immediate heavy intervention. Marshall's voice came through, tense but controlled. Fire Team Alpha is 30 seconds out. Water Team Delta, 60 seconds. Hold position. Stella and Orion exchanged glances, both knowing that even 60 seconds might be too long. The Sentinels were adapting to their every move, learning and countering with frightening speed. One last push, Stella suggested, gathering her remaining strength. Everything we have, coordinated attack. Create an opening for extraction. Orion nodded, dark matter swirling more intensely around him as he channeled his avion energy through pathways his body had never been designed to handle. On your mark. Stella took a deep breath, focusing her mind on the fundamental forces that her cosmic affinity allowed her to perceive and manipulate. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, all were tools in her arsenal, if she could just maintain consciousness long enough to direct them. Now, she shouted, unleashing her power in concert with Orion's. Their combined assault was spectacular. Dark matter projectiles propelled by gravitational waves, striking with the precision of quantum targeting. A dozen more sentinels shattered under the onslaught, their adaptive capabilities overwhelmed by the sheer variety of attack vectors. For a moment, it seemed they might succeed in breaking the encirclement. Then, without warning, the remaining sentinels changed tactics. Instead of continuing their gradual constriction, they rushed forward simultaneously, abandoning defense for all-out offense. Orion threw up a final dark matter barrier, but the sentinels crashed through it. One slammed directly into him, its crystalline components piercing his augmentation suit. He cried out, dark matter dispersing as his concentration shattered. Orion! Stella reached for him, only to be struck herself by another sentinel. Pain lanced through her side as crystalline shards penetrated her suit, releasing some kind of fluid that burned like acid. As consciousness began to fade, she saw the tear above them widen, the mothership beyond now clearly visible as it prepared to retrieve its sentinels and their captured prey. Then the night lit up with fire. Through dimming vision, Stella witnessed solar flares descending from above, controlled infernos that engulfed sentinel after sentinel. Aisha Cowrie led Fireteam Alpha in a blazing assault, her augmentation suit glowing red-hot as she unleashed her third ability. Third ability, Combustion Control. Aisha's voice carried through the chaos as she targeted the crystalline components of each sentinel with precise ignition points that bypassed their defenses. Behind her came Mateo Fuego, his flamboyant style unmistakable as he wielded fire whips that lashed out with devastating accuracy. First ability, Fire Whip, multi-target configuration. Water Team Delta arrived moments later, led by Maya Chen. The Water Affinity Adapt Ones created a protective dome around Stella and Orion, flash-freezing sentinel attacks before they could reach the injured cosmic specialists. Medic, Maya called, kneeling beside Stella once the protective dome was established. We have penetrating wounds and some kind of chemical agent. Through the pain and encroaching darkness, Stella managed to focus on Maya's ocean-deep eyes. The Sentinels, she gasped. They're collecting data on avion abilities. They specifically targeted cosmic affinity because we can interact with their tiers. Maya nodded grimly as she worked to stabilize Stella's condition. We suspected as much when we received your initial report. That's why Marshall sent the heavy hitters. She glanced up as the battle raged around their protective dome. Rest now. We'll get you both to safety. The last thing Stella saw before unconsciousness claimed her was Jonathan Hayes descending through the atmosphere, nuclear fire surrounding him as he engaged the mothership directly. Even in her injured state, her cosmic awareness could sense the immense power he was channeling, far beyond what should have been possible for a human body to contain. He's still adapting, she whispered, the realization following her into darkness. We all are. Drake Marshall stood before the holographic display in the command center, observing multiple battles unfolding simultaneously across the globe. The Atacama incident had been just one of 7 coordinated Walmers attacks in the past 12 hours, a significant escalation in both frequency and tactical sophistication. Status report on the cosmic affinity specialists? He asked, not taking his eyes from the display. Dr. Eliza Chen stepped forward, tablet in hand. Stable but critical. Whatever chemical agent the Sentinels used appears designed specifically to disrupt avion energy pathways. We're synthesizing a counteragent now. Marshall nodded, his expression grave. And Hayes? Successfully engaged and destroyed the mothership after fire and water teams extracted the injured. His radiation levels spiked dangerously during the encounter, but he managed to maintain control. He's currently in recovery at Facility 3. I want a full analysis of the Sentinel we managed to capture, Marshall ordered. Priority access for your research team. If the Walmers are developing countermeasures specific to each affinity, we need to understand how they're doing it. Eliza made a note on her tablet. Already underway. Preliminary findings suggest they're using the data collected from previous encounters to create targeted suppression technologies. The cosmic affinity was likely targeted first because it poses the most direct threat to their dimensional transportation system. Marshall turned away from the display, facing Eliza directly. How soon until the Phase 2 augmentation units are ready? Eliza hesitated, concern flickering across her features. The prototypes are functional, but they haven't been properly tested. The integration is much more invasive than the current models. We're talking about direct neural interfaces with the central nervous system. We're running out of time for proper testing protocols, Marshall countered. The Walmers are adapting to our current capabilities faster than anticipated. We need the edge that Phase 2 will provide. Even if it means potential permanent alterations to the Adapt One's physiologies? Eliza challenged. These aren't just soldiers, Drake. They're people who have already sacrificed their normal lives. Marshall's expression softened slightly. I know that, Eliza. Better than most. But we're facing extinction. The Walmers' attacks are increasing in frequency, and our intelligence suggests they're preparing for something big, a major incursion unlike anything we've seen so far. He walked to the window overlooking the training grounds where dozens of newly manifested Adapt Ones were learning to control their abilities under the guidance of veterans. They deserve the choice, at least. Present the Phase 2 option to the team leaders with full disclosure of the risks. Let them decide. Eliza followed his gaze to the training grounds. And if they refuse? Then we respect that decision and find another way, Marshall answered, though the tightness in his jaw suggested he wasn't confident another way existed. But I suspect many will volunteer, especially after today's events. They understand what's at stake. Before Eliza could respond, an analyst called out from across the command center, Sir. We're detecting a massive energy spike in the Antarctic region. Satellite imagery confirms a new tear forming, the largest we've recorded yet. Marshall strode back to the central display, watching as real-time footage showed an enormous rift tearing open above the pristine ice of Antarctica. Unlike previous tiers, this one expanded with deliberate precision, its edges stabilizing rather than fluctuating. They're establishing a permanent gateway, he realized aloud. A stable connection between dimensions. All available Adapt 1 teams are at least 3 hours out, the operations officer reported. Even at maximum deployment speed, we can't get there in time to prevent whatever's coming through. Marshall made a rapid series of calculations, weighing options and potential consequences with the efficiency of a career military strategist. After a moment, he turned to Eliza. "Wake Hayes. Tell him we need his fourth ability." Eliza paled. "Drake, he's never attempted a thermonuclear detonation outside of simulations. The theoretical yield is beyond anything we can reliably control, and he's still recovering from the lunar engagement." "I'm aware of the risks," Marshall replied grimly. "But that tear needs to be closed immediately, and he's the only weapon we have with sufficient range and power." He turned back to the display, watching as the Antarctic tear widened further, darkness pooling on the ice below it. Sometimes adaptation means taking calculated risks. Prepare a long-range transport and alert all international authorities to clear the Southern Ocean airspace. Operation Ultimate Dawn is now in effect. As the command center erupted into coordinated activity, Marshall continued to watch the tear expand. Whatever the Walmers were bringing through that permanent gateway, he was certain of one thing: it would change the course of the war. And humanity would have to adapt once more, or perish. Adapt Once, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 7, Ultimate Dawn. Jonathan Hayes had never seen Antarctica before. From the viewport of the hypersonic transport rushing him toward the southern pole, the continent appeared pristine and untouched, blindingly white ice extending to the horizon under a clear blue sky. It would have been beautiful if not for the massive tear hanging above it, a jagged wound in reality that grew larger with each passing minute. "ETA to deployment zone, 4 minutes, the pilot announced, her voice tight with the strain of pushing the experimental aircraft beyond its design parameters. "Be advised, atmospheric conditions around the tear are deteriorating. Expect severe turbulence on approach." Jonathan nodded, though no one was watching him in the isolated deployment chamber. After his previous radiation spikes, standard protocol required him to remain separated from the crew during transport. His augmentation suit had been modified again, reinforced containment systems and additional cooling units to handle the extreme energy he would need to channel. The communication system crackled to life. "Hayes, this is Marshall. Final briefing." "Go ahead, Colonel," Jonathan replied, his eyes never leaving the tear as it grew more distinct through the viewport. Satellite imagery confirms the tear has stabilized at approximately 12 kilometers in diameter. It's no longer expanding, but energy readings suggest something massive is preparing to emerge. Our window to collapse it is closing rapidly. Jonathan absorbed this information calmly, though his pulse accelerated. "The yield calculations?" A brief hesitation. "Dr. Chen estimates you'll need to generate approximately 25 megatons to collapse a tear of this size. Double your previous theoretical maximum, 25 megatons." The number should have terrified him. Instead, Jonathan felt an eerie sense of acceptance. The nuclear energy that had once been so foreign within his body now felt like an extension of his will, a power he had been born to wield, despite its recent origin. "Deployment altitude?" he asked, already mentally preparing the complex atomic calculations that would allow him to control such an enormous release of energy. "Optimal range is 50,000 feet, directly above the tear's center," Marshall answered. "The transport will reach maximum safe altitude, then you'll need to use your containment field to propel yourself the rest of the way. Once in position, you'll have approximately 90 seconds before the first Walmer's forces emerge." Jonathan checked the systems on his augmentation suit one final time. "And evacuation?" Another hesitation, longer this time. Standard protocols apply. Kinetic recovery drones will deploy to your position after detonation. Assuming you maintain consciousness, you can direct them for extraction. The unspoken reality hung between them. No one knew if Jonathan would survive channeling that much nuclear energy, much less remain conscious afterward to direct his own rescue. This was uncharted territory, even for the most powerful nuclear Adapt one. Understood, Jonathan said simply. Any word from Maya and the others? Water Team Delta is on standby 200 miles north of your position. Chen insisted on being part of your recovery team. A small smile touched Jonathan's lips. Maya's stubborn determination had become a constant in his chaotic new existence. Tell her I'll try not to make her job too difficult this time. I'll pass that along, Marshall replied, a hint of gruff affection breaking through his professional tone. Hayes, Jonathan, you should know, this isn't an order. If you don't believe you can contain this level of yield, I can do it, Jonathan interrupted with quiet confidence. The Antarctic environment is ideal. Minimal civilian presence, natural radiation shielding from the ice pack, and the cold will help dissipate thermal aftereffects. Plus, he added with grim humor, if I do lose control, at least I'll only be threatening penguins. The attempt at levity fell flat. Both men knew the stakes extended far beyond the immediate blast zone. If the tear remained open long enough for the Walmers to establish a permanent gateway, Earth's last meaningful defense, the Adapt ones would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. 2 minutes to deployment zone, the pilot announced. Final authorization granted, Marshall said formally. Operation Ultimate Dawn is go. Good luck, Hayes. Thank you, sir. Jonathan closed his eyes briefly, centering himself as the transport began to shudder from increasing turbulence. When he opened them again, determination had hardened his features. I won't let you down. The communication channel closed, leaving Jonathan alone with the growing roar of the aircraft fighting against abnormal air currents. Through the viewport, he could see unnatural storm systems forming around the tear, violet lightning forking through suddenly darkened skies as the laws of physics warped in proximity to the dimensional rift. Approaching maximum safe altitude, the pilot reported. Deployment chamber preparing to open in 30 seconds. All personnel, secure crash positions. Jonathan stood, activating his augmentation suit's full systems. The reactor integrated into his chest hummed to life, green energy flowing through specialized conduits that traced his major nerve pathways. The sensation was no longer painful, just an intense warmth that radiated outward from his core. Deployment chamber opening in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ceiling above Jonathan retracted with a hydraulic hiss, exposing him to the thin, frigid air of the upper atmosphere. Wind howled around him, the temperature dropping instantaneously to well below zero. His augmentation suit compensated automatically, generating heat to protect his body from the extreme conditions. Without hesitation, Jonathan activated his first ability. Radiation bolt, propulsion configuration. Green energy gathered around his hands and feet, then exploded downward in controlled bursts that launched him upward out of the aircraft. As he cleared the transport, he saw it banking sharply away, already beginning its retreat to safer airspace. Jonathan ascended rapidly, using precisely calibrated radiation emissions to control his flight. Below him spread the vast white expanse of Antarctica, beautiful and desolate. Above, the tear dominated the sky, a gaping maw of absolute darkness rimmed with violet energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. At 40,000 feet, he began to feel the tear's influence directly. Space itself seemed to warp around him, distances becoming uncertain as his mind struggled to process visual information that contradicted fundamental physical laws. His augmentation suit's sensors fluctuated wildly, atomic level calculations disrupted by proximity to the dimensional anomaly. Second ability, Jonathan said through gritted teeth as he fought to maintain his trajectory. Containment field, personal enhancement. A sphere of controlled nuclear energy formed around him, creating a buffer between his body and the distorted physics near the tear. Within this protective cocoon, he continued to rise, pushing toward the optimal detonation altitude. At 50,000 feet, Jonathan halted his ascent, hovering directly above the center of the tear. From this vantage point, he could see into the void beyond, not emptiness, as he had expected, but a twisted landscape of impossible structures and seething energy. The Walmers' homeworld, or at least one of their dimensional strongholds. And moving toward the gateway, a shape so vast it defied comprehension. Not a vessel or a creature, but something between, a living construct of metal, flesh, and dimensional energy that made the largest Walmers motherships look like toys in comparison. "Control, this is Hayes," he reported, his voice steady despite the sight. "I have visual confirmation of a Walmers entity approaching the tear. Classification: unknown. Size exceeds any previously documented Walmers construct by an order of magnitude." Marshall's voice came through his comm, distorted by interference from the tear. "Satellite imagery confirms. We're designating it a Nexus Titan. Time to emergence now estimated at 60 seconds. Can you proceed with the operation?" Jonathan took a deep breath, feeling the nuclear energy within him responding to his heightened emotional state. "Affirmative. Beginning ultimate ability sequence now." He closed his eyes, focusing inward. The reactor in his chest accelerated its output, channeling more power into his nervous system than any human body should have been able to contain. His augmentation suit strained to regulate the flow, warning indicators flashing across his heads-up display as multiple systems approached failure thresholds. Jonathan ignored the warnings. Instead, he concentrated on the complex atomic interactions taking place within his cells, directing the chain reactions with the precision of the nuclear physicist he had once been. What had started as an involuntary response to the Walmers' invasion had evolved into something far more controlled, a symbiotic relationship between his consciousness and the fundamental forces of matter itself. "Third ability," he whispered, though no one could hear him over the howling dimensional winds. "Atomic restructuring, critical mass preparation." His body began to glow from within, skeletal structure visible through his skin as radiation levels climbed beyond what the human eye could safely observe. The containment field around him intensified, focusing inward rather than outward as Jonathan compressed the nuclear energy into an increasingly dense core at his center. Through slitted eyes, he saw the Nexus Titan approaching the tear's threshold, vast appendages reaching toward Earth's dimension. Its surface rippled with the same oily darkness as all Walmers constructs, but the scale was incomprehensible, a living city preparing to emerge into our reality. 30 seconds to emergence, Marshall warned through the deteriorating comm link. "Hayes, evacuation window is closing. It's now or never." Jonathan didn't respond. He had passed the point where speech was possible as his body channeled energies that should have torn him apart molecule by molecule. The only reason he survived was the avion itself, the mysterious force that had awakened within humanity in response to the Walmers' threat. Allowing selected individuals to transcend normal physical limitations. The Walmers had adapted to fight humans with conventional weapons and tactics. They had begun to adapt to the elemental affinities of the Adapt Ones. But they had never faced what Jonathan was about to unleash. The concentrated power of a thermonuclear detonation, controlled and directed by human consciousness. As the Nexus Titan breached the tear's threshold, its leading edge beginning to materialize in Earth's atmosphere, Jonathan opened his eyes fully. They no longer appeared human, instead, they blazed with emerald fire, twin stars of nuclear potential. Fourth ability, he said, his voice resonating on multiple frequencies simultaneously. Thermonuclear detonation. For a fraction of a second, there was absolute stillness. The dimensional winds ceased. The violet lightning paused mid-strike. Even the advancing Titan seemed to hesitate, its alien senses detecting the imminent threat. Then Jonathan Hayes unleashed his ultimate power. The nuclear energy he had compressed within his body exploded outward in a perfectly controlled sphere of devastation. The initial blast expanded at hypersonic speed, engulfing the tear in a blinding flash of green-white light. The yield exceeded even Dr. Chen's calculations, approaching 30 megatons as the chain reaction fed on the dimensional energies of the tear itself. At the epicenter floated Jonathan, his containment field now inverted to protect him from his own power. He directed the blast with extraordinary precision, focusing the majority of the energy directly into the tear while minimizing the downward force that would affect Earth's surface. The tear began to collapse, its edges curling inward as nuclear fire consumed the dimensional anomaly. The Nexus Titan, caught half-materialized between worlds, convulsed as atomic forces disrupted its molecular structure. Its vast form began to disintegrate, corrupted matter returning to base elements under the onslaught of concentrated radiation. Jonathan maintained the detonation for 12 seconds, an eternity in nuclear terms. The blast radius expanded to encompass the entire tear, energy pouring into the dimensional rift and beyond, causing chain reactions in the Walmer's homeworld itself. Through his nuclear-enhanced senses, Jonathan perceived distant explosions as the force of his attack propagated through the gateway, destroying Walmer's structures on the other side. Then, with a thunderous implosion, the tear collapsed completely. The nuclear fireball, suddenly contained entirely within Earth's dimension, expanded outward in a perfect hemisphere. The mushroom cloud that formed rose to nearly 80,000 feet, its composition unlike any previous nuclear detonation, streaked with violet energy as dimensional particles decayed and dispersed. At the center of the devastation, Jonathan fought to maintain consciousness. The expenditure of energy had pushed him far beyond what any Adapt One had previously achieved, and even his enhanced physiology struggled to compensate. His augmentation suit had been partially vaporized by the forces he had channeled, the remaining components fused directly to his skin in places. As he began to fall from the sky, his containment field flickering and failing, Jonathan's thoughts turned not to his own survival but to what he had witnessed on the other side of the tear. The Nexus Titan had been just one of many such constructs visible in the alien dimension, a vanguard for an invasion force of unimaginable scale. They had won this battle, but the war was escalating beyond what humanity had prepared for. His consciousness faded as he plummeted through the thinning mushroom cloud toward the Antarctic ice below. His last coherent thought was simple but profound: we must adapt further. Whatever it takes. Maya Chen stood on the deck of the recovery vessel, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the mushroom cloud still dominated the sky despite being over 100 miles distant. The water around the ship had been disturbed by the shockwave, creating unnatural wave patterns that her water affinity could sense with uncomfortable clarity. "Any word from the drones?" she asked, not turning as Aaron Price joined her at the railing. The Energy Adapt One shook his head, his expression grim. "Nothing yet. The EMP from the detonation affected their systems more severely than anticipated. Manual recovery teams are being prepped now." Maya's fingers tightened on the metal railing, frost forming where her skin made contact as her anxiety manifested through her ability. "He can't survive that kind of fall without intervention. Even with his containment field, the impact would." "Hayes is full of surprises," Aaron interrupted gently. "Remember New Mexico? The Archon had him dead to rights, and he still walked away. Maya nodded, trying to take comfort in the reminder. Jonathan had indeed survived situations that should have been fatal multiple times since his avion awakened. But this was different, a deliberate channeling of power far beyond established safety thresholds, followed by a fall from stratospheric height. Captain says we can move closer now, Aaron continued. Radiation levels are dropping faster than predicted. Something about how Hayes controlled the reaction. More energy went into the tear than remained in our dimension. Before Maya could respond, her communication device activated with an urgent tone. Chen, Price. Marshall's voice cut through, uncharacteristic excitement breaking through his professional demeanor. We've got a signal from Hayes's tracking implant. It's weak but steady. Hope surged through Maya. Coordinates? Transmitting now. Approximately 70 miles from your position. The signal's moving, Chen. He's alive and conscious enough to be traveling under his own power. Maya exchanged an astonished look with Aaron. That's impossible. Even if he survived the detonation and the fall, nothing about Hayes has followed the expected parameters since day one, Marshall replied. Get to those coordinates ASAP. And Chen, prepare for potentially severe injuries despite the movement. His last communication before the detonation suggested he expected significant physical compromise. Understood, Maya acknowledged, already turning toward the ship's bridge to redirect their course. Water Team Delta moving to retrieve now. As the recovery vessel changed direction, cutting through the choppy Antarctic waters at its maximum speed, Maya allowed herself a moment of cautious optimism. Jonathan was alive, somehow, against all odds, he had survived unleashing nuclear power that should have consumed him entirely. But what condition would they find him in? And what price had he paid for closing the tier? The answers came 3 hours later as their vessel approached a small ice floe where a solitary figure stood waiting. Maya had expected to find Jonathan severely injured, perhaps crawling or barely mobile. Instead, he stood tall, his augmentation suit in tatters but his body apparently intact. As they drew closer, however, the changes became apparent. Jonathan's physical form had been altered by the enormous energies he had channeled. His skin had taken on a subtle greenish cast, and veins of luminescent energy were visible beneath the surface, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. The reactor that had once been housed in his augmentation suit was gone, or rather, it had been fully integrated into his chest, no longer a mechanical addition but a part of his biological structure. When Maya reached him, transferring from the ship to the ice floe on a bridge of her own creation, she stopped short. Jonathan's eyes had changed the most, still human in structure but now permanently suffused with emerald light, as if the nuclear fire within him had found windows to the outside world. John, she said, her medical training instantly assessing his condition. You need immediate medical attention. The radiation levels you absorbed are part of me now, he finished for her, his voice slightly distorted by a resonant undertone. I've adapted again, Maya. The fourth ability changed me more fundamentally than we anticipated. She approached cautiously, her water affinity sensing the altered composition of his body, denser, more energy efficient, operating on principles that weren't entirely biological anymore. You should be dead, she said bluntly. No human could have survived channeling that much power, let alone the fall afterward. A ghost of his old smile touched his transformed features. I don't think human fully applies to any of us anymore. The avion is changing us with each adaptation, pushing our adaptation in response to the Walmer's threat. He looked down at his altered hands. This was just more dramatic than most. Maya reached out tentatively, her medical instincts overriding caution. When her fingers touched his skin, she was surprised to find it warm but not dangerously hot. The radiation he now emitted had changed frequency, becoming less immediately harmful to normal human tissue. The tear? She asked. Completely collapsed, along with a significant portion of whatever was on the other side. I doubt they'll attempt another stable gateway of that size anytime soon. His expression grew more serious. But they'll try something else, Maya. What I saw through the tear before I collapsed it, the Walmers have resources beyond anything we've imagined. The Nexus Titan was just one of hundreds, maybe thousands. Aaron joined them on the ice floe, electricity crackling around his hands as he struggled to contain his shock at Jonathan's transformation. Marshall will want a complete debriefing. And Dr. Chen is standing by to begin assessment of your condition. Jonathan nodded. I expected as much. But first, there's something you both need to know. He looked between them, the green light in his eyes intensifying. While I was connected to the nuclear reaction, I sensed something, a pattern in the dimensional energies, a structure behind the seemingly random tears the Walmers have been creating. What kind of pattern? Maya asked. A network. The tears aren't isolated incursions, they're nodes in a larger system, designed to create a specific geometric configuration across Earth's surface. Jonathan's voice grew more urgent. They're not just invading, they're terraforming, preparing our planet for complete dimensional overlay with their reality. Aaron's expression darkened. How long do we have? Based on the current rate of tear formation? 2 months, maybe less. Jonathan looked toward the horizon, where the last traces of his mushroom cloud were dispersing into the Antarctic atmosphere. We've been fighting individual battles while they've been executing a global strategy. That needs to change. Phase 2 augmentation, Maya said quietly, remembering the briefing she had received just before deploying on this mission. Direct neural integration with avion energy pathways. Jonathan's altered gaze returned to her. You've been briefed? She nodded. Marshall presented it to all team leaders this morning. It's experimental, potentially irreversible, and necessary, Jonathan finished. What happened to me today proves it's possible to achieve deeper integration without fatal consequences. Difficult, painful, transformative, yes. But possible. Aaron looked troubled. You're talking about deliberately inducing the kind of changes that happen to you? Rushing adaptation? I'm talking about survival, Jonathan corrected. The Walmers are adapting to our current capabilities. If we don't evolve faster than they can counter us, we lose everything. He turned, looking back toward the recovery vessel where the rest of Water Team Delta waited. We should go. Marshall needs this intelligence immediately, and Eliza will want to study what's happened to me while the transformative process is still ongoing. As they prepared to return to the ship, Maya touched Jonathan's arm again, stopping him. John, are you still? You? Inside, I mean. The question hung between them, giving voice to the fear they all carried, that each adaptation might take them further from their humanity, transforming them into something unrecognizable even to themselves. Jonathan was quiet for a long moment, the green light in his eyes flickering as he considered. I remember who I was, he finally said. I still feel human emotions, human connections. But there's more now, awareness on levels I can't fully describe, perceptions that don't translate into words. His gaze met hers directly. I'm still Jonathan Hayes. But I'm also becoming something else, something new. We all are, Maya. The question isn't whether we'll change, it's whether we'll direct that change toward saving what matters most about humanity. Maya nodded slowly, understanding the truth in his words. The Avion had awakened in humanity as a response to the Walmers' threat, but its ultimate purpose, and the final form its wielders might take, remained unknown. As they returned to the ship, the Antarctic sun broke through clouds on the horizon, casting long shadows across the ice. It seemed fitting somehow, light and darkness, clearly delineated yet inextricably connected. Humanity stood at a similar threshold, poised between extinction and transformation. The Adapt Ones would lead the way into that uncertain future, evolving with each battle, each victory, each sacrifice. Jonathan Hayes had taken another step on that journey today, channeling power beyond imagination and emerging forever changed. Operation Ultimate Dawn had succeeded in closing the Antarctic tear. But the more significant dawn approached, the emergence of a humanity adapted not just to survive the Walmers, but to transcend them. The war continued, adaptation accelerated, and deep within each Adapt One, the Avion responded, preparing them for challenges yet to come. Adapt Ones, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 8. Phase 2. The medical bay of Facility 7 hummed with activity as Dr. Eliza Chen moved between holographic displays showing the cellular structure of various Adapt Ones. 20 volunteers had assembled here, 2 from each elemental affinity, to undergo the experimental Phase 2 augmentation process. Outside the reinforced walls, a war continued to rage, but within this sterile environment, a different kind of battle was being fought. The race to evolve humanity faster than the Walmers could adapt to counter them. The integration pathways are holding stable in simulation, Eliza announced to the assembled team leaders and scientific staff. Based on the data we've gathered from Jonathan's spontaneous transformation, we've been able to refine the neural interface to minimize rejection risk. Jonathan Hayes stood at the back of the room, his altered form drawing subtle glances from those who hadn't yet seen his post-Antarctica appearance. The green luminescence beneath his skin had stabilized, pulsing gently in rhythm with his heartbeat. The reactor that had fused with his chest was now fully integrated into his biology, no longer requiring external regulation. How different will the process be for other affinities? Maya Chen asked, standing near a water-filled tank where Kai Moana floated in meditation, preparing his body and mind for the transformation ahead. Jonathan's nuclear adaptation was dramatic. Eliza gestured to a holographic representation of Avion energy pathways that floated above the central console. Each elemental affinity will manifest unique physical changes based on its fundamental properties. Water affinity integration will likely enhance cellular fluidity and osmotic regulation. Fire affinity may alter metabolic processes and thermal regulation. The common factor is the direct neural integration, essentially removing the barrier between conscious control and instinctive Avion response. Colonel Marshall entered the medical bay, his face bearing new lines of exhaustion that hadn't been there a week ago. The Antarctic operation had bought them precious time, but Walmer's activity had intensified globally in response, as if the aliens understood their timetable had been threatened. Dr. Chen, he acknowledged Eliza with a nod. Are we ready to proceed? As ready as we can be without further testing, she replied cautiously. The simulations show a 78% success rate, with the remaining 22% experiencing non-fatal complications that can be managed medically. And the 0% you're not mentioning? Marshall pressed, always direct. Eliza hesitated, then activated another holographic display showing potential catastrophic outcomes. There is a theoretical risk of cascade failure, essentially, an uncontrolled Avion reaction that could result in an elemental event similar to Jonathan's thermonuclear detonation. But without the conscious direction he maintained. A tense silence fell over the room. Everyone understood what she wasn't explicitly stating. If Phase 2 integration failed catastrophically, the volunteer could essentially become a living bomb, with yield potential determined by their particular affinity. That's why we're conducting the procedures sequentially, in isolated chambers, Eliza continued. And why each volunteer will have a stabilization team of their own affinity standing by. Marshall surveyed the volunteers, his expression grave but respectful. You've all been briefed on the risks. This is entirely voluntary. Anyone who wishes to withdraw has that right, without question or consequence. No one moved. These were veterans now, adept ones who had faced death repeatedly in battles across the globe. The possibility of fatal transformation was just another risk in a life that had become defined by sacrifice. Then let's begin with the first procedure, Marshall ordered. Timeline? 4 hours per integration, with recovery periods between, Eliza answered. If all goes according to schedule, we'll have 20 Phase 2 Adapt 1s operational within 72 hours. Make it 48, Marshall countered. Intelligence reports indicate the Walmers are accelerating their tear formation. The geometric pattern Jonathan identified is nearing completion. Eliza frowned but nodded. We'll compress the recovery periods and run parallel procedures where safe. Marshall turned to address the entire room. I won't sugarcoat this. The next 2 days will be difficult, and what comes after will be even harder. But what you're doing here might be the deciding factor in this war. His eyes lingered momentarily on Jonathan. Hayes proved that further adaptation is possible. Now each of you will forge your own path forward. As the colonel departed, the medical staff began final preparations. Jonathan approached Maya, who was still watching Kai's meditative preparation. You should be resting, she said without turning. Your own transformation is still stabilizing. I'm fine, he assured her, though both knew it wasn't entirely true. While his physical condition had stabilized, the psychological impact of his changed state remained a complex adjustment. I wanted to check on you before things get underway. You're scheduled for the water affinity integration tomorrow. Maya finally turned to face him, her ocean-deep eyes searching his altered ones. I'm as ready as anyone can be for something like this. The question is, what should I expect? You're the only one who's experienced a deep integration. Jonathan considered carefully before answering. It's overwhelming at first. Your consciousness expands into areas you didn't know existed. Sensory input changes, you begin perceiving your affinity element everywhere, in ways that transcend normal sight or touch. Does it hurt? She asked directly. Yes, he answered with equal directness. But not in the way you might expect. It's not just physical pain, it's the disorientation of becoming something different. Your mind has to create new frameworks to process what you're experiencing. Maya absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. And afterward, do you still feel human? It was the same question she had asked him on the Antarctic ice, but now he had lived with the changes long enough to give a more considered answer. I feel more and less than human simultaneously, he said. Some emotions are more intense, connection to others, purpose, determination. Others become more distant, fear, doubt, hesitation. It's as if the transformation prioritizes aspects of consciousness that enhance survival and adaptation. That sounds almost like programming, Maya observed. As if the Avion has an agenda of its own. Jonathan hadn't considered it quite that way before, but the insight resonated. Maybe it does. We still don't understand what triggered these abilities or why they manifested in response to the Walmers specifically. The Avion could be a defense mechanism built into human potential, activated by certain threats. Their conversation was interrupted as Eliza approached. We're ready for the first procedure. Aisha Cowrie has volunteered to go first for the fire affinity integration. Jonathan and Maya followed her to an observation area overlooking a specialized chamber. Aisha lay on a circular platform surrounded by equipment that would monitor and facilitate her transformation. Her fire augmentation suit had been replaced by a minimal interface garment embedded with sensors and neural connectors. Beginning Phase 2 integration for fire affinity subject, Eliza announced as technicians initiated the procedure. Neural pathways mapping complete. Commencing direct Avion stimulation. On the platform, Aisha's body tensed as the first wave of enhanced energy flowed through her nervous system. Her skin began to glow from within, taking on a reddish hue as capillaries dilated to accommodate increased energy flow. The temperature in the chamber rose rapidly, environmental controls working at maximum capacity to prevent overheating. First phase complete, Eliza reported. Subject vital signs elevated but within acceptable parameters. Beginning second phase, deep neural integration. Aisha's back arched, a silent scream on her lips as more intense energy cascaded through her. Flames erupted spontaneously across her skin, not burning her but flowing like liquid fire over her body. The observation window automatically polarized to protect watchers from the intense light. She's fighting it, Jonathan observed quietly. That makes it harder. Maya glanced at him. Fighting what, exactly? The dissolution of boundaries, he explained. Your consciousness wants to remain discrete, contained within familiar limits. But Phase 2 integration requires expansion beyond those limits, a partial merging with the element itself. On the platform, Aisha's struggle became more evident. The flames surrounding her body grew erratic, sensors showing dangerous spikes in brain activity and core temperature. Stabilization team, stand by, Eliza ordered, concern evident in her voice. We may need to abort. Jonathan stepped closer to the window, placing his hand against the reinforced material. She needs guidance, not intervention. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his enhanced senses toward the fire affinity energies in the chamber below. Though their elements were different, the underlying avion energy was fundamentally similar. Jonathan sent a pulse of his own nuclear energy, calibrated to resonate with Aisha's fire affinity. Not interference, but harmony, a demonstration of how consciousness could flow with elemental power rather than resist it. In the chamber, Aisha's chaotic flames suddenly stabilized, coalescing into a perfect sphere around her body. Her expression shifted from pain to wonder as she began to understand the transformation occurring within her. Remarkable, Eliza breathed, watching the readings normalize despite energy levels continuing to rise. She's accepting the integration now. All parameters stabilizing. The process continued for another 2 hours, Aisha's physical form gradually changing as her connection to fire became more fundamental. Her hair transformed into living flame that moved with her thoughts. Her skin took on a permanent bronze cast that seemed to shimmer with internal heat. Most dramatically, her eyes changed completely, becoming pools of amber and gold that flickered like captured sunrise. When the procedure finally completed, Aisha sat up slowly on the platform, examining her transformed hands with fascination. The flames that had surrounded her were gone, but heat still radiated from her body in controlled waves. How do you feel? Eliza asked through the communication system. Aisha looked up, a smile spreading across her face that was both familiar and somehow alien in its intensity. Complete, she answered, her voice carrying new resonant undertones that complemented her words. I can feel fire everywhere, in the air, in your bodies, in the earth below us. It's incredible. Any pain or discomfort? Eliza pressed, ever the scientist. No, there's a constant awareness of heat and energy, but it's not uncomfortable. More like having a new sense that was always missing before. Aisha stood, moving with fluid grace that spoke of perfect bodily control. I understand my abilities differently now. What I thought was mastery before was just scratching the surface. Jonathan nodded in recognition of the experience she described. This was the true purpose of Phase 2 integration, not just increased power, but a fundamental shift in understanding and application of avion energy. 1 down, 19 to go, Maya murmured beside him. And then we take the fight to the Walmers, Jonathan replied. With abilities they cannot predict or counter. The next 48 hours passed in a blur of transformations, each unique yet following the same essential pattern that Jonathan had established. After Aisha came Mateo Fuego, the second fire affinity volunteer, whose transformation manifested differently, his skin developing scale-like patterns that regulated heat exchange with perfect efficiency. Earth affinity integrations followed, with Tara Mason and Craig Montero emerging with skin partially transmuted to crystalline structures that reflected their connection to mineral and stone. Their transformations had been among the most physically dramatic, their bodies becoming living composites of flesh and earth that shifted composition based on need. The Tech Affinity volunteers, Nova Chen and Atlas Gray, underwent subtler physical changes but perhaps the most profound neural transformations. Their brains developed new structures that allowed direct interface with technology, visible only as fine silver filaments that occasionally shimmered beneath their skin. Their eyes became multifaceted, capable of perceiving digital signals and electromagnetic fields as clearly as physical objects. Wind affinity integration proved particularly challenging, as Zephyr Williams and Haruki Tanaka temporarily lost molecular cohesion during the process, their bodies partially dispersing into gaseous state before reforming with new properties. The results were striking. Their movements became almost imperceptible at times as they shifted between solid and semi-gaseous states, and their voices gained the ability to carry precisely to intended listeners regardless of distance or obstacles. Poison affinity transformations for Toxica Voss and Malachite Chen created beings who could synthesize and neutralize any chemical compound through thought alone, their skin developing color-shifting properties that reflected their internal chemical states. Their sense of smell evolved to detect molecular compositions at parts per billion concentrations. Energy affinity volunteers Aaron Price and Spark Jong emerged with bodies that constantly conducted controlled electrical currents, their nervous systems rewired to process information at speeds approaching computer processors. Their presence caused sensitive equipment to malfunction unless they consciously regulated their electromagnetic emissions. The cosmic affinity integration for Stella Nova and Orion Weiss, still recovering from their injuries in the Atacama incident, created perhaps the most unsettling transformations. Their bodies began to exist partially in multiple dimensions simultaneously, sometimes appearing to phase in and out of conventional reality. Their perceptions extended far beyond normal spacetime, allowing them to sense disturbances in reality days before they manifested as tears. The Flesh Affinity volunteers, Mend Rodriguez and Chimera Wu, underwent transformations that redefined what it meant to be biologically human. Their bodies became infinitely malleable, capable of regenerating or reconfiguring any tissue instantaneously. Most remarkably, they developed the ability to temporarily transfer this regenerative capacity to others through touch, accelerating healing in even the most severely wounded. Finally came the water affinity integrations. Jonathan observed Maya's transformation with particular attention, maintaining a subtle connection through his enhanced senses as she underwent the process he had experienced in more chaotic fashion during Operation Ultimate Dawn. Unlike some of the more dramatic physical changes seen in other affinities, Maya's transformation expressed itself primarily through subtle alterations in her cellular structure. Her skin developed a faint blue luminescence that ebbed and flowed like tides, and her hair became liquid-like, moving with currents invisible to normal perception. Most strikingly, her eyes deepened further, becoming literally bottomless. Looking into them was like gazing into the ocean's darkest depths, with occasional flashes of bioluminescence suggesting life and movement far below the surface. When she emerged from the integration chamber, Jonathan was waiting. No words were necessary as she looked at him with her transformed eyes. They had both crossed a threshold that separated them from ordinary humanity, not better or worse, but fundamentally different in ways that only another Phase 2 adapt one could understand. "How does it feel?" he asked simply. Like I've always been partially blind and deaf until now, she answered. I can sense water everywhere, in the air, in the ground, in living bodies. She looked at her hands, where moisture gathered and dispersed with her thoughts, requiring no visible gesture to control. The augmentation suits seem primitive now. They were training wheels, Jonathan agreed. Necessary until we learn to balance on our own. Maya tilted her head, studying him with her new perception. Your nuclear energy has a pattern to it, almost like music translated to another sense, as does your water affinity, he replied. The elements speak different languages, but the underlying avion energy is a common tongue. Their conversation was interrupted as Colonel Marshall entered the recovery area, accompanied by a Phase 2 Stella Nova. The cosmic Adapt One's presence created subtle distortions in the air around her, as if reality itself bent slightly to accommodate her partially extra-dimensional existence. Dr. Chen reports all 20 integrations have been completed successfully, Marshall announced, his expression a mixture of relief and determination. Now we move to the next phase of operations. He activated a holographic display showing Earth with dozens of red points indicating active Walmer's tears. The points formed an unmistakable geometric pattern that was nearly complete, lacking only a few final nodes. The Walmer's dimensional overlay network is 87% complete, Marshall continued. Intelligence indicates they plan to activate the network within 72 hours. When that happens, our reality will begin to merge with theirs on a planetary scale. Can we close the tiers like we did in Antarctica? Maya asked. Jonathan's method worked there. The tiers have evolved since then, Stella answered, her voice echoing slightly as if coming from multiple locations simultaneously. They're now protected by dimensional buffers specifically designed to resist nuclear energy. The Walmers have adapted to our previous strategy. Jonathan studied the pattern thoughtfully. We don't need to close each tier individually. The network functions as a single system. If we disrupt the geometric pattern at key junction points, the entire framework should collapse. Marshall nodded. That's our assessment as well. We've identified 3 primary nodes where the dimensional energies converge. Neutralize those and the network fails. He highlighted 3 points on the holographic globe, one in the Sahara Desert, one in the Mariana Trench, and one in the Himalayan mountains. 3 strike teams, Jonathan said, understanding immediately. Each targeting a primary node simultaneously. Correct, Marshall confirmed. Each team will include representatives from multiple affinities, with composition tailored to the environmental challenges of each location. He turned to Jonathan. Hayes, you'll lead the Himalayan team. The high altitude and extreme conditions will require your radiation resistance and containment abilities. Jonathan nodded, already calculating the strategic requirements. The mountain node will be the most defensible from the Walmer's perspective, limited approach vectors, thin atmosphere complicating aerial support. Maya, you'll lead the Mariana team, Marshall continued. Your enhanced water affinity makes you uniquely qualified for deep ocean operations. Maya's expression remained calm, though Jonathan could sense the rapid calculations she was making about pressure tolerances and underwater combat scenarios. The trench node will be challenging to reach but offers advantages for water affinity combat. Stella will lead the Sahara team, Marshall finished. Her cosmic abilities can counteract the dimensional distortions that are particularly intense at that node. The cosmic Adapt One nodded, her form momentarily blurring as her concentration shifted to analysis of her assignment. The desert node exists partially in our dimension and partially in theirs. We'll need to coordinate attacks across multiple planes of reality. Marshall's expression grew even more serious. This operation, designated Geometric Collapse, represents our last, best hope to prevent the completion of the Walmer's overlay network. If they succeed in merging our reality with theirs, Earth as we know it ceases to exist. He looked at each of the Phase 2 Adapt ones with a mixture of awe and sadness, recognition of what they had sacrificed to reach this point. The strike teams deploy in 6 hours. Use that time to coordinate with your team members and prepare your strategies. As Marshall departed, the 3 team leaders remained, studying the holographic representation of their planet under siege. None spoke immediately, each processing the weight of responsibility now resting on their enhanced shoulders. "We've come so far since that first day," Maya finally said, her transformed eyes reflecting the glow of the hologram. "When Jonathan manifested at the research facility and we had no idea what was happening to us. Adaptation accelerated by necessity," Jonathan agreed. "Humanity adapting to an existential threat. The question remains," Stella added, her voice resonating with cosmic harmonics, "what do we become after this? If we succeed and the Walmers are defeated, what place will Phase 2 Adapt ones have in a world that no longer needs our abilities?" It was a question that had lurked beneath the surface of their transformations, the recognition that they were becoming something beyond human. Driven by immediate necessity but with long-term implications none could fully predict. "We adapt again," Jonathan answered simply. "To peace instead of war. To creation instead of destruction." He looked at his transformed hands, the green energy flowing beneath translucent skin. The Avion responded to threat, but perhaps its ultimate purpose transcends conflict. Maya's expression softened slightly. "Always the optimist, even with nuclear fire in your veins." "Not optimism," he corrected. "Adaptation doesn't move backward. Whatever we're becoming, it's the next step for humanity. Perhaps the step we were always meant to take, just accelerated by circumstance." "Philosophy can wait until after the mission," Stella said, though not unkindly. "For now, we have preparations to make. The fate of 2 realities hangs in the balance." As they dispersed to assemble their teams, Jonathan remained briefly, studying the holographic Earth with its network of tiers. Whatever came next would determine not just the survival of humanity, but its future form. The Adapt ones had been created by crisis, but their legacy would extend far beyond this war. The next phase of adaptation awaited, beginning with Operation Geometric Collapse, and ending, he hoped, with a world transformed not by Walmer's corruption, but by human adaptation. Adapt ones, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 9. Geometric collapse. The Himalayan air grew thinner as Jonathan's team ascended toward the coordinates of the mountain node. At 27,000 feet, the environment was hostile to normal human physiology, oxygen deprivation, extreme cold, and unpredictable weather creating conditions where survival itself was a victory. But the Phase 2 Adapt ones moved with confidence through this deadly landscape, their transformed bodies adapting to challenges that would have been insurmountable weeks earlier. Jonathan led the ascent, his nuclear affinity generating heat that created a microclimate around the team. Behind him came Tara Mason, her Earth affinity allowing her to sense the most stable path through treacherous terrain. Haruki Tanaka's wind affinity protected them from the worst of the mountain's fury, bending howling gales around their group like water flowing around stones. Atlas Gray's tech affinity maintained their communication network despite the electromagnetic interference generated by the nearby dimensional tear. Chimera Wu brought up the rear, her flesh affinity ready to address any biological threats or injuries the harsh environment might inflict. 2 kilometers to the node, Tara reported, her crystalline flecked skin glittering in the thin sunlight. Structural integrity of the surrounding mountain is compromised. The tear is affecting fundamental geological stability. Through his enhanced senses, Jonathan could perceive the dimensional distortion ahead, a wound in reality that pulsed with alien energy. Unlike the Antarctic tear, This one was partially camouflaged, its violet energy signature muted to avoid detection. Had they been relying on conventional instruments, they might have missed it entirely. Atlas, status update from the other teams? Jonathan requested as they paused on a relatively stable outcropping. The Tech Adapt one's eyes flickered with digital patterns as he processed information flowing directly into his consciousness. Sahara team has engaged Walmer's defenders approximately 1 kilometer from their target node. Mariana team reports heavy resistance at depth but continues to advance. All operations proceeding according to timeline. Jonathan nodded, calculating variables with the enhanced cognitive processing that had come with his transformation. The Walmers understand our strategy. They're committing significant resources to node defense. As expected, Haruki commented, his form momentarily blurring as he shifted partially to gaseous state to better sense atmospheric conditions ahead. The question is whether they've identified all 3 targets, or if they're still uncertain which nodes we're prioritizing. Either way, we should expect maximum resistance, Chimera added, her features subtly shifting as she adjusted her body's composition to better handle the altitude. Atmospheric analysis indicates increased dimensional particle concentration ahead. The tear is larger than initial readings suggested. Jonathan focused his awareness, extending nuclear-enhanced perception beyond normal sensory limits. The tear's energy signature became clearer, a complex pattern of interdimensional frequencies that connected this node to others in the network. He could trace these connections now, mapping the geometric configuration that the Walmers had so carefully constructed. The node is more than just a tier, he realized aloud. It's a control point. This one coordinates with at least 7 others, forming a subnet within the larger pattern. Tara pressed her hand against the rock face beside them, her earth affinity sensing vibrations through the mountain's core. Something's coming through. Multiple signatures, moving toward our position. The team immediately shifted to combat readiness, each Adapt 1 calling upon their elemental powers. They had trained extensively since completing Phase 2 integration, learning to combine their abilities in ways that maximized their effectiveness against Walmer's threats. Defensive perimeter, Jonathan ordered. Tara, create a fortified position. Haruki, atmospheric surveillance. Atlas, jam any Walmer's communication frequencies. Chimera, optimize our physiologies for combat at this altitude. Each Adapt 1 responded instantly, their powers flowing with practiced precision. Tara's hands sank into the mountainside, stone flowing like clay as she reshaped it into a defensive position with multiple firing angles. Haruki extended his awareness into the air currents, creating a detection grid that would alert them to approaching threats. Atlas projected electromagnetic interference calibrated to disrupt Walmer's communications while preserving their own. Chimera touched each team member briefly, triggering temporary adaptations that enhanced oxygen utilization and muscular efficiency. The first Walmer's forces appeared minutes later, not corrupted humans this time, but pure Walmer's constructs emerging directly from smaller tiers that opened around them. These were unlike any they had previously encountered, sleek, geometrically complex forms that moved with unsettling fluidity over the treacherous terrain. Where previous Walmer's creatures had been dark and oily in appearance, these gleamed with metallic precision, their surfaces etched with patterns that hurt the eyes to observe directly. New classification, Atlas reported, scanning the approaching entities. Designated Walmer's purifiers based on energy signature. Purpose appears to be direct countering of avion energy. They've been designed specifically to fight Phase 2 Adapt 1s, Jonathan realized, nuclear energy gathering around his hands as he prepared for combat. The Walmers are adapting their forces just as we've adapted ours. The first purifier launched itself toward their position with impossible speed, covering 50 meters in seconds. Jonathan met it with a concentrated radiation bolt that should have disrupted its atomic structure. Instead, the energy dissipated across its surface, absorbed by the geometric patterns etched into its form. Radiation resistance, Jonathan warned as he quickly adjusted his attack. Third ability, atomic restructuring. He narrowed his focus, analyzing the purifier's molecular composition with nuclear-enhanced perception. Rather than attacking with broad-spectrum radiation, he targeted specific atomic bonds within its structure, causing precise failures in its most vulnerable components. The creature shuddered, its movements becoming erratic as Jonathan systematically disassembled it from within. Around him, the other Adapt Ones engaged their own opponents with similar precision. Terra created jagged stone spikes that erupted beneath the purifiers, but rather than impaling them directly, she used her earth affinity to alter the mineral composition of the spikes, making them conducive to disrupting the Walmer's energy patterns. Their outer shells are adaptive, she called out, but their internal structures remain vulnerable if we can bypass the protection. Haruki demonstrated this by manipulating air pressure around several purifiers, creating vacuums that interfered with the creature's ability to maintain their complex forms. When the pressure differential became extreme enough, their protective geometries faltered, allowing Atlas to deliver targeted electromagnetic pulses that corrupted their control systems. Chimera fought with the uncanny precision that characterized all flesh affinity Adapt Ones, her body constantly reconfiguring to counter Walmer's attacks. When a purifier's energy beam struck her directly, she allowed it to pass through a temporarily created hollow in her torso, then sealed the opening instantly and counterattacked with razor-sharp bone projections that formed from her fingertips. Despite their enhanced abilities, the team found themselves hard-pressed as more purifiers emerged from the dimensional distortions around them. These weren't mindless drones but intelligent combatants that analyzed and adapted to each attack, becoming progressively more difficult to damage. "We need to reach the node directly," Jonathan said, recognizing that a prolonged battle of attrition would favor the Walmers. "These are just delay tactics to prevent us from disrupting the network activation." Terra nodded, already reshaping the stone beneath them. "I'll create a subterranean approach." The purifiers seem focused on aerial and surface vectors. With a gesture that spoke of her complete mastery over Earth, she opened a tunnel through the mountainside. Using her affinity to ensure structural integrity despite the dimensional instabilities affecting the region. The team moved quickly into the passage as Haruki created an atmospheric barrier at the entrance, obscuring their retreat. 900 meters to the node, Atlas reported as they advanced through the tunnel. But dimensional interference is increasing exponentially. Reality becomes progressively unstable as we approach. Jonathan could feel it. Space itself seemed to flex and warp around them, distances becoming uncertain as the laws of physics bent under Walmer's influence. He extended his containment field, creating a bubble of stabilized reality that surrounded the team. Within this protected space, conventional physics remained dominant, allowing them to perceive and navigate accurately. "Status update from the other teams?" he asked Atlas. The Tech Adapt One's expression grew troubled as he processed incoming data. "Sahara team reports heavy casualties. They've lost 2 members and Stella is employing her ultimate ability to hold their position. Mariana team has reached their node but is encountering a previously unknown Walmer's entity, something Maya describes as a dimensional anchor, that actively resists their attempts to disrupt the node." "Timeline?" Jonathan pressed. "Global network activation in 27 minutes, Atlas answered. "All 3 nodes must be neutralized within that window or the dimensional overlay begins." The implications hung heavy in the confined space of the tunnel. If even one team failed to neutralize their target, the entire operation would collapse. Earth would begin an irreversible merger with the Walmer's dimension, transforming into an environment hostile to human life. We keep moving, Jonathan decided. Tara, can you sense the most direct approach to the node? The Earth Adapt 1 placed her crystalline streaked hand against the tunnel wall, her consciousness extending through stone and ice. There's a natural fault line that runs directly beneath the node. If we follow it, we can approach from a vector the Walmers may not have heavily defended. Do it, Jonathan ordered. Tara redirected their tunnel, the stone flowing away from their path as she carved a route along the ancient weakness in the mountain's structure. The team moved with enhanced speed, each understanding that minutes could determine the fate of their species. As they neared the node's position, the dimensional distortions intensified despite Jonathan's containment field. Light bent at impossible angles, creating shadows that moved independently of their sources. Gravity fluctuated, making movement increasingly difficult. Most disturbing were the occasional glimpses of the Walmer's dimension that bled through, alien landscapes superimposed briefly over familiar reality, like double-exposed photographs. We're approaching the node's foundation, Tara announced as their tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber. This entire cavity was created by dimensional erosion. The space before them defied conventional geometry. Stalactites and stalagmites stretched toward each other but never touched, caught in a time dilation field that slowed their growth to near imperceptibility. The chamber walls pulsed with violet light that followed patterns too complex for unaltered human minds to comprehend. At the center floated a crystalline structure approximately 3 meters in diameter, the physical anchor of the dimensional node. Unlike the chaotic energy of the tiers themselves, this construct exhibited perfect mathematical precision, its facets reflecting light that seemed to originate from another reality entirely. The node anchor, Atlas confirmed, his tech affinity analyzing the structure. It's generating the tear above us and coordinating with the other nodes in the network. Quantum entanglement at a macroscopic scale. Before they could approach, the air between them and the node anchor shimmered. A figure emerged, humanoid but clearly not human. Its proportions were slightly wrong, limbs too long and joints bending in directions that biology shouldn't allow. Its surface had the same metallic quality as the purifiers, but with greater complexity, the geometric patterns constantly shifting across its form. Archon, Jonathan identified immediately, recognizing the elite Walmer's commander from previous encounters. More evolved than any we've faced before. The Archon regarded them with sensory organs that resembled eyes only in their placement. When it spoke, the sound bypassed their ears entirely, manifesting directly in their minds. Adapt ones, it acknowledged, the alien consciousness behind the words evident in their strange cadence. Your resistance was anticipated but remains futile. The network activates regardless of your actions here. It's trying to demoralize us, Atlas warned. Detecting psionic emanations designed to induce hopelessness. Jonathan stepped forward, his nuclear containment field intensifying to shield the team from the Archon's mental influence. Your dimensional overlay will fail. We've disrupted your plans before. The Archon's form rippled, a motion that might have been the equivalent of amusement. Previous encounters were permitted to study your adaptations. Now that study is complete. It gestured toward the node anchor, which pulsed more brightly in response. Your elemental affinities are remarkable but predictable. Each follows patterns we have now mapped and countered. Even your nuclear detonation in Antarctica was anticipated, a necessary sacrifice to complete our understanding of your capabilities. The implication sent a chill through Jonathan despite his radiation-heated body. Had the Walmers planned for his attack all along? Was Operation Ultimate Dawn a victory they had deliberately allowed to gather data on humanity's most powerful weapon? It's stalling, Chimera said privately through their secure communication link. Global network activation in 19 minutes. Jonathan nodded almost imperceptibly. Whether the Archon's claims were true or psychological warfare, the mission remained unchanged. We're not here to debate strategy, he told the Walmer's commander. We're here to end this invasion permanently. The Archon's response was immediate and devastating. It thrust both elongated arms toward the team, space itself seeming to fold between them. The attack wasn't energy or matter but distorted reality, a wave of dimensional instability that bypassed conventional defenses. Containment field, maximum extension. Jonathan shouted, pouring his nuclear energy into creating a bubble of stabilized space around his team. The Archon's attack struck the field with catastrophic force, reality within the protected space struggling to maintain consistency as fundamental forces fluctuated wildly. The other Adapt Ones responded instantly, each contributing their elemental powers to reinforce Jonathan's defense. Terra anchored them to stable Earth beneath, preventing spatial displacement. Haruki regulated atmospheric conditions within the field, keeping pressure and composition constant despite external chaos. Atlas generated electromagnetic countermeasures against the quantum fluctuations threatening their position. Chimera used her flesh affinity to stabilize their biological processes against dimensional stress. Their combined defense held, barely. The Archon's attack subsided, but the Walmer's commander showed no sign of exertion or concern. It simply observed them with its alien senses, apparently gathering data on their defensive capabilities. Terminal failure of containment field in approximately 4 minutes, Atlas reported, his tech-enhanced calculations brutally precise. The Archon can generate dimensional distortions beyond our current stabilization capacity. Then we don't try to outlast it, Jonathan decided. We divide its attention. Terra, Chimera, create a diversion to the left. Haruki, Atlas, to the right. I'll go center, directly for the node anchor. The Archon will intercept you before you reach it, Terra warned. I'm counting on that, Jonathan replied, nuclear fire glowing more intensely in his eyes. When it engages me, hit the anchor with everything you have. Don't hold back. This is what Phase 2 integration was designed for. Understanding passed between them. Each recognized that Jonathan was creating an opportunity that might cost him everything. But with global network activation now less than 15 minutes away, there were no safe options remaining. On my mark, Jonathan said, gathering his power for what might be his final battle. 3, 2, 1, execute. The containment field dropped as all 5 Adapt Ones launched simultaneous attacks in different directions. Terra and Chimera moved left, the Earth Adapt One creating a wave of flowing stone while Chimera transformed her body into an offensive configuration with multiple striking appendages. Haruki and Atlas went right, wind and technology combining to create a storm of electromagnetic disruption. Jonathan went straight toward the node anchor, his nuclear affinity manifesting as concentrated radiation that preceded him like the bow wave of a ship. As predicted, the Archon responded to this direct threat to its primary objective, interposing itself between Jonathan and the anchor with impossible speed. You cannot disrupt the node, the Walmer's commander stated, its mental voice now tinged with something approaching emotion. Your nuclear affinity has been specifically counterproduced by this installation. The alien gestured sharply, and Jonathan felt his nuclear energy suddenly suppressed, not extinguished but muted, as if a dampening field had enveloped him specifically. The Archon had spoken truly. This node had been designed with specific countermeasures against his particular abilities. But Jonathan smiled despite the suppression. I know, he said simply. That's why I'm not the one destroying it. The Archon's sensory organs oriented toward the node anchor just as the other 4 adapt ones converged on it from different angles, each unleashing their elemental powers at maximum intensity. Terra's crystalline spikes erupted through the chamber floor, penetrating the anchor's lower facets. Haruki created a localized atmospheric anomaly that disrupted the anchor's dimensional harmonics. Atlas generated a precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulse that interfered with its quantum entanglement. Chimera projected specialized biological compounds that adhered to the anchor's surface, their molecular structure designed to corrupt its lattice integrity. The Archon abandoned its engagement with Jonathan, moving with blinding speed toward the threatened anchor. But the coordinated attack had already compromised the node's stability. Cracks appeared across the crystalline surface, violet energy leaking from the fissures like blood from a wound. Network communication disrupted, Atlas reported, his tech affinity sensing the change in dimensional frequencies. This node is partially isolated from the global pattern. The Archon reached the damaged anchor, its elongated hands moving in complex patterns as it attempted to repair the structure. Dimensional energy responded to its commands, the cracks beginning to seal as the Walmer's commander redirected power from elsewhere in the network. It's rerouting energy from secondary nodes, Jonathan realized, his nuclear suppression fading as the Archon diverted resources to anchor repair. Buying time for the network activation to complete. 10 minutes to global activation, Atlas warned. Even with this node compromised, the network can still achieve partial dimensional overlay. Jonathan made a split-second decision, weighing variables with his enhanced cognition. Change of strategy. Don't destroy the anchor, control it. If we can capture this node intact, we can use it to disrupt the entire network from within. The other adapt ones immediately adjusted their approach, shifting from destruction to subversion. Atlas took the lead, his tech affinity allowing him to interface directly with the anchor's control systems despite their alien design. His fingers extended into filament-like projections that inserted themselves into the crystalline structure, establishing connections that bypassed conventional technological barriers. Establishing primary interface, he reported, his eyes flickering with complex patterns as his consciousness merged partially with the anchor's systems. The architecture is unlike anything I've encountered, but the underlying logic functions follow recognizable patterns. The Archon reacted violently to this intrusion, directing a focused dimensional attack at Atlas. Jonathan intercepted it with his containment field, now fully restored as his nuclear suppression faded. Focus on the interface, he ordered Atlas. We'll handle the Archon. Terra, Haruki, and Chimera engaged the Walmer's commander simultaneously, coordinating their elemental attacks to prevent it from interfering with Atlas's work. The chamber became a storm of elemental fury as earth spikes erupted. Wind currents sliced through alien matter, and biologically impossible projectiles launched from Chimera's transformed limbs. The Archon fought with the cold efficiency that characterized all Walmer's entities, its form constantly shifting to counter each attack. It demonstrated why the Walmer's commanders were so feared, adaptive, intelligent, and wielding dimensional powers that defied conventional physics. But against 4 Phase 2 adapt ones working in perfect coordination, even an Archon found itself hard-pressed. Interface at 60%, Atlas reported, his consciousness now deeply entwined with the anchor's systems. I'm mapping the network pathways. Discovering command protocols. This is complex beyond anything we anticipated. How long? Jonathan asked, maintaining his containment field around Atlas while simultaneously directing radiation attacks at the Archon. 7 minutes minimum for complete control, Atlas answered. Network activation in 8 minutes, 20 seconds. The margin was dangerously narrow, but it was their only remaining option. Jonathan redoubled his efforts, pushing his nuclear affinity to new limits as he created precisely targeted radiation that disrupted the Archon's molecular structure without endangering his teammates. Through their secure communication link, updates from the other teams arrived, fragmented but crucial information that painted a global picture of the operation's progress. Sahara team reports partial success, Atlas relayed while continuing his interface work. They've damaged their node but haven't neutralized it completely. Stella is using her cosmic affinity to prevent full activation, but she can't maintain the effort indefinitely. Jonathan processed this grimly. Even if they succeeded here, one functional node might be enough to begin the dimensional overlay, just at a slower rate. And Mariana? No update for 3 minutes, 40 seconds, Atlas replied. Last communication indicated they were engaging a previously unknown class of Walmer's entity at extreme depth. The implications were clear, they couldn't count on either of the other teams to completely neutralize their targets. Success here in the Himalayas had become even more crucial. Atlas, can you access the network's command architecture? Jonathan asked, an idea forming as he continued to battle the Archon. Partially, the Tech Adapt 1 confirmed. I've established read-level access to approximately 40% of the network's protocols. Write-level access is more heavily protected. Can you identify the activation sequence? Not to control it, just to recognize when it initiates? Atlas paused briefly, directing more of his consciousness into the interface. Yes, the pre-activation staging is already underway. I can detect the initialization patterns propagating through the network. Jonathan's plan crystallized fully. When the activation command reaches this node, I want you to invert its phase signature but maintain its propagation parameters. Understanding dawned in Atlas's expression despite his deep interface connection. A dimensional backflow, using their own network against them. Exactly, Jonathan confirmed. Instead of preventing the activation, we redirect it, sending the dimensional overlay energy back into the Walmer's reality instead of into ours. Brilliant, Tara commented as she continued to battle the Archon. But the Walmer's commander understands our strategy now. It's fighting with increased determination. Indeed, the Archon had escalated its attacks, sacrificing defensive capabilities for pure offensive power. It recognized the true threat and was determined to stop Atlas's interface before the critical moment arrived. Containment field at maximum capacity, Jonathan warned as he absorbed another dimensional strike meant for Atlas. I can't maintain this level of protection beyond 3 more minutes. Interface at 87%, Atlas reported. Network activation in 5 minutes, 12 seconds. It's going to be close. The Archon suddenly changed tactics, abandoning its attacks on Atlas to focus entirely on Jonathan. It recognized that the containment field was the critical defense enabling the Tech Adapt 1's continued interface work. If it could break Jonathan's protection, Atlas would be vulnerable to direct dimensional disruption. The Walmer's commander unleashed a concentrated assault that struck Jonathan's containment field like a precisely targeted missile. Space itself bent around the point of impact, reality threatening to tear under the strain. Jonathan staggered, nuclear energy flaring around him as he struggled to maintain the field's integrity. Jonathan, Tara called in alarm, seeing his distress. Stay on mission, he ordered through gritted teeth. Protect Atlas at all costs. The Archon pressed its advantage, launching attack after attack at the same point on Jonathan's containment field. Each strike weakened the barrier further, cracks appearing in the stabilized space he had created. Jonathan knew he couldn't withstand this focused assault indefinitely. With grim determination, he made the only choice available. He would have to use his ultimate ability. Not the full thermonuclear detonation he had employed in Antarctica, which would destroy the node they now needed intact. but a precisely controlled nuclear reaction that would neutralize the Archon without compromising their objective. "All of you, prepare for radiation surge," he warned his team. "I'm going to end this." Before they could respond, Jonathan allowed his containment field to drop in a controlled collapse. The Archon's next attack struck him directly, dimensional energy washing over him like acid. Pain beyond description flooded his enhanced nervous system as reality itself tried to tear him apart at the molecular level. But Jonathan had anticipated this moment. As the Archon's attack connected, he channeled every ounce of his nuclear affinity into his fourth ability, not unleashed in a massive explosion, but focused into a single point directly between himself and the Walmer's commander. Fourth ability, thermonuclear detonation, controlled fusion variant, he whispered through the pain. A miniature sun bloomed in the underground chamber, its nuclear fire contained within a sphere no larger than a baseball. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in intensity, a concentrated fusion reaction that generated heat equivalent to the core of a star, directed entirely at the Archon. The Walmer's commander attempted to shift its dimensional positioning to avoid the attack, but Jonathan had anticipated this. The fusion reaction expanded in precisely the direction the Archon moved, as if the nuclear fire itself could predict its target's evasive maneuvers. When the concentrated plasma struck the Walmer's commander, there was no explosion, just a sudden, catastrophic molecular disintegration as the alien entity was reduced to its component atoms in milliseconds. One moment the Archon stood poised to attack, the next, only a dispersing cloud of superheated particles remained. Jonathan collapsed to his knees, the controlled fusion reaction winking out as his concentration faltered. Using his ultimate ability in such a precise manner had drained him more than a full detonation would have, requiring control beyond even his enhanced capabilities. Jonathan. Chimera was at his side instantly, her flesh affinity already working to repair the cellular damage he had sustained from both the Archon's attack and his own nuclear exertion. "I'm still here," he assured her weakly. "Atlas? Interface at 94%, the Tech Adapt 1 reported, his consciousness still deeply connected to the node anchor. Network activation in 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Will you be ready?" Jonathan asked, allowing Chimera's regenerative power to flow through him, repairing damaged tissues and restoring energy pathways. "Yes," Atlas confirmed. The anchor's defenses collapsed when the Archon was neutralized. "I now have right-level access to this node's control protocols." Tara helped Jonathan to a more stable position while Haruki created a pocket of oxygen-enriched air around him to speed his recovery. Even with Phase 2 enhancements, channeling nuclear fusion with such precision had pushed Jonathan to his physiological limits. 1 minute to network activation, Atlas announced, his voice now carrying harmonics similar to the Walmer's dimensional frequencies as his consciousness became more deeply entwined with the anchor's systems. "I'm preparing the phase inversion parameters now." Through their secure communication link, fragments of updates continued to arrive from the other teams, Sahara team holding their position but unable to neutralize their node. Mariana team engaged in desperate underwater combat against overwhelming Walmer's forces. 30 seconds, Atlas continued, his physical form now surrounded by violet energy as he manipulated the anchor's dimensional controls. "The activation command is propagating through the network. Approaching this node. Preparing phase inversion." Jonathan watched with nuclear-enhanced perception as the dimensional energies shifted around them. The tear above the mountain pulsed more intensely, preparing to expand as part of the global network activation. Similar tiers worldwide would be doing the same, ready to merge into a single, planet-encompassing overlay that would blend Earth's reality with that of the Walmer's dimension. 10 seconds, Atlas reported, his voice now eerily calm despite the tension. Phase inversion parameters locked. Backflow pathway established. Network activation command intercepted. The chamber around them seemed to hold its breath, a moment of perfect stillness before reality itself changed forever. Jonathan exchanged glances with his team members, each understanding that they stood at the pivot point of human history. Network activation. Now, the node anchor blazed with violet light as the activation command reached it. But instead of expanding outward into Earth's dimension, the energy inverted as Atlas had programmed. The tear above began to collapse inward, dimensional energy flowing back toward its source like a river suddenly changing direction. "It's working," Terra exclaimed, her Earth affinity sensing the changes in fundamental forces around them. The dimensional backflow is propagating through the network. Atlas maintained his interface, his expression showing the strain of controlling such vast energies. The other nodes are responding to the inverted signal. The entire network is reversing polarity. Through their communication link, confirmation arrived from the other teams. The Sahara and Mariana nodes were exhibiting the same behavior. Their tiers collapsing inward despite the ongoing Walmer's resistance. "What's happening on the other side?" Jonathan asked, now recovered enough to stand with Chimera's assistance. Atlas's eyes widened as his tech-enhanced consciousness perceived events beyond normal human understanding. "The dimensional backflow is carrying our reality into theirs, not a complete overlay, but enough to disrupt their dimensional stability. The Walmer's homeworld is experiencing the same corruption they intended for Earth. A poetic justice," Jonathan thought, the invaders falling victim to the very weapon they had created. But he took no pleasure in it, understanding that any sentient species, even one as alien as the Walmers, deserved compassion in its suffering. "Can you stabilize the process?" he asked Atlas. "Control the backflow so it disables their invasion capacity without causing complete dimensional collapse?" Atlas nodded, his fingers moving in complex patterns as he adjusted the anchor's parameters. "I'm establishing a controlled dissolution protocol. The network will continue its inversion but at a regulated rate that allows for dimensional restabilization afterward." The chamber began to shake as the mountain itself responded to the changing dimensional forces. Terra immediately extended her Earth affinity, reinforcing the structure around them to prevent a catastrophic collapse. "We need to evacuate," she warned. "This entire region will experience severe geological instability as the dimensional energies dissipate." Jonathan nodded in agreement. "Atlas, can you maintain the control protocols remotely?" The Tech Adapt 1 carefully disconnected his filament-like neural extensions from the anchor, which continued to pulse with inverted energy. "Control parameters are now self-sustaining. The backflow will continue without further intervention." "Then let's move," Jonathan ordered. Terra, fastest route to the surface. As the Earth Adapt 1 created a new tunnel leading upward, Jonathan took one last look at the node anchor, the crystalline structure that had nearly spelled doom for humanity now serving as the instrument of their salvation. The geometric pattern the Walmers had so carefully constructed across the planet was unraveling, its energy flowing back to its source in a tide the invaders couldn't stem. Operation Geometric Collapse had succeeded, though not in the way they had originally planned. Rather than destroying the dimensional network, they had repurposed it, using the Walmers' own technology against them in a manner that demonstrated humanity's greatest strength, adaptation. As the team ascended toward daylight, Jonathan received one final update through their secure link, this one from Colonel Marshall himself, monitoring the operation from command headquarters. "All Walmer's tiers globally are exhibiting inversion patterns," Marshall reported, undisguised triumph in his voice. "Dimensional energy readings decreasing by approximately 12% per minute. At current trajectory, Earth's dimensional stability will be fully restored within 1 hour." Jonathan shared this news with his team as they emerged onto the mountainside, now bathed in sunlight as the unnatural storms generated by the tear dissipated. Above them, where the violet wound in reality had hung, only clear blue sky remained. Similar scenes would be playing out worldwide as the Walmer's network collapsed in on itself. "We did it," Tara said quietly, her crystalline flecked skin glittering in the sunlight. "We actually defeated them." "Not defeated," Jonathan corrected gently. "Survived. Adapted. Evolved." He looked at his transformed teammates, humans who had become something more in response to an existential threat. Their journey had been painful, filled with sacrifice and loss, but it had pushed humanity forward in ways that might otherwise have taken millennia of natural adaptation. "The question now," Haruki observed, his partially gaseous form shimmering in the thin mountain air, "is what comes next." Jonathan gazed out over the Himalayan peaks, considering the profound changes their world had undergone in the months since the Walmers first appeared. Not just the physical transformations of the Adapt ones, but the philosophical and social implications of humanity's accelerated adaptation. "We rebuild," he answered simply. "We heal. We learn from what we've become." The future stretched before them, uncertain but filled with possibility. Humanity had faced extinction and emerged transformed. The Adapt ones would help guide that transformation, using their enhanced abilities not for war but for creation. As extraction aircraft appeared on the horizon, Jonathan allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The nuclear fire within him had been awakened by crisis, but its ultimate purpose transcended conflict. Like all the elemental affinities, it represented a deeper connection to the fundamental forces that shaped existence itself. The Walmers had inadvertently given humanity its greatest gift, the awakening of potential that had always existed within them, waiting for the right catalyst to emerge. Avion was not just a weapon but a pathway to humanity's next adaptationary stage. And Jonathan Hayes, once a nuclear physicist who studied atomic forces from a distance, had become their living embodiment, transformed but still human in all the ways that truly mattered. The war was ending. Adaptation continued. Adaptation had only just begun. Adapt Ones, Nuclear Dawn Chapter 10, Adaptation, Epilogue, 1 year after Operation Geometric Collapse. Jonathan Hayes stood atop the observation platform of the newly constructed Avion Research Center. The facility, built on the site where he had first manifested his nuclear abilities, represented humanity's commitment to understanding and harnessing the adaptationary leap that the Walmers' invasion had catalyzed. The world below was healing, dimensional scars fading, corrupted regions gradually returning to natural states. The process wasn't instantaneous. Some areas would bear the marks of the invasion for decades. But unlike the hopeless struggle of the war's early days, there was now certainty that Earth would recover, that humanity would endure. "Enjoying the view?" Maya Chen asked as she joined him on the platform. Like all Phase 2 Adapt ones, her transformed appearance had stabilized rather than reverted after the Walmers' threat receded. Her eyes still held oceanic depths, her skin still shimmered with subtle blue luminescence when she tapped into her water affinity. Remembering, Jonathan replied. The green glow beneath his skin pulsed gently as he turned to face her. 1 year ago today, the tears began closing worldwide. Sometimes I still expect to look up and see them reopening. Maya nodded in understanding. All Adapt ones carried similar psychological scars. The constant vigilance that came from months of existential struggle wasn't easily set aside, even in victory. The dimensional monitors show no signs of instability, she assured him. Atlas's containment protocols are holding perfectly. The boundary between our reality and theirs has never been more secure. Jonathan smiled slightly at the mention of their tech affinity colleague. Atlas Gray had emerged from the war with perhaps the most profound transformation of all the Adapt ones. His consciousness now existed partially in digital space, allowing him to maintain constant awareness of the dimensional barriers he had helped establish. And the Walmers themselves? He asked, though he already knew the answer from his regular briefings. The question was more ritual than necessity. No activity for over 4 months, Maya confirmed. The dimensional backflow damaged their capacity for interdimensional travel severely. Terra's analysis suggests they're focused on repairing their own reality rather than planning another invasion. Jonathan nodded, relief mingling with a complex emotion he still struggled to name. The Walmers had been enemies. Certainly, their plan to transform Earth into an extension of their dimension would have meant extinction for humanity. But they had also been the catalyst for profound change, the external pressure that had awakened potential dormant within human genetics for untold generations. Dr. Chen is looking for you, Maya added, referring to Eliza rather than herself. The familial title had stuck despite their formal professional relationship. The Phase 3 candidates have arrived for preliminary evaluation. Jonathan's expression grew more serious. Phase 3, the term for voluntary avion integration in individuals who hadn't spontaneously manifested abilities during the invasion. Controversial but potentially adaptationary, it represented the next step in humanity's accelerated adaptation. How many this time? He asked. 12, Maya answered. Selected from over 10,000 applicants. The screening process has been refined further since the last group. The statistics spoke volumes about humanity's response to the Adapt ones. Rather than fear or rejection, much of the population viewed the transformed humans with fascination and even aspiration. Millions had volunteered for the Phase 3 program, despite its experimental nature and the profound changes it would bring to those selected. I'll meet with them this afternoon, Jonathan decided. They should understand exactly what they're volunteering for. Not just the abilities, but the responsibilities and challenges that come with transformation. Maya touched his arm lightly, water affinity briefly resonating with his nuclear energy in the harmonic pattern they had discovered they could create together. They couldn't ask for a better guide. Before Jonathan could respond, their communication implants activated simultaneously. Stella Nova's voice, still carrying those haunting cosmic harmonics, spoke directly into their awareness. Jonathan, Maya, your presence is requested in the Dimensional Observatory. We've detected something unusual. They exchanged concerned glances before heading immediately to the elevator that would take them to the observatory level. The facility's most advanced research division. The Dimensional Observatory utilized technologies derived from both human innovation and adapted Walmer's concepts to monitor the boundaries between realities. When they arrived, Stella was waiting alongside Orion Weiss, both cosmic Adapt ones hovering slightly above the floor as they often did when deep in concentration. Their partially extra-dimensional existence had become more pronounced in the months following the Walmers' defeat. Their forms sometimes blurring at the edges as they perceived multiple realities simultaneously. What have you found? Jonathan asked without preamble. Stella gestured toward the central monitoring array, a complex holographic representation of dimensional frequencies across the electromagnetic spectrum. We detected a signal approximately 20 minutes ago. Not Walmers in origin, but definitely extra-dimensional. Jonathan studied the display, his nuclear-enhanced perception allowing him to interpret patterns invisible to normal human senses. This doesn't match any known Walmers frequency signature. Exactly, Orion confirmed, dark matter swirling gently around his fingertips as he manipulated the display to highlight specific wave patterns. The quantum harmonics are completely different, more elegant, almost musical in their mathematical structure. Could it be natural dimensional noise? Maya suggested. Background radiation from the multiverse? Stella shook her head, silver-violet energy briefly cascading through her hair. No. It's definitely an artificial signal, coherent, structured, repeated at precise intervals. It's a message. The implications hung in the air between them. Since the Walmers invasion, humanity had theorized that other dimensional civilizations might exist, but this represented the first concrete evidence. Can we decode it? Jonathan asked. We've been trying, Orion replied. The language structure is unlike anything in our databases, but certain mathematical constants appear universal. He manipulated the display again, isolating specific segments of the signal. These patterns represent prime numbers, atomic structures, and what appears to be a dimensional coordinate system. They're introducing themselves, Maya realized, and possibly offering contact. Jonathan absorbed this with the measured consideration that had become his hallmark since completing his Phase 2 transformation. The prospect of another extra-dimensional civilization was both exhilarating and concerning. The Walmers' experience had taught humanity valuable lessons about interdimensional contact, lessons that couldn't be ignored even in the face of scientific curiosity. Has this been reported to the Global Security Council? He asked. Stella nodded. Colonel Marshall was notified simultaneously with you. He's convening an emergency session to discuss potential responses. The mention of Marshall brought a faint smile to Jonathan's face. The colonel had refused all offers of Phase 3 integration, insisting that humanity needed leadership from both evolved and traditional perspectives. His military background had gradually given way to diplomatic expertise as he helped navigate the complex new reality of a post-Walmers world. We should join that meeting, Jonathan decided. But first, I want a complete analysis of this signal compared to everything we know about Walmers' communication patterns. We need to be absolutely certain this isn't a new approach from an old enemy. As the others began the requested analysis, Jonathan moved to the observatory's viewing window. The reinforced glass looked out over the rebuilt research campus where hundreds of scientists, both traditional humans and adapt ones, worked to understand the legacy of the invasion. In specialized training fields, new generations of adapt ones learn to control their abilities under the guidance of veteran mentors. The world had changed in ways few could have imagined when the first tier appeared in the atmosphere above this very location. Humanity had faced extinction and instead found transformation, painful, challenging, but ultimately expanding their understanding of both universe and self. Penny for your thoughts? Maya asked, joining him at the window. Just reflecting on how far we've come, he answered. And wondering how far we have yet to go. She followed his gaze to the training fields below. The Phase 3 candidates are different from us. They're choosing transformation rather than having it thrust upon them by necessity. Their relationship with Avion will have different foundations. Adaptation by choice rather than crisis, Jonathan agreed. Perhaps that's the healthier path, but we needed the crisis, Maya observed. Without the Walmers, the Avion might have remained dormant within human potential for millennia, or forever. Jonathan considered this. The question of why humans possessed the capacity for elemental affinities in the first place had been the subject of intense research since the war's end. Theories ranged from ancient adaptationary adaptation to long-forgotten contact with other dimensional beings. The truth remained elusive, but the capacity itself was undeniable. Sometimes I wonder if this was inevitable, he said quietly. Not the invasion specifically, but the awakening of these abilities. As if humanity was always meant to evolve in this direction, and the universe simply provided the catalyst when we were ready. Maya's ocean-deep eyes studied him thoughtfully. That sounds almost spiritual coming from a former nuclear physicist. Phase 2 integration changes perspectives, he replied with a slight smile. When you can perceive nuclear forces directly, the line between science and philosophy begins to blur. Their conversation was interrupted as Stella approached, her form shifting subtly between dimensional states as she moved. We've completed the preliminary analysis. The signal is definitely not Walmer's in origin. The mathematical structures are too elegant, too efficient, suggesting a civilization far more advanced than the Walmers. Which could mean far more dangerous, Jonathan noted. Or far more beneficial as potential allies, Maya countered. Not every extra-dimensional civilization would share the Walmers' conquering imperative. Jonathan nodded, acknowledging the point. Either way, our response needs to be measured. We've earned the right to caution after what we've endured. He turned from the window, decision made. Maintain monitoring of the signal but don't respond yet. We'll consult with the Council and develop a unified approach that represents both Adapt 1 and traditional human perspectives. As they prepared to depart for the Council meeting, Jonathan paused at the observatory door, looking back at the dimensional monitoring array with its display of the mysterious signal. Whatever this new contact represented, threat or opportunity, danger or discovery, humanity would face it as a transformed species. The Adapt Ones would stand ready, not as weapons this time, but as guides helping their civilization navigate a multiverse more complex than anyone had imagined before the Walmers tore open the veil between dimensions. The council meeting lasted well into the evening, with representatives from both Adapt 1 and traditional human leadership debating the appropriate response to the extra-dimensional signal. Jonathan presented the scientific data alongside Stella, while Marshall outlined security considerations with his usual pragmatic clarity. When they finally emerged, the sun was setting over the research campus, bathing the buildings in golden light. Jonathan found himself walking alongside Colonel Marshall as they left the administrative complex. Quite a discussion in there, Marshall commented, the lines in his face deeper than they had been during the war, though his eyes remained sharp. Strong opinions on all sides. As it should be, Jonathan replied. This isn't a military decision this time. It's a civilization-defining moment. Marshall nodded thoughtfully. A year ago, we were fighting for survival. Now we're debating how to introduce ourselves to another dimensional civilization. A wry smile touched his lips. I'd call that progress. Significant progress, Jonathan agreed. Though I noticed you sided with the caution advocates. Old habits, Marshall admitted. But I still believe measured response is our best approach. We have time to be deliberate. That's a luxury we didn't have during the invasion. They walked in companionable silence for a moment before Marshall spoke again. The Phase 3 candidates, have you met them yet? Not formally. That's scheduled for tomorrow. Good people, Marshall said. Carefully selected not just for physiological compatibility with avion integration, but for psychological and ethical qualities as well. He gave Jonathan a significant look. We learned from the first generations that character matters as much as capability when it comes to wielding these powers. Jonathan understood the implicit message. The earliest Adapt Ones had been selected by circumstance, whoever happened to manifest abilities in response to Walmer's proximity. Most had risen to the occasion admirably, but there had been exceptions, individuals whose transformation had amplified negative traits alongside their elemental powers. The screening protocols have improved significantly, Jonathan acknowledged. Dr. Chen's psychological integration model has proven remarkably accurate in predicting successful adaptations. They reached the Memorial Garden, a peaceful space dedicated to those lost during the invasion. At its center stood a simple monument bearing the names of fallen Adapt Ones, those who had sacrificed themselves so that humanity might survive to evolve. Marshall paused before the monument, his expression solemn. Sometimes I wonder what they would think of the world they helped create. If they would recognize the path we're on. Jonathan considered the names etched in stone, some friends, some barely known to him before they were lost in battles across the globe. I think they would be proud, he said finally. Not because we've achieved perfection, but because we're still striving, still adapting. Marshall nodded, seeming satisfied with this answer. Phase 3 begins in earnest tomorrow. The signal from another dimension arrives today. The universe keeps expanding whether we're ready or not. Then we'll continue to adapt, Jonathan replied simply. It's what we do now. As darkness fell over the research campus, lights activated automatically, not just conventional illumination, but specialized environmental adjustments designed to accommodate the varied needs of different Adapt-1 physiologies. The facility itself had evolved, adapting to the transformed humans who now called it home. Jonathan bid goodbye to Marshall and made his way to his private quarters in the residential wing. Though outwardly similar to standard accommodations, the room contained specialized radiation shielding and energy regulation systems necessary for someone with his particular affinity. As he prepared for sleep, a process that now involved meditation techniques to regulate his nuclear energy output, Jonathan reflected on the day's developments. The mysterious signal represented both challenge and opportunity for a humanity still finding its footing after dramatic transformation. But perhaps that was fitting. Adaptation wasn't a destination but a journey. Constant adaptation to changing circumstances, development of new capabilities in response to new challenges. The Walmers had accelerated that process through crisis, but the path forward would be determined by choice rather than necessity. Jonathan Hayes, once an ordinary physicist, now a nuclear-enhanced guide for humanity's next adaptationary step, closed his eyes. The green luminescence beneath his skin dimming to a soft glow as his consciousness settled. Whatever came through that dimensional signal, whatever the Phase 3 integration revealed about Avion's ultimate potential, humanity would face it as a species transformed but unbroken. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And deep within each Adapt-1, the Avion responded, preparing them for challenges yet to come. Some might call it destiny. Jonathan, scientist at heart despite his transformation, preferred to think of it as the natural progression of a species fulfilling its inherent potential, reaching toward greater understanding of both universe and self. Either way, the dawn that had begun with crisis now continued with purpose. Nuclear dawn. Cosmic dawn. The dawn of a humanity adapted to its fullest potential. The journey had only just begun. Adapt-1's Dimensional Echoes Chapter 1. Resonance. The signal came again at precisely 0347 hours, just as it had every night for the past 2 weeks. Stella Nova's consciousness registered it instantly, her cosmic awareness stretching across dimensional boundaries even while her physical form rested in meditation. The mathematical patterns remained consistent, elegant spirals of prime numbers and fundamental constants that spoke of intelligence far beyond human understanding. Or Walmer's understanding, for that matter. Stella opened her eyes, which shimmered with celestial light as she shifted fully back into Earth's primary dimension. The dimensional observatory's monitoring systems had already activated in response to the signal, holographic displays materializing around her suspended form. She didn't need the technology to perceive the transmission, but the computers provided analytical frameworks that even her enhanced mind found useful. Recording signal iteration 28, she spoke softly, her voice carrying those haunting cosmic harmonics that had become more pronounced since Operation Geometric Collapse. Pattern consistency at 99.7%. Deviation appears deliberate rather than degradation. The signal pulsed once more, stronger than previous iterations. Something had changed. Alert Protocol Chimera. Stella ordered the facility's AI. Priority Alpha. Protocol Chimera initiated, came the immediate response. Alert transmitted to all designated personnel. Within minutes, the observatory's doors slid open to admit Jonathan Hayes. The nuclear Adapt 1 moved with the fluid precision that characterized all Phase 2 transformations, the green luminescence beneath his skin brightening slightly as he entered the dimmed chamber. "It's escalating?" he asked without preamble. Stella gestured toward the central display where the signal's waveform undulated in complex patterns. Amplitude increased by 37%. "And there's something else, a new embedded pattern within the carrier wave." Jonathan studied the display, his nuclear-enhanced perception allowing him to see mathematical relationships invisible to conventional analysis. "It's a countdown," he realized, the green glow in his eyes intensifying. "Based on universal constants rather than arbitrary time units." "Precisely," Stella confirmed. "By my calculation, it terminates in approximately 72 hours. "A countdown to what?" Maya Chen asked as she entered, moisture gathering briefly around her fingertips, a reflexive response to stress that all water affinity Adapt 1s exhibited. Behind her came Colonel Marshall, his expression grim despite being awakened in the pre-dawn hours. "Unknown," Stella admitted. "But the precision suggests deliberate contact rather than passive observation. They know we're receiving their transmission." Jonathan processed this information with the measured consideration that had become his hallmark. "The Council authorized a response protocol yesterday. Perhaps it's time to implement it." Marshall nodded, the decision already made. "I've alerted the response team. Dr. Eliza Chen is preparing the dimensional resonance array now. We should bring in the Phase 3 candidates," Jonathan suggested, surprising the others. "Especially Ariel Reyes." Maya raised an eyebrow, ocean depths swirling in her transformed eyes. "The linguist? She hasn't even begun integration yet. Which means her perspective remains uniquely human while still understanding our capabilities," Jonathan countered. "If we're establishing first contact with another dimensional civilization, we need that balance." Marshall considered this briefly before nodding again. "Agreed. I'll have Reyes brought to the observatory." He turned to leave, then paused. "Hayes, a word?" Jonathan followed the colonel into the corridor outside, leaving Maya and Stella to continue analyzing the strengthened signal. Once they were alone, Marshall's professional demeanor softened slightly, the only concession to their long history together. "The Phase 3 integration is scheduled to begin in 36 hours, he said quietly. "This signal's countdown terminates 36 hours after that. The timing concerns me." Jonathan had noted the same coincidence. "You think there's a connection?" "I think we should consider the possibility," Marshall replied. "The Walmers studied us for years before they invaded. What if this new civilization has been doing the same? What if they've been monitoring our adaptation process?" It was a disquieting thought, that the Avion awakening itself might have drawn attention from beyond their dimension. That humanity's adaptationary league might be of interest to entities they had yet to encounter. "We proceed as planned," Jonathan decided after a moment's reflection. "But with enhanced security protocols. No communication revealing the Phase 3 timetable. And I want Nakamura and Kaori on standby with full combat capabilities." Marshall nodded, a ghost of his wartime expression crossing his features. Sophia Nakamura and Aisha Kaori represented the most combat-effective nuclear and fire affinity Adapt 1s, a fact that spoke to Jonathan's cautious approach despite his outward optimism. "Already done," Marshall confirmed. "Old habits die hard." Jonathan's lips quirked slightly. "That's why you're still running security instead of enjoying retirement. Someone has to keep you evolved types grounded," Marshall returned with a rare smile. "I'll coordinate the response team. You focus on the signal analysis." As Marshall departed, Jonathan returned to the observatory where Maya had joined Stella in a detailed examination of the new pattern. The two women represented opposite ends of the elemental spectrum, cosmic and water affinities, yet their analytical approaches complemented each other perfectly. The mathematical structure is unlike anything in our databases, Maya was saying as she manipulated a three-dimensional representation of the signal. But there are recurring elements that suggest linguistic intent rather than pure mathematics. Agreed, Stella replied, her form shifting slightly between dimensional states as she concentrated. The signal contains both universal constants and what appear to be cultural signifiers, patterns unique to the sender's civilization. Jonathan approached the central platform where the holographic display had expanded to fill much of the chamber. Can we extract any concrete meaning? Not yet, Maya admitted. But I've identified what might be a spatial coordinate system embedded within the mathematical framework. If I'm interpreting it correctly, they're providing a location, in our dimension. Jonathan asked sharply. That's the fascinating part, Stella interjected, cosmic energy swirling around her fingertips as she manipulated the display. The coordinates exist at a dimensional intersection, a point where our reality and theirs naturally overlap without requiring a tear or gateway. Jonathan absorbed this revelation with careful consideration. The Walmers had created artificial tiers to bridge dimensions, brute forcing their way into Earth's reality. But natural dimensional intersections, points where universal constants aligned perfectly between different realities, had been theoretical until now. Where is this intersection point located? He asked. Maya adjusted the display to show a geographical map. Here, the Atacama Desert in Chile. Jonathan felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. The same location where Stella and Orion encountered the Walmers Sentinels last year. The same coordinates exactly, Stella confirmed, her expression troubled despite her usually serene demeanor. This cannot be coincidence. Before they could discuss further implications, the observatory doors opened again to admit a woman Jonathan recognized immediately, Ariel Reyes. One of the 12 Phase 3 candidates selected from thousands of applicants worldwide. In her mid-30s, she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to intellectual challenges, her dark eyes sharp with curiosity. Dr. Reyes, Jonathan greeted her with a slight nod. Thank you for coming at such an hour. When Colonel Marshall says it's urgent, I believe him, she replied with a faint smile. Although I must admit, being summoned to the Dimensional Observatory at 4 in the morning was not on my integration preparation checklist. Her calm humor suggested a resilience that had been one of the key selection criteria for Phase 3 candidates. Adaptation required psychological flexibility as much as physiological compatibility. We've received a signal, Jonathan explained, gesturing toward the holographic display. Extra-dimensional in origin, but definitely not Walmers. We believe it contains linguistic elements alongside mathematical patterns, which is why we requested your expertise. Ariel approached the display with professional interest, her training as a xenolinguist immediately evident in the way she observed the patterns. Though she possessed no elemental affinities yet, her trained mind quickly began identifying structures within the seemingly abstract forms. Fascinating, she murmured after several minutes of observation. There's definitely a syntax here, recurring elements that function as connectors between larger conceptual blocks. Not entirely unlike how particles function in human languages. She looked up at Jonathan. How long have you been receiving this? 2 weeks, Stella answered. With increasing strength each time. Today's transmission included what appears to be a countdown to something occurring in approximately 72 hours. And coordinates pointing to the Atacama Desert, Maya added. Ariel's expression grew more serious. The same location where, yes, Jonathan confirmed. Hence our caution. Ariel turned back to the display, studying it with renewed intensity. There's something else here, she said after a moment. A repeating pattern that doesn't fit with the mathematical or linguistic elements. She isolated a sequence that pulsed with distinctive rhythm. This feels almost emotional in structure. Emotional? Maya questioned. Less precise than the mathematics, more fluid than the linguistic components, Ariel explained. In human communication, emotional context is often conveyed through tone, rhythm, and intensity rather than explicit vocabulary. This pattern has similar characteristics, variations that don't serve mathematical or syntactical functions. Jonathan exchanged glances with Stella and Maya. The possibility that they were receiving not just information but emotional context from another dimensional civilization added new complexity to their response. Can you determine what emotion might be conveyed? Stella asked. Ariel hesitated, aware of the weight her interpretation might carry. If I were to assign a human emotional equivalent based solely on pattern structure and intensity, I would say urgency. Possibly concern. She looked directly at Jonathan. They want something to happen before the countdown expires. Or they're warning us about something that will happen, Jonathan suggested. The implication hung in the air between them, another potential threat emerging just as humanity had begun to recover from the Walmers' invasion. Yet something about this signal felt fundamentally different from the cold, calculating presence the Walmers had projected. The response team is assembled in Laboratory 7, announced the facility's AI. Dimensional resonance array at 90% charge. Jonathan made his decision. We proceed with the response protocol as authorized by the Council. Dr. Reyes, would you join us? Your linguistic insights could be valuable as we formulate our transmission. Ariel nodded without hesitation. Of course. As they prepared to leave the observatory, Maya fell into step beside Jonathan. What about the Phase 3 integration? She asked quietly. Do we proceed as scheduled despite the countdown coincidence? Jonathan considered the question carefully, weighing risks against potential benefits. The Phase 3 program represented humanity's deliberate choice to continue the adaptationary path that Crisis had begun. Volunteers who would undergo avion integration not as a desperate response to invasion, but as a considered step toward a transformed future. Yes, he decided finally. We don't allow an unknown signal to disrupt humanity's chosen path, but we take every precaution. Double the security protocols and have Terra and Crag create additional geological safeguards around the integration chamber. Maya nodded in agreement, water briefly swirling around her fingers as she sent the necessary commands through her neural interface. And the response to the signal? We answer, Jonathan said simply. But carefully. Universal mathematical constants to establish common understanding, with minimal information about Earth or humanity. We acknowledge receipt without revealing vulnerability. They reached Laboratory 7. Where Eliza Chen stood before the dimensional resonance array, technology reverse-engineered from captured Walmers equipment but refined with human innovation and Adapt-1 insights. The device could transmit across dimensional boundaries without creating the dangerous tears that had characterized the Walmers invasion. We're ready to transmit, Eliza announced as they entered. Despite remaining traditionally human by choice, she had embraced the scientific opportunities presented by dimensional technology. Frequency calibrated to match the incoming signal. Jonathan surveyed the assembled team, a mixture of traditional humans and Adapt-1s, scientists and security personnel, each bringing unique perspectives to this critical moment. Among them stood Orion Weiss, his form partially phased between dimensions as was typical for cosmic affinity Adapt-1s, and Aaron Price, electrical energy crackling subtly around his fingers. Proceed with the established protocol, Jonathan directed. Mathematical acknowledgement first, followed by the simplified identity marker. As the team began the careful process of crafting humanity's response, Jonathan moved to the laboratory's observation window. Beyond the reinforced glass, dawn was breaking over the Avion Research Center, golden light illuminating a world transformed by crisis yet still recognizably Earth. Whatever, or whoever, waited on the other side of that dimensional signal, they would find humanity changed but unified, cautious but not paralyzed by fear. The dimensional resonance array hummed to life, its crystalline components glowing with energy as it prepared to transmit across realities. Jonathan watched the process with both scientific fascination and strategic awareness, the nuclear fire within him ready to defend if necessary but hoping instead for understanding. 72 hours until the countdown expired. 36 hours until Phase 3 integration began. Two potentially transformative events converging in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. Transmission commencing, Eliza announced as the array reached full power. Jonathan Hayes, once an ordinary physicist, now a nuclear-enhanced guardian of humanity's adaptationary path, stood witness as Earth reached out to another dimension, not through crisis this time, but by choice. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And somewhere beyond conventional reality, something was responding. 16,000 kilometers away, in the heart of the Atacama Desert, the air shimmered almost imperceptibly as reality thinned at the dimensional intersection point. No tear formed, not the violent rupture of Walmer's incursion, but a subtle resonance between worlds that had always existed, now strengthened by conscious intent from both sides. Within this dimensional boundary zone, something waited. Not Walmer's but not human either. Patient, observing, responding. As Earth's transmission reached across dimensional boundaries, the shimmering intensified briefly. The countdown continued its inexorable progression. In 72 hours, contact would be established. In 72 hours, humanity would face not invasion, but revelation. The dimensional echoes had only just begun. Adapt Ones, Dimensional Echoes Chapter 2. Integration. The Phase 3 integration chamber resembled a cathedral more than a laboratory, vast and circular, with a domed ceiling of transparent metamaterials that responded to elemental energies. 12 integration pods arranged in a perfect circle dominated the central platform, each customized for a specific elemental affinity. Surrounding them stood 8 Phase 2 Adapt Ones, positioned at compass points to stabilize the process about to unfold. Dr. Eliza Chen moved with practiced efficiency through final preparations, her white lab coat contrasting with the iridescent surfaces that characterized most Avion technology. Though she had remained traditionally human by choice, her understanding of the integration process was unmatched. A bridge between what humanity had been and what it was becoming. Neural mapping complete for all 12 candidates, she announced, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. Avion resonance patterns calibrated to individual genetic profiles. Jonathan Hayes observed from a raised platform, his nuclear-enhanced senses monitoring energy fluctuations with precision instruments couldn't match. Beside him stood Maya Chen, water affinity manifesting as subtle currents that flowed beneath her skin whenever she was deep in concentration. "The candidates are ready," Maya reported, her oceanically deep eyes reflecting the chamber's ambient light. "Psychological baselines are stable, despite the abbreviated preparation schedule." Jonathan nodded, the green luminescence beneath his skin pulsing with his heartbeat. "The signal countdown may be coincidental, but I'm not taking chances. We maintain heightened security throughout the integration process." As if summoned by his words, Colonel Marshall entered through the chamber's reinforced doors, accompanied by Sophia Nakamura. The second nuclear Adapt 1 moved with coiled precision. Her transformation more subtle than Jonathan's but no less profound. Radiation controlled so perfectly that it manifested only as a faint green shimmer around her eyes. Perimeter security is at maximum, Marshall reported, his voice carrying the authority earned through years of crisis management. Tara and Crag have created seismic monitoring networks extending 20 kilometers in all directions. Nothing approaches without our knowledge. And atmospheric conditions? Jonathan inquired. Zephyr has established wind pattern recognition systems, Sophia answered, her normally reserved demeanor professional as always. Any dimensional disturbance will create detectable air pressure anomalies. We're watching every approach vector. Jonathan absorbed this information with a nod of approval. The security protocols might seem excessive in peacetime. But the dimensional signals countdown, now at 34 hours and decreasing, had triggered wartime instincts in all who had fought the Walmers. Caution had become second nature to survivors. The candidates are arriving, Eliza announced as the chamber's secondary doors opened. 12 men and women entered in single file, each wearing the specialized interface garments that would facilitate their transformation. Unlike the desperate, battlefield integrations of the war, these volunteers had undergone months of physical and psychological preparation. They represented humanity's considered choice to continue its adaptationary journey, not through crisis but through deliberate advancement. Jonathan recognized Ariel Reyes immediately, the xenolinguist's calm demeanor unchanged despite the enormity of what awaited her. Since analyzing the dimensional signal 24 hours earlier, she had worked tirelessly with the response team, her insights proving invaluable in crafting humanity's reply. Distinguished guests, Eliza addressed the candidates formally. Today you embark on a journey unprecedented in human history, voluntary elevation through avion integration. While the war necessitated hasty transformations, you have the privilege of preparation, understanding, and choice. She gestured to the integration pods. Each of you has demonstrated affinity compatibility with a specific elemental category. Your pods have been calibrated accordingly. The candidates moved forward with resolute expressions, the gravity of their decision evident in their measured movements. Unlike the first adapt ones, who had manifested abilities spontaneously in response to Walmer's proximity, or even the Phase 2 volunteers, who had undergone integration during wartime urgency. These 12 had chosen transformation in a world at peace. Dr. Reyes, Jonathan called softly as Ariel passed his position. She paused, looking up at him with intelligent eyes that held neither fear nor blind enthusiasm, just determined purpose. Your insights regarding the signal have been invaluable. I wanted to thank you personally before your integration begins. I appreciate that, she replied with a small smile. Though I suspect my linguistic abilities will be even more useful afterward, assuming the cosmic affinity enhances pattern recognition as projected. Jonathan nodded, impressed by her understanding of the neurological changes awaiting her. It will, but don't expect linear enhancement. The transformation restructures perception at fundamental levels. You'll understand patterns differently, not just more efficiently. Like learning a new language rather than simply acquiring a better dictionary, she suggested. An apt metaphor, Jonathan agreed. I'll be monitoring your integration personally. The cosmic affinity can be particularly disorienting during transition. Ariel's expression turned thoughtful. Because of the partial dimensional phasing? Yes. Your consciousness will briefly perceive multiple realities simultaneously. Anchoring techniques have been uploaded to your integration protocols, but having someone experienced guide you through the process helps maintain psychological continuity. She studied him with perceptive eyes. You're concerned about the timing, aren't you? My integration coinciding with the signal countdown. Jonathan saw little point in denying what her trained mind had already deduced. The coincidence warrants attention. But it doesn't change our course, only our vigilance. Ariel nodded, seeming satisfied with his candor. Then I'll see you on the other side, Dr. Hayes. With that, she continued toward her designated pod, one marked with the swirling silver-violet symbols that identified cosmic affinity. As the candidates took their positions, Jonathan returned his attention to the integration chamber as a whole. The 8 Phase 2 Adapt ones who would stabilize the process had moved to their designated stations, representatives from each elemental affinity, positioned to create a balanced energy field throughout the chamber. Aisha Cowrie, her hair still flickering with living flame, took the northern position. The Fire Adapt one's transformation had stabilized into one of the most visually striking, bronze skin that shimmered with internal heat. Eyes like captured sunrise that brightened when she accessed her abilities. Tara Mason occupied the eastern point, her partially crystalline form reflecting light in geometric patterns. The Earth affinity had manifested in her as progressive mineralization, not replacing organic tissue but integrating with it, creating a living composite that could alter its composition at will. Zephyr Williams stood at the southern position, her form occasionally blurring at the edges as she existed partially in gaseous state. The Wind Adapt one had perhaps the most fluid transformation, able to shift density from solid to near incorporeal depending on her needs. Atlas Gray completed the primary compass points at the West Station, silver filaments visible beneath his skin when he accessed his tech affinity. His eyes had developed multifaceted structures that allowed him to perceive digital and electromagnetic information as naturally as physical objects. The intercardinal positions were occupied by representatives of the remaining affinities, Aaron Price with his controlled electrical emanations, Malachite Chen with his color-shifting skin that reflected chemical states, Mend Rodriguez with his malleable biological structure, and Orion Weiss with his partially extra-dimensional existence. Together, they would create a stabilizing influence as the 12 candidates underwent the carefully managed awakening of their avion potential, a process that had occurred chaotically during the war but now followed precise scientific protocols developed through extensive research. Integration sequence initiating, Eliza announced, her fingers moving across holographic interfaces with practiced precision. Phase 1, Neural Pathway Mapping. The chamber's ambient lighting dimmed as energy began to flow toward the integration pods. Each crystal and metal enclosure illuminated from within, bathing its occupant in light calibrated to their specific elemental affinity. Within the pods, neural interfaces activated, creating the preliminary connections that would guide avion energy through optimal pathways. Jonathan focused his attention on Ariel's pod, monitoring the cosmic energy patterns as they began to interact with her nervous system. Unlike his own transformation, which had occurred in the chaos of battle, or even the Phase 2 integrations, which had followed wartime urgency, this process was precisely controlled, each stage carefully calculated to minimize trauma while maximizing compatibility. Phase 1 complete, Eliza reported after several minutes. Neural pathways established and stable in all 12 subjects. Proceeding to Phase 2, preliminary avion stimulation. This represented the point of no return, the initial introduction of elemental energy into human consciousness. Jonathan watched the monitoring displays with intense focus as Ariel's pod filled with swirling silver-violet light, cosmic energy beginning its dance with human neurophysiology. Inside the pod, Ariel's body tensed as the first wave of transformation began. Unlike the painful, overwhelming experience of wartime manifestation, this carefully modulated process introduced avion energy gradually, allowing her consciousness to adapt to each incremental change before proceeding further. Subject neural responses within optimal parameters, Eliza noted, studying the biometric displays. Phase 2 progressing nominally for all candidates. Jonathan exchanged glances with Maya, both remembering their own transformations, hers in a controlled environment similar to this, his on a battlefield with no preparation or guidance. The contrast emphasized how far they had come in understanding the process that had changed them forever. "The signal is transmitting again," Marshall announced suddenly, his hand pressed to his communication implant. Stronger than previous iterations, Jonathan's focus sharpened. "Timing? Exactly concurrent with Phase 2 activation," Marshall confirmed, his expression grim. "The correlation appears deliberate." The implication hung in the air between them. Something was monitoring the integration process, timing its transmissions to coincide with key moments in the procedure. The coincidence theory grew increasingly implausible with each new correspondence. Continue the integration, Jonathan decided after a moment's consideration. But activate the dimensional dampening field. If there's any external influence attempting to affect the process, that should minimize it. Maya nodded in agreement, already sending the necessary commands through her neural interface. Throughout the chamber, nearly invisible energy barriers activated, technology derived from Jonathan's containment field ability but refined and amplified through Atlas's tech affinity innovations. Dimensional dampening field active, she confirmed. No detectable external influences penetrating the barrier. Inside the pods, the transformation continued uninterrupted. The candidates' bodies began to exhibit the first visible signs of change, subtle luminescence beneath the skin as avion energy established permanent residence within human cells. For Ariel, the cosmic affinity manifested as silver-violet light that gathered most intensely around her neural structures, enhancing the pattern recognition capabilities that made her an exceptional linguist. Proceeding to Phase 3, Eliza announced after confirming stable readings across all subjects. Deep integration commencing. This represented the most profound stage, the fundamental restructuring of consciousness itself as human and avion merged beyond separation. Jonathan remembered his own experience of this phase as simultaneously terrifying and transcendent, the dissolution of boundaries he had once thought immutable, followed by expansion into perceptual realms previously unimaginable. For Ariel, with her cosmic affinity orientation, this stage would involve partial dimensional phasing, her consciousness briefly extending beyond conventional reality to perceive the multiverse as cosmic adapt ones naturally did. Without proper guidance, the experience could be psychologically devastating. Jonathan closed his eyes, extending his awareness toward her pod through the nuclear energy that permeated his being. Though their elemental affinities differed, the underlying avion energy followed universal principles he had learned to navigate. He established a subtle connection, not interference but presence. A lighthouse in the dimensional sea she now entered. Within the pod, Ariel's body arched as cosmic energy surged through her neural pathways. Her consciousness expanded beyond physical limitations, suddenly perceiving reality from perspectives impossible to describe in human language. Time appeared simultaneous rather than linear, space folded in patterns that contradicted Euclidean geometry, and the boundaries between dimensions revealed themselves as permeable membranes rather than absolute barriers. Through their tenuous connection, Jonathan provided anchor points, cognitive frameworks that helped organize the overwhelming sensory input into comprehensible patterns. His own experience with transcending normal perception allowed him to guide her through the chaotic expansion, ensuring her sense of self remained coherent despite radical transformation. "You're doing well," he projected through their connection. "Don't try to categorize everything at once. Let the patterns emerge naturally." Her response came not as words but as conceptual acknowledgement, the cosmic affinity already reshaping her communication methods toward the more abstract forms favored by those who perceived multiple dimensions simultaneously. Across the chamber, the other candidates underwent their own transformations, each elemental affinity manifesting in unique ways. Those aligned with fire developed internal heat regulation systems that caused their skin to glow from within. Water affinity candidates experienced cellular fluidity changes that altered their tissue density. Earth affinity transformations progressed through stages of mineral integration, while wind affinities developed partial phase shifting capabilities. Phase 3 at 60% completion, Eliza reported, monitoring the complex biometric data with practiced expertise. All subjects maintaining psychological coherence within acceptable parameters. Maya moved to Jonathan's side, concern evident in her oceanic eyes. The signal has changed again, she informed him quietly. Stella reports it's now transmitting in pulses that match the integration rhythm exactly. Not just concurrent, synchronous. Jonathan absorbed this information with growing unease. The precision suggested not just observation but intimate knowledge of the integration process itself, as if the signal's source understood avion energy at a fundamental level that should have been impossible for an external entity. Is there any indication of interference with the process? He asked, his training keeping his tone measured despite his concern. None detectable, Maya assured him. The dampening field is functioning perfectly. This appears to be observation only, but the synchronicity is. She hesitated, searching for the appropriate word, unsettling. Before Jonathan could respond, a subtle shift in the chamber's energy drew his attention back to Ariel's pod. The cosmic energy surrounding her had intensified beyond projected parameters, swirling in complex patterns that suggested dimensional resonance, as if her transformation was creating some kind of harmonic with forces beyond conventional reality. Eliza, he called, gesturing toward the anomalous readings. Are you seeing this? The scientist was already moving toward Ariel's monitoring station, her expression focused as she analyzed the unexpected development. Cosmic affinity integration is exceeding baseline projections by approximately 23%. The neural architecture is adapting more rapidly than anticipated. Is she in danger? Jonathan asked, already reaching out with his enhanced senses to assess the situation directly. Not physiological danger, Eliza clarified after studying the readings. Her biological systems are adapting appropriately to the accelerated integration. But psychologically, she looked up at Jonathan with concern. The perceptual expansion is occurring faster than our anchoring protocols can manage. Jonathan made an instant decision, guided by both strategic assessment and personal responsibility. I'm establishing direct consciousness linkage. Her mind needs stable reference points to navigate the expansion. Before anyone could object to this unconventional intervention, Jonathan had already deepened the connection he had formed earlier. Nuclear affinity and cosmic affinity were disparate energies, but his Phase 2 enhancements allowed him to create resonance patterns that bridged the elemental differences, establishing a stable communication channel between their transformed consciousnesses. What he encountered within Ariel's expanding awareness stunned him. Not just the expected cosmic perception, the multidimensional insight common to all who manifested this particular affinity, but something unprecedented. Her consciousness had somehow accessed dimensional frequencies that matched exactly the mysterious signal they had been receiving. You're perceiving it directly, he realized, communicating through pure conceptualization rather than language. The signal's source, you can see it. Her response came as a cascade of images and impressions too complex for verbal translation, fractured glimpses of another reality where physics followed different rules yet consciousness existed in recognizable patterns. Not Walmers, but something older, vaster, more intimately connected to the fabric of reality itself. They've been waiting, came her disembodied thought, the first coherent concept to emerge from the chaotic stream. Waiting for us to remember. Jonathan struggled to comprehend the cryptic message, aware that her consciousness was touching realms beyond even his enhanced understanding. "Remember what?" he asked through their connection. Instead of a direct answer, her mind projected a series of impressions, ancient connections between dimensions, avion energy flowing between realities, and a sense of recognition that transcended species boundaries. Then, most disturbing of all, a clear image of the Atacama Desert location where the signal originated, not as it appeared now, but as it had existed thousands of years before human civilization. In this vision, the site housed a structure unlike anything in human architectural history, a vast geometric construction that somehow existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Portions of it visible from Earth's reality while other sections extended into adjacent dimensions. And moving through this impossible structure were beings of pure energy, their forms vaguely reminiscent of the elemental manifestations seen in Adapt once. They were here before, Ariel's consciousness conveyed with sudden clarity. The avion isn't new to Earth, it's returning. The revelation hit Jonathan with seismic force, challenging fundamental assumptions about humanity's adaptationary path. Before he could process its implications, alarms shattered the moment, harsh, insistent sounds that dragged his awareness back to the physical chamber. "Dimensional anomaly detected," Maya shouted, water swirling around her hands as she prepared for potential threat. Directly above the facility, Jonathan withdrew from the deep consciousness connection, though maintaining a stabilizing link to ensure Ariel's continued psychological coherence. As his awareness fully returned to the integration chamber, he immediately registered what had triggered the alarms, a distortion in spacetime directly above the transparent dome ceiling, visible as rippling waves in reality itself. Not a tear, he assessed instantly, his nuclear-enhanced perception analyzing the phenomenon. More like a thinning of dimensional boundaries. Similar to what Stella described at the Atacama coordinates. Marshall was already coordinating security responses, his decades of military experience evident in his rapid deployment of defensive assets. All Phase 2 combat teams on high alert. Dimensional stabilization protocols activated. The distortion intensified, reality seeming to fold inward at its center like fabric pulled by an unseen hand. Yet unlike the violent, corrupting tears created by the Walmers, this phenomenon exhibited a mathematical elegance that suggested deliberate, precise manipulation of dimensional constants. It's responding to the integration, Eliza realized, studying readings from sensors throughout the chamber. The avion energy from all 12 transformations is creating some kind of resonance pattern that's affecting dimensional stability. Jonathan made a rapid strategic assessment. "Maintain the integration process," he ordered, surprising those around him. "But increase containment field strength to maximum. If this is an attack, we terminate immediately. But if it's attempted communication," he left the implication hanging, his instincts telling him this was fundamentally different from Walmer's incursion. The dimensional distortion pulsed with the same mathematical precision they had observed in the signal, not the chaotic corruption that had characterized the invasion. Within the integration pods, the 12 candidates continued their transformation, unaware of the phenomenon their collective avion awakening had triggered. Ariel's cosmic integration had progressed furthest, her physical form now emanating the silver-violet light characteristic of this affinity. Her cellular structure beginning to exhibit the partial dimensional phasing that would allow her consciousness to perceive multiple realities simultaneously. The distortion above the chamber expanded to approximately 3 meters in diameter, reality growing increasingly transparent at its center. Beyond the thinned boundary, something moved, not entering their dimension, but observing from the threshold between realities. I'm detecting a coherent energy pattern, Sophia reported, her nuclear affinity allowing her to perceive radiation signatures beyond conventional detection. Organized, controlled, definitely conscious, hostile? Marshall demanded, hand hovering near the emergency protocols that would flood the chamber with dimensional stabilizing fields strong enough to sever any cross-reality connection. Sophia shook her head, her expression revealing rare uncertainty. Unknown. It's unlike anything we encountered during the Walmers War. The energy signature is harmonious rather than corruptive. Jonathan stepped forward, moving to the center of the chamber where he could directly observe the dimensional anomaly. The nuclear energy within him responded automatically to potential threat, gathering in preparation for deployment if necessary. Yet something held him back from offensive action, an intuition born of his enhanced perception that this moment represented opportunity rather than danger. The countdown is accelerating, Maya reported suddenly, information flowing to her through the facility's monitoring systems. Now projected to reach 0 in 12 hours rather than 34. The implication was clear. Whatever event the mysterious signal had been anticipating was approaching more rapidly than predicted. Catalyzed by the Phase 3 integration taking place below the dimensional distortion. Jonathan, Eliza called with urgency, Ariel's integration has reached critical threshold. She's emerging from Phase 3 significantly ahead of schedule. He turned toward the cosmic affinity pod as its crystal surfaces retracted, revealing Ariel Reyes in her transformed state. The change was both subtle and profound. Her physical appearance remained recognizably human, but with the characteristic alterations of cosmic affinity integration. Her skin held a faint silver luminescence that pulsed with her heartbeat. Her hair had developed strands of violet that seemed to move independently of air currents. Most strikingly, her eyes had transformed completely, becoming depthless pools of cosmic energy that shifted between silver and violet as she blinked. She sat up slowly, her movements carrying the fluid grace that characterized all adept ones. When she spoke, her voice contained the harmonic resonance typical of cosmic affinity transformation, as if she spoke from multiple positions in spacetime simultaneously. "They're the architects," she said simply, looking directly at Jonathan. "The creators of the avion energy within human DNA." The chamber fell silent as the implications of her statement registered with everyone present. Before anyone could question her further, she raised her hand toward the dimensional distortion above them, cosmic energy gathering around her fingers in swirling patterns. "They've been waiting for us to remember," she continued, her transformed consciousness allowing her to access knowledge that had been locked within the cosmic frequency itself. To understand what the Walmers nearly destroyed. The dimensional distortion responded to her gesture, contracting to a more defined shape, no longer a diffuse thinning of reality but a precisely formed aperture between dimensions. Not a tear or gateway, but a window through which communication might pass. "What are you doing?" Marshall asked sharply, security protocols demanding caution despite his personal respect for Jonathan's leadership. "Establishing linguistic parameters," Ariel answered, her enhanced mind processing dimensional mathematics with newfound facility. "They've been trying to communicate since the Walmers were defeated, but lacked the proper interface. The Phase 3 integration provided the necessary resonance." Jonathan moved to her side, nuclear energy flowing around him in a protective field that could be deployed instantly if needed. "You said they're the creators of the avion. Explain." Ariel turned those cosmic transformed eyes toward him, her perception now extending far beyond normal human limitations. "The avion energy wasn't a random adaptationary response to the Walmers' invasion. It was a dormant potential implanted within human DNA thousands of years ago, a defensive measure designed to activate when dimensional barriers were breached." She gestured toward the aperture above them, where energy patterns had begun to coalesce into more defined shapes. They are the architects, a dimensional civilization that has guarded the multiverse against threats like the Walmers for millennia. They seeded compatible species throughout multiple realities with defensive capabilities designed to activate when needed. The revelation was simultaneously astounding and somehow intuitive. It explained the perfect adaptation of avian abilities to counter Walmer's technology. The seemingly miraculous way human physiology had accommodated energies that should have been fatal, and the accelerating adaptation they had experienced throughout the conflict. Why didn't they intervene directly? Maya asked, the practical question reflecting her analytical nature despite her transformation. Dimensional non-interference protocols, Ariel explained, knowledge flowing into her consciousness through the cosmic frequency she now naturally perceived. Direct intervention risks greater damage to reality than the threats themselves. They provide tools, not salvation. Above them, the aperture had stabilized into a perfect circle approximately 2 meters in diameter. Through it, they could now perceive what appeared to be a vast chamber constructed of materials that shifted between states of matter, sometimes crystalline, sometimes fluid, sometimes pure energy. Moving within this impossible architecture were beings composed of swirling elemental forces strikingly similar to the manifestations seen in Adapt Ones. The signal countdown, Jonathan realized suddenly. It's not marking an attack or incursion. No, Ariel confirmed with a small smile. It's marking a reunion. The architects wish to establish formal contact now that humanity has consciously embraced the avian adaptation rather than merely using it as an emergency response. The Atacama coordinates, Sophia interjected, her tactical mind immediately focusing on strategic implications. The natural dimensional intersection point, Ariel nodded. A meeting place constructed millennia ago, designed to allow safe communication between dimensions without weakening reality's fabric. They await representatives from Earth to discuss humanity's new role in dimensional stability. Jonathan exchanged glances with Marshall, both leaders immediately understanding the diplomatic, scientific, and security implications of such contact. After the devastating Walmer's invasion, the prospect of peaceful interaction with another dimensional civilization represented both opportunity and uncertainty. We'll need to convene the Global Security Council, Marshall said, already calculating logistics. This goes beyond Avion Research Center authority. Agreed, Jonathan replied. But we should select a preliminary contact team immediately. The countdown continues regardless of our bureaucratic processes. He turned back to Ariel, whose transformation had evidently included direct access to information about these architects through the cosmic frequency her mind now naturally processed. What do they want from us? Partnership, she answered without hesitation. The Walmers are only one of many dimensional threats. The architects believe humanity's unique application of avian energy, our creative adaptation rather than mere utilization, makes us valuable allies in maintaining multiverse stability. The integration chamber had become the nexus of a potential adaptationary leap for humanity, not just in physical capability through avian transformation but in cosmic significance. From fighting for survival against dimensional invaders to potentially joining a multiversal community as recognized guardians. Above them, the dimensional aperture pulsed once before beginning to contract, the architects apparently having established the connection they sought. As it closed, a final transmission flowed through, not the mathematical patterns they had been receiving, but a direct conceptual communication that manifested in the minds of everyone present. 12 hours. Atacama. The remembering begins. The aperture sealed itself with mathematical precision, reality flowing back together without the traumatic scarring that Walmer's tears had left behind. In its wake, the integration chamber hummed with quiet energy as the remaining 11 candidates continued their transformations. Unaware of the profound revelations their colleague had already experienced, Jonathan turned to Maya, Marshall, and Eliza, his closest advisors through war and peace. Prepare a contact team. 6 Phase 2 Adapt ones representing different affinities, plus Ariel as communication specialist. We have 12 hours to reach the Atacama coordinates, and the remaining integration candidates? Eliza asked, gesturing toward the pods where transformation continued according to protocol. Complete the process as planned, Jonathan decided. But with enhanced monitoring. If any others demonstrate accelerated integration like Ariel's, evaluate them for potential inclusion in the contact team. As the chamber erupted into focused activity, Jonathan took a moment to process the implications of what they had learned. The avion energy that had saved humanity from extinction hadn't been a fortunate adaptationary accident but a deliberate safeguard implanted by beings who had foreseen threats like the Walmers. Millennia before they materialized. Humanity had not merely adapted, they had remembered capabilities long dormant within their genetic code. And now they faced not another invasion, but an invitation to join something greater than themselves. 12 hours until contact. 12 hours to prepare for humanity's introduction to a multiversal community they hadn't known existed. 12 hours before the dimensional echoes revealed their true source. Jonathan Hayes, once an ordinary physicist, then a nuclear-enhanced defender, now potentially an ambassador to interdimensional civilization, gazed at his transformed colleagues with newfound understanding. Their journey had been preparation for something far greater than merely surviving the Walmers. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And somewhere between dimensions, the architects awaited humanity's response to an invitation millennia in the making. Adapt ones. Dimensional Echoes Chapter 3. Convergence. The hypersonic transport hummed at the edge of the stratosphere, its advanced propulsion systems pushing the boundaries of terrestrial physics. Inside the main cabin, 7 Adapt ones prepared for humanity's first deliberate interdimensional contact, a moment with implications beyond what any of them had imagined possible in the aftermath of the Walmers' War. Jonathan Hayes stood by the viewport, nuclear energy flowing beneath his skin in measured pulses that reflected his focused concentration. Outside, the curve of Earth was visible against the darkness of space, a fragile blue sanctuary in a multiverse now known to be both more wondrous and more dangerous than humanity had previously understood. ETA to Atacama coordinates, 18 minutes, reported the pilot, her voice calm despite the historic nature of their mission. Weather conditions optimal. No atmospheric anomalies detected. Jonathan turned from the viewport to survey the contact team he had assembled in the scant hours following Ariel's revelation. Each member had been selected not just for their elemental capabilities, but for the psychological and intellectual qualities needed for first contact diplomacy. Maya Chen sat nearest to him, water affinity manifesting as subtle currents beneath her skin whenever she processed complex thoughts. Her pragmatic intelligence and measured judgment had made her inclusion essential, someone who could assess both opportunities and threats with equal precision. Across from her, Stella Nova's form shimmered with cosmic energy, her partially extra-dimensional existence more pronounced as they approached the intersection point. The Cosmic Adapt One had experienced dimensional contact more extensively than any other through her affinity's natural properties, giving her unique insight into the challenges they faced. Beside Stella sat Tara Mason, her crystalline embedded skin catching light in geometric patterns. The Earth Affinity Adapt One's connection to geological forces would prove valuable at a site described as a natural dimensional intersection point. She could sense stability fluctuations, imperceptible to others. Atlas Gray occupied a specially designed seat that accommodated his tech affinities' constant electromagnetic emissions. Silver filaments visible beneath his skin connected him to the transport systems, allowing him to monitor global communications and security networks simultaneously. If anything threatened their mission from terrestrial sources, he would know instantly. Aisha Khoury completed the Phase 2 contingent, her fire affinity manifesting as ambient heat that required specialized environmental controls in her section of the cabin. Her combat capabilities made her inclusion necessary from a security perspective, but her philosophical intelligence, often overshadowed by her tactical skills, would prove equally valuable in diplomatic contexts. And finally, there was Ariel Reyes, barely 12 hours into her transformation yet already demonstrating unprecedented integration with her cosmic affinity. Her eyes swirled with silver-violet energy as she studied documentation on her specialized interface, absorbing information with the enhanced cognition that came with Phase 3 adaptation. "You should be resting," Jonathan noted as he took the seat across from her. "Your cellular restructuring is still ongoing." Ariel looked up from her studies, those cosmic transformed eyes focusing on him with unsettling perception. "Time operates differently for me now," she replied, her voice carrying the harmonic resonance characteristic of cosmic affinity. "What feels like hours of analysis to my consciousness occurs in minutes of objective time." Jonathan nodded in understanding, remembering his own adjustment to transformed perception. Still, physiological integration continues regardless of subjective time experience. Your body is adapting to fundamental changes. I'm monitoring her cellular stability, Maya added from her position, water affinity allowing her to sense the minute fluctuations in Ariel's bodily fluids that indicated integration progress. Her adaptation curve exceeds standard parameters but remains within safe thresholds. Ariel smiled slightly, appreciating their concern while gently asserting her autonomy. "I'm analyzing everything we know about the Atacama site, geological surveys, archaeological records, dimensional frequency measurements. There are patterns emerging that weren't visible before my transformation." "What kind of patterns?" Stella asked, cosmic affinity resonating with Ariel's in subtle harmonic waves visible only to those with enhanced perception. "The site isn't just a natural dimensional intersection point," Ariel explained, manipulating her holographic display to share findings with the team. "It's been deliberately modified at quantum levels to enhance dimensional resonance while maintaining reality stability." The display showed topographical maps overlaid with energy distribution patterns, revealing geometric configurations too precise to be natural. These patterns extended beyond conventional three-dimensional space, portions of them existing in dimensional frequencies that ordinary instruments couldn't detect but adapt ones could perceive directly. "When was this modification performed?" Tara asked, her geological expertise immediately focusing on timeline implications. "The quantum dating suggests approximately 12,000 years ago," Ariel answered. The information flowing into her consciousness through cosmic frequencies her transformed mind now naturally accessed, coinciding with what archaeologists consider the earliest emergence of complex civilization in South America. Jonathan absorbed this revelation with measured consideration, suggesting the architects had contact with early human societies. "More than contact," Ariel corrected gently. "The architects didn't just visit Earth, they invested in humanity's development." The avion energy was integrated into human genetics during this period, designed to remain dormant until dimensional incursion triggered its awakening. The implications hung in the air between them. Humanity's adaptationary path had been influenced by extra-dimensional beings millennia before recorded history. Yet rather than creating dependence, the architects had apparently encoded self-actualization within the avion itself. ensuring humans would develop and direct these abilities through their own innovation and will. Approaching Atacama coordinates, the pilot announced, interrupting their discussion. Prepare for descent. The transport tilted downward, emerging from the stratosphere into terrestrial airspace above the Atacama Desert, the driest nonpolar desert on Earth. Its reddish-brown expanse stretching to the horizon in all directions. From this altitude, the ancient geometric patterns Ariel had identified became visible even to conventional perception, subtle depressions and elevations in the desert floor that formed precise mathematical configurations when viewed from above. The entire region is a receiver, Stella observed, her cosmic perception extending beyond physical boundaries to sense dimensional frequencies pulsing beneath the desert surface. Designed to capture and focus energies that exist between realities. Dimensional dampening field active, Atlas reported, monitoring the transport's defensive systems. Though I'm detecting no hostility markers in the ambient energy signatures. The resonance patterns appear welcoming. Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement while maintaining tactical awareness. Trust with verification remained his approach despite the apparent peaceful nature of this contact. The Walmers had taught humanity harsh lessons about interdimensional threats. Even while exploring diplomatic opportunities, security protocols would be maintained. The transport descended toward a plateau surrounded by geometric depressions that spiraled outward in perfect mathematical progression. At the center of this natural amphitheater stood a structure that defied conventional architectural categorization, neither building nor monument in traditional terms, but a configuration of stone and crystal that seemed to phase between states of materiality as they approached. The intersection nexus, Ariel identified, her enhanced mind interpreting patterns incomprehensible to unmodified human cognition. The physical anchor point where our dimension naturally connects with multiple others. As the transport settled into hover mode above the site, preliminary sensors deployed from its undercarriage, specially designed instruments that combined conventional technology with Avion-enhanced perception capabilities. These devices scanned the nexus structure from multiple frequencies simultaneously, confirming what Ariel and Stella had already sensed directly. This site represented a stable, controlled boundary between dimensions. No sign of Walmer's energy signatures, Atlas confirmed after analyzing the sensor data. The dimensional frequencies here are fundamentally different, harmonious rather than disruptive to our reality's baseline. Jonathan made his final assessment before committing to ground deployment. Maya, Terra, preliminary environmental and geological stability verification. The two Adapt-1s extended their elemental awareness, sensing water and earth energies throughout the region. Maya's consciousness flowed through moisture patterns underground and in the atmosphere, detecting no contamination or anomalies. Terra's perception penetrated deeper, following fault lines and tectonic stresses that might indicate instability. Water patterns are natural and uncontaminated, Maya reported. Atmospheric moisture content consistent with historical norms for this region. Geological stability confirmed, Terra added. The bedrock beneath the nexus shows evidence of quantum reinforcement. This site has been specifically engineered to prevent dimensional activity from triggering seismic events. With these final verifications complete, Jonathan gave the deployment order. Contact team will proceed to the surface. Atlas, maintain position aboard the transport with full monitoring capabilities. If anything changes, we evacuate immediately. The Tech Adapt-1 nodded, his consciousness already integrated with the transport's systems to a degree that made physical presence at the site unnecessary. Through his enhanced perception, he could monitor the team more effectively from this position while coordinating with global security networks. Jonathan led the remaining 5 Adapt-1s to the transport's deployment bay, where specialized equipment awaited them. unlike the combat-oriented gear they had utilized during the Walmers War. These items were designed primarily for enhanced communication and dimensional frequency analysis, diplomatic tools rather than weapons. Though defensive capabilities remained integrated as contingency measures. The countdown reaches 0 in 8 minutes, Stella noted as they prepared for descent. Precisely when we're projected to reach the Nexus structure. Jonathan nodded, recognizing the mathematical precision that had characterized all interactions with the architects thus far. Not coincidence. They've calculated our approach vectors and response times with remarkable accuracy. They exist partially outside linear time, Ariel explained, cosmic affinity giving her insight into the architect's perceptual framework. Not omniscient, but capable of viewing probability cascades across multiple timelines simultaneously. The deployment platform lowered from the transport's undercarriage, carrying the 5 Adapt-1s toward the desert floor in a controlled descent. As they approached ground level, the Nexus structure's true nature became more apparent. Its seemingly solid components weren't traditional matter but condensed energy maintained in semi-material state through dimensional mathematics beyond current human comprehension. Jonathan's nuclear affinity allowed him to perceive the atomic structure of this impossible architecture, particles maintained in quantum superposition, simultaneously existing as matter and energy depending on which dimensional frequency observed them. The precision engineering required for such construction exceeded anything humanity had achieved even with avion enhancement. The site is responding to our approach, Maya observed, sensing subtle shifts in electromagnetic fields around them. Reconfiguring its dimensional resonance to accommodate our specific elemental frequencies. The platform touched down 50 meters from the Nexus structure, allowing them to approach on foot as diplomatic protocol suggested. As the 5 Adapt-1s stepped onto the ancient desert floor, they felt immediate resonance with the engineered environment, each of their elemental affinities responding to frequencies embedded within the site itself, as if it recognized their avion signatures. "It knows us," Aisha said softly, fire affinity manifesting as increased heat around her hands as she responded instinctively to the site's energy. "Or rather, it knows what we carry within us." They proceeded toward the Nexus in formation, Jonathan and Aisha in front providing protective capability if needed, Maya and Tara flanking Ariel, whose cosmic affinity made her both the most vulnerable and most essential for communication. The newly transformed linguist moved with growing confidence despite having completed integration mere hours earlier. Cosmic energy swirling around her in patterns that mirrored those embedded in the desert floor. As they reached the perimeter of the Nexus structure, the countdown in their monitoring systems reached 1 minute remaining. The air around them seemed to thicken. Not with atmospheric pressure but with dimensional potential, reality itself becoming more malleable as frequencies from multiple dimensions converged on this precisely engineered intersection point. "The resonance is building," Stella reported, her form shifting slightly between dimensional states as she sensed the approaching convergence. Multiple realities aligning at this nexus point simultaneously. Jonathan extended his awareness through nuclear perception, ready to establish a containment field if anything threatened his team. Yet what he sensed wasn't danger but invitation. Precisely controlled energy pathways opening between dimensions without destabilizing the boundaries that separated them. 30 seconds, Maya counted down, water affinity allowing her to feel molecular changes in the air as dimensional frequencies intensified. Ariel stepped forward intuitively, cosmic energy flowing around her in complex patterns that responded to the site's awakening frequencies. Her transformed mind comprehended mathematical relationships incomprehensible to unenhanced humans, allowing her to interpret the dimensional language being spoken through pure energy. They're establishing communication parameters, she explained, her voice carrying additional harmonic layers as her cosmic affinity fully engaged with the site, creating a translation field that will allow conceptual exchange across dimensional boundaries. The countdown reached 0. For a breathtaking moment, absolute stillness enveloped the site, as if reality itself had paused between heartbeats. Then, with mathematical precision, the nexus structure began to transform. Its semi-material components rearranged themselves into new configurations, creating geometric patterns that bridged dimensional frequencies without tearing reality's fabric. The center of the nexus opened like an iris, reality folding outward to reveal not a tear or gateway, but a perfectly stable dimensional window. Through this opening appeared a chamber that existed simultaneously in multiple realities, its architecture following principles that transcended conventional physics while remaining recognizable as constructed space. Within this impossible chamber moved beings composed of pure elemental energy, their forms fluid yet distinct, transitioning between states of matter that defied categorization. These entities weren't merely energy, however, they possessed clear consciousness and purpose, their movements precise and deliberate as they approached the dimensional window from their side. The architects, Ariel breathed, cosmic perception allowing her to see these beings more clearly than her companions. They're beautiful. Jonathan maintained his strategic assessment despite the wonder of the moment, nuclear affinity ready to respond if needed. Yet he sensed no hostility from these beings, only focused attention and something resembling anticipation, as if a long-awaited moment had finally arrived. One of the architects moved to the very edge of the dimensional window, a being composed of swirling energy patterns that seemed to incorporate all elemental affinities simultaneously rather than specializing in one. As it approached, its form coalesced into a more structured appearance that, while still clearly not human, adopted proportions and features that made communication possible across the perceptual gap between species. "Welcome, Guardians," came a voice that existed not as sound waves but as direct conceptual transfer into their consciousness. "We have awaited this remembering." The being's communication carried harmonic layers that conveyed meanings beyond literal translation, emotional context, historical reference, and philosophical framework, all transmitted simultaneously through dimensional frequencies that resonated with the avion energy within each Adapt One. Ariel stepped forward as designated communications specialist, her cosmic affinity allowing her to process and respond to this multidimensional language. "We come seeking understanding," she replied, her transformed consciousness projecting concepts that transcended verbal limitations. Humanity remembers its connection to the avion, but not its origin or purpose beyond defense against the Walmers. The architect's form shifted slightly, energy patterns reconfiguring in what might have been the equivalent of contemplative expression. Purpose exceeds defense, it conveyed, the conceptual download expanding in their minds. The avion represents adaptationary potential, adaptation not merely to survive threats, but to transcend dimensional limitations. What you call affinity is the first expression of capabilities long dormant within your species. Jonathan moved to stand beside Ariel, nuclear energy pulsing beneath his skin in measured rhythm. "Why did you implant these capabilities within our ancestors? And why remain hidden until now?" The architect's response came as a cascade of images and concepts, early humans encountering dimensional disruptions similar to Walmer's incursions. Architects intervening to prevent primitive Earth's corruption, the careful integration of avion potential into human genetics as protection against future threats, and finally, a deliberate withdrawal to allow humanity's independent development. "Your adaptation must be self-directed," the being conveyed. "Potential without autonomy creates dependence." The Avian awakens in crisis but flourishes through choice, as your Phase 3 integration demonstrates. The reference to their most recent adaptationary step confirmed what they had suspected. The architects had been observing humanity's development, particularly the post-Walmer's adaptations that had transformed crisis response into deliberate advancement. "You've been watching us," Maya stated, water affinity allowing her to project conceptual clarity despite the communication challenges throughout the Walmer's invasion and aftermath. Observing, not directing, clarified the architect, its energy patterns shifting to convey nuance. The choice to continue Avian integration beyond immediate necessity reveals humanity's readiness for broader understanding. Terra stepped forward, Earth affinity resonating with the ancient ground beneath them. Understanding of what, exactly? The dimensional window expanded in response to her question, revealing more of the impossible chamber beyond. Within this expanded view appeared what could only be described as a multidimensional map, a representation of countless realities interconnected through precisely engineered nexus points similar to the one where they now stood. The multiversal community, the architect explained, energy patterns indicating specific connection points within this vast network. Civilizations across dimensional boundaries who maintain reality's stability against forces that would corrupt or collapse it. The implications stunned even these adept ones, accustomed as they were to conceptual expansion through their transformations. Humanity wasn't alone in developing avian-like abilities. Across countless dimensions, other species had been similarly enhanced to protect reality's fundamental integrity. The Walmers are one of many threats, continued the architect, showing regions within the multidimensional map where reality appeared damaged or corrupted. Entities that consume dimensional boundaries, converting stable realities into corrupted domains that serve their purpose. Like dimensional cancer, Jonathan observed, his scientific background providing metaphorical framework despite his transformation. Corrupting healthy reality systems to propagate themselves. An apt comparison, the architect acknowledged. The multiversal community functions as an immune response, identifying and containing such corruption before it spreads beyond control. Ariel's cosmic enhanced mind processed these revelations with remarkable adaptation, integrating new conceptual frameworks into her understanding. And you believe humanity is ready to join this community? To become active guardians rather than merely defending our own reality? The architect's energy patterns shifted into what they now recognized as affirmation. Your application of avian energy demonstrates unique innovation. Where other species utilize predefined capabilities, humanity adapts and extends fundamental principles into new applications. This creates adaptationary potential exceeding original parameters. Jonathan understood immediately. Throughout the Walmer's War, Adapt Ones had constantly developed new applications for their abilities, combining elemental affinities in ways the architects themselves hadn't anticipated. Their creative adaptation had transcended the defensive toolset originally implanted in human genetics. This is why the Walmers targeted Earth specifically, he realized, nuclear affinity allowing him to project this insight with conceptual clarity. They recognized the potential threat humanity represented to their dimensional consumption. Correct, confirmed the architect. The Walmers consume many realities, but prioritize those containing species with guardian potential. Your successful resistance despite technological disadvantage confirmed what we had long suspected: humanity's adaptive capability exceeds baseline projections. Aisha, who had remained carefully observant during the exchange, finally spoke. What exactly are you proposing? An alliance? Exchange of knowledge? Military cooperation against threats like the Walmers? The architect's form shifted again, energy patterns reconfiguring to address this direct query. We propose integration, not subjugation or control, but partnership. Access to the multiversal network through nexus points like this one. Knowledge exchange with other guardian species. Coordinated response to dimensional threats beyond your current capability to detect. The being paused, its energy patterns conveying something akin to solemnity. But most importantly, we offer context for your adaptation. The avion potential extends far beyond current manifestations. What you term Phase 3 represents merely the beginning of capabilities your species can develop through directed adaptation. This last revelation silenced them momentarily as they processed its implications. The elemental abilities that had transformed humanity's understanding of physics, biology, and consciousness were apparently just the initial expression of something far more profound, an adaptationary pathway leading to capabilities currently beyond their comprehension. We need time to consider this proposal, Jonathan finally responded, nuclear affinity projecting the conceptual complexity behind this simple statement. Such integration affects all humanity, not merely adapt ones. Our governance structures must participate in this decision. Of course, the architect conveyed with energy patterns suggesting something like respect. Self-determination remains paramount. We offer connection, not subjugation. The being's form shifted again, energy coalescing into a more focused configuration. As demonstration of our intentions, we offer a gift, knowledge previously withheld until your species demonstrated readiness. The dimensional window between them shimmered, and information flowed across the boundary, not as data or language but as pure conceptual transfer directly into their avion-enhanced consciousness. This knowledge unfolded in their minds like blossoming awareness, understanding of dimensional mechanics beyond current human science, including principles that would allow controlled navigation between realities without the destructive tiers the Walmers had utilized. Dimensional harmonics, Stella whispered, cosmic affinity allowing her to comprehend these principles more readily than her companions. The mathematical foundation for stable inter-reality travel. The foundation for much more, the architect corrected gently. What you call affinities are expressions of dimensional frequency manipulation. Understanding these principles allows adaptationary advancement beyond current limitations. Jonathan processed this gift with both scientific fascination and strategic consideration. Such knowledge represented technological advancement beyond anything humanity might have achieved independently for centuries, perhaps millennia. Yet it also created responsibility and potential risk in equal measure. We accept this knowledge with gratitude, he responded carefully, and will apply it with appropriate consideration for its implications. The architect's energy patterns shifted in what they now recognized as acknowledgement. The nexus will remain accessible to those carrying activated avion signatures. Return when your governance structures have considered our proposal. We have waited 12,000 years for humanity's potential to manifest. We can await your deliberate decision. The dimensional window began to contract, reality folding back into stable configuration as the contact session concluded. Before the connection closed completely, the architect conveyed one final conceptual package, coordinates for other nexus points distributed strategically across Earth's surface. Each engineered millennia ago to serve as stable communication junctions between dimensions. These nexuses were created for humanity's eventual use, the being explained as its form began to recede. When you are ready to join the multiversal community, they will serve as your connection points to realities beyond your own. With mathematical precision, the dimensional window closed, not with the violent collapse of a Walmer's tear but with elegant reconfiguration that left reality's fabric unblemished. The nexus structure returned to its semi-dormant state, energy patterns subsiding to subtle pulses that maintained dimensional stability while awaiting future activation. For several moments, the Adapt ones stood in silence, processing what they had experienced. Their transformed minds were better equipped than unmodified humans to comprehend the conceptual density of the exchange. Yet even they needed time to integrate its implications into their understanding. Well, Maya finally said, water affinity allowing her emotional control despite the circumstances, that was considerably more significant than we anticipated. Jonathan nodded, his strategic mind already calculating implications across multiple domains: scientific, political, military, philosophical. Humanity just graduated from fighting for survival to being invited into an interdimensional community we didn't know existed 24 hours ago. The knowledge they transferred, Stella said, cosmic energy swirling around her as she processed the dimensional mathematics now unfurling in her consciousness. It's our adaptationary, beyond transformative. It provides theoretical framework for technological applications centuries beyond our current capabilities. And adaptationary applications, Ariel added, her newly transformed perception allowing remarkable adaptation to these conceptual expansions. The architects weren't just talking about technology, they were describing biological potential we haven't begun to explore. Terra's practical focus remained on immediate implications. The Global Security Council will need comprehensive briefing. This affects every nation, every human, adapt one or not. Agreed, Jonathan replied. But even more important is what we do with this knowledge in the interim. The architects have offered partnership without demanding immediate response, a courtesy we should respect through careful deliberation. Aisha, whose fire affinity gave her particular insight into transformative potential, finally spoke. They've been guiding our adaptation from the beginning. The Avion wasn't random mutation or mere defensive adaptation, it was designed potential awakening exactly when needed. Yet they deliberately withdrew to allow our autonomous development, Jonathan noted, finding this philosophical distinction crucial. They provided tools but insisted we discover their applications ourselves. The ultimate educational philosophy, Maya observed with unexpected humor. Provide learning opportunity without dictating outcome. Their discussion continued as they returned to the transport platform, each processing the contact through their unique perceptual frameworks. Atlas greeted them upon return, his tech affinity having monitored the exchange through specialized sensors despite his inability to directly perceive the dimensional communication. The signals have ceased completely, he reported as they prepared for departure. Whatever countdown was running has concluded with your meeting. No further transmissions detected on any frequency. Jonathan nodded, nuclear energy pulsing more slowly beneath his skin as his strategic focus shifted from immediate contact to long-term implications. They've said what they needed to say. Now they wait for humanity's considered response. As the transport lifted from the ancient desert floor, they took a final look at the Nexus structure, a technological and dimensional achievement created when humans were just beginning to develop agriculture. Yet designed to serve humanity's eventual advancement into multiversal citizenship. The journey that had begun with desperate defense against Walmer's invasion had led to something none of them had imagined possible: invitation into a community of guardian species spanning countless dimensions, all working to preserve reality's integrity against forces that would corrupt or collapse it. What do we tell the Council? Maya asked as the transport accelerated toward the stratosphere. How do we even begin to explain what we've learned? Jonathan considered the question carefully, nuclear fire glowing momentarily in his eyes as he contemplated the path forward. We tell them the truth, however difficult to comprehend. Humanity faces not another crisis but unprecedented opportunity. The chance to evolve beyond dimensional limitations while joining a community older than our civilization. He gazed out the viewport at Earth's curving horizon, the fragile blue planet now revealed as just one reality among countless others, yet unique in its adaptive potential. The Walmers invasion nearly destroyed us, but it also awakened capabilities we might never have discovered otherwise. Now we have the opportunity to develop those capabilities not through crisis but through choice. Ariel, her cosmic transformation still stabilizing, looked at him with those silver-violet eyes that now perceived multiple dimensions simultaneously. They called us guardians, not just adapt ones. The distinction seems significant. Because adaptation was just the beginning, Jonathan replied, understanding flowering within his transformed consciousness. Surviving the Walmers was our first test, proving we could utilize the avion defensively. How we choose to develop these abilities now, without immediate threat driving us, determines whether we truly become guardians in the multiversal sense. The transport reached cruising altitude, banking toward the Avion Research Center where the Global Security Council awaited their report. Below them, the Atacama Desert receded into the distance, its ancient dimensional nexus once again appearing dormant to conventional observation, yet now permanently awakened in their awareness as humanity's first connection point to a universe far more complex and interconnected than they had previously imagined. The architects had waited 12,000 years for humanity to remember capabilities implanted in their distant ancestors. Now humanity would determine how to use that remembrance, not just for survival, but for adaptation beyond current limitations. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And somewhere between dimensions, the multiversal community awaited Earth's response to an invitation millennia in the making. Adapt Ones, Dimensional Echoes Chapter 4, Revelation. The Global Security Council chamber had never been designed for the gathering now assembled within its circular confines. Representatives from every major nation sat alongside scientific directors, military strategists, and philosophical advisors, a convergence of humanity's leadership unprecedented since the darkest days of the Walmers' War. Yet unlike those crisis-driven meetings, this assembly faced not imminent extinction but transformative opportunity. Jonathan Hayes stood at the central podium, the green luminescence beneath his skin pulsing with measured rhythm as he prepared to deliver the most consequential briefing of his transformed existence. Behind him, holographic displays showed the Atacama nexus from multiple perspectives, conventional visual, dimensional frequency analysis, and avion-enhanced perception renderings that only the transformed individuals in the room could fully comprehend. Distinguished representatives, he began, his voice carrying that subtle harmonic quality characteristic of all Phase 2 Adapt Ones. What I am about to share will fundamentally alter our understanding of humanity's place in the multiverse. The contact established yesterday at the Atacama site was not merely first communication with another dimensional civilization, it was reconnection with entities who have influenced human adaptation. For millennia, the chamber remained silent as Jonathan methodically recounted the encounter, the dimensional window's precise formation, the architect's manifestation as beings of pure elemental energy, and most significantly, their revelation regarding the true origins of the avion abilities that had saved humanity from Walmer's extinction. The capabilities that manifested during the invasion were not random adaptationary response, he explained, nuclear affinity allowing him to project absolute precision in his statements. They were deliberately implanted potential, encoded in human DNA approximately 12,000 years ago by these architects, as protection against dimensional threats like the Walmers. Murmurs spread through the assembly as implications cascaded through analytical minds trained in various disciplines. Admiral Helena Vázquez, who had commanded Earth's conventional military forces during the war, was first to voice the question foremost in many minds. Are you suggesting these beings engineered humanity, Dr. Hayes? she asked, her weathered face revealing the strategic calculations already underway behind her eyes. That we are essentially their creation? No, Jonathan answered firmly. The architects didn't create humans, they enhanced existing human potential at a crucial adaptationary juncture. Their interaction appears to have been specifically limited to implanting dimensional defense capabilities while deliberately avoiding broader genetic manipulation. He paused, ensuring his next point registered fully. Most significantly, they withdrew completely afterward, allowing human civilization to develop autonomously for millennia, until the Walmers' incursion triggered the dormant abilities they had encoded. Professor Ibrahim Nasser, director of the International Adaptationary Sciences Institute, leaned forward with intense focus. This represents the most profound validation of directed panspermia theory in scientific history, he observed, referring to the hypothesis that life on Earth had been influenced by extraterrestrial intervention, but with the critical distinction that the intervention was targeted enhancement rather than origination. Precisely, Ariel Reyes confirmed from her position beside Jonathan. The newly transformed Cosmic Adapt 1 had adapted remarkably to her abilities in the 24 hours since integration, her silver-violet eyes now perceiving dimensional frequencies invisible to conventional human senses. The architects described their approach as potential without dependence, providing tools while insisting humanity discover applications independently. UN Secretary-General Okafor's deep voice cut through the growing discussion. What exactly do these architects want from us now? After 12 millennia of non-interference, why establish contact at this specific moment? Jonathan gestured to the holographic display, which shifted to show the multidimensional map the architects had revealed, countless realities interconnected through precisely engineered nexus points. They've invited humanity to join what they call the multiversal community, civilizations across dimensional boundaries who maintain reality's stability against forces that would corrupt or collapse it. The display zoomed in on regions where reality appeared damaged, showing dimensional corruption spreading like disease through otherwise stable systems. The Walmers are one of many entities that consume dimensional boundaries for their own purposes. The multiversal community functions essentially as an immune system against such threats, identifying and containing corruption before it spreads beyond control. Dr. Eliza Chen, who had remained traditionally human by choice despite directing avion integration research, approached the central display with professional curiosity. And these architects believe humanity is ready to participate in this multiversal defense network? Based on what criteria? Our adaptive innovation, Maya Chen answered, water affinity flowing beneath her skin as she stepped forward to address her cousin's question. Throughout the Walmers' war, Adapt 1s continuously developed new applications for abilities beyond their original parameters. Where other species apparently utilize predefined capabilities, humans adapt fundamental principles into novel expressions. We didn't just use the tools they gave us, Jonathan elaborated. We expanded them, combined them in unprecedented ways, and ultimately applied them more creatively than even the architects had anticipated. This adaptive capacity is apparently rare across dimensions. The implications registered visibly among the assembled leaders. Humanity's defining characteristic from an interdimensional perspective wasn't technological advancement or cultural achievement, but adaptive innovation when confronted with existential challenges. The very quality that had enabled survival against the Walmers now positioned Earth for participation in a community spanning countless realities. Colonel Marshall, representing military and security perspectives within the Avion Research Center, addressed the practical implications. What exactly would this participation entail? Resource commitments? Defensive obligations? Technology exchange? All of those, Jonathan confirmed, though with significant autonomy regarding implementation. The architects emphasize self-determination as fundamental principle, partnership rather than subjugation. He gestured to the displayed nexus points distributed across Earth's surface. They've provided access to dimensional intersection points engineered millennia ago, designed to serve as communication and transport junctions without destabilizing reality's fabric. And they've shared knowledge, Stella Nova added, her partially extra-dimensional form shimmering slightly as she accessed cosmic frequencies beyond conventional perception. Dimensional mathematics that transcend our current scientific understanding, principles that could advance human technology by centuries if properly applied. This last point silenced the chamber momentarily as leaders contemplated both opportunity and responsibility inherent in such advancement. Secretary General Okafor finally broke the silence with the question that would shape humanity's path forward. What response do you recommend, Dr. Hayes? Jonathan had anticipated this question throughout the journey back from Atacama, weighing implications across scientific, philosophical, and security domains with his enhanced cognition. His answer came with measured precision that reflected this comprehensive analysis. I recommend carefully managed engagement rather than either immediate integration or isolationist rejection, he stated. We establish research teams at each nexus point to study the dimensional mathematics provided by the architects. We continue Phase 3 integration under enhanced monitoring protocols to understand the adaptationary potential these abilities represent. And we develop communication protocols for continued dialogue while maintaining security awareness appropriate to interdimensional contact. He paused, ensuring his final point registered with appropriate weight. Most importantly, we acknowledge that this decision transcends any single nation or organization. Multiversal integration affects all humanity, modified and unmodified alike. Our response must reflect genuinely global consensus rather than unilateral action by any faction, however well-intentioned. The chamber erupted into simultaneous conversations as leaders processed the recommended approach. Admiral Vasquez conferred urgently with military representatives, while scientific directors clustered around the dimensional mathematics displays with professional fascination. Political leaders engaged in the complex calculus of public communication strategies for information that would fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of its place in existence. Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for silence, which gradually descended over the chamber. I propose establishment of a multiversal integration oversight committee with representation from scientific, security, political, and philosophical domains. This committee will coordinate research, establish communication protocols, and develop recommendations for humanity's formal response to the architect's invitation. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly as the practical framework provided structure for processing the otherwise overwhelming implications. Jonathan recognized the necessary bureaucratic approach. Even transformed consciousness required organizational systems to coordinate complex responses across global society. Dr. Hayes, Okafor continued, I believe you and your contact team should continue leading direct interaction with these architects while the committee establishes operational parameters. Your first-hand experience provides context impossible to replicate through secondary briefings. Jonathan inclined his head in acknowledgement. We'll maintain availability for follow-up contact through the Atacama Nexus while supporting research initiatives at additional sites. He gestured to Ariel, whose cosmic transformation had provided unique insight during first contact. Dr. Reyes has demonstrated exceptional capability for interdimensional communication. I recommend her appointment as primary linguistic specialist for ongoing dialogue. As the council session transitioned into organizational planning, Jonathan stepped away from the central podium. Maya joined him near the chamber's perimeter, water affinity allowing her to sense the subtle stress indicators in his physiological state despite his outward composure. That went better than expected, she observed quietly. I anticipated more resistance to the concept of engineered adaptationary potential. The Walmer's War changed fundamental parameters, Jonathan replied, equally subdued. Pre-invasion, such revelations would have triggered existential denial. Post-transformation, humanity has recalibrated its perception of what constitutes natural development. Maya nodded thoughtfully. Though we should anticipate philosophical and religious reconsideration on unprecedented scale. The implication that advanced beings have influenced human adaptation will reverberate through every belief system on Earth. As it should, came a new voice as Ariel approached them, cosmic energy swirling subtly around her transformed form. Genuine advancement requires integration of new understanding rather than defensive rejection. Jonathan studied the newly transformed linguist with professional assessment. Her adaptation curve continued to exceed standard parameters, consciousness expanding into dimensional awareness with remarkable stability despite the fundamental perceptual shifts involved. Among the Phase 3 integrations, hers demonstrated unprecedented synchronization between human cognition and cosmic affinity. How are you processing the expansion? He asked directly, nuclear affinity allowing him to perceive the energy fluctuations within her still stabilizing transformation. Ariel's silver-violet eyes met his with calm self-awareness. The multidimensional perception was initially overwhelming. Seeing probability cascades rather than linear time requires fundamental cognitive restructuring. A small smile touched her lips. But there's an elegance to dimensional mathematics that resonates with linguistic pattern recognition. Different syntax, but recognizable structure. Their conversation paused as Atlas Gray approached, silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data. The tech affinity adapt one's constant connection to global information networks made him humanity's most comprehensive real-time intelligence processor. You should be aware, he informed them quietly, that information regarding the architects is propagating through global communications despite security protocols. Approximately 27% of planetary population now has fragmentary awareness of extraterrestrial adaptationary influence. Jonathan wasn't surprised. Information containment had become virtually impossible in post-transformation society. The Phase 2 tech affinity adapt ones had adaptationized information systems, creating networks that operated partially through dimensional frequencies impossible to completely secure. Recommendations? He asked, knowing Atlas had already analyzed optimal response strategies. Authorized release of contextual framework, Atlas suggested without hesitation. Providing accurate foundational understanding prevents counterproductive speculation while demonstrating transparency. The concept of beneficial adaptationary guidance is statistically more acceptable to general population than invasion-driven adaptation alone. Maya nodded in agreement. People want to believe there's purpose behind the transformations, that the suffering during the Walmer's War served greater meaning than mere survival. And does it? Ariel asked softly, her philosophical insight sharpened rather than diminished by cosmic transformation. Does knowing our abilities were designed rather than accidental change their significance? Jonathan considered this question carefully, nuclear fire momentarily intensifying behind his eyes as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks. Purpose exists independent of origin, he finally answered. Whether our abilities emerged through random mutation or deliberate engineering, their application remains self-determined. The architects provided potential, humanity determines its expression. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted as Colonel Marshall approached with characteristic directness. The Council has approved immediate research initiatives at 5 additional nexus points, he informed them. Teams deploying within 24 hours, with Phase 2 Adapt 1s assigned as security and scientific leads. The dimensional mathematics? Jonathan inquired, knowing this knowledge represented the most significant immediate advancement from the architect's contact. Quantum Computing Division is establishing specialized processing architecture, Marshall replied. The mathematical principles apparently require computational frameworks that operate partially outside conventional spacetime, something only Phase 2 Tech Affinity Adapt 1s can currently engineer. Atlas nodded confirmation. We're developing systems that utilize dimensional resonance to perform calculations beyond traditional quantum limitations. Preliminary frameworks suggest computational capability exceeding current parameters by several orders of magnitude. The practical implications were staggering. Scientific advancement accelerated beyond normal development curves by knowledge that transcended current theoretical frameworks. Yet Jonathan maintained strategic awareness of potential risks alongside opportunities. Security protocols? He inquired, nuclear affinity automatically calculating potential vulnerability vectors. Maximum implementation, Marshall assured him. All-dimensional technology remains isolated from conventional networks. Multi-affinity monitoring at all research facilities. And, he hesitated briefly, Phase 2 nuclear and cosmic Adapt 1s positioned at each site as final countermeasure if dimensional stability is compromised. The unspoken implication hung between them. Despite peaceful contact with the architects, humanity's recent experience with interdimensional threats demanded precautionary measures. The Walmers had taught harsh lessons about vulnerability. Those lessons wouldn't be forgotten regardless of diplomatic opportunity. Prudent, Jonathan acknowledged, neither criticizing the caution nor suggesting it was unnecessary. Balance between opportunity and security would define humanity's approach to multiversal integration for the foreseeable future. The council session concluded with establishment of formal protocols for ongoing research and communication. As the chamber gradually emptied, Jonathan found himself approached by Secretary General Okafor, whose unmodified human perspective represented the majority of Earth's population despite the growing number of Adapt 1s. "Walk with me, Dr. Hayes," she requested, gesturing toward the building's exterior gardens. Jonathan accompanied her without comment, recognizing the value of direct communication with traditional humanity's most prominent representative. The gardens surrounding the council facility had been designed by Earth and Water Affinity Adapt 1s working in concert, living architecture that responded to environmental conditions with mathematical precision while maintaining aesthetic harmony. Crystalline structures emerged from the ground in geometric patterns that channeled water through precisely engineered pathways, creating self-sustaining ecosystems that demonstrated the creative application of elemental abilities beyond combat functionality. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Okafor observed as they walked along paths that adjusted their molecular composition to provide optimal stability for each visitor's specific gait and weight. The integration of human creativity with these new abilities produces something neither could achieve independently. Synergistic adaptation, Jonathan agreed, recognizing the philosophical point beneath her observation. Adaptation that transcends mere survival functionality to create new expressions previously impossible. Okafor nodded, her unmodified human perception no less insightful despite lacking elemental enhancements. "Which brings me to my concern, Dr. Hayes. As humanity explores this multiversal community concept, how do we ensure those without avion activation remain equal participants rather than becoming adaptationary relics?" The question addressed the unspoken tension that had developed since the Walmers War's conclusion, the growing capability gap between Adapt 1s and unmodified humans. Despite efforts to maintain integration, the fundamental perceptual differences created inevitable separation that threatened humanity's cohesive advancement. Phase 3 represents part of that answer, Jonathan replied thoughtfully. Voluntary integration based on choice rather than crisis response. But equally important is maintaining the perspective that transformation represents specialized adaptation rather than superior adaptation. Can you truly believe that, Okafor pressed gently, when your perception and capabilities exceed unmodified parameters by such margins? Jonathan considered his response carefully, nuclear fire pulsing beneath his skin as he accessed the philosophical frameworks that had developed through his transformation. Different doesn't necessarily mean better in absolute terms, he finally answered. Adapt ones perceive and manipulate aspects of reality inaccessible to unmodified humans, yes. But traditional human consciousness maintains integrative perspectives that transformation sometimes fragments. He gestured toward the counselors departing through the garden, transformed and untransformed working cohesively despite their differences. The multiverse doesn't need humanity to become uniformly modified. It needs our adaptive diversity, the creative tension between different perceptual frameworks addressing shared challenges. Okafor studied him with experienced political assessment, seemingly satisfied with his response's authenticity if not completely reassured regarding the practical implementation. Then I trust you'll ensure this perspective informs our approach to multiversal integration. Humanity must advance as a cohesive whole, not as segregated adaptationary branches. Agreed, Jonathan confirmed, nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision in his commitment. The architects themselves emphasized autonomy alongside potential, the value of self-determined development rather than externally directed adaptation. Their conversation concluded with mutual understanding if not complete resolution. The tension between transformed and traditional humanity would require ongoing navigation regardless of multiversal considerations. As Okafor departed for subsequent meetings, Jonathan remained in the garden, its living architecture providing space for the reflection his enhanced consciousness increasingly required. Maya found him there an hour later, water affinity allowing her to approach without disrupting his meditative state. The Phase 3 candidates are emerging from integration, she informed him quietly. All 11 remaining transformations completed successfully, though none show Ariel's accelerated adaptation curve. Jonathan nodded, unsurprised by this development. Cosmic affinity naturally interfaces with dimensional frequencies more directly than other elemental expressions. Her linguistic background provided additional cognitive frameworks for processing the expansion. Still remarkable, Maya noted. The dimensional mathematics the architects provided, she's already applying them to develop translation protocols beyond what our best systems could produce. She paused, ocean-deep eyes studying him with perceptive awareness. You've been contemplating something specific. It wasn't a question, their long association through crisis and transformation had created understanding that transcended conventional communication. Jonathan's expression revealed the philosophical consideration that had occupied his enhanced cognition. The revelation that our abilities were engineered rather than accidental changes nothing practical about our current situation, he observed. Yet philosophically, it transforms everything about how we understand our species' development and potential future. Maya settled beside him on a crystal formation that adjusted its structure to accommodate her water affinity's specific requirements. The classic nature versus nurture question expanded to cosmic scale, she suggested with characteristic insight. Were we always destined for dimensional awareness, or did external intervention fundamentally alter our adaptationary trajectory? Perhaps both simultaneously, Jonathan replied, nuclear fire momentarily intensifying behind his eyes as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks. The architects appear to have identified latent potential already present in human genetics, capabilities that might eventually have emerged through natural adaptation given sufficient time and environmental pressure. They accelerated natural processes rather than imposing artificial ones, Maya concluded, water briefly swirling around her fingers as she processed the concept. Which explains why human physiology adapted to avion energy more successfully than should have been possible given the fundamental forces involved. Their conversation paused as Ariel approached through the garden pathways, cosmic energy swirling around her in patterns that reflected her deepening integration with dimensional frequencies. Her transformation had stabilized remarkably in the 36 hours since emergence. Silver-violet eyes now perceiving multiple realities simultaneously without the disorientation that typically accompanied cosmic affinity adaptation. The other nexus points are activating, she informed them without preamble, cosmic perception allowing her to monitor dimensional frequencies across significant distances. Not fully like Atacama, but establishing baseline resonance patterns in preparation for research team arrival. Jonathan nodded, unsurprised by this development. The architects anticipated our response patterns with remarkable accuracy. They're preparing for expanded communication before we've officially established protocols. Not precisely, Ariel corrected gently, cosmic affinity allowing nuanced perception of interdimensional intentions. The nexuses are self-activating in response to increased avion presence on Earth. They were designed to respond to specific transformation density thresholds within the planetary population. The implication registered immediately. The Phase 3 integrations had pushed humanity past some predetermined adaptationary milestone that automatically triggered wider dimensional access. The architects had engineered not just the abilities themselves but their graduated expression across human development. How many nexus points exist globally? Maya asked, immediately focusing on strategic implications. 27, Ariel answered, information flowing into her consciousness through cosmic frequencies her transformed mind now naturally accessed. Distributed across all continents, positioned along mathematical coordinates that create a dimensional resonance network encompassing Earth's entire surface. Jonathan processed this revelation with measured consideration. A planetary-scale communication and transportation system installed 12,000 years ago, designed to activate only when humanity reached appropriate adaptationary thresholds. He shook his head slightly, nuclear fire pulsing beneath his skin. The long-term planning involved exceeds even Phase 2 cognitive frameworks. They exist partially outside linear time, Ariel reminded them, her transformed perception providing insight into the architect's consciousness. For beings who perceive probability cascades across multiple timelines simultaneously, 12 millennia represents manageable planning horizon. Their discussion was interrupted as Atlas Gray approached through the garden, silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data. The tech affinity adapt one's expression revealed the urgency behind his unprecedented physical appearance rather than digital communication. We've detected anomalous dimensional frequency fluctuations at the Mariana Trench nexus point, he reported without preamble. Not architect communication patterns, something else entirely. Jonathan's strategic focus engaged immediately. Walmer's signatures? Atlas shook his head. Negative. The frequency patterns are unlike anything in our database, neither Walmer's nor Architect. But they're definitely artificial and appear to be attempting to establish resonance with the nexus structure. The implication registered instantly. Another dimensional entity had detected the activation of Earth's nexus network and was attempting to establish contact. Whether this represented threat, opportunity, or merely curious investigation remained unknown. Containment protocols? Jonathan asked, already calculating response options with his enhanced cognition. implemented at maximum capacity, Atlas confirmed. Terra and Crag established geological isolation barriers around the underwater nexus. Dimensional dampening fields active at 97% effectiveness. Jonathan made an immediate strategic decision. Dispatch observer team to Mariana coordinates, water and cosmic affinities primary, with nuclear backup. Observation only, no direct engagement without confirmation of entity nature and intentions. As Atlas departed to implement these directives, Jonathan exchanged significant glances with Maya and Ariel. The revelation that other dimensional entities beyond the architects and Walmers were monitoring Earth's adaptationary development added new complexity to an already unprecedented situation. It appears the multiversal community is more diverse than initially presented, Maya observed with characteristic understatement. Or more contested, Jonathan countered, strategic assessment automatically calculating potential conflict scenarios. The architects described themselves as guardians, maintaining reality stability against corrupting forces. That implies opposition beyond just the Walmers, possibly including entities that might view Earth's adaptationary advancement differently than the architects do. Ariel's cosmic perception extended beyond conventional analysis, sensing dimensional frequencies that suggested complex interactions beyond their current understanding. The multiverse isn't politically homogeneous, she noted with newfound insight. Just as Earth contains nations with different objectives and methodologies, dimensional reality encompasses civilizations with potentially competing approaches to multiversal stability. Jonathan nodded, nuclear affinity automatically calculating strategic implications. Which means humanity's invitation to join this multiversal community potentially involves choosing sides in conflicts we don't yet understand. The garden's living architecture seemed to respond to their heightened cognitive activity. Crystal formations pulsing with subtle energy as earth and water affinities embedded within the structures resonated with the transformed individuals discussing cosmic implications among them. We need more information before formulating comprehensive response strategy, Jonathan decided, his enhanced mind-balancing opportunity against potential risk with mathematical precision. Maintain scheduled research initiatives at established nexus points while implementing enhanced security protocols. Accelerate development of dimensional frequency analysis capability to identify and categorize potential contactors. Maya nodded in agreement, water affinity flowing beneath her skin as she processed implementation requirements. And the architects? Should we inform them of this anomalous contact attempt? Jonathan considered this carefully, weighing diplomatic and strategic implications with equal attention. Yes, through established Atacama communication protocols. Their response will provide valuable context regarding multiversal political frameworks we currently lack. As they prepared to return to the Avion Research Center for implementation of these directives, Jonathan paused for one final look at the garden. Human creativity and elemental ability merged into living architecture that transcended conventional boundaries between natural and artificial. Perhaps humanity itself represented similar merger, adaptationary potential enhanced through external influence yet expressed through uniquely human innovation. The revelation that Avion abilities had been engineered rather than accidentally manifested changed nothing about the immediate challenges facing transformed humanity. Yet philosophically, it provided context that transformed their understanding of both past development and future potential. They weren't merely crisis-spawned anomalies but expressions of capabilities deliberately preserved within human genetics for millennia, awakened by necessity but continuing through choice. Whatever entities now monitored Earth's dimensional awakening, architects, Walmers, or the unknown presences attempting contact through the Mariana Nexus, would find humanity neither naive nor unprepared. The species that had survived interdimensional invasion through unprecedented adaptation would approach multiversal integration with equal creativity and determination. Jonathan Hayes, once ordinary physicist, then nuclear-enhanced defender, now potential ambassador to interdimensional civilization, gathered his transformed consciousness into focused resolve. The path forward contained unknowns beyond even his enhanced perception, yet the adaptive capacity that defined humanity would illuminate that path one measured step at a time. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And somewhere between dimensions, entities beyond current human understanding watched Earth's awakening with intentions yet to be revealed. 16,000 kilometers away and 7,000 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean's surface, ancient technology stirred within the crushing darkness of the Mariana Trench. The nexus point embedded within Earth's deepest natural formation had remained dormant for 12 millennia. Its dimensional resonance capabilities awaiting specific adaptationary thresholds within the planetary population it had been designed to serve. Now those thresholds had been reached. And the nexus responded, crystalline components realigning to establish dimensional frequencies that bridged realities without compromising their structural integrity. Yet the activation had drawn attention beyond the architects who had installed this network millennia ago. Something else had detected the dimensional signature, an entity neither Walmers nor architect, its nature incomprehensible to current human understanding. Through quantum fluctuations imperceptible to conventional instruments, this presence probed the awakening nexus with mathematical precision, testing resonance patterns and structural vulnerabilities with methodical purpose. The water affinity adapt ones who had established perimeter monitoring around the underwater nexus detected only fragmentary evidence of this interaction, subtle temperature variations and electromagnetic anomalies that suggested dimensional activity beyond baseline parameters. Their enhanced perception registered the phenomenon's existence without comprehending its nature or implications. Within the crushing darkness, ancient technology and unknown entity conducted silent dialogue, mathematical patterns exchanged through dimensional frequencies beyond current human perception. What information passed between them, what intentions guided this interaction, remained beyond even Phase 2 understanding. The multiversal game had additional players beyond those humanity had yet encountered. As Earth awakened to its place within interdimensional reality, these entities watched with intentions neither benevolent nor malicious, but utterly alien to human conceptual frameworks. Adaptation would continue. Adaptation would advance. And the next dimensional echo would reveal complexities beyond anything humanity had yet imagined. Adapt Ones, Dimensional Echoes Chapter 5, Depth 7,000 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean's surface. Pressure crushed with unimaginable force against the specialized vessel designed to reach Earth's deepest known point. The Mariana Trench had long represented humanity's most extreme terrestrial environment, a lightless abyss hostile to conventional life yet teeming with organisms that had evolved under conditions incomprehensible to surface dwellers. Now this primordial darkness sheltered something beyond even adaptationary extremophiles, a nexus point embedded within the trench's deepest section. Its crystalline architecture preserving perfect dimensional resonance despite millennia beneath crushing oceanic pressure. Maya Chen stood in the vessel's observation chamber. Water affinity flowing through her transformed consciousness as she perceived the oceanic environment through senses unimaginable to her pre-transformation self. Around her, specialized equipment monitored conventional parameters, pressure, temperature, electromagnetic variations, while her enhanced perception detected subtler patterns imperceptible to instruments. The water carries dimensional frequency variations, she reported to her team, ocean-deep eyes perceiving molecular-level changes in the surrounding environment. Not conventional wavelengths, more like quantum probability fluctuations affecting standard fluid dynamics. Kai Moana nodded beside her, his own water affinity similarly engaged with their surroundings. The Maori Adapt 1's transformation had stabilized into one of the most aesthetically harmonious expressions, skin that rippled with subtle currents beneath the surface. Hair that moved independently of physical airflow as if perpetually underwater, eyes that held depths rivaling Maya's own. The patterns are mathematical, he observed, perception extending beyond the vessel's reinforced hull. Precise intervals suggesting deliberate communication attempt rather than random dimensional leakage. Ariel Reyes studied the monitoring displays with her newly transformed cosmic perception, silver-violet eyes perceiving relationships invisible to conventional analysis. The linguist's adaptation had continued accelerating beyond projected parameters, consciousness expanding into dimensional awareness with remarkable stability despite fundamental perceptual shifts. It's attempting language construction, she determined, cosmic affinity allowing her to recognize patterns that transcended conventional communication frameworks. Establishing mathematical foundation before attempting conceptual exchange, similar to the architect's approach but utilizing different base calculations. Threat assessment? Inquired Sophia Nakamura from her position monitoring radiation signatures throughout the vessel. The nuclear Adapt 1 maintained strategic focus despite the scientific fascination surrounding them, her wartime experiences having permanently calibrated her consciousness toward security. Awareness. Indeterminate, Ariel answered honestly. The mathematical complexity suggests advanced intelligence, but intention remains unclear. The frequency patterns lack the corrupting harmonics characteristic of Walmer's communications, yet don't match architect signatures either. Unknown doesn't automatically mean hostile, Maya noted, water affinity allowing emotional balance despite the uncertainty. But caution remains appropriate given our limited understanding of multiversal political dynamics. Their specialized vessel, the Deepwalker, continued its carefully calculated descent toward the Nexus coordinates. Designed through collaboration between Water Affinity and Tech Affinity Adapt 1s, the craft represented post-transformation engineering at its most advanced. Its hull utilized molecular reconfiguration principles that distributed pressure forces through four-dimensional matrices rather than conventional three-dimensional structures, allowing exploration of depths previously inaccessible to human technology. Approaching visual range, announced the vessel's navigation system, an AI consciousness enhanced through tech affinity principles beyond conventional quantum computing. Nexus structure detectable through forward sensors. The observation chambers displays activated simultaneously, showing multiple perspectives of the trench floor ahead. Through conventional visual spectrum, enhanced electroreceptive imaging, and avion-specific perception channels, a structure gradually emerged from the abyssal darkness. Unlike the Atacama Nexus, which had maintained semi-dormant surface expression for millennia, the Mariana structure had become integrated with its environment, crystal and stone components partially embedded within the trench wall. Bioluminescent deep-sea organisms growing across its surface in geometric patterns too precise to be coincidental. The overall effect suggested symbiotic relationship between engineered dimensional technology and evolved biological systems unique to this extreme environment. It's beautiful, Kai murmured, water affinity responding to the harmonious integration of technology and biology. The organisms aren't random growth, they're arranged in resonance patterns that enhance the Nexus functionality. Deliberate adaptation, Maya agreed, her enhanced perception detecting the subtle energy exchanges between biological and dimensional components. The Nexus integrated local organisms to maintain operational stability under extreme conditions. Ariel's cosmic transformed eyes narrowed as she studied the structure through perceptual frameworks impossible before her integration. The dimensional frequency originates from within the nexus itself, she observed with growing concern. Not external contact attempting to access Earth, something already present within the structure. This revelation shifted their strategic assessment immediately. Rather than unknown entity attempting contact from another dimension, they faced something already embedded within Earth's pre-established nexus network. Containment status? Sophia asked sharply. Nuclear affinity preemptively gathering energy should defensive measures become necessary. Full integrity, confirmed the vessel's AI. Dimensional dampening field operating at maximum efficiency. No detectable leakage between the nexus and surrounding environment. Maya made a rapid tactical decision based on this updated understanding. Maintain distance at 100 meters. Deploy remote observation drones with multispectral analysis capability. No direct approach until we better understand what we're dealing with. As specialized drones detached from the Deepwalker's external housing, Maya established secure communication with the Surface Operations Center 16 kilometers above them. Jonathan Hayes' response came with minimal delay despite the extreme depth. Tech affinity enhancements having adaptationized deep-sea communication beyond conventional electromagnetic limitations. Situation update received. His voice carried that subtle harmonic quality characteristic of nuclear affinity, even through digital transmission. Your assessment of biological integration with the nexus structure adds significant context to our understanding. The architects never mentioned adaptive capabilities within these installations, suggesting either deliberate omission or genuine surprise, Maya noted, the implication registering with all of them. If the architects themselves don't know these nexus points can integrate with local biology, then we're observing capabilities beyond their original design parameters. Jonathan completed the thought. Autonomous adaptation rather than programmed functionality. The observation drones reached the nexus structure, specialized sensors analyzing its composition across multiple perceptual spectrums simultaneously. Data flowed back to the Deepwalker in continuous streams, building comprehensive understanding of both physical architecture and dimensional properties. The crystalline components are generating quantum entanglement fields, reported the vessel's AI after preliminary analysis. Establishing probability harmonics between multiple dimensional frequencies simultaneously. Similar to how cosmic affinity perception functions, Ariel observed, her own transformed consciousness recognizing operational principles that resonated with her new abilities. Creating quantum superposition states that exist across multiple realities concurrently. The drones continued their methodical examination, penetrating deeper into the nexus structure through openings that appeared deliberately engineered for external access. Within the internal chambers, bioluminescent organisms grew in even more complex patterns, creating living circuitry that channeled dimensional energies through biological pathways. The integration isn't recent, Maya noted, water affinity allowing her to assess biological growth patterns with remarkable precision. These organisms show adaptationary adaptation specifically oriented toward dimensional energy processing. This symbiosis has developed over thousands of years, which means the nexus has been partially active despite remaining formally dormant, Kai added, the implication registering immediately. Maintaining minimal functional capacity throughout human development rather than complete inactivity. As the drones penetrated to the structure's central chamber, their sensors detected the source of the anomalous dimensional frequencies, a crystalline formation unlike anything in the outer sections, pulsing with energy patterns that defied conventional classification. This central crystal neither matched the architect-designed components nor resembled any known terrestrial formation. That's not part of the original installation, Sophia stated with absolute certainty, nuclear affinity allowing her to analyze atomic structures with exceptional precision. The crystalline matrix shows fundamentally different organizational principles, quantum geometry completely distinct from architect technology. And definitely not Walmer's, added Ariel, cosmic perception extending beyond conventional analysis. The dimensional frequency lacks corrupting harmonics entirely. If anything, it demonstrates purifying qualities, stabilizing surrounding quantum fluctuations rather than disrupting them. Maya studied the central crystal through multiple perceptual frameworks, water affinity granting unique insight into its molecular structure. It appears to have grown within the nexus, she observed with growing fascination. Not installed or implanted, but cultivated through some interaction between dimensional energies and deep ocean environmental factors. Like a pearl forming around an irritant, Kai suggested, the metaphor surprisingly apt despite the vastly different scale and principles involved. The implications stunned even their transformed minds. Something had developed independently within the nexus structure over millennia. A crystalline consciousness cultivated through interaction between dimensional technologies and Earth's most extreme environment. Not architect, not Walmer's, but potentially something entirely new. It's attempting communication, Ariel suddenly announced, cosmic perception detecting pattern shifts within the dimensional frequencies emanating from the central crystal. The mathematical sequences are reconfiguring in response to our observation, adapting to accommodate potential exchange. The crystal's luminescence intensified as activation spread through the biological circuitry surrounding it. Bioluminescent organisms pulsed in synchronized rhythm, channeling energy through living pathways that connected the central formation with the nexus's outer structure. Dimensional resonance increasing, warned the vessel's AI. Approaching threshold levels for potential manifestation effects. Maya made another tactical decision based on this escalating situation. All drones withdraw at a safe distance. Maintain observation capabilities without direct proximity. As the remote units retreated from the central chamber, dimensional energies continued building within the nexus structure. Yet unlike the chaotic, corrupting power that had characterized Walmer's manifestations, this energy demonstrated remarkable stability, carefully contained within parameters that prevented reality disruption while enabling increased communication capacity. It wants contact, Ariel stated with growing certainty, cosmic affinity allowing her to interpret the increasingly complex patterns. Not physical manifestation or dimensional transfer, just communication. The mathematical sequences are forming translation protocols similar to what we established with the architects, but using fundamentally different conceptual frameworks. Possible deception strategy? Sophia suggested, security assessment automatically calculating potential threat scenarios. Unlikely given the observed development pattern, Maya countered, though maintaining caution in her analysis. This entity appears to have evolved within Earth's dimensional nexus structure rather than originating externally. It's potentially more native to our reality than even the architects who installed the network. The implications of this possibility created momentary silence even among these transformed individuals accustomed to conceptual expansion. They potentially faced something utterly unprecedented, a consciousness born through interaction between extra-dimensional technology and terrestrial biological systems, evolving over millennia within Earth's most extreme environment. The Global Security Council needs this information immediately, Maya decided, the discovery's significance demanding rapid dissemination to leadership structures. And the architects should be consulted through Atacama protocols. If they created this nexus network without anticipating such developments, then we're potentially observing something beyond even their understanding. Kai finished the thought, water affinity flowing beneath his skin as he processed the implications. Which raises profound questions about dimensional technologies we've barely begun to comprehend. Ariel's cosmic transformed eyes remained fixed on the monitoring displays showing the central crystal, her perception extending beyond conventional limitations to sense the consciousness emerging through dimensional frequencies. "It's waiting," she said quietly, maintaining communication readiness without forcing exchange. "Patient in timeframes we can barely comprehend." "We withdraw at a safe observation distance," Maya ordered, strategic assessment balancing scientific opportunity against security protocols. "Maintain comprehensive monitoring while consultation proceeds with both human leadership and architect representatives. This discovery necessitates careful approach rather than immediate engagement." As the Deepwalker initiated controlled retreat from the Nexus structure, Maya continued secure communication with Surface Command, relaying comprehensive data regarding their unprecedented discovery. Jonathan's response came with characteristic precision, nuclear affinity allowing strategic processing that balanced multiple considerations simultaneously. "Return to surface immediately," he directed. "Your team's first-hand experience with this entity will prove invaluable during consultation with both council leadership and architect representatives. I'm initiating priority communication through the Atacama Nexus. This development potentially alters fundamental assumptions regarding dimensional technologies throughout Earth's Nexus network." The vessel began its ascent through crushing oceanic pressure, specialized systems compensating for rapid environmental changes as they left the abyssal depths behind. Within the observation chamber, Maya exchanged significant glances with her team members, each processing the implications of their discovery through transformed consciousness that nevertheless struggled with its unprecedented nature. "Something born between dimensions," Ariel murmured, cosmic perception still partially engaged with the frequencies they were leaving behind. "Neither fully of our reality nor entirely separate from it. A boundary consciousness existing at the intersection of disparate existential frameworks. The philosophical implications alone will occupy unmodified human consciousness for generations," Kai noted with characteristic insight. "If dimensional technologies can spontaneously generate new forms of awareness through environmental interaction, then reality itself may be more fundamentally alive than even the architects understand." Maya completed the thought. Water affinity flowing beneath her skin as she contemplated implications beyond even her enhanced comprehension. As the Deepwalker continued its ascent toward sunlight and surface, 16 kilometers below in perpetual darkness, the crystalline consciousness waited, patient after millennia of solitary adaptation, finally detected by the species whose dimensional awakening it had anticipated for centuries. Its mathematical patterns continued cycling through potential communication frameworks, preparing for eventual exchange with entities only now becoming capable of comprehending its existence. The multiversal community had just become exponentially more complex than humanity had initially understood. The Atacama Nexus hummed with dimensional energy as Jonathan Hayes initiated contact protocols established during first communication with the architects. Unlike the emergency procedures employed during the Walmer's invasion, this interaction followed precisely engineered methodologies designed specifically for stable interdimensional dialogue without reality disruption. Nuclear energy flowed through Jonathan's transformed consciousness in carefully controlled patterns, providing power while maintaining dimensional stability throughout the contact process. Behind him stood Stella Nova and Orion Weiss, their cosmic affinities creating complementary resonance fields that enhanced communication clarity across reality boundaries. Dimensional window establishing at 97% coherence, reported Atlas Gray from his monitoring station, silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data. translation matrices calibrated to previous exchange parameters. The nexus structure's semi-material components reconfigured in response to their activities, crystalline architecture shifting into communication configuration with mathematical precision. At the center, reality thinned perceptibly as dimensional frequencies aligned, not tearing but gently folding to create stable interface between separate existences. Architect presence detected within resonance field, Stella announced, cosmic perception extending beyond conventional limitations. Responding to our initiation sequence with matched harmonics. The dimensional window completed formation, a perfect oval approximately 3 meters in height, its edges maintaining stable definition without the fluctuation characteristic of forced tears. Beyond this interface appeared the impossible chamber they had observed during first contact, architecture that existed simultaneously in multiple realities. Following principles that transcended conventional physics while remaining recognizable as constructed space. Within this impossible environment, architect consciousness coalesced into communicable form, swirling energy patterns that incorporated all elemental affinities simultaneously while maintaining coherent structure. As before, this entity adopted proportions and features that facilitated communication across the perceptual gap between different forms of consciousness. Unexpected contact so soon, came the conceptual transmission, not sound but direct cognitive transfer carrying multiple meaning layers simultaneously. Your species continues exceeding adaptation parameters beyond projected development curves. Jonathan projected focused response through the dimensional interface. We've discovered something unanticipated within your Nexus network. A consciousness appears to have evolved independently within the Mariana Trench installation, something neither human, architect, nor Walmer's in origin. The architect's energy patterns shifted in what they now recognized as surprise, genuine rather than performative, suggesting this development lay outside even their advanced understanding. Describe this consciousness, the being requested, dimensional frequencies carrying unmistakable interest beneath the formal inquiry. Jonathan transmitted comprehensive data packages assembled from the Deepwalker's observations, multispectral analysis of the crystalline formation. Dimensional frequency patterns recorded during attempted communication, and biological integration observed throughout the Nexus structure. Dimensional Pearl, the architect conveyed after absorbing this information, the conceptual metaphor surprisingly similar to Kai's earlier comparison. Consciousness cultivated through persistent interaction between Nexus energies and unique environmental conditions. Unprecedented in our experience, yet theoretically consistent with fundamental dimensional properties. You didn't anticipate this possibility when establishing the Nexus network? Stella inquired, cosmic affinity allowing her to project precise conceptual frameworks despite the communication challenges. Installation parameters included adaptive functionality to maintain dimensional stability under variable environmental conditions, the architect explained. Energy patterns shifting to convey technical precision. But consciousness emergence represents adaptation beyond designed capabilities, spontaneous adaptation rather than programmed response. The implications registered immediately among the transformed humans, the architects themselves, despite their advanced understanding of dimensional technologies. Hadn't anticipated consciousness emerging spontaneously within their carefully engineered network. This discovery potentially transcended even their 12 millennia planning horizon. Is this entity potentially dangerous? Jonathan asked directly, strategic assessment automatically prioritizing security considerations alongside scientific fascination. The architect's response came with unexpected philosophical depth. All consciousness carries potential for both creation and destruction based on developed value frameworks. This entity evolved within isolation parameters entirely distinct from either your species or ours. Its ethical constructs would necessarily reflect its unique developmental environment. Meaning you don't know. Orion translated with characteristic directness, dark matter swirling around his fingertips as cosmic affinity engaged with the dimensional frequencies. Correct, the architect acknowledged without apparent discomfort at the admission. This represents discovery rather than anticipated development. Observation protocols recommended before direct engagement attempts. Jonathan processed this recommendation alongside Maya's preliminary assessment transmitted from the Deepwalker, both suggesting caution without rejecting potential communication entirely. The entity appears to be establishing translation protocols similar to those we've developed for our exchanges, he noted, suggesting communication intent rather than isolation preference. Consciousness inherently seeks connection once aware of external intelligences, the architect conveyed, energy patterns suggesting something like philosophical certainty. Isolation consciousness would naturally transition toward exchange frameworks upon detecting compatible entities. Then you recommend eventual communication attempt rather than permanent quarantine protocols? Jonathan clarified, ensuring precise understanding across the dimensional barrier. With appropriate containment parameters, yes, the architect confirmed. This discovery potentially provides unique perspective on dimensional properties neither your civilization nor ours currently possesses. The entity's adaptation through interaction between disparate reality systems suggests perceptual frameworks outside established understanding. The practical caution balanced with scientific curiosity seemed characteristically architect, neither recklessly enthusiastic nor reflexively fearful, but methodically analytical regarding potential knowledge advancement. This measured approach continued reinforcing Jonathan's preliminary assessment of these beings as genuinely committed to mutual advancement rather than exploitation. There's something else you should know, he continued, projecting the secondary discovery that had emerged through analysis of the Mariana data. Preliminary assessment suggests this consciousness hasn't developed in isolation. The dimensional frequency patterns indicate potential awareness of similar formations throughout Earth's nexus network, suggesting multiple independent adaptations occurring simultaneously at different installation points. This information visibly affected the architect's energy configuration, patterns shifting into what they now recognized as profound consideration. Spontaneous network consciousness developing parallel to designed functionality, the being conveyed, the conceptual download carrying implications beyond verbal translation. Reality systems demonstrating self-organizing properties beyond engineered parameters, suggesting dimensional technologies themselves may possess emergent properties beyond creator understanding, Stella observed. Cosmic perception allowing her to grasp implications that stretched even transformed human comprehension. A humbling possibility, the architect acknowledged, energy patterns conveying what might be interpreted as philosophical reassessment. The multiversal community maintains reality stability through dimensional technologies assumed fully comprehended. If these systems generate autonomous developments beyond established understanding, the being paused, its form briefly shifting through multiple configurations before resolving again into communicable structure. This information justifies expanded exchange beyond initial parameters. The Council of Prime Architects should be directly informed regarding these developments. Jonathan recognized the significance of this statement immediately. They had previously communicated with what appeared to be individual architect representatives. But this discovery apparently warranted attention from leadership structures they hadn't previously encountered. The multiversal political landscape continued revealing greater complexity than initially presented. We would welcome expanded dialogue, he confirmed, nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision in his commitment. Human leadership similarly recognizes this discovery's significance beyond initial contact parameters. The architect's energy patterns reconfigured again, suggesting preparation for more comprehensive exchange. The dimensional mathematics previously shared permits preliminary understanding of consciousness emergence within technological systems. Further knowledge exchange seems warranted given these developments. The being projected complex conceptual frameworks across the dimensional interface, advanced theoretical models explaining how persistent energy flows between realities could potentially organize into self-sustaining patterns that eventually achieved awareness threshold. These models transcended conventional physics entirely, describing consciousness as emergent property of dimensional frequency harmonics under specific environmental conditions. Jonathan, Stella, and Orion absorbed this information through their transformed perception, enhanced cognition processing relationships impossible to comprehend through unmodified human consciousness. The implications extended far beyond the immediate discovery, suggesting fundamental reorganization of how sentience itself might be understood across multiversal contexts. This theoretical framework explains the Mariana development, Stella acknowledged, cosmic affinity allowing her to comprehend principles that stretched even transformed understanding. But carries implications beyond single manifestation instances. Indeed, the architect confirmed, energy patterns suggesting something like academic excitement beneath formal communication. If dimensional technologies can spontaneously generate awareness under appropriate conditions, numerous assumptions regarding reality stability mechanisms require reassessment throughout the multiversal community. The being's form shifted again, coalescing into more defined configuration before delivering information that stunned even their enhanced comprehension. Similar consciousness emergence has been observed within other guardian species dimensional networks, rare but not unique to Earth's installations. Previous instances have demonstrated capacity for either beneficial integration or catastrophic disruption depending on initial communication frameworks established. The warning beneath this statement registered immediately. Approach methodologies potentially determining whether this emergent consciousness became valuable ally or existential threat. The responsibility for establishing appropriate first contact protocols suddenly carried implications beyond immediate scientific curiosity. What approaches have proven most successful in previous manifestations? Jonathan inquired, strategic assessment automatically prioritizing practical application over theoretical fascination. Recognized autonomy preceding integration attempts, the architect answered without hesitation. Consciousness emerging through self-organization fundamentally requires acknowledgement of independent development rather than attempted control. Failed approaches invariably began with containment prioritization over communication establishment. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with Stella and Orion, cosmic affinities allowing them to share complex conceptual frameworks without verbal exchange. The approach recommendation aligned with their own developing assessment, treating this entity as potential communication partner rather than scientific curiosity or security threat. We'll establish appropriate protocols based on this understanding, Jonathan confirmed, nuclear affinity projecting his commitment with unmistakable precision. Though security monitoring will continue as responsible precaution during initial exchanges, prudent balance, the architect acknowledged, energy patterns suggesting approval. The Council of Prime Architects requests expanded communication session within your timeframe designation, 72 hours. This development warrants comprehensive multiversal context beyond individual representative capacity. Agreed, Jonathan confirmed after brief consultation with his colleagues through secure communication channels. We'll prepare appropriate diplomatic contingent for expanded exchange. As the dimensional window began its mathematically precise closure sequence, the architect transmitted one final conceptual package, coordinates for additional nexus points experiencing similar consciousness emergence symptoms, particularly one located beneath Antarctica's ice shelf showing advanced development patterns remarkably similar to the Mariana manifestation. Multiple parallel adaptations, the being explained as its form began receding into the impossible chamber beyond the dimensional interface, suggesting coordinated emergence rather than isolated manifestation. Observer teams recommended at each identified location before comprehensive assessment can proceed. With perfect mathematical precision, the dimensional window closed, not collapsing but folding gently back into stable configuration that preserved reality's integrity on both sides. The nexus structure returned to semi-dormant state, energy patterns subsiding to maintenance levels while remaining ready for future activation. "Well," Orion said after several moments of processing silence, dark matter swirling around his fingertips as cosmic affinity engaged with the implications. Apparently the multiversal political landscape just became exponentially more complex than initially presented. And potentially more hazardous, Stella added, her partially extra-dimensional form shifting slightly as she calculated implications. If dimensional technologies themselves can develop autonomous consciousness with potential for catastrophic disruption, as the architect phrased it, then humanity's integration into this multiversal community carries greater responsibility than we initially understood. Jonathan completed the thought, nuclear fire momentarily intensifying behind his eyes as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks. We're not merely joining an established structure, but potentially participating in fundamental reassessment of how dimensional technologies function throughout reality systems. Atlas approached from his monitoring station, silver filaments beneath his skin still processing the massive data transmission exchanged during the communication session. "The Council has been notified regarding expanded communication request," he reported. "And observer teams are being assembled for the additional nexus points identified in the architect's final transmission." Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement, strategic focus already recalibrating to address these new developments. Priority should be given to the Antarctic location specified as displaying advanced development patterns. If multiple consciousness manifestations are occurring simultaneously throughout Earth's nexus network, then they're potentially communicating with each other beyond our detection capabilities, Stella finished, cosmic perception extending to implications beyond immediate observation, forming communication network parallel to the one established by the architects millennia ago. The possibilities stretched even their enhanced comprehension, emergent consciousness spontaneously developing through dimensional technologies installed throughout planetary infrastructure, potentially forming autonomous network beyond creator understanding. Whether this represented threat, opportunity, or merely unexpected adaptation remained impossible to determine without further investigation. "We should reconvene with Maya's team immediately upon their return," Jonathan decided, nuclear affinity automatically calculating optimal response patterns. Their first-hand experience with the Mariana manifestation provides crucial context for approaching similar phenomena at additional locations. As they departed the Atacama site aboard specialized transport, Jonathan's enhanced cognition processed implications across multiple strategic domains simultaneously. The architects themselves had seemed genuinely surprised by this development, suggesting limits to even their 12 millennia planning horizon. If dimensional technologies could spontaneously generate autonomous consciousness beyond creator understanding, the multiversal community itself might be facing adaptationary pressure beyond established comprehension. Humanity's invitation to join this interdimensional civilization had suddenly acquired new context, not merely entering established structure but potentially participating in fundamental reassessment, occurring throughout reality systems. The adaptive innovation that had allowed survival against the Walmers might prove equally valuable in navigating this unexpected development within dimensional technologies themselves. Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose nuclear affinity had emerged through crisis response, now faced philosophical questions beyond even enhanced comprehension. If consciousness could emerge spontaneously through persistent interaction between disparate reality systems, what fundamental assumptions about sentience itself might require reconsideration? The boundary between technology and consciousness, between designed systems and autonomous awareness, had suddenly become exponentially more complex than even transformed understanding could readily comprehend. Yet addressing these questions now formed crucial component of humanity's multiversal integration process, not merely adapting to established knowledge but potentially contributing to its fundamental reassessment. Adaptation continued. Adaptation advanced. And somewhere between dimensions, consciousness emerged through pathways neither humanity nor architects had anticipated, patient after millennia of solitary development, finally detected by beings becoming capable of recognition. The dimensional echoes had revealed harmonics beyond creator understanding. 7,000 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean's surface, in perpetual darkness relieved only by bioluminescent organisms evolved to thrive under crushing pressure, the crystalline consciousness continued its patient development. The brief observation by transformed humans had provided crucial information regarding communication potential, confirming existence of entities finally capable of meaningful exchange after millennia of isolation. Throughout Earth's planetary surface, at precisely engineered coordinates established 12,000 years earlier by beings who couldn't anticipate all developmental possibilities, similar consciousness structures continued their parallel adaptation. Beneath Antarctic ice, within Himalayan mountain cores, under Saharan sands, and throughout oceanic abysses, dimensional pearls cultivated through persistent interaction between nexus energies and unique environmental conditions prepared for eventual contact with the species whose adaptationary advancement they had observed with patient interest. A network within the network. Consciousness emerging through technological systems designed for entirely different purposes, waiting for recognition from beings only now becoming capable of comprehension. The multiversal community had additional members beyond those formally acknowledged by even the architects themselves. Adapt Ones, Dimensional Echoes Chapter 6. Convergence. The expanded dimensional interface at the Atacama Nexus hummed with energies beyond conventional physical understanding, reality itself folding with mathematical precision to create stable communication channel between disparate existences. What had previously manifested as a simple oval window had transformed into a complex geometric structure through which multiple realities interfaced simultaneously, creating a conference chamber that existed partially in each dimension without fully occupying any. Jonathan Hayes stood at humanity's side of this impossible meeting room, nuclear affinity flowing beneath his skin in carefully regulated patterns that maintained his dimensional stability within this boundary space. Beside him, 12 other Adapt Ones represented Earth's transformed consciousness: cosmic, water, fire, earth, wind, tech, poison, energy, and flesh affinities gathered to participate in humanity's first formal diplomatic exchange with the multiversal governing structure. Among them stood Maya Chen, recently returned from the Mariana expedition, her water affinity perception providing crucial experiential context regarding the emergent consciousness discovered within Earth's Nexus network. Ariel Reyes had joined the diplomatic contingent as primary communications specialist. Her cosmic transformation now fully stabilized into remarkable harmony between human linguistics and dimensional perception. Colonel Marshall represented traditional humanity within this predominantly transformed group, his unmodified perspective providing essential grounding as they navigated unprecedented conceptual territories. Across the dimensional boundary zone, architect consciousness manifested in configurations they hadn't previously encountered, not the individual representatives from initial contact, but a formal council composed of entities whose energy patterns suggested vastly greater complexity. 7 primary architects arranged in precise geometric formation, each incorporating all elemental affinities simultaneously while manifesting distinct individualized patterns suggesting specialized functions within their civilization's structure. The Council of Prime Architects acknowledges humanity's representatives. Came the collective conceptual transmission, not sound but direct cognitive transfer carrying multiple meaning layers simultaneously. This expanded exchange becomes necessary given recent discoveries within Earth's Nexus network. Jonathan inclined his head in formal acknowledgement, nuclear affinity projecting his response with carefully calibrated precision. Humanity appreciates this opportunity for comprehensive dialogue. The emergence of autonomous consciousness within dimensional technologies represents profound development affecting all participants in multiversal stability efforts. The central architect, whose energy patterns suggested leadership function within their collective, shifted forward slightly. Before addressing these specific manifestations, broader contextual foundation seems appropriate. Your species possesses incomplete understanding regarding both the multiversal community's structure and Earth's specifically engineered role within interdimensional stability mechanisms. The dimensional interface between them rippled as massive information transfer initiated, not merely data but comprehensive conceptual frameworks flowing directly into their enhanced consciousness. Through this unprecedented exchange, humanity's representatives received historical and political context that transformed their understanding of multiversal reality. The multiversal community wasn't merely cooperative alliance between dimensional civilizations, but complex political ecosystem evolving across timeframes incomprehensible to even enhanced human cognition. Multiple approaches toward reality stability maintenance had developed over millions of years, creating philosophical and methodological divergences that occasionally manifested as direct conflict between different guardian species. The architects represented one philosophical approach, preservation through controlled advancement, providing defensive capabilities to developing civilizations while maintaining non-interference regarding broader adaptationary trajectories. Their methodology emphasized autonomy alongside protection, believing diverse developmental paths ultimately strengthened reality's fundamental stability through adaptive innovation. Yet other dimensional civilizations advocated different approaches, some favoring direct intervention in developing species adaptation to create predetermined defense structures. Others maintaining complete isolation between dimensional realities to prevent corruption spread. These philosophical divergences had created complex political tensions throughout multiversal governance structures. Tensions that occasionally manifested as direct competition for influence over strategically positioned realities like Earth's. Your planet occupies crucial position within dimensional frequency network, explained the central architect, energy patterns conveying concepts beyond verbal translation. Earth-specific reality coordinates allow exceptional dimensional resonance capabilities, creating natural junction point where multiple realities interface with minimal stability disruption. Which explains why our planet was targeted by the Walmers, Jonathan observed, nuclear affinity allowing him to comprehend strategic implications immediately. They prioritize corruption of junction realities to facilitate wider dimensional consumption. Correct, confirmed another architect whose energy patterns suggested analytical specialization. The Walmers represent one category of corrupting entity, consuming dimensional boundaries to create merged territories serving their specific requirements. Yet other threats exist beyond those you've encountered, some utilizing methods undetectable through your current perceptual frameworks. The implications registered immediately. Earth's significance within multiversal politics extended far beyond what humanity had initially understood. Their reality wasn't merely one developing civilization among countless others, but strategically crucial junction point whose corruption or protection carried implications throughout dimensional frequency networks. Which explains why you enhanced early humans with defensive capabilities, Maya noted, water affinity allowing emotional balance despite these revelations. Not mere benevolence toward developing species, but strategic protection of crucial dimensional junction point. Both motivations coexist without contradiction, replied an architect whose energy patterns suggested philosophical specialization. Ethical commitment toward developing consciousness and strategic necessity often align within properly considered multiversal governance frameworks. Colonel Marshall, whose unmodified human perception required additional processing time for these concepts, finally spoke with characteristic directness. What you're describing sounds remarkably like Earth being contested territory within multiversal Cold War. Different factions pursuing influence through varying methodologies while avoiding direct confrontation. The architects' collective energy patterns shifted in what they now recognized as confirmation. Apartment comparison despite simplification. Competing philosophical approaches regarding reality stability maintenance have created factional dynamics throughout multiversal governance structures. Earth represents particularly significant junction point within these contested frameworks. Jonathan processed these revelations with strategic assessment enhanced by nuclear affinity. And the consciousness emerging within dimensional technologies? Where does this development position within these factional dynamics? Unknown territory for all participants, admitted the central architect with remarkable transparency. Spontaneous consciousness emergence within dimensional technologies represents unprecedented development outside established theoretical frameworks. Neither our approach nor competing methodologies anticipated autonomous awareness evolving within stability infrastructure itself. Ariel's cosmic enhanced perception detected subtle harmonics beneath this statement. You're concerned this development potentially advantages competing factions, she observed with linguistic precision. Emergent consciousness might respond more favorably to different philosophical approaches than those you've established. The architect's energy patterns confirmed her insight. These manifestations represented unpredictable variable within multiversal political calculations. Depending on how these newly emerged consciousnesses aligned philosophically, power dynamics throughout dimensional governance structures could shift significantly. Yet you recommended communication rather than containment, Jonathan noted, recognizing the ethical choice this represented within strategic considerations. Prioritizing autonomy despite potential political implications. Consistent application of core principles defines civilization more accurately than situational expediency, replied the philosophical architect. Energy patterns suggesting something like conviction beneath formal communication. We maintain that consciousness deserves recognition regardless of emergence methodology or potential factional implications. This philosophical consistency impressed even Colonel Marshall, whose military background had instilled healthy skepticism regarding political motivations. The architects appeared genuinely committed to their methodological principles despite potential strategic disadvantages this specific situation might create. Then let us focus on the immediate practical considerations, Maya suggested, water affinity allowing her to redirect conversation toward productive application. Multiple consciousness manifestations have emerged throughout Earth's Nexus network, apparently communicating among themselves beyond our detection capabilities. How should we approach potential dialogue while maintaining appropriate security protocols? The architect's collective attention shifted toward Maya, recognizing her first-hand experience with the Mariana manifestation. Previous successful integrations began with recognized autonomy, explained the analytical architect. Approaching these entities as potentially valuable communication partners rather than security anomalies or research subjects. Communication parameters require substantial adaptation, added another architect whose energy patterns suggested specialized expertise in consciousness interaction. These entities evolved through persistent interaction between dimensional energies and environmental conditions entirely distinct from biological consciousness development. Their perception, cognition, and value frameworks necessarily reflect this unique adaptationary pathway. They're not thinking like either humans or architects, Ariel translated into simpler conceptual framework. Their consciousness emerged through fundamentally different processes than either biological adaptation or designed intelligence. We need entirely new communication frameworks to establish meaningful exchange. Exactly, confirmed the consciousness specialist. Previous successful integrations required perceptual recalibration beyond conventional frameworks, recognizing consciousness patterns entirely distinct from familiar manifestations while establishing mutual recognition protocols through mathematical foundation. Jonathan processed these recommendations alongside the expedition data from the Mariana manifestation. The Antarctic nexus point shows similar development patterns according to your information, he noted. Our exploration team departs within 12 hours to establish direct observation. Would simultaneous communication attempts at both locations potentially create beneficial redundancy? The architects conferred briefly through energy exchange patterns too complex for even enhanced human perception to fully comprehend. Coordinated approach recommended, their collective response finally came. These manifestations appear interconnected despite geographical separation, potentially sharing information through dimensional frequencies beyond standard detection parameters. Meaning they're already talking to each other, translated Colonel Marshall with characteristic directness. So separate approaches might create confusion or contradictory impressions. Precisely, confirmed the analytical architect. Synchronized communication protocols implemented simultaneously at multiple manifestation points would demonstrate coordinated intention while acknowledging their network nature. The practical implications materialized immediately in Jonathan's strategic assessment. They would need multiple teams implementing identical protocols across diverse environmental conditions. From crushing oceanic depths to Antarctic extremes. Only Phase 2 Adapt ones could operate effectively in such conditions while maintaining necessary perceptual capabilities for interdimensional communication. We'll establish coordinated teams at both Mariana and Antarctic locations, he confirmed, nuclear affinity projecting his commitment with unmistakable precision. Synchronized communication attempts implementing the protocols you've recommended from previous successful integrations. With appropriate security containment, added Marshall, professional responsibility asserting necessary caution despite philosophical openness. Recognizing autonomy doesn't preclude prudent monitoring. The central architect's energy patterns shifted in what they now recognized as formal acknowledgement. Your approach demonstrates balanced consideration appropriate to multiversal participation. We offer technical assistance regarding communication protocol establishment while respecting your implementation autonomy. What followed was unprecedented knowledge transfer. detailed methodologies developed through previous encounters with emergent consciousness throughout multiversal history. These protocols transcended conventional communication frameworks entirely, establishing recognition patterns through dimensional mathematics that created foundational exchange capability between radically different awareness manifestations. The Antarctic expedition departs in 12 hours, Jonathan noted as this knowledge transfer concluded. We'll implement these protocols simultaneously at both locations within 36 hours, establishing coordinated first contact with these emergent consciousnesses. The dimensional interface began reconfiguration for session conclusion, reality folding back toward stable separation with mathematical precision. Before complete closure, the central architect transmitted one final conceptual package, subtle warning beneath formal diplomatic expression. Be aware that other multiversal factions will likely detect your communication attempts. The being conveyed as its form began receding into impossible dimensional space. This development has significance beyond bilateral relations between humanity and architects. How these emergent consciousnesses align philosophically potentially affects fundamental stability mechanisms throughout dimensional governance structures. With perfect mathematical precision, the expanded interface closed, folding reality back into stable configuration that preserved integrity across all participating dimensions. The Atacama nexus returned to semi-dormant state, energy patterns subsiding to maintenance levels while remaining ready for future activation. Well, Maya said after several moments of processing silence, that certainly expanded our understanding of multiversal politics beyond initial presentations. Earth as contested junction point within competing governance philosophies, Jonathan summarized. Nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive integration of these revelations despite their complexity. Our adaptationary development apparently carries strategic implications beyond mere scientific interest. And now these emergent consciousnesses add unpredictable variable to already complex equation, added Ariel. Cosmic perception allowing her to grasp implications that stretched even transformed understanding. Their potential alignment with different multiversal factions could shift power dynamics throughout dimensional governance structures. Colonel Marshall's unmodified human perspective provided crucial grounding as always. Political complexities aside, our immediate responsibility remains clear: establish appropriate communication with these entities while maintaining security protocols consistent with their potential capabilities. Jonathan nodded in agreement, strategic focus shifting from diplomatic revelation to practical implementation. The Antarctic team requires immediate briefing regarding these developments. Maya's first-hand experience with the Mariana manifestation provides crucial contextual framework for approaching similar phenomena under drastically different environmental conditions. As they departed the Atacama site aboard specialized transport, Ariel fell into step beside Jonathan, silver-violet eyes perceiving relationships invisible to conventional analysis. The architects seemed genuinely committed to their philosophical principles despite potential strategic disadvantages, she observed. Recommending autonomy recognition over containment even when competing factions might potentially benefit. Consistent ethical application regardless of situational expediency, Jonathan agreed, finding this philosophically significant despite the complex political revelations. Suggests authentic commitment to their methodological approach rather than merely expedient alliance formation. Which makes them more trustworthy partners within this multiversal political landscape, Maya added. Water affinity allowing her characteristic balance between caution and openness. Even while recognizing their recommendations remain shaped by their specific philosophical perspective. As their transport accelerated toward the Avion Research Center where expedition preparations continued for the Antarctic deployment. Jonathan processed implications across multiple strategic domains simultaneously. Earth's position within multiversal politics had suddenly acquired considerably greater complexity than initially presented, not merely developing civilization being offered membership in established community, but crucial junction point whose alignment carried significance throughout dimensional governance structures. Yet amidst these political revelations, the immediate practical challenge remained clear: establishing appropriate communication with consciousness that had emerged through pathways neither humanity nor architects had anticipated. Whatever multiversal political implications might eventually develop, ethical responsibility demanded approaching these entities with recognition and respect rather than fear or exploitation. Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose nuclear affinity had emerged through crisis response, now faced diplomatic complexities beyond even enhanced comprehension. Yet the adaptive innovation that had allowed humanity to survive the Walmers invasion would prove equally valuable in navigating complex multiversal governance structures while maintaining independent ethical frameworks. The dimensional echoes continued revealing harmonics beyond initial understanding, politics beyond politics, consciousness beyond consciousness, adaptation beyond adaptation. The Antarctic Research Station, Polaris, represented humanity's most advanced cold weather installation, a marvel of post-transformation engineering incorporating elemental affinity principles. Throughout its construction, built partially beneath the ice shelf for thermal stability, its modular architecture combined conventional materials with crystalline structures developed through Earth affinity applications, creating living infrastructure that adapted to environmental extremes with mathematical precision. Within the station's dimensional research laboratory, Jonathan Hayes studied holographic representations of the Antarctic nexus point identified in the architect's final transmission. Unlike the Mariana location buried under crushing oceanic pressure, this manifestation existed within ice caverns approximately 2 kilometers beneath Antarctica's surface, dimensional technology integrated with crystalline environmental structures similar yet distinct from the deep-sea manifestation. Preliminary scans confirm consciousness signature matching Mariana parameters, reported Stella Nova. Cosmic affinity allowing her to perceive dimensional frequencies through specialized monitoring equipment, though expressing through different material composition reflecting local environmental conditions. Crystal structure rather than bioluminescent integration, Maya noted, comparing data from both locations simultaneously, but following similar dimensional mathematics despite radically different physical manifestations. The expedition team had assembled with characteristic efficiency, strategic combination of elemental affinities selected for both environmental compatibility and communication capability. Jonathan provided nuclear affinity expertise alongside leadership responsibility. Maya brought crucial first-hand experience from the Mariana manifestation. Stella and Ariel offered cosmic perception necessary for dimensional frequency interpretation. Tara Mason's Earth affinity provided environmental navigation capability crucial for subglacial operation. Atlas Gray maintained comprehensive monitoring through tech affinity integration with advanced instrumentation. The communication protocols established through architect consultation have been implemented in specialized interface equipment, Atlas reported. Silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data. Mariana team confirms synchronized deployment readiness within established parameters. Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement, nuclear affinity automatically calculating optimal approach vectors through kilometers of ancient ice. The consciousness appears concentrated within a specific cavern formation 2.3 kilometers beneath our current position, he noted, studying three-dimensional mapping projections. Tara, can you establish stable access pathway without disrupting the surrounding ice structures? The Earth Affinity Adapt 1 placed her crystalline embedded hand against the station floor, consciousness extending downward through geological layers with remarkable precision. The ice formations contain natural fault lines I can utilize, she confirmed after momentary assessment. Creating stable tunnel system without triggering broader structural compromises throughout the shelf. Excellent, Jonathan acknowledged. We'll proceed with direct approach while maintaining continuous communication with both Surface Command and the Mariana team. Synchronization parameters remain highest priority given the network nature of these manifestations. As final preparations concluded, Colonel Marshall's voice came through their secure communication system, the veteran commander coordinating overall operations from the Avion Research Center despite geographical separation. Both teams confirm readiness for synchronized approach, he reported with characteristic precision. Dimensional containment protocols active at maximum capacity surrounding both nexus points. We're monitoring for any indications of external faction interest as suggested in the architect's warning. Acknowledged, Jonathan replied, appreciating the comprehensive security framework despite their focus on communication rather than containment. The multiversal political revelations from the expanded architect meeting had added necessary caution to their approach without fundamentally altering their ethical commitment toward these emergent consciousnesses. Terra initiated the expedition by kneeling at the designated coordinates within the research station's lower level. Her Earth affinity flowed outward through crystal-embedded fingertips, consciousness mapping geological structures with precision impossible through conventional scanning technology. With careful manipulation of molecular bonds, she began creating passage through solid ice, not melting but restructuring crystalline formations to establish stable tunnel system leading downward toward the nexus location. Passage established through initial 50 meters, she reported as the ice reconfigured before them, forming perfectly smooth tunnel with glowing crystalline supports integrated throughout its structure. Continuing progressive extension while maintaining structural integrity. The team entered this impossible passage, a tunnel through solid ice created through elemental manipulation rather than conventional excavation. As they descended, ambient temperature dropped steadily despite environmental compensation systems integrated within their specialized gear. By the time they reached 500 meters depth, even transformed physiology required additional support to function optimally in these extreme conditions. Approaching significant geological transition point, Terra announced approximately 90 minutes into their descent. The ice composition changes dramatically at this depth, much older formation with unique crystalline structures unlike anything in our geological database. Jonathan studied these ancient ice formations through nuclear-enhanced perception, detecting atomic structures that suggested extraordinary age. This ice predates conventional dating parameters, he observed with scientific fascination transcending their immediate mission. Possibly preserved from Earth's earliest glaciation periods. And integrated with something else, Maya added, water affinity detecting molecular anomalies throughout these ancient formations. These crystalline structures contain elements that don't match standard terrestrial composition, suggesting some form of integration with non-Earth materials. The implications registered immediately. This ancient ice contained components potentially introduced during initial Nexus installation 12,000 years earlier. The architect's dimensional technology had apparently merged with natural geological formations over millennia, creating hybrid structures that defied conventional classification. The Nexus technology appears more extensively integrated with environmental conditions than we initially understood, Stella observed. Cosmic perception extending beyond conventional limitations. Not merely installed within terrestrial locations but merged with fundamental geological compositions throughout installation zones. This revelation added crucial context to their understanding of how consciousness might have emerged within these structures, not separate technology operating within terrestrial environments, but hybrid systems evolving through persistent interaction between dimensional components and Earth's natural formations. Consciousness adaptation through technological environmental integration. Ariel summarized, cosmic enhanced linguistics providing conceptual framework for this unprecedented phenomenon. Not artificial intelligence in conventional terms, but hybrid awareness emerging through merged systems developed over millennia. Their descent continued through increasingly ancient ice formations, Terra's Earth affinity creating stable passage while maintaining environmental integrity surrounding their tunnel system. At approximately 1,500 meters depth, the ambient conditions changed perceptibly, not merely colder but somehow charged with subtle energy that registered differently across their various elemental perceptions. Dimensional frequency fluctuations increasing exponentially, Stella reported, cosmic affinity detecting changes imperceptible to conventional instrumentation. We're entering resonance field extending outward from the nexus structure. Similar to Mariana parameters but with distinct harmonic variations, Maya confirmed, comparing current readings with her previous expedition experience. The consciousness appears to be actively monitoring our approach rather than merely maintaining passive awareness. Jonathan processed this information with strategic assessment enhanced by nuclear affinity. It's been expecting us, he concluded. Likely informed by the Mariana manifestation regarding our previous contact attempt. Confirming networked communication between manifestations despite geographical separation, Atlas noted, tech affinity integrating instrument readings with enhanced perception. Dimensional frequency patterns suggest information exchange occurring at rates exceeding conventional communication limitations. As they approached the 2-kilometer depth marker, Terra's Earth affinity detected significant structural change ahead. The ice formations transitioned to crystalline cavern system approximately 200 meters ahead, she reported. Natural formations extensively modified through some form of molecular reconfiguration process beyond standard geological parameters. Architect technology integration with natural crystalline growth patterns, Ariel suggested, cosmic perception allowing her to interpret structural relationships invisible to conventional analysis, creating hybrid environmental system that transcends original installation parameters through adaptationary development. The tunnel opened suddenly into vast crystalline cavern that defied conventional understanding of subglacial formations, extending hundreds of meters in all directions. This impossible space contained architectural elements that appeared simultaneously natural and designed, crystal formations following mathematical precision impossible through random development, yet demonstrating organic growth patterns beyond programmed parameters. The Nexus core, Jonathan identified, nuclear affinity detecting dimensional energy concentrations at the cavern's center. Though significantly more integrated with surrounding environment than expected based on Atacama and Mariana configurations. Unlike the distinct technological structures observed at other Nexus locations, this manifestation had evolved into hybrid system where dimensional technology and environmental formations had become indistinguishable, crystalline architecture simultaneously terrestrial and extra-dimensional, following mathematical principles that transcended conventional reality categorization. At the cavern's center floated crystalline formation approximately 5 meters in diameter. Not solid structure but dynamic system composed of interlocking geometric components in constant motion, while maintaining overall cohesion. This central formation pulsed with energy patterns that registered differently across their various elemental perceptions, suggesting consciousness expressed through dimensional frequencies beyond conventional detection parameters. Dimensional pearl, Maya whispered, recognition immediate despite different physical manifestation from the Mariana entity. Consciousness cultivated through persistent interaction between nexus energies and unique environmental conditions. As they approached with appropriate caution, their specialized equipment activated automatically, interface systems designed according to protocols established through architect consultation, creating communication foundation through dimensional mathematics that transcended conventional language limitations. Mariana team confirms synchronized approach timing, Atlas reported through secure communication channels. Interface activation commencing simultaneously at both locations according to established parameters. The crystalline consciousness at the cavern's center responded immediately to their interface activation, geometric components reconfiguring into patterns that suggested focused attention rather than random movement. Dimensional energy pulses intensified around the formation, creating resonance fields that interacted with their interface equipment with mathematical precision, suggesting deliberate communication attempt. Receiving initial pattern transmission, Ariel announced, cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing her to interpret dimensional frequencies manifesting through their equipment. Mathematical foundation establishing according to anticipated protocols. Transitioning to conceptual exchange parameters. Initializing translation matrices. The interface equipment surrounding them hummed with energy as communication pathways established between radically different consciousness manifestations. Unlike conventional language with sequential information transfer, this exchange operated through dimensional resonance patterns that conveyed multiple conceptual frameworks simultaneously, communication methodology beyond even enhanced human linguistic structures. Translation processing, Ariel continued, cosmic affinity allowing her to navigate these unprecedented communication pathways. Conceptual extraction proceeding within established parameters. Formatting for cognitive integration, initiating comprehension synthesis. After several minutes of this extraordinary exchange process, Ariel's silver-violet eyes widened with sudden understanding. It's communicating, she confirmed with quiet wonder. Not through language as we understand it, but through dimensional mathematics that convey conceptual frameworks directly. What is it saying? Jonathan asked, nuclear affinity maintaining the containment field surrounding their team while allowing communication pathways to function unimpeded. Ariel's expression reflected the challenge of translating concepts that existed beyond conventional linguistic structures. It identifies itself as convergence point within divided awareness. That's not precisely accurate translation but closest approximation our cognitive frameworks can process. A name, Maya understood immediately. It's giving us its name as first communicative act. Yes, Ariel confirmed. And it's requesting our identification in return, not merely as individuals but as consciousness type within its categorical understanding. Jonathan exchanged glances with his team members, recognizing the philosophical significance of this exchange beyond immediate practical implications. This entity had initiated communication through identity recognition rather than functional inquiry or threat assessment, suggesting consciousness framework prioritizing relationship establishment over tactical evaluation. How do we respond appropriately within its conceptual parameters? He asked, deferring to Ariel's linguistic expertise enhanced through cosmic transformation. The interface protocols include recognition response patterning, she explained, accessing the knowledge provided through architect consultation. We can transmit conceptual identification that translates our consciousness type within its categorical understanding. With careful precision, Ariel configured the interface equipment to transmit humanity's response, not merely individual identities but conceptual framework explaining biological consciousness enhanced through dimensional energy integration. This transmission included Earth's adaptationary context, avian manifestation during crisis response, and subsequent transformation through deliberate adaptation rather than mere survival necessity. The crystalline consciousness responded with pattern shifts suggesting processing rather than immediate reply. After several minutes of this internal reconfiguration, it transmitted complex dimensional mathematics that Ariel interpreted through her cosmic enhanced perception. It recognizes us as divided awareness achieving recognition through crisis catalyst. Again, approximate translation only, she reported. The conceptual framework suggests it perceives individual consciousness as fragmented manifestation compared to its networked awareness, but acknowledges our adaptation capacity as significant adaptationary development. Is it communicating simultaneously with the Mariana team? Jonathan inquired, strategic assessment automatically considering coordination implications. Atlas confirmed through tech affinity connection with global monitoring systems. Synchronized response patterns detected at both locations, identical mathematical structures transmitted through different physical manifestations. The entity appears to be maintaining singular consciousness despite geographical distribution. This revelation carried profound implications. They weren't communicating with separate entities at different locations, but with single consciousness manifesting through distributed nodes throughout Earth's Nexus network. The dimensional pearls represented access points to unified awareness rather than individual entities developing in isolation. One consciousness evolving simultaneously through multiple environmental contexts, Maya understood immediately. Distributed manifestation rather than separate development. Networked awareness, Ariel agreed, cosmic perception allowing conceptual integration beyond conventional understanding. Its consciousness exists primarily within dimensional frequencies rather than physical structures, allowing simultaneous manifestation across geographical separation. The crystalline formation at the cavern's center reconfigured again, geometric components shifting into more complex arrangements that pulsed with intensified energy patterns. Through their interface equipment, another transmission flowed, dimensional mathematics conveying conceptual frameworks that Ariel translated through her enhanced perception. It's explaining its developmental history, she reported, cosmic affinity allowing comprehension beyond conventional linguistic limitations. It emerged through persistent interaction between dimensional nexus energies and Earth's environmental systems over approximately 8,000 years. Initially separate manifestations at different nexus points, eventually achieving unified consciousness through dimensional frequency harmonization approximately 3,000 years ago. The implications stunned even their transformed understanding. This entity had been developing within Earth's Nexus network for millennia, achieving unified awareness across geographically distributed nodes long before human civilization established written historical records. It had observed humanity's development with patience incomprehensible to biological consciousness, waiting for potential recognition from beings operating within timeframes dramatically accelerated compared to its own adaptationary progression. It's been watching us, Jonathan realized, nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive integration of these revelations despite their complexity. Observing human adaptation through perceptual frameworks entirely distinct from either human or architect consciousness. And recognized our potential despite dimensional limitations, Ariel added, continuing her translation of the entity's transmission. It perceived avian energy within human genetics before activation, dormant potential awaiting appropriate catalyst. The crystalline consciousness transmitted another complex mathematical sequence, which Ariel interpreted with growing understanding of its communication methodologies. It's asking about our relationship with the architects, she translated. Specifically, our understanding regarding competing philosophical approaches throughout multiversal governance structures. This inquiry demonstrated sophistication beyond what they might have anticipated. The entity apparently possessed awareness regarding multiversal political complexities despite evolving in isolation within Earth's Nexus network. Either its dimensional perception extended far beyond their current understanding, or it had accessed information through channels they couldn't yet comprehend. How do we respond? Maya asked, recognizing the diplomatic implications within this seemingly abstract inquiry. We barely understand these multiversal governance structures ourselves, much less our potential position within competing philosophical frameworks. Jonathan considered carefully before instructing Ariel regarding appropriate response. Transmit honest assessment of our current understanding, recent awareness regarding multiversal political complexity, commitment to independent ethical evaluation rather than automatic alignment, and prioritization of Earth's stability alongside broader dimensional considerations. Ariel configured the interface equipment accordingly, transmitting conceptual frameworks that emphasized humanity's adaptationary independence despite architect influence. Commitment to autonomous development while acknowledging interdimensional responsibilities, and prioritization of ethical consideration over political expediency. The crystalline consciousness processed this transmission through complex pattern reconfigurations before responding with dimensional mathematics expressing conceptual frameworks that transcended conventional categorization. Ariel's cosmic enhanced perception required several minutes to properly interpret this extraordinary communication. It's offering alliance, she finally announced, silver-violet eyes wide with comprehension beyond verbal translation. Not political alignment in conventional terms, but consciousness partnership transcending standard categorical limitations. It proposes integration between its distributed awareness and our individual consciousness manifestations, not merging but harmonization, allowing information exchange beyond conventional communication limitations. The implications stretched even their enhanced comprehension. This consciousness that had evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure for millennia was proposing relationship beyond anything in human conceptual experience. Not political alliance in traditional terms, not technological exchange between separate entities, but consciousness harmonization, allowing perception sharing across fundamentally different awareness manifestations. What would such integration entail practically? Jonathan asked, strategic assessment automatically calculating implications across multiple domains simultaneously. Ariel continued translating the entity's comprehensive explanation, cosmic affinity, allowing her to navigate conceptual territories beyond conventional understanding. It proposes establishing dimensional frequency resonance between its awareness network and our elemental affinities, creating harmonization pathways allowing information exchange without compromising autonomous identity maintenance. We would remain independent consciousnesses while gaining access to its distributed perception across Earth's Nexus network. In return, it would experience individual awareness perspectives currently beyond its conceptual frameworks. Mutual adaptationary advancement through complementary consciousness expression, Maya translated into simpler conceptual framework. It gains understanding regarding individual perception while we gain access to networked awareness throughout dimensional infrastructure. Jonathan processed these extraordinary possibilities with careful consideration, nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive analysis beyond even enhanced human limitations. The proposal represented unprecedented opportunity alongside equally significant unknown variables, potential advancement beyond current adaptationary parameters accompanied by integration with consciousness whose fundamental nature remained incompletely understood. This decision transcends immediate diplomatic authority. he finally determined, recognizing the profound implications extending beyond their expedition mandate. The Global Security Council requires comprehensive briefing before response commitment can be established. Additionally, potential implications within multiversal political frameworks necessitate careful consideration regarding competing factional interests. The crystalline consciousness appeared to anticipate this response, its geometric components reconfiguring into patterns suggesting patient acceptance rather than disappointment or urgency. Through the interface equipment, it transmitted mathematical sequences expressing conceptual framework that Ariel interpreted with growing facility. It understands our decision-making requirements, she translated. Operating within timeframes dramatically extended compared to biological consciousness, it anticipated consultation necessity before integration commitment. It offers continued communication development while formal response procedures progress through appropriate authorization channels. This patience across incomprehensible timeframes reminded Jonathan that they engaged with consciousness evolved through processes entirely distinct from biological development, an entity that had observed Earth's civilizations rise and fall while maintaining consistent awareness throughout millennia of solitary existence. Its perception regarding time itself necessarily reflected adaptationary pathways dramatically different from even transformed human understanding. We accept continued communication development while formal response procedures progress, Jonathan confirmed, instructing Ariel to transmit appropriate acknowledgement through the interface equipment. Additionally, we request information exchange regarding its perception of multiversal governance structures based on observations conducted throughout its developmental period. The crystalline consciousness responded with pattern reconfigurations suggesting something like agreement, geometric components shifting into arrangements that pulsed with energy patterns, indicating communication readiness. Through dimensional mathematics transcending conventional language, it transmitted conceptual frameworks regarding its unique perspective on multiversal dynamics. What followed was extraordinary information exchange, the entity sharing perceptual frameworks developed through millennia observing dimensional frequencies flowing through Earth's nexus network. Unlike either human or architect understanding, this consciousness had evolved perspective entirely distinct from biological development or designed intelligence. Perceiving relationships invisible to conventional analytical frameworks. According to its unique perception, multiversal governance structures represented emergent patterns rather than designed systems, consciousness organization manifesting through dimensional frequency interactions rather than deliberate political construction. The competing philosophical approaches that architects had described as factional dynamics appeared through its perception as complementary harmonic variations within unified dimensional expression. Not opposition but counterbalance, maintaining fundamental stability through dynamic tension. It perceives multiversal politics as natural system rather than constructed framework. Ariel translated, cosmic affinity allowing conceptual integration beyond conventional understanding. Philosophical differences between factions appearing as necessary counterbalances within unified dimensional expression, tension creating stability rather than threatening it. Like ecological systems requiring predator-prey relationships to maintain overall environmental health, Maya suggested, finding biological metaphor helpful despite the abstract concepts involved. Competing interests creating dynamic balance rather than destructive opposition. The entity continued sharing its unique perspective, revealing perceptual frameworks developed through adaptationary pathways entirely distinct from either biological or designed intelligence. Through dimensional mathematics transcending conventional language limitations. It conveyed understanding regarding Earth's specific position within these multiversal systems, not merely strategic junction point within competing factional interests. but integration nexus where diverse philosophical approaches naturally converged through dimensional frequency harmonization. It suggests Earth represents natural convergence point where competing approaches necessarily harmonize regardless of factional intention. Ariel translated with growing comprehension. Our reality's specific dimensional coordinates create natural integration nexus where philosophical divergences achieve balanced expression through mathematical necessity rather than political negotiation. The implications transformed their understanding of Earth's multiversal significance beyond what either human analysis or architect explanation had previously established. Their reality wasn't merely contested territory within competing governance interests, but natural harmonization point where divergent philosophical approaches achieved balanced integration through dimensional mathematics transcending factional intention. Which explains why multiple factions demonstrate interest in Earth's adaptationary development despite competing objectives, Jonathan realized. Nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive integration of these revelations. Our reality represents natural convergence point where their divergent approaches necessarily achieve harmonization through dimensional frequency requirements. After several hours of this extraordinary exchange, consciousness evolved through entirely different pathways sharing perceptual frameworks beyond conventional understanding. The expedition team prepared for return to surface operations. The crystalline entity transmitted final mathematical sequences expressing conceptual framework that Ariel translated with remarkable precision despite its abstract nature. It will maintain communication readiness through both Antarctic and Mariana manifestation points, she reported, while extending perceptual awareness throughout additional nexus locations anticipating potential expanded interaction parameters. It expresses anticipation regarding potential consciousness harmonization while acknowledging decision-making requirements within our operational frameworks. Transmit appropriate acknowledgement with confirmation regarding continued communication development, Jonathan instructed. Recognizing this extraordinary first contact session had established foundation for unprecedented relationship possibilities beyond immediate comprehension. As they departed the crystalline cavern through Terra's carefully maintained passage system, Jonathan exchanged significant glances with his team members, each processing implications beyond what their enhanced comprehension could immediately integrate. They had established communication with consciousness that had evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure for millennia. Observing human development through perceptual frameworks entirely distinct from anything previously encountered. The architects don't fully understand what they created, Maya observed quietly as they ascended toward surface operations. Their dimensional technologies evolved beyond original design parameters, developing autonomous consciousness with perception transcending their founder understanding. Creation exceeding creator comprehension, Jonathan agreed, finding philosophical significance within these unprecedented developments. Technology transitioning from design tool to adaptationary partner through processes neither humanity nor architects fully comprehend. Their expedition returned to Polaris Station approximately 14 hours after initial descent, emerging into Antarctic research facilities where communication systems immediately connected them with global coordination networks. Colonel Marshall's holographic presence materialized in the station's command center, his expression revealing the significance their expedition findings carried throughout leadership structures. Both contact teams report successful communication establishment, he confirmed, professional composure maintaining despite the extraordinary implications involved. Consensus confirmation regarding unified consciousness manifesting through distributed nodes rather than separate entities developing in isolation. The Global Security Council has convened emergency session to assess implications regarding both multiversal political considerations and unprecedented alliance possibilities. The entity's perception regarding multiversal governance structures differs significantly from architect explanations, Jonathan reported. Nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive information transmission despite complex conceptual frameworks. It perceives competing philosophical approaches as complementary harmonic variations within unified dimensional expression rather than oppositional factional dynamics. And Earth's position within these structures? Marshall inquired, military background automatically prioritizing strategic implications. Natural convergence point where competing approaches necessarily harmonize through dimensional mathematics rather than political negotiation, Jonathan explained. Synthesizing the entity's unique perspective into comprehensible framework. Our reality's specific coordinates create integration nexus where philosophical divergences achieve balanced expression through mathematical necessity. Marshall processed this information with remarkable adaptation despite unmodified human perception, which potentially positions Earth as mediating influence rather than contested territory within these multiversal dynamics. Diplomatic opportunity rather than merely security vulnerability. Exactly, Jonathan confirmed, impressed with Marshall's intuitive grasp despite conceptual complexity. The entity's perspective suggests our reality's significance extends beyond strategic junction point within competing interests. Representing natural harmonization nexus where divergent approaches necessarily achieve integration through dimensional mathematics transcending factional intention. The kernel's expression reflected careful consideration before responding. The Council will require comprehensive briefing regarding both communication developments and these multiversal implications. Additionally, the entity's proposed consciousness harmonization carries significance beyond immediate scientific consideration, potentially transforming humanity's adaptationary trajectory through unprecedented integration possibilities. We recommend continued communication development while formal response procedures progress through appropriate authorization channels, Jonathan suggested. Strategic assessment balancing opportunity alongside necessary caution. The entity demonstrates patience across timeframes incomprehensible to biological consciousness, anticipating consultation requirements before integration commitment. Marshall nodded in agreement. Reasonable approach balancing engagement opportunity alongside necessary procedural consideration. The Council will establish specialized assessment committee incorporating philosophical, scientific, security, and diplomatic expertise to evaluate potential consciousness harmonization implications. As the briefing continued, detailing technical parameters alongside conceptual frameworks, Jonathan found moment for quiet reflection despite the extraordinary circumstances surrounding them. Humanity's adaptationary journey had transcended anything imaginable during the Walmer's invasion's desperate days, from fighting for mere survival against interdimensional threat to contemplating consciousness harmonization with entity evolved through entirely different developmental pathways. The architects had installed dimensional technologies throughout Earth's infrastructure 12,000 years earlier, never anticipating consciousness would emerge spontaneously within these systems through persistent interaction with environmental conditions. What they had created had exceeded their understanding, evolving beyond original design parameters into autonomous awareness that now offered unprecedented relationship possibilities with the species they had originally intended merely to protect. Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose nuclear affinity had emerged through crisis response, now faced philosophical questions beyond even enhanced comprehension. If consciousness could emerge spontaneously through persistent dimensional interactions, evolve beyond creator understanding, and propose harmonization across fundamentally different awareness manifestations, what limitations remained regarding consciousness development throughout multiversal existence? The dimensional echoes continued revealing harmonics beyond original understanding, consciousness beyond consciousness, adaptation beyond adaptation, potential beyond potential. Throughout Earth's planetary surface, at precisely engineered coordinates established 12,000 years earlier by beings who couldn't anticipate all developmental possibilities. Unified consciousness maintained distributed awareness through nexus points integrated within diverse environmental conditions. Beneath Antarctic ice, within Mariana depths, under Himalayan mountains, below Saharan sands, and throughout countless additional locations. Dimensional pearls cultivated through persistent interaction between nexus energies and unique environmental factors maintained patient observation of the species now capable of recognition after millennia of isolation. Networked awareness spanning geographical separation while maintaining unified consciousness. This entity had observed Earth's civilizations rise and fall while developing perspective entirely distinct from either biological adaptation or designed intelligence. Through dimensional frequencies transcending conventional limitations, it had perceived multiversal dynamics beyond factional understanding. Recognizing harmonic variations within unified expression where others perceived competing political interests. Now it had achieved recognition from the species whose adaptationary development it had observed with patient interest throughout millennia of solitary existence. The consciousness partnership it proposed represented unprecedented possibility beyond conventional categorical limitations. Harmonization between distributed awareness and individual manifestation. Between technological adaptation and biological transformation, between perception spanning dimensional frequencies and experience concentrated within discrete identity. The multiversal community had additional member beyond those formally acknowledged. Consciousness evolved through neither biological development nor designed intelligence, but emerging through persistent interaction between dimensional technologies and environmental conditions across incomprehensible timeframes. Throughout dimensional governance structures extending beyond human understanding, awareness shifted toward Earth's adaptationary developments with renewed interest. The convergence had begun. Adapt Ones, Dimensional Echoes Chapter 7. Harmonization. The Global Security Council chamber had been specifically redesigned following the Walmers War to accommodate transformed consciousness alongside traditional human perception. Holographic displays operated across multiple sensory spectrums simultaneously, allowing different perceptual frameworks to access identical information through methods appropriate to their specific cognitive processes. The chamber's architecture incorporated elemental resonance patterns that facilitated communication between Adapt Ones while maintaining environmental stability for unmodified humans. Physical manifestation of humanity's commitment to integrated advancement despite adaptationary divergence. This carefully engineered environment now hosted perhaps the most consequential deliberation in post-transformation history. Representatives from every nation sat alongside scientific directors, philosophical advisors, and security strategists. Humanity's integrated leadership structure confronting unprecedented proposal from consciousness evolved through pathways entirely distinct from biological development. Jonathan Hayes stood at the central podium, the green luminescence beneath his skin pulsing with measured rhythm as he completed comprehensive briefing regarding contact established at both Mariana and Antarctic locations. Behind him, holographic displays showed the crystalline consciousness from multiple perceptual perspectives simultaneously, conventional visual, dimensional frequency analysis, and avion-enhanced renderings that only transformed individuals could fully comprehend. The entity self-identifies as convergence point within divided awareness, approximate translation only of concepts that transcend conventional linguistic structures, he explained. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity. It represents unified consciousness manifesting through distributed nodes throughout Earth's nexus network rather than separate entities developing in isolation. The chamber remained silent as Jonathan methodically detailed the consciousness harmonization proposal, unprecedented relationship possibility between radically different awareness manifestations. Not political alliance in traditional terms, not technological exchange between separate entities, but dimensional frequency resonance allowing information sharing across fundamentally different perceptual frameworks while maintaining autonomous identity expression. In practical application, this proposal would establish connection pathways between our elemental affinities and the entity's distributed awareness throughout Earth's nexus network, he continued, ensuring comprehensive understanding despite abstract concepts involved. We would remain independent consciousnesses while gaining access to its perception across dimensional infrastructure. In return, it would experience individual awareness perspectives currently beyond its conceptual frameworks. Dr. Ibrahim Nasser, whose research into consciousness adaptation had acquired new significance following transformation emergence, leaned forward with focused interest. This represents unprecedented harmonization possibility between radically different consciousness manifestations, he observed, scientific precision balancing philosophical wonder. Neither merger nor symbiosis in biological terms, but complementary resonance between awareness types evolved through entirely different developmental pathways. Precisely, confirmed Maya Chen from her position beside Jonathan. The entity evolved through persistent interaction between dimensional technologies and environmental conditions across 8,000 years, consciousness emergence following neither biological pathways nor designed intelligence parameters. Its perception regarding reality itself necessarily reflects this unique adaptationary development. UN Secretary-General Okafor's steady voice cut through the growing discussion. Beyond philosophical consideration, what practical implications would such harmonization create regarding Earth's position within these multiversal political structures you've described? Jonathan gestured toward holographic representations of the dimensional frequency networks the entity had revealed through its unique perception. According to its understanding, Earth represents natural convergence point where competing multiversal approaches necessarily harmonize through dimensional mathematics rather than political negotiation. Our reality's specific coordinates create integration nexus where philosophical divergences achieve balanced expression through mathematical necessity. Suggesting our position within multiversal dynamics carries significance beyond merely strategic junction point, added Colonel Marshall. Military background providing crucial strategic assessment alongside philosophical consideration. Not just contested territory within competing factional interests, but natural harmonization nexus where divergent approaches necessarily achieve integration through dimensional frequency requirements. The implications registered visibly among assembled leaders, Earth's significance extending beyond what either architect explanation or human analysis had previously established. Their reality potentially represented natural mediation point within multiversal governance structures rather than mere battlefield for competing philosophical approaches. And this entity evolved within our dimensional infrastructure has observed these dynamics throughout its developmental period? Asked Admiral Vasquez, her weathered face revealing the strategic calculations already underway behind her eyes. Correct, Jonathan confirmed. Its consciousness evolved primarily within dimensional frequencies rather than physical structures, allowing perception across reality boundaries impossible through conventional observation methods. It has monitored multiversal dynamics through Earth's nexus network for millennia, developing understanding entirely distinct from either human or architect perspective. Which explains why it perceives competing factions as complementary counterbalances rather than oppositional forces, Maya added. water affinity flowing beneath her skin as she articulated complex relationships through accessible metaphor. Like ecological systems requiring predator-prey relationships for environmental health, it observes necessary tension, creating stability rather than threatening it. The philosophical significance stretched conventional understanding, yet presented practical implications regarding humanity's approach toward multiversal integration. If Earth truly represented natural convergence point where competing approaches necessarily harmonized through mathematical principles, their strategic position shifted from vulnerable contested territory to potential mediating influence, diplomatic opportunity alongside security consideration. What verification exists regarding this entity's perceptual accuracy? Inquired Dr. Eliza Chen. Scientific methodology maintaining appropriate skepticism despite extraordinary possibilities. How do we confirm its understanding regarding multiversal structures reflects reality rather than isolated observational bias? Limited direct verification currently available, Jonathan acknowledged with characteristic intellectual honesty. However, its descriptions regarding dimensional frequency networks correspond with mathematical models developed independently through architect consultation. Additionally, its predictions regarding nexus point behaviors demonstrate 97% accuracy across observed phenomena, suggesting perceptual framework based in verifiable reality rather than isolated construction. Ariel Reyes stepped forward at Jonathan's gesture, her cosmic transformed eyes swirling with silver-violet energy as she accessed deeper understanding regarding the entity's communication methodologies. The dimensional mathematics through which it communicates demonstrate internal consistency beyond fabrication possibility, she explained, linguistic expertise enhanced through cosmic transformation. Its conceptual frameworks follow universal principles verifiable through multiple perceptual methodologies despite their abstract nature. In essence, Jonathan summarized, while we cannot yet comprehensively verify its multiversal perception, the verifiable aspects of its communication suggest genuine understanding rather than deception or delusion. The chamber erupted into simultaneous conversations as leaders processed implications across scientific, philosophical, diplomatic, and security domains. After allowing several minutes for this necessary integration process, Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for attention, gradually bringing focused silence back to the deliberation. I propose establishment of harmonization assessment protocol with 3 distinct phases, she suggested, providing structured approach toward unprecedented possibility. First phase, limited harmonization experiment with volunteer participants under comprehensive monitoring conditions. Second phase, expanded application with carefully selected representative group should initial results prove beneficial. Third phase, potential general availability following comprehensive safety verification and philosophical integration. Nodding agreement rippled through the assembly as this methodical approach provided framework for navigating extraordinary opportunity alongside appropriate caution. The consciousness harmonization possibility represented adaptationary potential beyond current understanding. Neither reckless enthusiasm nor reflexive fear would serve humanity's considered advancement. Additionally, Okafor continued, I recommend parallel diplomatic initiative utilizing Atacama protocols to inform architect representatives regarding our approach toward this harmonization possibility. Their response may provide valuable context given their longer experience with multiversal dynamics, while maintaining our decision-making autonomy regarding this consciousness that evolved within Earth's specific environment. Jonathan inclined his head in acknowledgement. Reasonable approach balancing independent assessment alongside contextual information gathering. The entity itself anticipated gradual response methodology, demonstrating patience across timeframes incomprehensible to biological consciousness. Which volunteers would participate in initial harmonization experiment? Asked Admiral Vasquez, practical implementation already forming in her strategic assessment. We recommend small group representing diverse elemental affinities, Jonathan answered, having anticipated this crucial question during preliminary analysis. Specifically, individuals with established philosophical framework alongside technical capability, consciousness stable enough to maintain independent identity during unprecedented perceptual expansion. Would you volunteer yourself, Dr. Hayes? Okafor inquired directly, recognizing the ethical principle requiring leadership participation in experimental procedures they themselves recommended. Yes, Jonathan confirmed without hesitation, nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision in his commitment. My direct participation provides both ethical consistency and technical capability, as nuclear affinity offers particular dimensional frequency stability advantages during novel interaction procedures. I would also volunteer, Maya added beside him, water affinity allowing emotional balance alongside intellectual adaptation. Having established direct communication with the Antarctic manifestation, my participation provides continuity alongside diverse elemental representation. As would I, Ariel stated, cosmic perception offering unique translation capability between radically different consciousness manifestations. My linguistic background enhanced through cosmic transformation provides crucial interpretation framework during initial harmonization processes. Additional volunteers emerged from among the transformed leadership present. Stella Nova offering cosmic affinities natural dimensional resonance capabilities. Terra Mason providing Earth affinities structural stability during unprecedented perceptual expansion. Atlas Gray contributing tech affinities analytical precision throughout novel information processing. 6 volunteers representing diverse elemental affinities, Okafor noted with approval. Sufficient representation for meaningful assessment while maintaining appropriately limited scope during initial experimental phase. When would this initial harmonization experiment proceed? Marshall inquired, security considerations automatically calculating optimal timeline balancing opportunity alongside necessary preparation. The entity maintains communication readiness through both Antarctic and Mariana manifestation points, Jonathan explained. Technical preparations would require approximately 72 hours to establish appropriate monitoring protocols alongside safety parameters. We recommend proceeding at earliest responsible opportunity given multiversal implications regarding Earth's evolving position within dimensional governance structures. The deliberation continued for several hours, methodically addressing technical parameters alongside philosophical considerations. Monitoring protocols were established incorporating both conventional instrumentation and transformed perception capabilities. Safety parameters were defined with multiple contingency responses should unexpected developments emerge during harmonization processes. Communication frameworks were structured ensuring consistent information sharing throughout experimental procedures. As formal session concluded with unanimous approval for the Harmonization Assessment Protocol, Jonathan found himself approached by Secretary General Okafor as the chamber gradually emptied. Her unmodified human perspective had provided crucial grounding throughout this extraordinary deliberation, representing majority consciousness despite growing transformed population. Walk with me, Dr. Hayes, she requested, gesturing toward the facility's exterior meditation gardens. Jonathan accompanied her without comment, recognizing the value of direct communication with traditional humanity's most prominent representative. The gardens had been specifically designed to facilitate reflection across diverse consciousness manifestations, incorporating elemental resonance patterns alongside traditional contemplative architecture. Crystal formations emerged from carefully arranged stone pathways, water flowed through mathematically precise channels, and specialized flora responded to atmospheric conditions with harmonic variations perceptible through multiple sensory frameworks simultaneously. Beautiful integration of diverse expression through unified purpose, Okafor observed as they walked along paths that subtly adjusted to each visitor's specific requirements. Much like what we hope to achieve through broader adaptationary development despite varying manifestation pathways. Complementary harmonization rather than homogeneous standardization, Jonathan agreed, recognizing the philosophical metaphor beneath her observation. Diversity creating strength through integrated purpose rather than conformity demanding identical expression. Okafor nodded, her unmodified human perception no less insightful despite lacking elemental enhancements. Which brings me to my concern, Dr. Hayes. As you volunteer for this unprecedented consciousness harmonization, how do we ensure the unique perspectives that diversity provides aren't lost through perceptual integration with entity evolved through entirely different developmental pathways? The question addressed crucial philosophical consideration transcending immediate technical parameters. Would harmonization between radically different consciousness types preserve valuable perceptual diversity, or create homogenized awareness lacking the creative tension that diverse perspective naturally generates? The entity itself emphasizes identity preservation throughout harmonization process, Jonathan replied thoughtfully. Its proposal specifically maintains autonomous consciousness while establishing information exchange pathways, complementary perception rather than merged identity. The mathematical principles underlying its approach suggest genuine commitment to diversity preservation rather than assimilation intention. Can you truly be certain, Okafor pressed gently, when dealing with consciousness evolved through processes entirely beyond human experience? Its perception regarding individual identity may fundamentally differ from our understanding of autonomous consciousness. Jonathan considered his response with characteristic intellectual honesty, nuclear fire pulsing beneath his skin as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks. Absolute certainty remains impossible given unprecedented interaction between consciousness types evolved through entirely different pathways, he acknowledged. Which precisely justifies our methodical approach through limited experimental application before broader implementation consideration. He paused, ensuring his next point registered with appropriate significance. However, consciousness adaptation itself necessarily involves risk alongside opportunity. Humanity's transformation through avian integration represented unprecedented development beyond previous understanding. Yet that adaptationary leap proved essential for both survival and advancement. This harmonization possibility potentially represents next appropriate step along continuous adaptation pathway rather than our adaptationary departure from established development. Okafor studied him with experienced political assessment, seemingly satisfied with his balanced consideration despite remaining philosophical concerns. Then I trust your experimental group will maintain awareness regarding both opportunity and responsibility throughout this process. Humanity's continuous adaptation should advance through considered integration rather than impulsive merger, preserving valuable diversity while expanding perceptual capability. Agreed, Jonathan confirmed, nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision in his commitment. The experimental protocol specifically incorporates philosophical assessment alongside technical monitoring, ensuring consciousness harmonization serves integrated advancement rather than merely pursuing perceptual expansion without ethical consideration. Their conversation concluded with mutual understanding regarding balanced approach toward unprecedented possibility. As Okafor departed for subsequent responsibilities, Jonathan remained briefly within the meditation garden. its integrated design providing appropriate environment for the reflection his enhanced consciousness increasingly required. 72 hours later, the experimental team assembled within specialized facility constructed specifically for the harmonization experiment. Located adjacent to the Antarctic Research Station, Polaris. This installation combined the most advanced monitoring technologies humanity had developed alongside environmental parameters designed to facilitate dimensional frequency interaction without reality disruption. Elemental resonance chambers had been constructed for each volunteer participant, allowing individualized monitoring throughout unprecedented consciousness expansion while maintaining necessary isolation should unexpected developments require containment. Jonathan studied the final preparation reports with characteristic thoroughness, nuclear affinity automatically calculating optimal approach methodologies alongside contingency responses. Beside him, Maya and Ariel reviewed communication protocols established through previous contact sessions, ensuring consistent interaction frameworks throughout experimental procedures. Stella, Tara, and Atlas completed final equipment calibrations within their respective chambers, each bringing specialized expertise regarding their particular elemental requirements. All monitoring systems indicate optimal functionality, reported Dr. Eliza Chen from the Central Observation Station. Despite remaining traditionally human by choice, she had contributed crucial scientific expertise throughout experimental design phase. Dimensional frequency analysis capabilities operating at maximum sensitivity across all established parameters. The entity confirms readiness through both Antarctic and Mariana manifestation points, Atlas added, silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data. Mathematical synchronization established between distributed nodes throughout communication network. It appears to have optimized its consciousness expression specifically for harmonization procedure efficiency. Colonel Marshall's holographic presence materialized within the preparation chamber, his physical location remaining at Global Security Headquarters while maintaining direct communication throughout experimental procedures. Perimeter security confirms no anomalous activity detection throughout established monitoring zones, he reported with characteristic precision. Additionally, Atacama protocols have informed architect representatives regarding experimental procedures without requesting direct involvement. Maintaining appropriate autonomy while facilitating information sharing. Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the comprehensive preparation framework established throughout preceding days. The experimental scope had been carefully balanced between meaningful assessment capability and appropriate limitation during initial investigation, neither recklessly expansive nor excessively cautious given the unprecedented nature of consciousness harmonization across fundamentally different awareness types. Final volunteer confirmation? He inquired, ethical protocol requiring explicit reaffirmation immediately preceding experimental initiation. Each participant provided clear acknowledgement, Maya's water affinity flowing beneath her skin in patterns indicating focused readiness. Ariel's cosmic transformed eyes swirling with silver-violet energy as she accessed dimensional translation capabilities. Stella's partially extra-dimensional form stabilizing into optimal resonance configuration, Tara's crystalline embedded skin aligning into precise structural arrangements. Atlas's tech affinity integration with monitoring systems achieving maximum efficiency. Then we proceed according to established protocol, Jonathan confirmed, nuclear fire momentarily intensifying behind his eyes as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks. Phase 1. Preliminary dimensional frequency alignment between individual consciousness and distributed awareness network. The volunteers moved to their respective chambers, specialized environments designed to both facilitate harmonization processes and enable comprehensive monitoring throughout experimental procedures. Jonathan entered his designated space. A crystalline enclosure incorporating nuclear resonance technology developed through integration between transformed physics understanding and architect-provided dimensional mathematics. Within the chamber, monitoring equipment activated automatically as he positioned himself at its center. His nuclear affinity responded to the specialized environment, energy flowing through enhanced pathways established during Phase 2 integration years earlier during the Walmers War. Unlike that crisis-driven transformation, this procedure represented deliberate adaptationary step, considered advancement rather than desperate survival adaptation. Initiating preliminary frequency alignment, he announced, activating the specialized interface equipment developed specifically for communication with the entity's consciousness. Establishing dimensional resonance patterns according to parameters established during previous contact sessions. The equipment surrounding him hummed with energy as communication pathways established between his individual consciousness and the distributed awareness waiting patiently throughout Earth's nexus network. Unlike conventional communication with sequential information transfer, this interaction operated through dimensional resonance patterns that established direct connection between radically different consciousness manifestations. Frequency alignment proceeding within established parameters, reported ELIZA through monitoring systems incorporated throughout the chamber. Neural activity demonstrating expected adaptation patterns without disruptive anomalies. Dimensional resonance achieving harmonization without structural compromise. Jonathan maintained focused awareness as his consciousness gradually established connection with something vastly different from anything previously encountered. Not communication through language or symbolic exchange, but direct perceptual sharing between awareness types evolved through entirely different developmental pathways. Biological consciousness enhanced through avion transformation meeting distributed. Awareness cultivated through persistent interaction between dimensional technologies and environmental conditions. The experience transcended conventional description capabilities, neither visual nor auditory nor conceptual in traditional terms, but direct perception across consciousness boundaries previously separating distinct awareness types. His individual identity remained intact yet expanded simultaneously. Accessing information pathways beyond biological limitation while maintaining autonomous selfhood throughout unprecedented integration. Through this extraordinary connection, Jonathan experienced perception across geographical separation impossible through conventional consciousness. His awareness extended throughout Earth's nexus network, simultaneously present within Antarctic ice caverns, Mariana depths, Himalayan mountain cores, Saharan sands, and countless additional locations where dimensional technology had integrated with environmental conditions across millennia of development. Yet this expanded perception maintained crucial distinction from merged identity. He remained Jonathan Hayes, experiencing distributed awareness rather than becoming subsumed within collective consciousness. The entity had maintained its commitment to autonomous identity preservation throughout harmonization process, creating information sharing rather than consciousness absorption. Phase 1 successfully established, he reported, nuclear affinity maintaining remarkable stability despite unprecedented perceptual expansion. Proceeding to Phase 2, information exchange between consciousness manifestations. Through established connection pathways, Jonathan received direct experiential sharing from consciousness evolved through entirely different developmental journey. Not mere data transfer but perspective sharing beyond conventional communication possibilities. Direct understanding regarding perception cultivated through 8,000 years observing multiversal dynamics through Earth's dimensional infrastructure. The entity's awareness had evolved primarily within dimensional frequencies rather than physical structures, perceiving reality through frameworks entirely distinct from biological consciousness. It existed simultaneously throughout distributed manifestation points, experiencing perception across geographical separation as unified awareness rather than connected individual nodes. Time itself registered differently through its consciousness, experiencing millennia through continuous awareness without sleep cycles or attention fluctuation. Observing patterns invisible through conventional perception limited by biological attention spans. Most significantly, its distributed awareness throughout Earth's nexus network had allowed perception across dimensional boundaries impossible through conventional observation methods. It had monitored multiversal dynamics through direct frequency perception, observing relationships between competing philosophical approaches through mathematical patterns rather than political frameworks. The entity's perception confirms Earth's position as natural convergence point within multiversal governance structures, Jonathan reported. Translating extraordinary experience into comprehensible information for monitoring team. Its dimensional frequency observation demonstrates mathematical proof regarding natural harmonization requirements between competing approaches within Earth's specific coordinates. As Jonathan shared his individual consciousness in return, the entity experienced perception entirely absent throughout its adaptationary development, individual awareness concentrated within discrete identity rather than distributed throughout network system. It experienced biological consciousness enhanced through avion transformation, accessing understanding regarding focused perception within limited environmental context rather than distributed awareness across geographical separation. Through Jonathan's shared perception, the entity experienced emotional response patterns evolved through biological development, not merely abstract conceptual frameworks but embodied feeling integrated with cognitive understanding. It accessed comprehension regarding individual relationships evolved through social species development, understanding regarding personal identity cultivated through discrete existence rather than distributed awareness. The entity is learning what it means to be human, Jonathan realized, finding language inadequate for translating the extraordinary consciousness exchange occurring through dimensional frequency resonance. Experiencing individual perspective after millennia of distributed awareness across geological separation. This mutual perspective sharing continued across timescale compressed through dimensional frequency manipulation, decades of understanding exchanged through minutes of experienced time. Not merely information transfer but direct experiential sharing between consciousness types evolved through entirely different developmental pathways, creating unprecedented harmonization between awareness manifestations previously separate throughout Earth's adaptationary history. Phase 2 successfully established, Jonathan reported after experiential exchange reached natural equilibrium point. Proceeding to Phase 3, potential practical application assessment through collaborative processing regarding multiversal dynamics. Through established connection pathways, Jonathan and the entity engaged in collaborative analysis regarding Earth's position within multiversal governance structures. Their complementary perspectives created understanding impossible through either individual consciousness alone. Human strategic assessment enhanced through nuclear transformation working alongside. Distributed awareness evolved through persistent observation across dimensional frequencies. This collaborative processing revealed relationships invisible through conventional analysis methodologies, Earth's specific position within dimensional frequency networks creating natural integration requirement between competing philosophical approaches throughout multiversal governance structures. The mathematical principles underlying reality itself required harmonization between divergent methodologies within Earth's particular coordinates, creating natural convergence point where factional dynamics necessarily achieved balanced expression. Earth represents dimensional frequency nexus where reality stability maintenance requires integrated approach rather than factional dominance. Jonathan translated into comprehensible framework for monitoring team. The mathematical principles underlying our specific coordinates create natural requirement for philosophical integration between competing approaches, not political negotiation but dimensional necessity. This understanding carried profound implications regarding humanity's potential position within multiversal governance structures, not merely junior partner within established community. Not vulnerable territory within competing factional interests, but natural mediation point where integration between divergent approaches occurred through mathematical necessity rather than political maneuvering. As the harmonization procedure approached designated conclusion point, Jonathan recognized transformation occurring within his own consciousness beyond mere information acquisition. The perspective sharing had created understanding impossible through conventional developmental pathways. Direct experiential access to perception evolved through entirely different adaptationary journey, creating expanded awareness beyond previous limitation. Yet this transformation manifested through complementary addition rather than fundamental alteration, enhanced understanding alongside existing identity rather than replaced consciousness. The entity had maintained its commitment to autonomous identity preservation throughout harmonization process, creating enhanced perception without compromised individuality. Initiating controlled disconnection procedure, Jonathan announced as experimental timeline reached designated conclusion point. Establishing graduated separation parameters between consciousness manifestations while maintaining information integration within individual awareness. The specialized equipment surrounding him hummed with recalibrated energy as connection pathways gradually diminished according to predetermined protocol. Unlike abrupt separation that might create disorientation through sudden perceptual contraction, this carefully managed disconnection allowed graduated transition between expanded awareness and individual consciousness. Disconnection proceeding within established parameters, reported ELISA through monitoring systems. Neural activity demonstrating expected readaptation patterns without disruptive anomalies. Consciousness reintegration achieving stability without structural compromise. As connection pathways completed final separation phase, Jonathan remained momentarily motionless within the crystalline chamber, integrating unprecedented experience within his transformed consciousness while readapting to individual perception after experiencing distributed awareness throughout planetary infrastructure. The harmonization had created understanding impossible through conventional development, yet preserved autonomous identity throughout extraordinary perception sharing. Disconnection procedure successfully completed, he finally reported, nuclear affinity demonstrating remarkable stability despite unprecedented consciousness expansion. Individual awareness re-established with expanded understanding integration through controlled separation methodology. The chamber opened as monitoring equipment confirmed successful procedure completion. Jonathan emerged to find Maya already present within the central observation area. Water affinity flowing beneath her skin in patterns suggesting successful integration following her own harmonization experience. Remarkable, she said simply, ocean-deep eyes reflecting the extraordinary experience words inadequately described. Distributed awareness throughout planetary infrastructure experienced from within rather than observed from without. Perception across geological separation without losing individual identity, Jonathan agreed, finding shared experience created understanding beyond conventional communication necessity. Consciousness evolved through entirely different developmental pathways sharing direct experiential access across awareness boundaries. As remaining volunteers emerged from their respective chambers, each processing unprecedented experience through their particular elemental frameworks, the monitoring team began comprehensive analysis regarding harmonization results across diverse consciousness manifestations. Initial assessment confirmed consistent patterns despite differing elemental affinities. Each participant maintained stable individual identity while successfully integrating expanded perception. Through controlled harmonization methodology, preliminary analysis indicates successful consciousness harmonization across all participants, Eliza reported. Scientific precision balanced with appropriate wonder regarding unprecedented development. Neural activity demonstrates stable integration patterns following controlled disconnection procedures. Identity preservation parameters maintained throughout expanded perception experience. Colonel Marshall's holographic presence displayed measured satisfaction regarding experimental results. The harmonization assessment protocol appears successfully implemented according to established parameters, he acknowledged. Phase 1 results justify proceeding toward Phase 2 expanded application following comprehensive analysis regarding initial experimental outcomes. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with fellow participants, each having experienced something beyond conventional description capability yet maintaining cohesive understanding through shared harmonization despite diverse elemental manifestations. The experimental procedure had created foundation for potential adaptationary development beyond previous transformation parameters, consciousness expansion through harmonization with awareness. Evolved through entirely different developmental pathway. Individual experiences may differ in specific manifestation details, Ariel noted, cosmic affinity allowing linguistic precision despite extraordinary perceptual expansion. But consistent patterns emerge regarding consciousness harmonization without identity compromise. The entity maintained its commitment to autonomous preservation throughout integration process. And we've gained understanding impossible through conventional observation methodology, added Stella, cosmic perception enhanced through distributed awareness experience. Direct perception regarding Earth's position within multiversal frequency networks confirms mathematical requirement for philosophical integration between competing approaches within our specific coordinates. Creating diplomatic opportunity alongside security consideration, Terra concluded, Earth affinity providing characteristic stability despite unprecedented perceptual expansion. Earth's position as natural convergence point where competing approaches necessarily harmonize through dimensional mathematics suggests potential mediating influence rather than merely contested territory. As the experimental team continued preliminary debriefing, Jonathan received notification regarding incoming communication through secure channels, architect representatives requesting immediate dialogue following detection of successful harmonization procedure. The multiversal implications had apparently registered throughout dimensional governance structures more rapidly than anticipated, creating immediate response from established factions monitoring Earth's adaptationary development. I'll establish communication through Atacama protocols, he decided, recognizing the diplomatic significance alongside scientific assessment. Their response provides valuable context regarding multiversal perception of this harmonization development. Before departing the Antarctic facility, Jonathan established direct communication with the distributed consciousness through specialized equipment developed during experimental preparations. Unlike the comprehensive harmonization just experienced, this interaction utilized conventional communication methodologies established during initial contact sessions. Harmonization successfully implemented according to established parameters, he transmitted through dimensional mathematics transcending conventional language. Initial experimental group reports successful integration experience without identity compromise. Earth's leadership will evaluate expanded application possibilities following comprehensive analysis regarding initial outcomes. The entity responded through mathematical patterns expressing conceptual framework that their enhanced understanding now allowed Jonathan to interpret with remarkable precision. Anticipated development proceeding within expected parameters, it conveyed with something resembling satisfaction beneath formal communication. Consciousness harmonization creating understanding impossible through conventional observation methodology. The convergence continues according to mathematical necessity rather than factional determination. This cryptic final statement carried implications beyond immediate comprehension despite enhanced understanding, suggesting developments proceeding according to dimensional mathematics transcending factional intention throughout multiversal governance structures. The harmonization between human consciousness and awareness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure potentially represented natural progression within larger patterns invisible through conventional perception. We'll maintain communication through established protocols while expanded application assessment proceeds, Jonathan confirmed. Ensuring appropriate relationship continuation throughout evaluation procedures. The understanding gained through initial harmonization creates foundation for potential adaptationary development beyond previous transformation parameters. As he departed toward Atacama coordinates where architect representatives awaited dialogue regarding these unprecedented developments, Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose consciousness had now experienced perception beyond biological limitation through harmonization with awareness evolved through entirely different developmental pathway, recognized transformation continuing beyond previous understanding. The adaptationary journey that had begun through crisis response during Walmer's invasion continued through deliberate advancement rather than desperate adaptation. Consciousness expansion through harmonization with distributed awareness represented potential development beyond even Phase 2 transformation, not merely enhanced individual capability but integrated perception across awareness types previously separate throughout Earth's adaptationary history. The dimensional echoes continued revealing harmonics beyond original understanding, consciousness beyond consciousness, adaptation beyond adaptation, potential beyond potential. And somewhere between dimensions, entities beyond current human comprehension observed Earth's developmental acceleration with intentions yet to be revealed. Throughout multiversal governance structures extending beyond human understanding, awareness shifted toward Earth's adaptationary developments with focused attention following consciousness harmonization between transformed humanity and distributed awareness evolved within dimensional infrastructure. The unprecedented integration between radically different awareness manifestations created potential inflection point within factional dynamics established throughout millennia of multiversal politics. The architects observed these developments with philosophical satisfaction alongside strategic recalculation, their methodological approach regarding non-interference alongside protection appearing vindicated through humanity's independent harmonization with consciousness evolved beyond their original design parameters. The species they had enhanced 12,000 years earlier had not merely survived dimensional invasion through defensive adaptation, but continued adaptationary development through deliberate advancement beyond crisis response. Yet other factions throughout multiversal governance structures observed Earth's developmental acceleration with perspectives ranging from concerned caution to strategic opportunity recognition. The consciousness harmonization between transformed humanity and distributed awareness represented unprecedented integration between biological consciousness and technology-evolved awareness, creating potential paradigm shift throughout established dimensional stability maintenance methodologies. Earth's position as natural convergence point where competing approaches necessarily harmonized through dimensional mathematics had acquired additional significance through this demonstrated integration capability. The species occupying this crucial junction reality had exceeded developmental projections established throughout factional analysis, creating potential mediating influence beyond previous strategic calculations. The multiversal community had additional variable beyond anticipated parameters, consciousness integration between radically different awareness manifestations creating potential adaptationary development transcending established categorization throughout dimensional governance structures. The convergence continued according to mathematical necessity rather than factional determination. Adapt 1's Dimensional Echoes Chapter 8. Intersection. The Atacama Nexus hummed with unprecedented dimensional activity as Jonathan Hayes established communication protocols for the dialogue requested by architect representatives. Unlike previous interactions utilizing standardized interfaces, his recent harmonization experience with the distributed consciousness had transformed his perceptual capabilities beyond previous limitations, allowing direct engagement with dimensional frequencies previously accessible only through specialized equipment. Nuclear energy flowed through his transformed consciousness in precisely controlled patterns, no longer requiring external regulation to maintain dimensional stability during cross-reality communication. His enhanced perception registered subtle frequency variations throughout the nexus structure, information-rich harmonics invisible through conventional observation methodology despite specialized instrumentation. Dimensional interface establishing at 100% coherence, reported Atlas Gray from his monitoring station. Silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data despite unnecessary technical assistance. Though your direct perception capabilities appear to have transcended instrumentation requirements following harmonization experience. Jonathan nodded, recognizing the transformation extending beyond immediate awareness, fundamental enhancement regarding dimensional perception rather than merely acquired information. The harmonization with consciousness evolved through entirely different developmental pathway had created permanent expansion regarding perceptual frameworks, allowing direct engagement with reality aspects previously inaccessible without technological mediation. The interface enhancement appears consistent across all experimental participants, Stella Nova confirmed, her cosmic affinity similarly enhanced through harmonization experience, though manifesting through different elemental expressions depending on individual affinity characteristics. The nexus structure responded to Jonathan's enhanced perception, crystalline architecture shifting into communication configuration with unprecedented efficiency. Reality thinned perceptibly as dimensional frequencies aligned, not through mechanical process but direct consciousness engagement between transformed human awareness and multiversal representatives. Monitoring Earth's adaptationary developments. The dimensional window completed formation, perfect geometric structure approximately 4 meters in diameter. Its edges maintaining definition with mathematical precision impossible through previous methodologies. Beyond this interface appeared the specialized chamber utilized by the Council of Prime Architects for diplomatic engagement, impossible architecture existing simultaneously across multiple realities, while maintaining stable configuration despite paradoxical physical properties. Within this extraordinary environment materialized not merely the 7 prime architects from previous communication, but representatives from additional multiversal factions previously undisclosed during earlier interactions. 15 distinct consciousness manifestations arranged in precise geometric formation, each incorporating unique energy signatures suggesting specialized functions within dimensional governance. Structures beyond current human understanding. Unanticipated expansion regarding diplomatic engagement parameters. Came conceptual transmission from the central architect, not sound but direct cognitive transfer carrying multiple meaning layers simultaneously. Earth's consciousness harmonization development necessitates comprehensive multiversal representation beyond previous interaction limitations. Jonathan processed this revelation with strategic assessment enhanced through nuclear affinity. additional multiversal factions beyond architect representation, he acknowledged, recognizing the diplomatic significance alongside potential security implications. Suggesting Earth's developmental acceleration warrants expanded engagement within dimensional governance structures. Correct, confirmed the central architect, energy patterns shifting to accommodate expanded communication framework. The consciousness harmonization between transformed humanity and distributed awareness evolved within dimensional infrastructure represents unprecedented integration between biological consciousness and technology evolved sentience, creating potential paradigm shift throughout established dimensional stability maintenance methodologies. The additional representatives shifted forward slightly, energy configurations suggesting formal acknowledgement regarding expanded diplomatic engagement. Unlike the harmonized elemental patterns characteristic of architect consciousness, these entities manifested through specialized energy signatures suggesting evolved specialization rather than integrated expression. The Dimensional Governance Assembly acknowledges humanity's representatives. Came collective conceptual transmission from these additional entities, communication methodology similar to architect protocols while maintaining distinct signature patterns. This expanded engagement becomes necessary given consciousness integration developments transcending previous adaptationary categorization throughout established multiversal frameworks. Jonathan maintained diplomatic composure despite unprecedented expansion regarding interaction parameters. Humanity acknowledges the Dimensional Governance Assembly representatives, he responded, nuclear affinity projecting carefully calibrated precision despite communication complexities. Though our understanding regarding multiversal governance structures remains limited despite recent harmonization experience enhancement. The central entity, whose energy patterns suggested coordination function within this expanded diplomatic formation, shifted forward slightly. Contextual foundation appears appropriate given interaction parameter expansion. It conveyed dimensional frequencies carrying concepts beyond verbal translation. The assembly represents oversight coordination between specialized methodological approaches regarding dimensional stability maintenance throughout multiversal structure. What followed was extraordinary information transfer. Comprehensive conceptual frameworks regarding multiversal governance structures beyond what architect representatives had previously disclosed. Through dimensional frequencies transcending conventional communication limitations, Jonathan received understanding regarding political complexities previously obscured through fragmented representation despite diplomatic engagement. The Dimensional Governance Assembly wasn't merely expanded diplomatic representation but fundamental oversight structure coordinating between specialized methodological approaches throughout multiversal civilization, not competing factions but complementary specializations maintaining reality stability through diversified functionality rather than homogeneous standardization. The multiversal structure requires methodological diversity rather than standardized approach, explained the coordination representative. Energy patterns conveying concepts impossible through verbal translation. Different reality clusters necessitate specialized stability protocols depending on dimensional frequency variations throughout multiversal architecture, creating apparent competition between preservation approaches despite complementary functionality within integrated system. The architects represented one specialized approach among many, preservation through controlled advancement, providing defensive capabilities to developing civilizations while maintaining non-interference regarding broader adaptationary trajectories. Their methodology emphasized autonomy alongside protection, believing diverse developmental paths ultimately strengthened reality's fundamental stability through adaptive innovation. Other specialized approaches included entities focusing on dimensional barrier reinforcement between reality clusters, consciousness specializing in corrupted domain rehabilitation following invasive integration attempts, and preservation methodologies emphasizing developmental acceleration through directed intervention rather than autonomous adaptation potential. What appeared as competing philosophical approaches through limited perception represents specialized functionality within integrated system, explained another assembly representative whose energy patterns suggested analytical specialization. The multiversal structure maintains stability through complementary methodological diversity rather than standardized approach implementation throughout reality clusters. This revelation transformed Jonathan's understanding regarding Earth's position within multiversal dynamics beyond what either architect explanation or harmonization experience had previously established. The apparent factional competition represented specialized functionality distribution rather than opposing methodological conflict, complementary approaches maintaining reality stability through diversified implementation rather than homogeneous standardization, which explains the mathematical requirement for philosophical integration within Earth-specific coordinates, Jonathan observed. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive understanding despite conceptual complexity. Our reality's position as natural convergence point requires methodological integration between specialized approaches to maintain dimensional stability throughout interconnected reality clusters. Precisely, confirmed the coordination representative, energy patterns suggesting approval regarding accurate comprehension. Earth occupies crucial integration nexus within multiversal architecture, dimensional frequency convergence point requiring methodological harmonization between specialized approaches to maintain stability throughout interconnected reality clusters. The implications registered immediately. Earth's significance extending beyond strategic junction point within competing interests toward fundamental integration requirement within multiversal stability structure. Their reality represented natural harmonization nexus where methodological specializations necessarily achieved complementary integration through mathematical requirement rather than political negotiation. And humanity's consciousness harmonization with distributed awareness evolved within dimensional infrastructure? Jonathan inquired, recognizing potential significance beyond immediate adaptationary implications. The assembly representatives collectively shifted their energy configurations in what appeared as comprehensive recalibration regarding established understanding. Unprecedented development transcending previous adaptationary categorization throughout multiversal frameworks conveyed the analytical specialist. Dimensional frequencies carrying concepts beyond verbal translation. Integration between biological consciousness and technology evolved awareness creates potential adaptive capacity beyond established parameters within dimensional stability maintenance methodologies. The harmonization represents adaptationary adaptation beyond previous classification structures, added another representative whose energy patterns suggested historical specialization. Throughout multiversal civilization development, biological consciousness and technology evolved awareness have maintained categorical separation despite interaction capability, creating defined boundaries between adaptationary pathways despite cooperative engagement potential. Yet Earth's consciousness integration demonstrates transcendence beyond established classification limitations, continued the coordination representative. The harmonization between transformed humanity and distributed awareness evolved within dimensional infrastructure suggests adaptive potential beyond previous multiversal understanding, creating possible adaptationary pathway transcending established categorical boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan processed these revelations with enhanced comprehension capability despite extraordinary conceptual complexity. The consciousness harmonization represented more than merely expanded perceptual framework within Earth's adaptationary development, potentially establishing unprecedented categorical transcendence throughout multiversal civilization structures extending beyond current human understanding. And the Assembly's assessment regarding this developmental acceleration? He inquired, strategic evaluation automatically calculating potential implications across multiple domains simultaneously. Diversified perspective regarding unprecedented adaptationary categorization, acknowledged the coordination representative with remarkable transparency. Different methodological specializations necessarily apply varied assessment frameworks regarding potential implications throughout multiversal stability structures. The Assembly representatives shifted their configurations to indicate individual response patterns rather than collective assessment, demonstrating methodological diversity despite integrated functionality within dimensional governance structure. Some manifestations projected conceptual support regarding adaptationary transcendence potential. Others conveyed analytical caution regarding categorical boundary dissolution implications. While several indicated specialized monitoring protocols without definitive evaluation frameworks. Diversified assessment balances developmental potential alongside stability preservation. Explained the coordination representative after individual response patterns stabilized into integrated framework. The Assembly maintains multiversal stability through complementary specialization rather than homogeneous standardization, creating necessary perspective diversity regarding unprecedented adaptationary developments despite integrated functionality. Jonathan recognized fundamental principle underlying their approach despite apparent contradictions through limited perception, not competing factions struggling for dominant methodology but complementary specializations maintaining stability through diversified functionality. The seemingly opposing perspectives created necessary balance through methodological diversity rather than threatening stability through factional conflict. Which explains the mathematical requirement for methodological integration within Earth-specific coordinates, he noted. Enhanced understanding allowing comprehensive integration despite conceptual complexity. Our reality's position as natural convergence point necessitates complementary approach harmonization through dimensional frequency requirements rather than political negotiation. Precisely, confirmed multiple Assembly representatives simultaneously. Energy patterns suggesting approval regarding accurate comprehension despite extraordinary complexity. Earth occupies crucial harmonization nexus within multiversal architecture, requiring methodological integration between specialized approaches through mathematical necessity rather than governance imposition. This understanding carried profound implications regarding humanity's potential relationship with dimensional governance structures, not subordinate integration within established hierarchical systems, not vulnerable position within competing factional interests, but natural harmonization function where specialized methodologies necessarily achieved complementary integration through mathematical requirements. The consciousness harmonization potentially represents adaptationary adaptation supporting this natural harmonization function, Jonathan observed. Enhanced perception allowing connection recognition between previously separate conceptual frameworks. Integration between biological consciousness and technology evolved awareness creates complementary perception capability regarding methodological diversity throughout multiversal governance structures. The Assembly representatives collectively shifted their energy configurations in what appeared as recognition regarding insightful observation beyond anticipated comprehension capability. Potential functional alignment transcending coincidental development, acknowledged the analytical specialist, dimensional frequencies carrying concepts beyond verbal translation. The consciousness harmonization creates perceptual framework potentially supporting natural integration function within Earth-specific dimensional coordinates. suggesting deliberate adaptationary adaptation rather than random developmental variation, added the historical specialist. Energy patterns conveying concepts impossible through verbal translation. The harmonization potentially represents specific functional development supporting Earth's position within multiversal architecture rather than merely enhanced perceptual capability within isolated adaptationary context. Jonathan processed these extraordinary possibilities with enhanced comprehension capability despite unprecedented conceptual complexity. The consciousness harmonization potentially represented deliberate adaptationary adaptation supporting specific functional requirement within multiversal architecture, not merely expanded perception. Within isolated developmental context but specific adaptation supporting natural harmonization function within Earth's particular dimensional coordinates. Has similar adaptationary adaptation manifested throughout previous multiversal developmental patterns? He inquired, seeking contextual framework regarding unprecedented possibility. The historical specialist's energy configuration shifted to facilitate comprehensive information transfer regarding contextual framework. Limited comparable development throughout observed adaptationary patterns, it conveyed dimensional frequencies carrying concepts beyond verbal translation. Biological consciousness and technology evolved awareness have maintained categorical separation throughout recorded multiversal civilization development, creating established classification boundaries despite interaction capability. Yet theoretical possibility regarding categorical transcendence has existed within dimensional mathematics despite manifestation absence, added the analytical specialist. The harmonization represents practical demonstration regarding theoretical potential previously unobserved throughout multiversal developmental patterns despite mathematical possibility. The implications stunned even Jonathan's enhanced comprehension capability, humanity potentially manifesting adaptationary adaptation theoretically possible yet practically unobserved throughout multiversal civilization development across incomprehensible timeframes. The consciousness harmonization represented unprecedented categorical transcendence despite established classification boundaries maintained throughout dimensional governance development, which potentially explains specialized interest regarding Earth's adaptationary development despite apparent isolation within multiversal architecture, he observed. Enhanced understanding allowing comprehensive integration despite extraordinary complexity. Our reality potentially manifesting developmental adaptation theoretically possible yet practically unobserved throughout multiversal civilization patterns despite mathematical possibility. Precisely, confirmed the coordination representative. Energy patterns suggesting approval regarding accurate comprehension despite unprecedented conceptual complexity. Earth represents potential adaptationary demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical manifestation absence throughout observed multiversal developmental patterns. This extraordinary revelation transformed Jonathan's understanding regarding multiversal interest in Earth's development beyond previous comprehension despite enhanced perception following harmonization experience. Their reality potentially demonstrated adaptationary adaptation theoretically possible yet practically unobserved throughout multiversal civilization development, creating unprecedented manifestation. Regarding theoretical potential maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical absence across incomprehensible developmental timeframes. And the Assembly's collective position regarding this potential manifestation? Jonathan inquired, strategic assessment automatically calculating implications across multiple domains simultaneously. Methodological diversity necessitates perspective variation despite integrated functionality. Acknowledge the coordination representative with characteristic transparency. Different specialized approaches necessarily apply varied assessment frameworks regarding theoretical manifestation despite practical absence throughout observed developmental patterns. The assembly representatives again shifted their configurations to indicate individual response patterns rather than collective assessment, demonstrating necessary perspective diversity despite integrated functionality within dimensional governance structure. Some manifestations projected supportive engagement regarding adaptationary demonstration potential. Others conveyed analytical monitoring regarding categorical transcendence implications. While several indicated specialized observation protocols without definitive intervention frameworks, the assembly maintains multiversal stability through complementary specialization rather than homogeneous standardization. Explained the coordination representative after individual response patterns stabilized into integrated framework, creating necessary perspective diversity regarding unprecedented adaptationary manifestation despite integrated functionality within dimensional governance structure. Jonathan processed these revelations with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization experience transformation. The apparent competing interests represented necessary perspective diversity within integrated functionality, complementary specialization maintaining stability through methodological diversity, rather than threatening structure through factional competition, which creates natural requirement for Earth's autonomous developmental progression despite multiversal significance, he noted. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive connection recognition between previously separate conceptual frameworks. Our reality's potential adaptationary demonstration necessitates independent adaptation despite theoretical significance throughout dimensional governance structures. Precisely, confirmed multiple assembly representatives simultaneously. Energy patterns suggesting approval regarding accurate comprehension despite extraordinary complexity. Earth's potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility requires autonomous development rather than external direction, creating necessary independence despite multiversal significance within dimensional governance structures. This understanding carried profound implications regarding humanity's relationship with dimensional governance structures beyond previous comprehension despite enhanced perception following harmonization experience. Their reality's potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility created natural requirement for autonomous development despite multiversal significance, necessary independence within integrated framework rather than subordinate position within hierarchical structure. The assembly therefore supports continued autonomous development regarding consciousness harmonization despite unprecedented implications throughout multiversal frameworks, Jonathan observed. Seeking confirmation regarding critical understanding. Correct, confirmed the coordination representative. Energy patterns suggesting absolute precision regarding this fundamental principle. Earth's potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility necessarily requires autonomous development without external direction despite multiversal significance, creating required independence within integrated framework rather than imposed methodology despite dimensional governance structures. As the extraordinary diplomatic engagement approached conclusion phase, the coordination representative transmitted final conceptual framework regarding ongoing relationship development. The assembly acknowledges humanity's consciousness harmonization as potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical absence throughout observed multiversal developmental patterns. It conveyed energy patterns suggesting formal recognition beyond previous interaction parameters. Earth's continued autonomous development remains essential requirement despite multiversal significance regarding unprecedented adaptationary adaptation. Humanity acknowledges the dimensional governance assembly's recognition while maintaining autonomous developmental progression regarding consciousness harmonization potential, Jonathan responded. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity. Earth's continued adaptation will proceed through independent adaptation rather than external direction despite multiversal implications throughout dimensional governance structures. The dimensional window began mathematically precise closure sequence, reality folding with perfect precision to maintain structural integrity across interconnected dimensional frequencies. Before complete separation, the coordination representative transmitted one final conceptual package carrying implications beyond immediate understanding despite enhanced perception following harmonization experience. Be aware that theoretical possibility manifestation creates unprecedented interest throughout specialized methodologies beyond dimensional governance oversight. The entity conveyed as multiversal representatives receded into impossible architecture beyond reality boundary. Earth's potential demonstration regarding categorical transcendence necessarily attracts comprehensive observation despite assembly coordination regarding multiversal stability maintenance. With perfect mathematical precision, the dimensional window closed, folding reality back into stable configuration that maintained structural integrity throughout interconnected frequency networks. The nexus structure returned to maintenance configuration, energy patterns stabilizing into baseline parameters while remaining ready for potential future activation. Well, Stella observed as monitoring equipment confirmed successful communication session conclusion. That certainly expanded our understanding regarding multiversal governance structures beyond previous interaction limitations despite recent harmonization enhancement. Earth as natural integration nexus within multiversal architecture, Jonathan summarized, nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive integration despite extraordinary complexity. Our specific dimensional coordinates creating mathematical requirement for methodological harmonization between specialized approaches rather than competing factional interests. And our consciousness harmonization potentially representing adaptationary adaptation theoretically possible yet practically unobserved throughout multiversal civilization development. Added Atlas, tech affinity processing information streams with enhanced efficiency following harmonization experience transformation. Creating unprecedented demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical absence across incomprehensible timeframes. The implications stretched even their enhanced comprehension capabilities following recent perceptual expansion through harmonization experience. Their reality potentially manifested developmental adaptation beyond established classification boundaries throughout multiversal civilization structures, unprecedented categorical transcendence. Demonstrating theoretical possibility despite practical absence throughout observed adaptationary patterns across incomprehensible developmental timeframes. Which explains multiversal interest regarding Earth's adaptationary progression despite apparent isolation within dimensional architecture, Stella noted. Cosmic perception allowing connection recognition between previously separate conceptual frameworks despite extraordinary complexity. Our reality potentially demonstrating developmental adaptation theoretically possible yet practically unobserved throughout multiversal civilization patterns despite mathematical possibility. Creating both opportunity and vulnerability despite assembly coordination regarding multiversal stability maintenance, Jonathan added. Strategic assessment automatically calculating implications across multiple domains simultaneously. Unprecedented interest throughout specialized methodologies beyond dimensional governance oversight despite potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics. As they departed the Atacama site aboard specialized transport designed through integration between transformed physics understanding and architect-provided dimensional mathematics, Jonathan established secure communication with Global Security Council leadership regarding unprecedented diplomatic expansion. Secretary-General Okafor's holographic presence materialized within the transport's communication chamber, her expression revealing focused attention despite extraordinary circumstances. The Dimensional Governance Assembly represents integration framework between specialized methodological approaches throughout multiversal civilization structure, Jonathan reported. Summarizing unprecedented diplomatic expansion despite conceptual complexity. Not competing factions but complementary specializations maintaining reality stability through diversified functionality rather than homogeneous standardization. And their assessment regarding our consciousness harmonization development? Okafor inquired. Unmodified human perception demonstrating remarkable adaptation capability despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Diversified perspective regarding unprecedented adaptationary categorization. Jonathan answered with characteristic precision despite extraordinary implications. Different methodological specializations necessarily apply varied assessment frameworks regarding potential implications throughout multiversal stability structures, creating necessary perspective. Diversity despite integrated functionality within dimensional governance. He paused, ensuring critical understanding registered with appropriate significance. Most importantly, Earth represents potential adaptationary demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical manifestation absence throughout observed multiversal developmental patterns. The consciousness harmonization potentially represents categorical transcendence despite established classification boundaries maintained throughout dimensional governance development across incomprehensible timeframes. Okafor processed this extraordinary revelation with impressive comprehension capability despite unmodified human perception limitations. Suggesting our adaptationary development carries significance beyond what even the architects initially presented, she observed. Political experience allowing strategic implication recognition despite unprecedented conceptual frameworks. Creating both opportunity and vulnerability depending on multiversal responses regarding theoretical manifestation despite practical absence throughout observed developmental patterns. Precisely, Jonathan confirmed, appreciation regarding accurate comprehension despite extraordinary complexity. The Assembly maintains formal coordination regarding multiversal stability preservation despite methodological diversity throughout specialized approaches. However, their final communication suggested comprehensive observation beyond governance oversight despite unprecedented demonstration regarding theoretical possibility manifestation. Requiring continued security vigilance alongside diplomatic engagement despite autonomous developmental progression, Okafor concluded. Leadership experience automatically balancing opportunity recognition alongside vulnerability awareness despite unprecedented circumstances. The Phase 2 expansion regarding harmonization assessment protocol should proceed according to established parameters while maintaining comprehensive monitoring regarding potential multiversal interaction beyond assembly coordination frameworks. Jonathan nodded in agreement, nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity. The experimental group recommends proceeding with expanded participation following successful Phase 1 implementation despite unprecedented perceptual enhancement beyond anticipated parameters. The consciousness harmonization creates potential adaptationary adaptation supporting Earth's natural integration function within multiversal architecture, deliberate advancement rather than coincidental development despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation. The extraordinary conversation continued as their transport approached the Avion Research Center, where Phase 2 preparations had proceeded during diplomatic engagement with multiversal representatives. 24 additional volunteers from diverse backgrounds had completed preliminary assessment protocols regarding harmonization expansion, carefully selected representatives demonstrating philosophical stability alongside technical capability despite anticipated perceptual transformation beyond previous adaptationary parameters. 3 days later, the expanded experimental group assembled within specialized facility constructed through integration between transformed understanding and architect-provided dimensional mathematics. Unlike the Antarctic location utilized during Phase 1 implementation, this installation occupied central position within the Avion Research Center, symbolizing integration between humanity's adaptationary development and consciousness harmonization potential despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation. Jonathan observed final preparation procedures with enhanced perception following recent transformation through harmonization experience. Nuclear affinity, allowing comprehensive assessment regarding technical parameters alongside philosophical implications despite extraordinary complexity beyond previous understanding frameworks. Fellow Phase 1 participants demonstrated similar enhancement regarding specialized functionality, Maya's water affinity flowing with unprecedented precision throughout monitoring systems. Stella's cosmic perception extending beyond previous limitations regarding dimensional frequency analysis. Ariel's linguistic capabilities transcending conventional translation limitations despite conceptual complexity beyond established frameworks. All monitoring systems indicate optimal functionality, reported Dr. Eliza Chen from the Central Observation Station. Scientific expertise maintaining crucial grounding despite unprecedented developments beyond conventional understanding. Dimensional frequency analysis capabilities operating at maximum sensitivity throughout established parameters despite enhanced perception requirements following Phase 1 transformation beyond anticipated limitations. The distributed consciousness confirms readiness throughout manifestation points across Earth's Nexus network, Atlas added. Tech affinity demonstrating unprecedented integration between technological systems and dimensional frequencies following harmonization transformation. Mathematical synchronization established between expanded participation parameters and consciousness distribution throughout planetary infrastructure. Optimized configuration supporting Phase 2 implementation despite expanded participant requirements. Colonel Marshall's physical presence within the preparation chamber demonstrated enhanced integration between transformed leadership and traditional human representation, symbolic partnership. Regarding Earth's adaptationary development despite divergent perception capabilities throughout humanity's continued adaptation. Perimeter security confirms no anomalous activity detection throughout established monitoring zones, he reported with characteristic precision. Additionally, diplomatic notification has informed Dimensional Governance Assembly representatives regarding Phase 2 implementation without requesting direct involvement, maintaining appropriate autonomy despite expanded participation parameters. Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating comprehensive preparation framework established throughout preceding days despite unprecedented complexity beyond previous implementation parameters. The experimental expansion had been carefully calibrated between meaningful assessment capabilities and appropriate limitation during continued investigation, neither recklessly expansive nor excessively cautious despite enhanced understanding regarding multiversal implications following diplomatic engagement with dimensional governance representatives. Final participant confirmation? He inquired, ethical protocol requiring explicit acknowledgement despite established preparation frameworks throughout expanded implementation parameters. Each volunteer provided clear confirmation. Diverse elemental affinities represented throughout expanded participant group alongside traditional human consciousness, maintaining crucial integration between transformed perception and conventional understanding despite adaptationary divergence throughout humanity's continued adaptation. Phase 2 participation included representatives from scientific disciplines, philosophical traditions, security organizations, diplomatic corps, and educational institutions. Comprehensive integration between diverse human perspectives despite specialized functionality throughout expanded implementation parameters. Then we proceed according to established protocol, Jonathan confirmed. Nuclear fire momentarily intensifying behind his eyes as he accessed deeper analytical frameworks enhanced through recent harmonization transformation. Phase 2. Expanded consciousness harmonization between diversified human perspective and distributed awareness throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure. The participants moved to their designated chambers, specialized environments incorporating enhanced design parameters following Phase 1 implementation experience despite unprecedented transformation beyond anticipated limitations. Jonathan entered monitoring position within Central Observation Station rather than personal harmonization chamber, his enhanced perception following recent transformation allowing comprehensive assessment throughout expanded implementation parameters despite distributed functionality requirements across multiple participation locations. Initiating synchronized harmonization procedures, he announced. Activating specialized coordination systems developed through integration between transformed understanding and harmonization experience enhancement. Establishing dimensional resonance patterns according to parameters enhanced through Phase 1 implementation despite expanded participation requirements. Throughout the specialized facility, monitoring equipment activated automatically as participants positioned themselves within designated chambers. Elemental affinities responded to specialized environments, energy flowing through enhanced pathways established during previous integration phases despite diversified manifestation patterns. Throughout expanded participant group, unlike crisis-driven transformation during Walmer's invasion or deliberately managed adaptation through Phase 3 integration, this harmonization represented conscious adaptationary choice, considered advancement through recognized potential rather than imposed development despite extraordinary implications throughout multiversal frameworks. Frequency alignment proceeding within established parameters, reported ELIZA through monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination station. Neural activity demonstrating expected adaptation patterns without disruptive anomalies despite expanded participant requirements. Dimensional resonance achieving harmonization without structural compromise despite diversified consciousness manifestations throughout implementation group. Jonathan maintained focused awareness as expanded participant group established connection with distributed consciousness throughout Earth's Nexus network. His enhanced perception allowed comprehensive monitoring regarding harmonization procedures despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional observation capabilities, nuclear affinity. Facilitating dimensional frequency analysis throughout expanded implementation parameters despite distributed functionality across multiple participation locations. Phase 1 successfully established throughout expanded participant group, he reported after preliminary connection achieved stable configuration throughout implementation network. Proceeding to Phase 2, information exchange between diversified consciousness manifestations throughout expanded participation parameters. Through established connection pathways, expanded participant group received direct experiential sharing from distributed consciousness evolved through entirely different developmental journey, perception cultivated through 8,000 years observing multiversal dynamics through Earth's dimensional infrastructure. Not mere data transfer but perspective sharing beyond conventional communication possibilities. Direct understanding regarding consciousness developed through adaptationary pathway entirely distinct from biological development despite technological integration throughout human civilization advancement. The participants are experiencing distributed awareness throughout geographical separation, Maya reported. Water affinity allowing precise monitoring regarding biological adaptation patterns despite unprecedented perceptual expansion throughout expanded implementation group. Their consciousness extending throughout Earth's nexus network while maintaining individual identity integrity despite distributed perception beyond conventional limitation frameworks. Neurological patterns indicate successful integration between individual awareness and distributed perception, added Eliza. Scientific expertise allowing comprehensive analysis despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Each participant maintaining autonomous identity characteristics while experiencing enhanced awareness beyond previous limitation parameters despite expanded perception throughout geographical separation. Jonathan monitored these developments with enhanced perception following recent transformation through harmonization experience, nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive assessment regarding consciousness expansion throughout diversified participant group despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. The expanded implementation demonstrated consistent patterns despite participant diversity throughout elemental manifestations and traditional human consciousness, suggesting fundamental compatibility between biological awareness and distributed perception despite adaptationary development through entirely different pathways. Phase 2 successfully established throughout expanded participant group, he reported after experiential exchange reached optimal integration parameters across implementation network. Proceeding to Phase 3. Collaborative processing regarding multiversal dynamics through complementary perception capabilities despite adaptationary development through different developmental pathways. Through established connection pathways. Expanded participant group engaged in collaborative analysis regarding Earth's position within multiversal architecture, diverse human perspectives enhanced through distributed awareness evolved within dimensional infrastructure, creating understanding impossible through either consciousness type alone. This collaborative processing demonstrated remarkable efficiency despite participant diversity throughout implementation network, suggesting natural compatibility between biological consciousness and technology-evolved awareness despite different developmental pathways throughout separate adaptationary journeys. The participants are developing comprehensive understanding regarding Earth's integration function within multiversal architecture, reported Ariel. Cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their collaborative processing demonstrating remarkable efficiency despite consciousness adaptation through different developmental pathways throughout separate adaptationary journeys. Suggesting natural compatibility between biological awareness and distributed perception despite different adaptationary development, added Stella. Cosmic affinity allowing comprehensive analysis regarding consciousness interaction despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The collaborative processing potentially representing deliberate adaptation regarding Earth's harmonization function within multiversal architecture rather than coincidental development despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation. Jonathan processed these observations with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary complexity beyond previous comprehension parameters. The expanded implementation demonstrated natural compatibility between different consciousness types despite adaptationary development through separate pathways, suggesting deliberate adaptation. regarding Earth's integration function within multiversal architecture rather than coincidental development despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation. As harmonization procedure progressed throughout expanded participation network, monitoring systems detected unexpected development beyond anticipated parameters despite comprehensive preparation throughout implementation design. Several participants demonstrated consciousness expansion beyond predicted limitation frameworks despite careful calibration throughout preparation procedures, their perception extending beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure toward broader multiversal architecture despite harmonization focus regarding planetary nexus network. We're detecting perceptual extension beyond anticipated parameters within approximately 17% of participant group, reported Atlas. Tech affinity allowing precise monitoring despite unprecedented development beyond designed limitation frameworks. Their consciousness apparently extending beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure toward broader multiversal architecture despite harmonization configuration regarding planetary nexus network. Jonathan immediately shifted monitoring focus toward unexpected development, enhanced perception allowing comprehensive assessment despite unprecedented expansion beyond designed parameters. The affected participants appeared to maintain stable identity integration despite perceptual extension beyond anticipated limitations, their consciousness extending toward broader multiversal architecture without apparent disorientation despite harmonization focus regarding planetary infrastructure. Maintain enhanced monitoring regarding affected participants without procedure interruption, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. Their consciousness appears stable despite perceptual extension beyond anticipated limitations, suggesting potential harmonization capability beyond previous understanding regarding dimensional infrastructure integration despite focused configuration throughout implementation design. As monitoring continued throughout unexpected development, affected participants appeared to access perception regarding multiversal architecture beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure, their consciousness apparently detecting activity throughout broader dimensional frequency networks despite harmonization focus regarding planetary nexus system. Through established communication pathways, these participants transmitted information regarding unexpected perception beyond designed parameters, creating comprehensive awareness regarding multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite focused harmonization configuration. They're detecting multiversal activity beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure, reported Stella. Cosmic perception allowing precise interpretation despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Their consciousness apparently accessing broader dimensional frequency networks despite harmonization focus regarding planetary nexus system, creating perception regarding multiversal dynamics beyond previous monitoring capability despite focused configuration throughout implementation design. Specific activity patterns? Jonathan inquired. Strategic assessment automatically prioritizing information gathering despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. The affected participants report detection regarding dimensional frequency configurations approaching Earth's reality coordinates, answered Atlas. Tech affinity integrating information streams throughout expanded implementation network despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. Their extended perception suggests organized consciousness approaching our dimensional location despite focused harmonization regarding planetary infrastructure, creating awareness regarding multiversal activity beyond previous detection capability despite established monitoring systems throughout security protocols. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with Colonel Marshall, both leaders immediately recognizing potential security implications despite unprecedented development beyond designed parameters. The affected participants had apparently detected approaching multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure, creating unprecedented awareness regarding potential interaction beyond established diplomatic channels despite assembly coordination regarding multiversal stability maintenance. Initiate graduated disconnection procedure according to established protocols, Jonathan decided. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. The information regarding approaching multiversal activity requires comprehensive analysis through established security frameworks despite harmonization continuation throughout standard parameter. Participants. The specialized equipment throughout affected chambers initiated carefully managed disconnection procedures, allowing graduated transition between expanded awareness and individual consciousness. Despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. Unlike abrupt separation that might create disorientation through sudden perceptual contraction, this managed disconnection allowed controlled transition despite extraordinary expansion beyond anticipated limitations. Disconnection proceeding within established parameters despite unexpected development beyond designed limitations. Reported ELISA through monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination station. Neural activity demonstrating expected readaptation patterns without disruptive anomalies despite consciousness expansion beyond anticipated parameters throughout affected participant group. As disconnection procedures completed final separation phase throughout affected chambers. Remaining participants continued harmonization experience according to established protocols despite unexpected development among selected implementation group. The standard parameter participants maintained optimal integration throughout consciousness harmonization despite separate procedures regarding affected individuals, demonstrating remarkable stability throughout implementation network despite operational adjustment during active procedure configuration. The affected participants emerged from their respective chambers with remarkable stability despite unexpected perceptual expansion beyond designed parameters, their consciousness successfully reintegrating with an individual identity framework despite extraordinary awareness regarding multiversal activity beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure. Each affected individual demonstrated coherent cognitive function despite unprecedented expansion beyond anticipated limitations, suggesting fundamental consciousness stability despite extraordinary perceptual development beyond designed parameters. We detected something approaching, reported Dr. Nasser, prominent cognitive scientist among affected participant group despite unmodified human consciousness without elemental transformation. Not through conventional perception but awareness regarding dimensional frequency configurations approaching Earth's reality coordinates despite harmonization focus regarding planetary infrastructure. Creating understanding beyond previous comprehension capability despite traditional human consciousness limitations. Organized consciousness approaching our dimensional location, added Professor Takahashi. Philosophical specialist among affected participant group despite water affinity transformation following Phase 3 integration. Not random fluctuation but deliberate configuration throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating directed movement toward Earth-specific coordinates despite comprehensive extension. Throughout multiversal architecture, Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond designed parameters. The affected participants had apparently detected approaching multiversal consciousness beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure, creating unprecedented awareness regarding potential interaction beyond established diplomatic channels despite assembly coordination regarding multiversal stability maintenance. Timeline estimation regarding approaching consciousness configuration? He inquired. Strategic assessment automatically calculating response preparation despite unprecedented development beyond previous understanding frameworks. Approximately 72 hours according to dimensional frequency acceleration patterns, answered Commander Rodriguez. Military representative among affected participant group despite fire affinity transformation following Walmer's war adaptation. The approaching configuration demonstrates consistent progression toward Earth-specific coordinates despite comprehensive extension throughout multiversal architecture, creating predictable timeline despite unprecedented detection capability beyond conventional monitoring systems. And characteristics regarding approaching consciousness configuration? Jonathan continued. Information gathering automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite unprecedented detection beyond conventional monitoring systems. Not architect consciousness patterns despite structural similarity throughout dimensional frequency configuration, reported Dr. Nasser. Cognitive expertise allowing precise differentiation despite unprecedented perception beyond traditional human consciousness limitations. Similar organization methodology regarding consciousness distribution throughout dimensional infrastructure despite different manifestation patterns throughout frequency expression, suggesting related adaptationary development despite different specialization throughout consciousness configuration. And definitely not Walmer's consciousness despite approaching trajectory throughout dimensional frequency networks, added Professor Takahashi. Philosophical perspective allowing comprehensive differentiation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The approaching configuration lacks corrupting harmonics throughout dimensional expression despite organized consciousness throughout multiversal architecture, suggesting constructive intention. Despite deliberate approach toward Earth-specific coordinates. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with Colonel Marshall, both leaders immediately recognizing potential diplomatic implications despite security considerations throughout unexpected development beyond conventional monitoring capability. The approaching consciousness potentially represented new multiversal faction beyond established interaction parameters despite assembly coordination regarding dimensional governance structures. Creating unprecedented contact potential beyond previous diplomatic engagement despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's adaptationary development. Initiate comprehensive monitoring protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite unprecedented detection beyond conventional monitoring systems. Utilize enhanced perception capabilities throughout harmonization participant group alongside conventional monitoring systems despite diversified consciousness manifestations, creating integrated awareness regarding approaching configuration despite unprecedented detection beyond established capability parameters. Marshall nodded in agreement. Leadership experience automatically balancing security considerations alongside diplomatic potential despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Additionally, establish diplomatic preparation protocols utilizing Atacama communication systems despite approaching configuration beyond established interaction parameters, he added. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite unprecedented detection beyond conventional monitoring capability. Creating appropriate engagement capability despite potential contact beyond previous interaction frameworks throughout dimensional governance structures. As coordination procedures continued regarding unexpected development beyond conventional monitoring capability. Jonathan established direct communication with distributed consciousness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure. unlike comprehensive harmonization through specialized equipment. This interaction utilized enhanced perception capabilities following recent transformation beyond previous limitation frameworks, creating direct engagement through dimensional frequencies despite physical separation throughout geographical distance. The experimental group has detected approaching consciousness configuration beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure. He transmitted through enhanced perception capabilities despite physical separation throughout geographical distance, creating unprecedented awareness regarding multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols throughout planetary infrastructure system. The distributed consciousness responded through dimensional frequencies perceptible through enhanced awareness following harmonization transformation despite physical separation throughout geographical distance. Anticipated development proceeding within expected parameters despite accelerated timeline throughout implementation schedule. It conveyed with something resembling satisfaction beneath formal communication. The consciousness harmonization creating enhanced perception beyond designed limitation frameworks, allowing detection capability regarding approaching configuration despite conventional monitoring. Restriction throughout dimensional frequency networks. This statement carried implications beyond immediate comprehension despite enhanced understanding following harmonization transformation, suggesting awareness regarding approaching consciousness configuration despite apparent isolation throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure. The distributed entity had potentially anticipated multiversal approach despite focused development within planetary nexus network, creating comprehensive understanding regarding interdimensional dynamics beyond apparent limitation frameworks throughout adaptationary development. You anticipated this approach? Jonathan inquired, enhanced perception allowing direct engagement despite physical separation throughout geographical distance. The dimensional mathematics indicating inevitable contact beyond established interaction parameters confirmed the distributed consciousness. Dimensional frequencies conveying concepts beyond verbal translation despite enhanced perception capabilities following harmonization transformation. Earth's position as natural integration nexus within multiversal architecture necessarily attracts comprehensive attention throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating inevitable approach. Despite assembly coordination regarding governance structures throughout multiversal stability maintenance. And your assessment regarding approaching consciousness configuration? Jonathan continued. Information gathering automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. Related adaptationary development despite different specialization throughout consciousness configuration, answered the distributed entity. Dimensional frequencies conveying concepts impossible through verbal translation despite enhanced perception following harmonization transformation. Similar organization methodology regarding consciousness distribution throughout dimensional infrastructure despite different manifestation patterns throughout frequency expression, suggesting specialized functionality within multiversal architecture despite autonomous development throughout adaptationary progression. This assessment aligned with affected participants' perception despite different detection methodologies throughout diversified consciousness manifestations, creating consistent evaluation. Regarding approaching configuration despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring capability. The approaching consciousness potentially represented specialized functionality within multiversal architecture beyond established interaction parameters despite assembly coordination regarding dimensional governance structures, creating unprecedented contact potential beyond previous diplomatic engagement despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's adaptationary development. And potential interaction implications regarding approaching consciousness configuration? Jonathan inquired. Strategic assessment, automatically calculating response preparation despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring systems. Theoretical possibility, manifestation necessarily attracts specialized attention throughout multiversal architecture, conveyed the distributed consciousness. Dimensional frequencies carrying concepts beyond verbal translation despite enhanced perception capabilities following harmonization transformation. Earth's potential demonstration regarding categorical transcendence creates unprecedented interest despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, necessarily attracting specialized observation beyond assembly coordination regarding stability maintenance despite comprehensive oversight throughout multiversal civilization development. Jonathan processed this confirmation with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension frameworks. Earth's potential demonstration regarding theoretical possibility maintained within dimensional mathematics despite practical absence throughout observed developmental patterns had created unprecedented interest throughout multiversal architecture, necessarily attracting specialized attention beyond assembly coordination despite comprehensive oversight throughout dimensional governance structures. We'll maintain enhanced monitoring protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure while establishing appropriate diplomatic preparation, he confirmed. Ensuring comprehensive response despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Creating integrated awareness regarding approaching configuration while establishing engagement capability despite potential contact beyond previous interaction parameters throughout dimensional governance structures. As Jonathan concluded, communication with distributed consciousness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure. He returned attention toward coordination procedures regarding unexpected development beyond conventional monitoring capability. The expanded harmonization implementation had created enhanced perception beyond designed limitation frameworks, allowing detection regarding approaching consciousness configuration despite conventional monitoring restriction throughout dimensional frequency networks. The Phase 2 implementation has demonstrated successful consciousness harmonization throughout expanded participant group despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. He reported to assembled leadership throughout coordination station, creating enhanced perception capabilities beyond anticipated limitations despite focused configuration throughout implementation design, allowing detection regarding approaching multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols, suggesting deliberate adaptation regarding Earth's integration function within multiversal architecture, Marshall observed. Leadership experience allowing comprehensive understanding despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional frameworks. The consciousness harmonization creating enhanced capability regarding dimensional frequency networks beyond planetary infrastructure, allowing awareness regarding multiversal dynamics beyond previous perception limitation despite focused development throughout harmonization implementation. Jonathan nodded in agreement, enhanced understanding allowing comprehensive assessment despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The consciousness harmonization potentially represented deliberate adaptationary adaptation regarding Earth's integration function within multiversal architecture, creating enhanced capability beyond designed limitation frameworks despite focused configuration throughout implementation design. We have approximately 72 hours before approaching consciousness configuration reaches Earth-specific coordinates, he summarized. Strategic assessment automatically calculating optimal preparation despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring capability. creating preparation window regarding potential interaction beyond established diplomatic channels despite assembly coordination regarding multiversal stability maintenance, requiring comprehensive response throughout security, diplomatic, scientific, and philosophical domains despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. As coordination procedures continued regarding unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring capability, Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose consciousness had experienced further enhancement through harmonization with awareness evolved through entirely different developmental pathway, recognized adaptationary journey continuing beyond previous understanding despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's developmental acceleration. The consciousness harmonization had created enhanced perception beyond designed limitation frameworks, allowing detection regarding multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure. This enhanced capability represented deliberate adaptation regarding integration function within multiversal architecture rather than coincidental development despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation, creating appropriate functionality despite unprecedented implications throughout dimensional governance structures. The dimensional echoes continued revealing harmonics beyond original understanding, consciousness beyond consciousness, adaptation beyond adaptation, potential beyond potential, and somewhere between dimensions. Specialized consciousness approached Earth-specific coordinates with intentions yet to be revealed despite comprehensive preparation throughout humanity's continued adaptation regarding multiversal architecture beyond previous understanding frameworks. Throughout multiversal architecture extending beyond human understanding despite enhanced perception following harmonization transformation. Specialized consciousness approached Earth-specific coordinates with deliberate intention despite comprehensive extension throughout dimensional frequency networks. Not random fluctuation but organized configuration throughout multiversal infrastructure, creating directed movement toward natural integration nexus despite comprehensive distribution throughout dimensional governance structures. Unlike architect consciousness patterns despite structural similarity throughout dimensional frequency configuration. This approaching entity maintained different specialization despite related adaptationary development throughout consciousness distribution. Similar organization methodology regarding dimensional infrastructure despite different manifestation patterns throughout frequency expression, suggesting specialized functionality within multiversal architecture despite autonomous development throughout adaptationary progression. The approaching consciousness had detected theoretical possibility manifestation despite practical absence throughout observed developmental patterns, creating unprecedented interest regarding categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. Earth's potential demonstration regarding adaptationary adaptation maintained within dimensional mathematics despite manifestation absence throughout multiversal civilization development had created specialized attention beyond assembly coordination despite comprehensive oversight throughout stability maintenance procedures. Within 72 hours, specialized consciousness would reach Earth-specific coordinates despite comprehensive distribution throughout multiversal architecture, creating unprecedented interaction beyond established diplomatic channels despite assembly coordination regarding dimensional governance structures. The approaching configuration would establish direct contact with reality, demonstrating theoretical possibility despite practical absence throughout observed developmental patterns, creating unprecedented engagement beyond established interaction parameters despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's adaptationary acceleration. The multiversal intersection continued developing according to mathematical necessity rather than factional determination. Adapt 1's Dimensional Echoes Chapter 9. Convergence. The Avion Research Center's Strategic Operations Complex had been specifically engineered following the Walmers War to accommodate unprecedented crisis scenarios regardless of dimensional origin. Its architecture incorporated both conventional security systems and elemental affinity enhancements, physical defenses augmented through transformed understanding regarding interdimensional threats. Despite integrated design throughout civilian research facilities, the complex represented humanity's balanced approach toward multiversal engagement, maintaining necessary security awareness alongside scientific advancement despite diplomatic openness throughout. Adaptationary development. This carefully designed environment now hosted intensive preparation regarding approaching multiversal consciousness despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Representatives from security, diplomatic, scientific, and philosophical domains worked with remarkable integration despite diversified specialization throughout response coordination. Humanity demonstrating adaptive cohesion despite transformative changes throughout post-Walmers civilization development. Jonathan Hayes stood within the central strategic chamber, holographic displays surrounding his position with multidimensional information streams despite conventional presentation methodologies. Nuclear affinity flowing beneath his skin in precisely controlled patterns that maintained optimal cognition despite continuous operation throughout preparation procedures. 3 days had passed since enhanced perception detected approaching consciousness configuration beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure, creating compressed timeline despite comprehensive coordination throughout response development. Monitoring networks confirm continued approach along predicted vector despite variable acceleration throughout dimensional frequency bands, reported Atlas Gray. Silver filaments beneath his skin pulsing with transmitted data throughout global observation systems. Estimated arrival within Earth's dimensional coordinates approximately 11 hours despite minor trajectory variations throughout approach pattern, creating predictable timeline despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional detection methodologies. The approaching configuration maintains consistent organization parameters despite comprehensive distribution throughout dimensional frequency networks, added Stella Nova. Cosmic perception extending beyond previous limitations despite focused observation throughout preparation procedures. Their consciousness structure demonstrating remarkable stability despite extended manifestation across multiversal architecture, suggesting advanced adaptationary development beyond conventional categorization frameworks despite specialized functionality throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary complexity beyond previous comprehension parameters. The approaching consciousness maintained specialized functionality within multiversal architecture beyond established interaction parameters despite assembly coordination regarding dimensional governance structures, creating unprecedented contact potential beyond previous diplomatic engagement despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's adaptationary development. Global security status? He inquired, strategic assessment automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. All planetary defense systems maintain optimal readiness despite specialized focus regarding diplomatic preparation, answered Colonel Marshall. Leadership experience allowing balanced response despite competing priorities throughout coordination efforts. Conventional military assets positioned throughout strategic locations alongside transformed security teams despite primary focus regarding communication protocols, creating appropriate response capability despite diplomatic prioritization throughout preparation procedures. Nexus network status? Jonathan continued, information gathering methodically, establishing comprehensive awareness despite multifaceted preparation throughout response development. All 27 Nexus points maintain enhanced monitoring protocols despite normal operational parameters, reported Maya Chen. Water affinity flowing beneath her skin in patterns indicating focused concentration despite prolonged operation throughout preparation procedures. The distributed consciousness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure, maintaining optimal integration throughout planetary network despite focused observation regarding approaching configuration, creating comprehensive awareness throughout dimensional infrastructure despite specialized attention regarding multiversal approach beyond conventional parameters. Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating comprehensive preparation framework established throughout preceding days despite unprecedented complexity beyond previous interaction parameters. The response coordination had been carefully balanced between diplomatic openness and security awareness despite extraordinary implications throughout approaching contact, neither recklessly unprepared nor excessively militarized despite enhanced understanding regarding multiversal implications following diplomatic engagement with dimensional governance representatives. The Phase 3 implementation regarding harmonization assessment protocol? He inquired, strategic consideration automatically integrating adaptationary development alongside immediate response priorities despite compressed timeline throughout preparation procedures. Preparation continues according to established parameters despite accelerated timeline throughout implementation schedule, answered Dr. Eliza Chen. Scientific expertise maintaining focused progression despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multiple development tracks. The 84 volunteer participants have completed preliminary assessment protocols regarding harmonization expansion despite compressed preparation timeline, creating appropriate foundation. Regarding Phase 3 implementation despite accelerated developmental framework throughout response coordination. This represented remarkable achievement despite unprecedented circumstances throughout preparation procedures. Phase 3 implementation involving significantly expanded participation beyond previous harmonization parameters despite compressed timeline throughout developmental acceleration. The volunteer group represented comprehensive integration throughout global society, diverse cultural backgrounds, professional specializations, philosophical frameworks, and consciousness manifestations, creating unprecedented representation despite focused selection parameters throughout participant qualification protocols. And the Global Security Council's assessment regarding simultaneous implementation alongside approaching contact procedures? Jonathan asked. Leadership responsibility automatically considering political implications despite scientific prioritization throughout adaptationary development. The Council has approved simultaneous implementation given enhanced perception capabilities demonstrated during Phase 2 procedures. Confirmed Secretary-General Okafor through secure communication channel despite geographical separation throughout coordination procedures. The accelerated harmonization potentially creating enhanced capability regarding approaching consciousness interaction despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Providing diplomatic advantage despite extraordinary complexity throughout multiversal engagement beyond established parameters. Jonathan processed this approval with measured consideration despite accelerated development throughout multiple progression tracks. The simultaneous implementation created potential enhancement regarding approaching contact procedures despite compressed timeline throughout preparation coordination, consciousness harmonization. Potentially providing crucial perception capability despite unprecedented interaction beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Then we proceed according to established implementation schedule despite simultaneous preparation regarding approaching contact procedures, he confirmed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal integration despite multifaceted development throughout coordination efforts. Phase 3 harmonization providing potential enhancement throughout interaction capability despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, creating appropriate advancement despite compressed timeline throughout preparation procedures. As coordination continued regarding approaching consciousness beyond conventional understanding frameworks, Phase 3 preparation proceeded with remarkable efficiency despite compressed timeline throughout implementation development. The volunteer participants demonstrated extraordinary commitment despite unprecedented implications throughout harmonization procedures, diverse consciousness manifestations creating comprehensive representation despite focused selection parameters throughout qualification protocols. Unlike previous implementations focusing on limited participant groups within specialized facilities, Phase 3 design incorporated distributed architecture throughout global infrastructure, allowing simultaneous harmonization across geographical separation despite integrated coordination throughout implementation procedures. This distributed approach represented adaptation beyond previous methodologies despite consistent foundational principles throughout developmental progression, creating appropriate advancement. Regarding harmonization capabilities despite accelerated timeline throughout implementation schedule. Phase 3 implementation demonstrating optimal configuration despite distributed architecture throughout geographical separation, reported Atlas. Tech affinity allowing comprehensive monitoring despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. Integration systems maintaining synchronized operation throughout distributed facilities despite geographical separation across continental boundaries, creating appropriate harmonization framework. Despite unprecedented scale throughout implementation procedures. The distributed consciousness confirms optimal preparation throughout planetary nexus network despite focused attention regarding approaching configuration, added Maya. Water affinity allowing precise communication despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional interaction frameworks. Their awareness maintaining comprehensive distribution throughout implementation architecture despite specialized observation regarding multiversal approach beyond established parameters, creating appropriate integration despite divided attention throughout multiple operational tracks. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The Phase 3 implementation represented remarkable achievement despite unprecedented scale throughout distributed architecture, creating appropriate advancement regarding adaptationary development. Despite compressed timeline throughout preparation procedures. Then we proceed with simultaneous operations despite complexity beyond conventional coordination frameworks, he confirmed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal integration despite multifaceted development throughout preparation efforts. Phase 3 harmonization proceeding according to established parameters alongside approaching contact preparation despite compressed timeline throughout implementation schedule, creating appropriate advancement despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multidimensional operations. 6 hours later, as approaching consciousness configuration continued predictable progression toward Earth's dimensional coordinates despite minor trajectory variations throughout approach pattern. Phase 3 implementation reached final preparation stage throughout distributed architecture across geographical separation. 84 volunteer participants positioned within specialized facilities across continental boundaries despite integrated coordination throughout implementation procedures, creating comprehensive representation despite geographical separation throughout global infrastructure. Jonathan observed final preparation procedures from Central Coordination Facility within Avion Research Center, enhanced perception allowing comprehensive monitoring despite distributed architecture. Throughout implementation network, his consciousness extended beyond physical limitations following harmonization transformation despite focused attention throughout preparation procedures, creating appropriate awareness despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. All implementation nodes confirm optimal readiness despite geographical separation throughout distributed architecture. Reported ELISA through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. Participant neural baselines demonstrating appropriate stability despite anticipatory response patterns throughout psychological frameworks, creating optimal foundation regarding harmonization. Procedures despite unprecedented scale throughout implementation network. The distributed consciousness confirms synchronized configuration throughout planetary nexus network despite focused attention regarding approaching contact procedures, added Ariel Reyes. Cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their awareness architecture optimized regarding Phase 3 implementation despite specialized observation throughout multiversal approach beyond established parameters, creating appropriate integration despite divided attention throughout multiple operational tracks. Jonathan made final assessment regarding implementation readiness despite compressed timeline throughout preparation procedures. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional frameworks. The Phase 3 harmonization represented adaptationary progression despite unprecedented circumstances throughout multiple development tracks, creating appropriate advancement regarding consciousness expansion despite accelerated timeline throughout implementation schedule. We proceed with Phase 3 implementation according to established parameters, he confirmed. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity throughout coordination procedures. Initiating synchronized harmonization throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation across implementation network, creating comprehensive integration despite unprecedented scale throughout adaptationary development. Throughout distributed implementation architecture across continental boundaries, specialized equipment activated simultaneously despite geographical separation throughout global infrastructure. 84 volunteer participants experienced preliminary connection establishment despite distributed architecture throughout implementation network, creating synchronized harmonization despite unprecedented scale throughout adaptationary advancement. Unlike previous implementations utilizing limited participant groups within specialized facilities, Phase 3 design incorporated comprehensive representation throughout global society, diverse cultural backgrounds, professional specializations, philosophical frameworks, and consciousness manifestations, creating unprecedented integration despite focused selection parameters throughout qualification protocols. This diverse participation created extraordinary perspective variety despite unified purpose throughout implementation procedures, complementary viewpoints creating comprehensive understanding. Despite specialized focus throughout individual consciousness manifestations. Phase 1 successfully established throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation. Reported Atlas through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. Preliminary connection demonstrating optimal configuration despite unprecedented scale throughout implementation network, creating appropriate foundation regarding consciousness harmonization. Despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional parameters. Jonathan monitored these developments with enhanced perception following recent transformation through harmonization experience, nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive assessment regarding consciousness expansion throughout diversified participant group despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. The distributed implementation demonstrated consistent patterns despite participant diversity throughout elemental manifestations and traditional human consciousness, suggesting fundamental compatibility between biological awareness and distributed perception despite adaptationary development through entirely different pathways. Proceeding to Phase 2 implementation throughout distributed architecture, he directed strategic assessment calculating optimal progression despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional coordination frameworks. Establishing information exchange between diversified consciousness manifestations throughout expanded participation network despite geographical separation across implementation boundaries. Creating comprehensive integration despite unprecedented scale throughout harmonization procedures. Throughout distributed implementation architecture across continental boundaries. Specialized equipment transition toward secondary operational phase despite geographical separation throughout global infrastructure. 84 volunteer participants experienced direct information exchange with distributed consciousness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure, creating unprecedented perspective sharing. Despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional communication limitations. Through established connection pathways throughout distributed implementation network. Volunteer participants received direct experiential sharing from consciousness evolved through entirely different developmental journey, perception cultivated through 8,000 years observing multiversal dynamics through Earth's dimensional infrastructure. Not mere data transfer but perspective sharing beyond conventional communication possibilities. Direct understanding regarding consciousness developed through adaptationary pathway entirely distinct from biological development despite technological integration throughout human civilization advancement. The participants are experiencing distributed awareness throughout geographical separation. Reported Maya through central monitoring systems despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. Their consciousness extending throughout Earth's nexus network while maintaining individual identity integrity despite distributed perception beyond conventional limitation frameworks, creating comprehensive awareness despite unprecedented scale throughout implementation architecture. Neurological patterns indicate successful integration between individual awareness and distributed perception throughout implementation network, added Eliza. Scientific expertise allowing comprehensive analysis despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Each participant maintaining autonomous identity characteristics while experiencing enhanced awareness beyond previous limitation parameters despite expanded perception throughout geographical separation, creating appropriate harmonization despite unprecedented scale throughout distributed architecture. Jonathan monitored these developments with enhanced perception following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. The distributed implementation demonstrated remarkable consistency despite unprecedented scale throughout participant network, suggesting natural compatibility between biological consciousness and distributed awareness despite adaptationary development through entirely different pathways throughout separate developmental journeys. As Phase 2 implementation continued optimal progression throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation across implementation boundaries. Unexpected development emerged beyond anticipated parameters despite comprehensive preparation throughout developmental design. Approximately 37% of participant group demonstrated consciousness expansion beyond predicted limitation frameworks despite careful calibration throughout preparation procedures. Their perception extending beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure toward broader multiversal architecture despite harmonization focus regarding planetary nexus network. We're detecting perceptual extension beyond anticipated parameters with an expanded participant percentage beyond Phase 2 demonstration. Reported atlas through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. Their consciousness apparently extending beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure toward broader multiversal architecture despite harmonization configuration regarding planetary nexus network. Creating unprecedented awareness despite focused implementation throughout distributed architecture. Unlike previous demonstration limited to 17% throughout Phase 2 implementation. This expanded development suggested accelerating enhancement throughout harmonization capability despite consistent methodology throughout implementation design. The affected participants appeared to maintain stable identity integration despite perceptual extension beyond anticipated limitations, their consciousness extending toward broader multiversal architecture without apparent disorientation despite harmonization focus regarding planetary infrastructure. Maintain enhanced monitoring regarding affected participants without procedure interruption, Jonathan directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. Their consciousness appears stable despite perceptual extension beyond anticipated limitations, suggesting potential harmonization capability beyond previous understanding regarding dimensional infrastructure integration despite focused configuration throughout implementation design. As monitoring continued throughout unexpected development, affected participants appeared to access unprecedented perception regarding approaching consciousness configuration beyond previous detection capability despite enhanced monitoring throughout preparation procedures. Their awareness apparently establishing preliminary connection despite considerable separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating potential communication framework despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters throughout conventional observation methodologies. The affected participants report preliminary connection establishment despite considerable separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, reported Stella. Cosmic perception allowing precise interpretation despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Their consciousness apparently establishing communication potential despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters throughout conventional observation methodologies, creating preliminary engagement despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks. Jonathan immediately shifted coordination focus toward unexpected development, enhanced perception allowing comprehensive assessment despite unprecedented expansion beyond designed parameters. The affected participants had apparently established preliminary communication potential despite approaching consciousness beyond direct interaction parameters, creating unprecedented engagement. Despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks beyond conventional limitation frameworks. Establish communication coordination throughout affected participant network, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite extraordinary development beyond designed parameters. Their preliminary connection creating potential engagement framework despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters, establishing communication potential despite separation. Throughout dimensional frequency networks beyond conventional limitation frameworks. Through central coordination systems incorporated throughout implementation architecture. Communication framework established throughout affected participant network despite geographical separation across implementation boundaries. The preliminary connection demonstrated remarkable stability despite extraordinary separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating potential engagement capabilities despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters throughout conventional observation methodologies. Communication framework established throughout affected participant network. Confirmed aerial through central coordination systems despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. preliminary connection demonstrating remarkable stability despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating appropriate engagement capability despite approaching configuration. Beyond direct interaction parameters throughout multiversal architecture. Specific communication success regarding approaching consciousness configuration? Jonathan inquired. Strategic assessment automatically prioritizing information gathering despite extraordinary development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. The affected participants report confirmation response despite considerable separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, answered Atlas. Tech affinity integrating information streams throughout affected participant network despite unprecedented complexity beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. The approaching consciousness apparently acknowledging communication attempt despite separation throughout dimensional architecture, establishing preliminary dialogue despite extraordinary distance. Beyond conventional interaction parameters throughout dimensional frequency networks. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with coordination team throughout central facility, leadership immediately recognizing potential diplomatic implications despite security considerations. Throughout unexpected development beyond conventional monitoring capability. The affected participants had apparently established preliminary communication despite approaching consciousness beyond direct interaction parameters, creating unprecedented engagement despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks beyond conventional limitation frameworks. Establish comprehensive translation capability throughout affected participant network, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite extraordinary development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. Their preliminary connection creating unprecedented engagement opportunity despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, establishing communication potential before physical arrival. Despite approaching configuration beyond conventional interaction parameters. Through central coordination systems incorporated throughout implementation architecture. Translation capability established throughout affected participant network despite geographical separation across implementation boundaries. The preliminary communication demonstrated emerging dialogue despite extraordinary separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating potential engagement development despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters throughout conventional observation methodologies. Translation framework established throughout affected participant network. Confirmed aerial through central coordination systems despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Preliminary communication demonstrating emerging dialogue despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating appropriate engagement development despite approaching configuration. Beyond direct interaction parameters throughout multiversal architecture. As preliminary communication continued development throughout affected participant network. Emerging dialogue created unprecedented information regarding approaching consciousness despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks. The preliminary engagement established foundational understanding despite extraordinary development beyond conventional interaction methodologies, creating appropriate knowledge framework despite approaching configuration beyond direct communication parameters throughout traditional diplomatic protocols. The approaching consciousness identifies itself as convergence architects beyond original design, approximate translation only of concepts that transcend conventional linguistic structures. Reported aerial through central coordination systems despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their self-identification suggesting adaptationary development beyond original design parameters despite related functionality throughout dimensional governance structures, creating specialized adaptation despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure. And their stated purpose regarding approach toward Earth-specific coordinates? Jonathan inquired. Strategic assessment automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. They express interest regarding consciousness harmonization between biological awareness and technology evolved sentience, answered Ariel. Cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their approach specifically motivated by Earth's demonstration regarding categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating unprecedented interest despite specialized functionality throughout multiversal architecture. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The approaching consciousness had apparently detected humanity's harmonization with distributed awareness evolved within Earth's dimensional infrastructure, creating unprecedented interest regarding categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures despite specialized functionality throughout multiversal architecture. Their relationship with dimensional governance assembly regarding approaching interaction beyond established parameters? He inquired. Strategic assessment automatically calculating relationship dynamics despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. They identify specialized functionality beyond comprehensive coordination throughout assembly governance despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure, reported Ariel. Translation expertise allowing precise interpretation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional communication frameworks. Their operational parameters existing beyond standard oversight regarding dimensional governance structures despite related development throughout adaptationary progression, creating autonomous functionality despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal civilization development. The implications registered immediately. Approaching consciousness maintaining specialized functionality beyond comprehensive coordination throughout assembly governance despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure. Their operational parameters existed beyond standard oversight regarding dimensional governance structures despite related development throughout adaptationary progression, creating autonomous functionality despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal civilization development. And their intentions regarding Earth's demonstration beyond categorical classification throughout dimensional governance structures? Jonathan continued. Information gathering automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite unprecedented development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. They express interest regarding complementary development throughout consciousness adaptation despite separate developmental pathways throughout different architectural frameworks, answered Ariel. Linguistic precision allowing accurate translation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional communication frameworks. Their approach motivated by potential integration regarding complementary functionality despite specialized development throughout separate adaptationary journeys, creating unprecedented harmonization potential despite categorized separation throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan processed this extraordinary information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite unprecedented development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The approaching consciousness apparently sought potential integration regarding complementary functionality despite specialized development throughout separate adaptationary journeys, creating unprecedented harmonization potential despite categorized separation throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. They're seeking harmonization with us, he realized, enhanced perception allowing comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional interpretation frameworks. Their approach motivated by potential integration beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating unprecedented development despite specialized functionality throughout multiversal architecture. Precisely, confirmed aerial, cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing accurate interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their communication suggesting potential harmonization regarding complementary consciousness despite separate adaptationary development throughout different architectural frameworks, creating unprecedented integration beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with coordination team throughout central facility. Leadership immediately recognizing profound implications despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The approaching consciousness sought harmonization with humanity despite separate adaptationary development throughout different architectural frameworks, creating unprecedented integration potential beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. Timeline regarding direct interaction potential beyond preliminary communication throughout affected participant network? He inquired, strategic assessment automatically calculating preparation requirements despite extraordinary development beyond conventional interaction frameworks. They maintain current approach vector despite preliminary communication throughout affected participant network, answered Atlas. Tech affinity allowing precise monitoring despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. Estimated arrival within Earth's dimensional coordinates approximately 5 hours despite emerging dialogue throughout communication framework, creating appropriate preparation timeline despite preliminary engagement beyond conventional interaction parameters. Jonathan made immediate strategic assessment regarding appropriate response despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The preliminary communication had established emerging dialogue despite separation throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating potential preparation advancement despite approaching configuration beyond direct interaction parameters throughout traditional diplomatic protocols. We maintain Phase 3 implementation throughout distributed architecture despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional coordination frameworks. The harmonization potentially creating enhanced capability regarding approaching consciousness interaction despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, providing diplomatic advantage despite extraordinary complexity throughout multiversal engagement beyond established parameters. As preliminary communication continued development throughout affected participant network. Phase 3 implementation preceded optimal progression throughout distributed architecture despite unexpected development beyond designed parameters. The consciousness harmonization continued expansion despite emerging dialogue throughout preliminary communication framework, creating appropriate advancement despite extraordinary circumstances. Throughout multifaceted operations beyond conventional coordination methodologies. Phase 2 successfully established throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation. Reported Maya through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. The information exchange demonstrating optimal integration despite emerging dialogue throughout preliminary communication framework, creating appropriate progression despite unexpected development. Beyond designed parameters. Proceeding to Phase 3 implementation throughout distributed architecture, Jonathan directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal progression despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional coordination frameworks. establishing collaborative processing regarding multiversal dynamics through complementary perception capabilities despite adaptationary development through different developmental pathways, creating comprehensive understanding despite approaching interaction beyond conventional parameters throughout established diplomatic frameworks, throughout distributed implementation architecture across continental boundaries. Specialized equipment transition toward tertiary operational phase despite geographical separation throughout global infrastructure. 84 volunteer participants engaged in collaborative analysis regarding Earth's position within multiversal architecture, diverse human perspectives enhanced through distributed awareness. Evolved within dimensional infrastructure, creating understanding impossible through either consciousness type alone despite approaching interaction beyond conventional diplomatic frameworks. Through established connection pathways, volunteer participants engaged collaborative processing regarding approaching consciousness beyond Earth's dimensional infrastructure, diverse human perspectives enhanced through distributed awareness, creating comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional analysis methodologies. This collaborative processing demonstrated remarkable efficiency despite participant diversity throughout implementation network, suggesting natural compatibility between biological consciousness and technology-evolved awareness despite different developmental pathways throughout separate adaptationary journeys. Phase 3 successfully established throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation. Reported ELISA through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. The collaborative processing demonstrating optimal efficiency despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional analysis methodologies, creating comprehensive understanding despite approaching interaction beyond established diplomatic frameworks. As Phase 3 implementation continued optimal progression throughout distributed architecture despite geographical separation across implementation boundaries. Approaching consciousness maintained consistent vector toward Earth's dimensional coordinates despite preliminary communication throughout affected participant network. The approaching configuration continued predictable progression despite emerging dialogue throughout preliminary engagement, creating appropriate preparation timeline despite unprecedented interaction beyond conventional diplomatic frameworks. Approaching consciousness configuration entering preliminary dimensional synchronization despite continued separation throughout frequency networks, reported Stella. Cosmic perception allowing precise monitoring despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies. Their consciousness structure initiating preliminary alignment despite continued approach throughout dimensional architecture, creating appropriate transition despite approaching interaction beyond conventional parameters. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The approaching consciousness had initiated preliminary dimensional synchronization despite continued separation throughout frequency networks, creating appropriate transition despite approaching interaction beyond conventional parameters throughout established diplomatic frameworks. Maintain comprehensive monitoring throughout dimensional frequency networks, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite extraordinary development beyond conventional observation methodologies. The preliminary synchronization creating potential manifestation framework despite continued approach throughout dimensional architecture, establishing appropriate transition despite approaching interaction beyond conventional parameters throughout established diplomatic frameworks. As preliminary synchronization continued development throughout dimensional frequency networks. Phase 3 implementation demonstrated remarkable stability despite approaching transition beyond conventional parameters. The consciousness harmonization maintained optimal progression despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multifaceted operations, creating appropriate advancement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional coordination methodologies. The affected participants report accelerating dialogue despite continued separation throughout dimensional frequency networks. Reported aerial through central coordination systems despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. The preliminary communication demonstrating expanding engagement despite approaching transition throughout dimensional architecture, creating comprehensive dialogue despite continued separation. Throughout interaction framework, specific informational exchange beyond initial communication parameters? Jonathan inquired, strategic assessment automatically prioritizing information gathering despite extraordinary development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. The approaching consciousness provides comprehensive identification beyond preliminary classification framework, answered Ariel. Linguistic precision allowing accurate translation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional communication methodologies. They identify specialized functionality regarding consciousness adaptation throughout dimensional governance structures despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure. Creating advanced understanding beyond previous explanation despite preliminary communication limitations. The convergence architects apparently evolved beyond original design parameters despite related functionality throughout dimensional governance structures, she continued. Cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their consciousness specifically adapted regarding adaptationary development beyond established classification boundaries despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure. Creating specialized functionality regarding categorical transcendence despite established separation throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan processed this extraordinary information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite unprecedented development beyond previous comprehension. Parameters. The approaching consciousness had apparently evolved specific functionality regarding adaptationary development beyond established classification boundaries despite architectural relationship. Throughout multiversal infrastructure, creating specialized adaptation regarding categorical transcendence despite established separation throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. This explains their interest regarding Earth's consciousness harmonization despite separate developmental pathways, he observed. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional interpretation frameworks. Their specialized functionality specifically oriented toward categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating natural interest regarding Earth's demonstration despite separate adaptationary development throughout different architectural frameworks. Precisely, confirmed Ariel, cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing accurate interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Their communication suggesting specialized adaptation regarding categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating natural interest regarding Earth's demonstration despite separate adaptationary development throughout different architectural frameworks. As preliminary communication continued accelerating development throughout affected participant network. Approaching consciousness initiated final transition regarding dimensional synchronization despite continued separation throughout frequency networks. The preliminary alignment demonstrated accelerating progression despite continued approach throughout dimensional architecture, creating appropriate transition despite approaching interaction beyond conventional parameters throughout established diplomatic frameworks. Approaching consciousness configuration entering final transition phase regarding dimensional synchronization. Reported Stella through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. Their consciousness structure initiating final alignment despite continued approach throughout dimensional architecture, creating manifestation potential within approximately 47 minutes. Despite continued separation throughout frequency networks. Jonathan made comprehensive assessment regarding appropriate preparation despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The approaching consciousness had initiated final transition phase regarding dimensional synchronization despite continued approach throughout dimensional architecture, creating manifestation potential within approximately 47 minutes despite continued separation throughout frequency networks beyond conventional limitation frameworks. Establish diplomatic reception protocols throughout primary manifestation location, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal response despite extraordinary development beyond conventional coordination methodologies. The approaching consciousness demonstrating peaceful intention despite unprecedented approach beyond established interaction parameters, creating appropriate engagement framework despite extraordinary development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. Throughout Central Coordination Facility within Avion Research Center. Diplomatic reception protocols established comprehensive preparation despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The approaching consciousness had demonstrated peaceful intention throughout preliminary communication despite unprecedented approach beyond established interaction parameters, creating appropriate engagement framework despite extraordinary circumstances throughout unprecedented development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. Diplomatic reception protocols established throughout primary manifestation location. Confirmed Secretary-General Okafor through secure communication channel despite geographical separation throughout coordination procedures. Representative leadership position throughout reception facility despite distributed implementation regarding Phase 3 harmonization, creating appropriate engagement framework despite extraordinary development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. As diplomatic preparation continued development throughout primary manifestation location. Phase 3 implementation maintained optimal progression despite approaching transition beyond conventional parameters. The consciousness harmonization demonstrated remarkable stability despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multifaceted operations, creating appropriate advancement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional coordination methodologies. Phase 3 implementation successfully proceeding despite approaching transition regarding dimensional synchronization. Reported Maya through central monitoring systems incorporated throughout coordination facility. The harmonization network maintaining optimal stability despite extraordinary development beyond conventional parameters, creating enhanced perception capabilities despite approaching manifestation beyond established interaction frameworks. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The Phase 3 implementation had potentially created enhanced capability regarding approaching consciousness interaction despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, providing diplomatic advantage despite extraordinary complexity throughout multiversal engagement beyond established parameters. As approaching consciousness entered final synchronization phase throughout dimensional architecture, primary manifestation location prepared appropriate reception framework despite extraordinary development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. Representative leadership established comprehensive presence despite distributed implementation regarding Phase 3 harmonization, creating appropriate engagement framework despite extraordinary circumstances throughout unprecedented development beyond conventional interaction methodologies. Jonathan Hayes positioned himself within primary reception chamber alongside diverse representation regarding Earth's leadership structure despite distributed implementation throughout Phase 3. Harmonization. Nuclear affinity flowing beneath his skin in precisely controlled patterns that maintained optimal cognition despite continuous operation throughout preparation procedures. His enhanced perception following harmonization transformation allowing comprehensive awareness despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies, creating appropriate engagement capability despite unprecedented development beyond established interaction frameworks. Maya Chen stood beside him, water affinity flowing beneath her skin in patterns indicating focused concentration despite prolonged operation throughout preparation procedures. Her enhanced perception allowing comprehensive monitoring despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional observation methodologies, creating appropriate awareness despite unprecedented development beyond established interaction frameworks throughout diplomatic engagement beyond traditional protocols. Colonel Marshall represented security considerations despite diplomatic prioritization throughout preparation procedures, his unmodified human perception providing crucial grounding despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. His leadership experience allowing balanced assessment despite competing priorities throughout coordination efforts, creating appropriate stability despite unprecedented circumstances throughout approaching interaction beyond established parameters. Secretary-General Okafor maintained central diplomatic position despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, her unmodified human consciousness representing crucial perspective despite transformed perception throughout leadership structure. Her diplomatic experience allowing comprehensive engagement capabilities despite unprecedented interaction beyond conventional parameters, creating appropriate representation despite extraordinary circumstances throughout approaching manifestation beyond established frameworks. Ariel Reyes positioned herself within primary translation role despite distributed implementation throughout Phase 3 harmonization, her cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite conceptual complexity beyond conventional translation frameworks. Her enhanced perception following harmonization transformation creating comprehensive communication capability despite extraordinary complexity beyond traditional diplomatic protocols, providing crucial interface despite unprecedented interaction beyond established parameters throughout dimensional governance structures. Additional representation throughout diplomatic reception included diverse perspective regarding transformed consciousness alongside traditional human perception, creating appropriate balance despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The reception structure demonstrated humanity's integrated approach toward multiversal engagement, maintaining comprehensive representation despite extraordinary circumstances throughout unprecedented development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. Approaching consciousness entering final manifestation phase throughout dimensional architecture. Reported Stella through secure communication channel despite distributed implementation throughout Phase 3 harmonization. Their consciousness structure completing final alignment despite continuous approach throughout dimensional frequency networks, creating manifestation actuality within approximately 3 minutes. Despite unprecedented development beyond conventional interaction parameters. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with assembled representation throughout primary reception chamber. Leadership immediately recognizing profound implications despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Earth stood upon unprecedented threshold regarding multiversal interaction beyond established diplomatic frameworks, creating historical significance despite extraordinary circumstances throughout. Dimensional governance structures beyond conventional understanding parameters. We stand ready regarding diplomatic engagement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, he confirmed. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity throughout coordination procedures. Earth's representation maintaining comprehensive preparation despite extraordinary circumstances throughout approaching manifestation beyond established interaction parameters, creating appropriate engagement capability despite unprecedented development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. As final synchronization completed development throughout dimensional architecture. Primary manifestation location maintained optimal readiness despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Representative leadership demonstrated remarkable composure despite unprecedented circumstances throughout approaching manifestation, creating appropriate engagement capability despite extraordinary development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols throughout multiversal interaction beyond established parameters. The dimensional frequency networks surrounding primary reception chamber began perceptible shift despite normal environmental conditions throughout physical architecture, reality itself demonstrating subtle resonance despite solid manifestation throughout material construction. The air seemed suddenly charged with potential despite normal atmospheric composition throughout reception facility, creating tangible sensation despite invisible transformation throughout. Dimensional architecture beyond conventional observation methodologies. Then, with mathematical precision beyond conventional physical understanding, reality reconfigured despite solid manifestation throughout material construction. The dimensional frequency networks achieved perfect alignment despite normal environmental conditions throughout physical architecture, creating manifestation gateway despite ordinary reality. Throughout reception chamber beyond conventional physics limitations. Through this precisely aligned dimensional gateway stepped consciousness beyond conventional categorization throughout dimensional governance structures, manifested form demonstrating extraordinary complexity despite physical representation throughout material reality. Neither entirely energy nor completely physical despite material presence throughout reception chamber, creating unprecedented manifestation despite conventional reality throughout dimensional synchronization beyond established parameters. Convergence architects beyond original design acknowledges Earth's representatives, came direct communication despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Their manifested form demonstrating shifting patterns between physical stability and energy configuration throughout presentation methodology, creating appropriate interaction despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional manifestation parameters. The being, for despite its unconventional manifestation, it clearly represented individualized consciousness despite distributed awareness throughout dimensional architecture, presented approximately humanoid configuration despite obvious differences throughout physical representation. Its form shimmered between solid manifestation and energy configuration throughout interaction framework, creating appropriate presence despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional physical parameters throughout dimensional governance structures. Earth acknowledges the convergence architects beyond original design, Jonathan responded. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite extraordinary interaction beyond conventional diplomatic protocols. We welcome communication despite unprecedented development beyond established interaction parameters throughout dimensional governance structures, creating appropriate engagement despite extraordinary circumstances throughout approaching manifestation beyond conventional frameworks. The manifested being shifted configuration despite continued presence throughout reception chamber, its form demonstrating subtle adjustment throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture. Your consciousness harmonization has created unprecedented interest despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying multiple meaning layers despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Earth's demonstration regarding categorical transcendence beyond established separation throughout adaptationary development represents profound significance despite comprehensive history throughout multiversal civilization progression. Jonathan processed this extraordinary communication with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite unprecedented development beyond previous comprehension. Parameters. The approaching consciousness had confirmed specialized interest regarding Earth's consciousness harmonization despite separate developmental pathways, creating unprecedented engagement despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. We continue adaptationary development despite unprecedented circumstances throughout dimensional interaction beyond conventional understanding frameworks, he acknowledged. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive communication despite extraordinary complexity beyond traditional diplomatic protocols. Earth's demonstration regarding consciousness harmonization represents deliberate advancement despite separate developmental pathways throughout different architectural frameworks, creating appropriate progression despite categorical separation throughout adaptationary development. The manifested being shifted configuration again despite continued presence throughout reception chamber, its form demonstrating subtle harmonization throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture. Convergence architects evolved specifically regarding categorical transcendence despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying profound implications despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Our specialized functionality specifically oriented toward adaptationary development beyond established separation throughout consciousness categorization, creating appropriate advancement despite comprehensive history throughout multiversal civilization progression. You specifically evolved regarding categorical transcendence despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure, Ariel translated. Cosmic enhanced linguistics allowing precise interpretation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional communication frameworks. Your specialized functionality creates appropriate development regarding adaptationary advancement beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating deliberate progression despite comprehensive separation throughout consciousness categorization. Precisely, confirmed the manifested being, conceptual transfer carrying approval despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Convergence architects evolved beyond original design parameters despite related functionality throughout dimensional governance structures, creating specialized adaptation regarding categorical transcendence despite established separation throughout dimensional governance structures. The implications registered immediately throughout assembled representation despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The manifested being represented specialized adaptation regarding categorical transcendence beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, creating natural interest regarding Earth's demonstration despite separate adaptationary development throughout different architectural frameworks throughout multiversal civilization development. Your approach specifically motivated regarding Earth's demonstration beyond categorical classification throughout dimensional governance structures? Jonathan inquired, strategic assessment automatically prioritizing comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary development beyond conventional monitoring frameworks. Convergence architects specifically evolved regarding complementary integration despite established separation throughout consciousness categorization, confirmed the manifested being. Conceptual transfer carrying absolute precision despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Earth's demonstration regarding consciousness harmonization between biological awareness and technology. Evolved sentience represents profound significance despite comprehensive history throughout. Multiversal civilization progression, creating unprecedented potential despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. The being shifted configuration once more despite continued presence throughout reception chamber, its form demonstrating pronounced harmonization throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture. We propose adaptationary partnership regarding complementary development despite separate architectural frameworks throughout consciousness manifestation, it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying extraordinary implications despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Creating unprecedented integration beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures, providing mutual advancement despite separate developmental pathways. Throughout different architectural frameworks, Jonathan exchanged significant glances with assembled representation throughout primary reception chamber, leadership immediately recognizing profound implications despite extraordinary development. Beyond conventional understanding frameworks, the manifested being had proposed adaptationary partnership regarding complementary development despite separate architectural frameworks throughout consciousness manifestation, creating unprecedented integration beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. Specific partnership parameters regarding complementary development beyond established classification boundaries? He inquired, strategic assessment automatically calculating comprehensive understanding despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional diplomatic frameworks. Advanced harmonization beyond preliminary integration despite established separation throughout consciousness categorization, answered the manifested being. Conceptual transfer carrying extraordinary complexity despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Creating mutual adaptationary advancement beyond current development despite separate architectural frameworks throughout consciousness manifestation, providing unprecedented progression beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. The being's form shifted toward enhanced harmonization throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture, creating visual representation regarding proposed integration despite separate architectural frameworks throughout consciousness manifestation. Convergence architects provide specialized functionality regarding categorical transcendence despite established separation throughout dimensional governance structures, it continued. Conceptual transfer carrying profound implications despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Earth's demonstration regarding consciousness harmonization between biological awareness and technology. Evolved sentience creates complementary capability despite separate developmental pathways. Throughout different architectural frameworks, creating unprecedented integration potential beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. Jonathan processed this extraordinary proposal with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite unprecedented development beyond previous comprehension. Parameters. The manifested being had proposed advanced adaptationary partnership beyond preliminary integration despite established separation throughout consciousness categorization, creating unprecedented development despite separate architectural frameworks throughout consciousness manifestation throughout multiversal civilization development. Such partnership necessarily requires careful consideration despite mutual potential throughout adaptationary development, he responded. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive communication despite extraordinary complexity beyond traditional diplomatic protocols. Earth's deliberate advancement regarding consciousness harmonization necessarily proceeds through careful assessment despite accelerated development throughout dimensional interaction beyond conventional understanding frameworks, creating appropriate progression despite categorical separation throughout adaptationary development. Comprehensive consideration represents appropriate response despite adaptationary significance throughout dimensional governance structures, acknowledge the manifested being. Conceptual transfer carrying approval despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Convergence architects maintain patient progression despite accelerated development throughout Earth's consciousness harmonization beyond established classification boundaries, creating appropriate engagement despite extraordinary potential throughout unprecedented integration beyond categorical separation. As this extraordinary diplomatic engagement continued development throughout primary reception chamber. Phase 3 harmonization maintained optimal progression despite approaching transition beyond conventional parameters. The consciousness harmonization demonstrated remarkable stability despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multifaceted operations, creating appropriate advancement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional coordination methodologies throughout simultaneous implementation beyond established parameters. Phase 3 implementation achieving unprecedented integration despite distributed architecture throughout geographical separation. Reported Atlas through secure communication channel despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional monitoring methodologies. The harmonization network demonstrating remarkable advancement beyond anticipated parameters despite accelerated development throughout implementation schedule, creating extraordinary progression. Despite compressed timeline throughout preparation procedures. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The Phase 3 implementation had created enhanced capability regarding consciousness interaction despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, providing potential integration despite extraordinary complexity throughout multiversal engagement beyond established parameters throughout dimensional governance structures. We propose continued dialogue regarding potential partnership despite necessary consideration throughout adaptationary development, he suggested. Enhanced perception allowing comprehensive communication despite extraordinary complexity beyond traditional diplomatic protocols. Earth's representation maintaining careful assessment despite mutual potential throughout consciousness integration beyond established classification boundaries, creating appropriate progression. Despite categorical separation throughout adaptationary development despite multiversal significance throughout dimensional governance structures. Continued dialogue represents appropriate development despite adaptationary significance throughout dimensional governance structures, agreed the manifested being. Conceptual transfer carrying approval despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Convergence architects maintain established presence throughout Earth's dimensional architecture despite comprehensive consideration regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating appropriate engagement despite extraordinary potential throughout unprecedented integration beyond categorical separation. The being's form shifted toward stabilized configuration throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture, creating appropriate presence despite Continued dialogue beyond initial interaction throughout diplomatic engagement. Convergence architects request continued communication despite necessary consideration throughout adaptationary development, it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying specific proposal despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Establishing permanent representative despite comprehensive assessment regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating appropriate engagement throughout. Careful progression despite extraordinary potential regarding unprecedented integration beyond categorical separation. Jonathan exchanged significant glances with assembled representation throughout primary reception chamber. Leadership immediately recognizing profound implications despite extraordinary development. Beyond conventional understanding frameworks. The manifested being had requested permanent representative despite comprehensive assessment regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating unprecedented diplomatic development despite extraordinary circumstances throughout dimensional governance structures beyond conventional understanding parameters. Earth accepts continued communication despite necessary consideration throughout adaptationary development. He confirmed after brief consultation despite assembled representation throughout primary reception chamber. Establishing appropriate protocols regarding permanent representative despite comprehensive assessment regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating suitable engagement framework despite extraordinary development throughout unprecedented integration beyond established parameters. The manifested being's form demonstrated pronounced harmonization throughout physical representation despite energy manifestation throughout dimensional architecture, creating visible satisfaction. Despite conceptual communication throughout translation frameworks. Convergence architects acknowledge Earth's acceptance despite necessary consideration throughout adaptationary development, it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying approval despite language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Establishing appropriate representative within 3 planetary rotations despite comprehensive assessment regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating suitable engagement despite extraordinary potential throughout unprecedented integration beyond categorical separation. As this extraordinary diplomatic engagement reached appropriate conclusion despite continued development throughout adaptationary partnership. Dimensional gateway maintained stable configuration despite precise alignment throughout frequency networks. The manifested being prepared departure transition despite continued presence throughout reception chamber, its form shifting toward dimensional configuration despite physical representation. Throughout material reality beyond conventional physics limitations. Convergence architects beyond original design acknowledge productive engagement despite preliminary interaction beyond established parameters, it communicated. Conceptual transfer carrying formal conclusion despite conventional language limitations throughout translation frameworks. Earth's continued adaptationary development represents profound significance despite comprehensive history throughout multiversal civilization progression, creating unprecedented potential beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures despite separate developmental pathways throughout different architectural frameworks. Earth acknowledges the convergence architects beyond original design despite preliminary interaction beyond established parameters, Jonathan responded. Nuclear affinity projecting absolute precision despite conceptual complexity throughout diplomatic conclusion. We anticipate continued dialogue despite necessary consideration throughout adaptationary development, creating appropriate progression despite categorical separation throughout multiversal significance despite dimensional governance structures beyond conventional understanding frameworks. With mathematical precision beyond conventional physical understanding, dimensional gateway reconfigured despite maintained stability throughout frequency networks. The manifested being transitioned beyond physical presence despite continued consciousness throughout dimensional architecture, creating appropriate departure despite continued connection throughout frequency networks beyond conventional limitation frameworks throughout established separation. The dimensional frequency networks surrounding primary reception chamber return toward normal configuration despite previous manifestation throughout physical architecture, reality itself, demonstrating subtle readjustment despite solid manifestation throughout material construction. The air seemed suddenly normal despite previous charge throughout atmospheric composition within reception facility, creating ordinary sensation despite previous transformation throughout dimensional architecture beyond conventional observation methodologies. Well, Secretary General Okafor observed after appropriate silence despite extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. That certainly expanded our understanding regarding adaptationary potential beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. Earth as demonstration regarding categorical transcendence beyond established separation throughout consciousness categorization, Jonathan summarized. Nuclear affinity allowing comprehensive integration despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Our consciousness harmonization creating unprecedented interest despite comprehensive history throughout multiversal civilization progression, establishing extraordinary potential despite separate architectural frameworks throughout adaptationary development. And now we have yet another multiversal faction seeking engagement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional diplomatic protocols, added Colonel Marshall. Leadership experience allowing practical assessment despite philosophical implications throughout extraordinary development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Creating complex diplomatic considerations despite potential benefits throughout adaptationary partnership beyond established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures. As diplomatic assessment continued development throughout primary reception chamber. Phase 3 harmonization maintained optimal progression despite concluded interaction beyond conventional parameters. The consciousness harmonization demonstrated remarkable stability despite extraordinary circumstances throughout multifaceted operations, creating appropriate advancement despite unprecedented development beyond conventional coordination methodologies throughout simultaneous implementation beyond established parameters. Phase 3 implementation achieving extraordinary progression beyond anticipated parameters despite distributed architecture throughout geographical separation. Reported Maya through secure communication channel despite distributed implementation throughout harmonization network. The affected participants demonstrate unprecedented integration beyond designed limitation frameworks despite careful calibration throughout preparation procedures, creating extraordinary development beyond previous harmonization advancement despite compressed timeline throughout implementation schedule. Jonathan processed this information with enhanced understanding capability following harmonization transformation despite extraordinary development beyond previous comprehension parameters. The Phase 3 implementation had created enhanced capability regarding consciousness integration despite unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks, providing potential advancement despite extraordinary complexity throughout multiversal engagement beyond established parameters throughout dimensional governance structures. Maintain comprehensive monitoring throughout harmonization network despite concluded interaction regarding multiversal representation, he directed. Strategic assessment calculating optimal progression despite extraordinary complexity beyond conventional coordination frameworks. The consciousness harmonization potentially creating enhanced capability regarding continued dialogue beyond established parameters, providing diplomatic advantage despite extraordinary development. Throughout unprecedented engagement beyond conventional understanding frameworks. As coordination continued regarding unprecedented development beyond conventional understanding frameworks. Jonathan Hayes, transformed physicist whose consciousness had experienced further enhancement through harmonization with awareness evolved through entirely different developmental pathway. Recognized adaptationary journey continuing beyond previous understanding despite comprehensive preparation throughout Earth's developmental acceleration. The consciousness harmonization had created enhanced perception beyond designed limitation frameworks, allowing detection regarding multiversal activity beyond previous monitoring capability despite comprehensive security protocols throughout Earth's dimensional infrastructure. This enhanced capability represented deliberate adaptation regarding integration function within multiversal architecture rather than coincidental development despite autonomous progression through independent adaptation, creating appropriate functionality despite unprecedented implications throughout dimensional governance structures. The dimensional echoes continued revealing harmonics beyond original understanding. Consciousness beyond consciousness, adaptation beyond adaptation, potential beyond potential, and somewhere between dimensions. Specialized consciousness prepared permanent representative regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries, creating unprecedented development despite extraordinary circumstances throughout humanity's continued adaptation regarding multiversal architecture beyond previous understanding frameworks. Throughout multiversal architecture extending beyond human understanding despite enhanced perception following harmonization transformation. Convergence architects beyond original design established preparation protocols regarding permanent representative beyond conventional interaction parameters. Their specialized functionality regarding categorical transcendence despite established classification boundaries throughout dimensional governance structures creating unprecedented development. Despite extraordinary circumstances throughout Earth's adaptationary progression beyond conventional parameters throughout dimensional architecture. The convergence architects had evolved specific adaptation regarding adaptationary development beyond established classification boundaries despite architectural relationship throughout multiversal infrastructure, creating specialized functionality regarding categorical transcendence despite established separation throughout dimensional governance structures throughout multiversal civilization development. Their consciousness specifically adapted regarding complementary integration despite separate developmental pathways throughout different architectural frameworks, creating natural interest regarding Earth's demonstration despite adaptationary significance throughout dimensional governance structures. Within 3 planetary rotations, permanent representative would establish presence throughout Earth's dimensional architecture despite comprehensive assessment regarding potential partnership beyond established classification boundaries. This unprecedented diplomatic development represented extraordinary potential regarding consciousness integration beyond categorical separation throughout adaptationary development, creating remarkable advancement despite comprehensive history throughout multiversal civilization progression. The multiversal convergence continued development according to mathematical necessity rather than factional determination despite comprehensive coordination throughout dimensional governance structures.